The Oera Book of 13th century. Introduction. Cover de Linden, chief superintendent of the royal dockyard at the Helder, possesses a very ancient manuscript, which has been inherited and preserved in his family from time immemorial, without any one knowing whence it came or what it contained, owing to both the language and the writing being unknown. All that was known was that a tradition contained in it had from generation to generation been recommended to careful preservation. It appeared that the tradition rests upon the contents of 2 letters, with which the manuscript begins, from Hito Oera, anno 1256, and from Liko Oera, anno 803. It came to see over de Linden by the directions of his grandfather, Den Heer Andries over de Linden, who lived at Enkhuizen, and died there on the 15th of April, 1820, aged 61. As the grandson was at that time barely 10 years old, the manuscript was taken care of for him by his aunt, Ofsch Maelhoff, born over de Linden, living at Enkhuizen, who in August 1848 delivered it to the present possessor. Drive E. Verwages, having heard of this, requested permission to examine the manuscript, and immediately recognized it as very ancient frieze. He obtained at the same time permission to make a copy of it for the benefit of the Friesland Society, and was of opinion that it might be of great importance, provided it was not supposititious, and invented for some deceptive object, which he feared. The manuscript being placed in my hands, I also felt very doubtful, though I could not understand what object anyone could have in inventing a false composition only to keep it a secret. This doubt remained until I had examined carefully executed facsimiles of 2 fragments, and afterwards of the whole manuscript, the first sight of which convinced me of the great age of the document. Immediately occurred to me Caesar's remark upon the writing of the Gauls and the Helvetians in his Bello Gallico, I. 29, and 6. 14, Grecis utunter literis, though it appears in v. 48 that they were not entirely Greek letters. Caesar thus points out only a resemblance, and a very true one, as the writing, which does not altogether correspond with any known form of letters, resembles the most, on a cursory view, the Greek writing, such as is found on monuments and the oldest manuscripts, and belongs to the form which is called lapidary. Besides, I formed the opinion afterwards that the writer of the latter part of the book had been a contemporary of Caesar. The form and the origin of the writing is so minutely and fully described in the first part of the book, as it could not be in any other language. It is very complete, and consists of 34 letters, among which are 3 separate forms of A and U, and 2 of E, I, Y, and O, besides 4 pairs of double consonants, ing, th, ks, and gs. The ing, which is a nasal sound, has no particular mark in any other Western language, is an indivisible conjunction. The th is soft, as in English, and is sometimes replaced by d. The gs is seldom met with, I believe only in the word segs, to say, in modern frieze sids, pronounced sis. The paper, of large quarto size, is made of cotton, not very thick, without watermark or maker's mark, made upon a frame or wire web, with not very broad perpendicular lines. An introductory letter gives the year 1256 as that in which this manuscript was written by Hito Oera on foreign paper. Consequently it must have come from Spain, where the Arabs brought into the market paper manufactured from cotton. On this subject, W. Wattenbach writes in his Das Schriftwesen im Mittelalter, Leipzig, 1871, s. 93. The manufacture of paper from cotton must have been in use among the Chinese from very remote times, and must have become known to the Arabs by the conquest of Samarkand about the year 704. In Damascus this manufacture was an important branch of industry, for which reason it was called Carta Damascena. By the Arabians this art was brought to the Greeks. It is asserted that Greek manuscripts of the 10th century written upon cotton paper exist, and that in the 13th century it was much more used than parchment. To distinguish it from Egyptian paper it was called Carta Bombacina, Gossipina, Catunia, Xylena. A distinction from linen paper was not yet necessary. In the manufacture of the cotton paper raw cotton was originally used. We first find paper from rags mentioned by Petrus Clusiacensis, 1122-50. The Spaniards and the Italians learned the manufacture of this paper from the Arabians. The most celebrated factories were at Jativa, Valencia, Toledo, besides Fabriano in the March of Ancona. In Germany the use of this material did not become very extended, whether it came from Italy or Spain. Therefore the further this preparation spread from the east and the adjoining countries, the more necessity there was that linen should take the place of cotton. A document of Kaufbeuren on linen paper of the year 1318 is of very doubtful genuineness. Bodman considers the oldest pure linen paper to be of the year 1324, but up to 1350 much mixed paper was used. All carefully written manuscripts of great antiquity show by the regularity of their lines that they must have been ruled, even though no traces of the ruled lines can be distinguished. To make the lines they used a thin piece of lead, a ruler, and a pair of compasses to mark the distances. In old writings the ink is very black or brown. But while there has been more writing since the 13th century, the color of the ink is often gray or yellowish, and sometimes quite pale, showing that it contains iron. All this affords convincing proof that the manuscript before us belongs to the middle of the 13th century, written with clear black letters between fine lines carefully traced with lead. The color of the ink shows decidedly that it does not contain iron. By these evidences the date given, 1256, is satisfactorily proved, and it is impossible to assign any later date. Therefore all suspicion of modern deception vanishes. The language is very old Fries, still older and purer than the Fries Regelbuch or Old Fries Laws, differing from that both in form and spelling, so that it appears to be an entirely distinct dialect. And shows that the locality of the language must have been, as it was spoken, between the Vlaai and the Scheldt. The style is extremely simple, concise, and unembarrassed, resembling that of ordinary conversation, and free in the choice of the words. The spelling is also simple and easy, so that the reading of it does not involve the least difficulty, and yet with all its regularity, so unrestricted, that each of the separate writers who have worked at the book has his own peculiarities. Arising from the changes in pronunciation in a long course of years, which naturally must have happened, as the last part of the work is written 5 centuries after the first. As a specimen of antiquity in language and writing, I believe I may venture to say that this book is unique of its kind. The writing suggests an observation which may be of great importance. The Greeks know and acknowledge that their writing was not their own invention. They attribute the introduction of it to Cadmus, a Phoenician. The names of their oldest letters, from alpha to tau, agree so exactly with the names of the letters in the Hebrew alphabet, with which the Phoenician will have been nearly connected, that we cannot doubt that the Hebrew was the origin of the Phoenician. But the form of their letters differs so entirely from that of the Phoenician and Hebrew writing, that in that particular no connection can be thought of between them. Whence, then, have the Greeks derived the form of their letters? From Det Bok Thera Adela Folstar, the Book of Adela's Followers, we learn that in the time when Cadmus is said to have lived, about 16 centuries before Christ, a brisk trade existed between the Frisians and the Phoenicians, whom they named Kadamar, or dwellers on the coast. The name Cadmus comes too near the word Kadamar for us not to believe that Cadmus simply meant a Phoenician. Further on we learn that about the same time a priestess of the castle in the island of Walcheren, Minerva, also called Nihilenia, had settled in Attica at the head of a Frisian colony, and had founded a castle at Athens. Also, from the accounts written on the walls of Warburg, that the Finns likewise had a writing of their own, a very troublesome and difficult one to read, and that, therefore, the Tyrians and the Greeks had learned the writing of Phrygia. By this representation the whole thing explains itself, and it becomes clear whence comes the exterior resemblance between the Greek and the old Fry's writing, which Caesar also remarked among the Gauls. As likewise in what manner the Greeks acquired and retained the names of the Finn and the forms of the Fry's writing. Equally remarkable are the forms of their figures. We usually call our figures Arabian, although they have not the least resemblance to those used by the Arabs. The Arabians did not bring their ciphers from the East, because the Semitic nations used the whole alphabet in writing numbers. The manner of expressing all numbers by 10 signs the Arabs learned in the West, though the form was in some measure corresponding with their writing, and was written from left to right, after the Western fashion. Our ciphers seem here to have sprung from the Fries ciphers, Sifar, which form had the same origin as the handwriting, and is derived from the lines of the jewel. The book as it lies before us consists of 2 parts, differing widely from each other, and of dates very far apart. The writer of the first part calls herself Adela, wife of Apol, chief man of the Linde country. This is continued by her son Adelbrast, and her daughter Apollonia. The first book, running from page 1 to 88, is written by Adela. The following part, from 88 to 94, is begun by Adelbrast and continued by Apollonia. The second book, running from page 94 to 114, is written by Apollonia. Much later, perhaps 250 years, a third book is written, from page 114 to 134, by Fretheric, then follows from page 134 to 143, written by his widow, Wiljo. After that from page 144 to 169 by their son, Conerid, and then from page 169 to 192 by their grandson, Beaton. Pages 193 and 194, with which the last part must have begun, are wanting, therefore the writer is unknown. He may probably have been a son of Beaton. On page 134, Wiljo makes mention of another writing of Adela. These she names, that Bach Thera Sanga, that Bok, Thera Telinga, and that Helenia Bach. And afterwards, the Skrifta von Adela Jephthah Helenia. To fix the date we must start from the year 1256 of our era, when Hitto over Alinda made the copy, in which he says that it was 3,449 years after Atland was sunk. This disappearance of the old land, Aldland, Atland, was known by the Greeks, for Plato mentions in his Timaeus 24, the disappearance of Atlantis, the position of which was only known as somewhere far beyond the Pillars of Hercules. From this writing it appears that it was land stretching far out to the west of Jutland, of which Heligoland and the islands of North Friesland are the last barren remnants. This event, which occasioned a great dispersion of the Frisian race, became the commencement of a chronological reckoning corresponding with 2193 before Christ, and is known by geologists as the Cimbrian flood. On page 80 begins an account in the year 1602, after the disappearance of Atland, and thus in the year 591 before Christ, and on page 82 is the account of the murder of Frana, Iramutter, of Texland 2 years later, that is, in 589. When, therefore, Adela commences her writing with her own coming forward in an assembly of the people 30 years after the murder of the Iramutter, that must have been in the year 559 before Christ. In the part written by her daughter Apollonia, we find that 15 months after the assembly Adela was killed by the Finns in an attack by surprise of Texland. This must accordingly have happened 557 years before Christ. Hence it follows that the first book, written by Adela, was of the year 558 before Christ. The second book, by Apollonia, we may assign to about the year 530 before Christ. The latter part contains the history of the known kings of Friesland, Friso, Adel, Ubbo, and Asiga Asker, called Black Adel. Of the third king, Ubbo, nothing is said, or rather that part is lost, as the pages 169 to 188 are missing. Fretheric, the first writer, who appears now, was a contemporary of the occurrences which he relates, namely, the arrival of Friso. He was a friend of Lugert den Gertman, who, as rear admiral of the fleet of Wichert, the sea king, had come with Friso in the year 303 before Christ, 1890 years after the disappearance of Atland. He has borrowed most of his information from the logbook of Lugert. The last writer gives himself out most clearly as a contemporary of Black Adel or Asker, about the middle of his reign, which Firmirius states to have been from 70 before Christ to 11 after the birth of Christ. The same period as Julius Caesar and Augustus. He therefore wrote in the middle of the last century before Christ, and knew of the conquest of Gaul by the Romans. It is thus evident that there elapsed fully 2 centuries between the 2 parts of the work. Of the Gauls we read on page 84 that they were called the missionaries of Sidon. And on page 124 that the Gauls are Druids. The Gauls, then, were Druids, and the name Galli, used for the whole nation, was really only the name of an order of priesthood brought from the east, just as among the Romans the Galli were priests of Cybele. The whole contents of the book are in all respects new. That is to say, there is nothing in it that we were acquainted with before. What we here read of Friso, Adel, and Asker differs entirely from what is related by our own chroniclers, or rather presents it in quite another light. For instance, they all relate that Friso came from India, and that thus the Frisians were of Indian descent, and yet they add that Friso was a German, and belonged to a Persian race which Herodotus called Germans, gamma epsilon rho mu nu iota omicron iota. According to the statement in this book, Friso did come from India, and with the fleet of Nearchus, but he is not therefore an Indian. He is of Frisian origin, of Phrygia's people. He belongs, in fact, to a Frisian colony which after the death of Nigellenia, 15½ centuries before Christ, under the guidance of a priestess Girt, settled in the Punjab, and took the name of Gertman. The Gertmen were known by only one of the Greek writers, Strabo, who mentions them as gamma epsilon rho mu nu epsilon, differing totally and entirely from the beta rho alpha chi mu nu epsilon in manners, language, and religion. The historians of Alexander's expeditions do not speak of Frisians or Gertmen, though they mention Indo-Scythians, thereby describing a people who live in India, but whose origin is in the distant, unknown north. In the accounts of Lugert no names are given of places where the Frieslanders lived in India. We only know that they first established themselves to the east of the Punjab, and afterwards moved to the west of those rivers. It is mentioned, moreover, as a striking fact, that in the summer the sun at midday was straight above their heads. They therefore lived within the tropics. We find in Ptolemy, see the map of Kiepert, exactly 24 degrees north. On the west side of the Indus, the name Managra, and about 6 degrees east of that, in 22 degrees north, another Managra. This name is pure Fries, the same as Walhalagara, Volsgara, and comes from Minna, the name of an Iramutter, in whose time the voyages of Tunis and his nephew Inca took place. The coincidence is too remarkable to be accidental, and not to prove that Managra was the headquarters of the Frisian colony. The establishment of the colonists in the Punjab in 1551 before Christ, and their journey thither, we find fully described in Adela's book. And with the mention of one most remarkable circumstance, namely, that the Frisian mariners sailed through the strait which in those times still ran into the Red Sea. In Strabo, Book I. Pages 38 and 50, it appears that Eratosthenes was acquainted with the existence of the strait, of which the later geographers make no mention. It existed still in the time of Moses, Exodus 14. 2, for he encamped at Pi-ha-Kairot, the mouth of the strait. Moreover, Strabo mentions that Sesostris made an attempt to cut through the isthmus, but that he was not able to accomplish it. That in very remote times the sea really did flow through is proved by the result of the geological investigations on the isthmus made by the Suez Canal Commission, of which M. Renault presented a report to the Academy of Sciences on the June 19, 1856. In that report, among other things, appears the following: En question forte controversie est celle de savoir, si à l'époque où les Hébreux fuient de l'Égypte sous la conduite de Moïse, les lacs Amers faisaient encore partie de la mer Rouge. Cette dernière hypothèse s'accorderait mieux que l'hypothèse contraire avec le texte de livres sacres, mais alors il faudrait admettre que depuis l'époque de Moïse le sol de Suez serait sorti de eaux. With regard to this question, it is certainly of importance to fall in with an account in this Frisian manuscript, from which it seems that in the 16th century before Christ the connection between the Bitter Lakes and the Red Sea still existed, and that the strait was still navigable. The manuscript further states that soon after the passage of the Gertman there was an earthquake, that the land rose so high that all the water ran out, and all the shallows and alluvial lands rose up like a wall. This must have happened after the time of Moses, so that at the date of the Exodus, 1564 BC, the track between Suez and the Bitter Lakes was still navigable, but could be forded dry foot at low water. This point, then, is the commencement of the isthmus, after the forming of which, the northern inlet was certainly soon filled up as far as the Gulf of Pelusium. The map by Louis Figuier, in the Année scientifique et industrielle, Premier Année, Paris, Hachette, 1857, gives a distinct illustration of the formation of this land. Another statement, which occurs only in Strabo, finds also here a confirmation. Strabo alone of all the Greek writers relates that Nearchus, after he had landed his troops in the Persian Gulf, at the mouth of the Pasitigris, sailed out of the Persian Gulf by Alexander's command, and steered round Arabia through the Arabian Gulf. As the account stands, it is not clear what Nearchus had to do there, and what the object of the further voyage was. If, as Strabo seems to think, it was only for geographical discovery, he need not have taken the whole fleet. 1 or 2 ships would have sufficed. We do not read that he returned. Where, then, did he remain with that fleet? The answer to this question is to be found in the Frisian version of the story. Alexander had bought the ships on the Indus, or had had them built by the descendants of the Frisians who settled there, the Geatmen, and had taken into his service sailors from among them, and at the head of them was Friso. Alexander, having accomplished his voyage and the transport of his troops, had no further use for the ships in the Persian Gulf, but wished to employ them in the Mediterranean. He had taken that idea into his head, and it must be carried into effect. He wished to do what no one had done before him. For this purpose Nearchus was to sail up the Red Sea, and on his arrival at Suez was to find 200 elephants, 1,000 camels, workmen and materials, timber and ropes, and in order to haul the ships by land over the isthmus. This work was carried on and accomplished with so much zeal and energy that after 3 months' labor the fleet was launched in the Mediterranean. That the fleet really came to the Mediterranean appears in Plutarch's Life of Alexander, but he makes Nearchus bring the fleet round Africa, and sail through the Pillars of Hercules. After the defeat at Actium, Cleopatra, in imitation of this example, tried to take her fleet over the isthmus in order to escape to India, but was prevented by the inhabitants of Arabia Petrea, who burnt her ships. See Plutarch's Life of Antony. When Alexander shortly afterwards died, Friso remained in the service of Antigonus and Demetrius, until, having been grievously insulted by the latter, he resolved to seek out with his sailors their fatherland, Friesland. To India he could not, indeed, return. Thus these accounts chime in with and clear up each other, and in that way afford a mutual confirmation of the events. Such simple narratives and surprising results led me to conclude that we had to do here with more than mere saga and legends. Since the last 20 years attention has been directed to the remains of the dwellings on piles, first observed in the Swiss lakes, and afterwards in other parts of Europe. See Drive E. Ruckert, Die Pfahlbauten, Würzburg, 1869. Dr. T. C. Winkler, in the Volksalmanach, TNVA, 1867. When they were found, endeavors were made to discover, by the existing fragments of arms, tools, and household articles, by whom and when these dwellings had been inhabited. There are no accounts of them in historical writers, beyond what Herodotus writes in Book V, Chapter 16, of the Paionion. The only trace that has been found is in one of the panels of Trajan's pillar, in which the destruction of a pile village in Dacia is represented. Doubly important, therefore, is it to learn from the writing of Apollonia that she, as Bergmagd, chief of the virgins, about 540 years before Christ, made a journey up the Rhine to Switzerland. And there became acquainted with the lake dwellers, Marsitan. She describes their dwellings built upon piles, the people themselves, their manners and customs. She relates that they lived by fishing and hunting, and that they prepared the skins of the animals with the bark of the birch tree in order to sell the furs to the Rhine boatmen, who brought them into commerce. This account of the pile dwellings in the Swiss lakes can only have been written in the time when these dwellings still existed and were lived in. In the second part of the writing, Konrad Oera relates that Adel, the son of Friso, plus or minus 250 years before Christ, visited the pile dwellings in Switzerland with his wife Ifja. Later than this account there is no mention by any writer whatever of the pile dwellings, and the subject has remained for 20 centuries utterly unknown until 1853. when an extraordinary low state of the water led to the discovery of these dwellings. Therefore no one could have invented this account in the intervening period. Although a great portion of the first part of the work, the Book of Adela, belongs to the mythological period before the Trojan War, there is a striking difference between it and the Greek myths. The myths have no dates, much less any chronology, nor any internal coherence of successive events. The untrammeled fancy develops itself in every poem separately and independently. The mythological stories contradict each other on every point. Les myths nes tenant pas, is the only key to the Greek mythology. Here, on the contrary, we meet with a regular succession of dates starting from a fixed period, the destruction of Atlant, 2193 before Christ. The accounts are natural and simple, often naive, never contradict each other, and are always consistent with each other in time and place. As, for instance, the arrival and sojourn of Ulysses with the Bergmagd Calip at Walhalagra, Walcheren, which is the most mythical portion of all, is here said to be 1005 years after the disappearance of Atlant, which coincides with 1188 years before Christ, and thus agrees very nearly with the time at which the Greeks say the Trojan War took place. The story of Ulysses was not brought here for the first time by the Romans. Tacitus found it already in Lower Germany, c. Germania, cap. 3, and says that at Assaburgium there was an altar on which the names of Ulysses and his father Laertes were inscribed. Another remarkable difference consists in this, that the myths know no origin, do not name either writers or relators of their stories, and therefore never can bring forward any authority. Whereas in Adela's book, for every statement is given a notice where it was found or whence it was taken. For instance, this comes from Minnow's writings, this is written on the walls of Warburg, this in the town of Phrygia, this at Stavia, this at Walhalagra. There is also this further. Laws, regular legislative enactments, such as are found in great numbers in Adela's book, are utterly unknown in mythology, and indeed are irreconcilable with its existence. Even when the myth attributes to Minos the introduction of lawgiving in Crete, it does not give the least account of what the legislation consisted in. Also among the gods of mythology there existed no system of laws. The only law was unchangeable destiny and the will of the supreme Zeus. With regard to mythology, this writing, which bears no mythical character, is not less remarkable than with regard to history. Notwithstanding the frequent and various relations with Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, we do not find any traces of acquaintance with the northern or Scandinavian mythology. Only Woden appears in the person of Woden, a chief of the Frisians, who became the son-in-law of one Magi, king of the Finns, and after his death was deified. The Frisian religion is extremely simple, and pure monotheism. Wralda or Wralda's spirit is the only eternal, unchangeable, perfect, and almighty being. Wralda has created everything. Out of him proceeds everything, first the beginning, then time, and afterwards Eartha, the earth. Eartha bore 3 daughters, Lida, Finda, and Phrygia, the mothers of the 3 distinct races, black, yellow, and white, Africa, Asia, and Europe. As such, Phrygia is the mother of Phrygia's people, the Frieslanders. She is the representative of Wralda, and is reverenced accordingly. Phrygia has established her Tex, the first law, and has established the religion of the eternal light. The worship consists in the maintenance of a perpetually burning lamp, Photic, by priestesses, virgins. At the head of the virgins in every town was a Bergmagd, and the chief of the Bergmagden was the Iramutter of the Friesbert of Texland. The Iramutter governs the whole country. The kings can do nothing, nor can anything happen without her advice and approval. The first Iramutter was appointed by Phrygia herself, and was called Fasta. In fact, we find here the prototype of the Roman Vestal Virgins. We are reminded here of Velida, Welda, and Orania in Tacitus, Germania, 8. History, 4. 61, 65, v. 22, 24. Annals, I. 54, N of Gauna, the successor of Velida, in Dio Cassius, Fragments, 49. Tacitus speaks of the town of Velida as Edita Turris, page 146. It was the town Manigarda Forda, Munster. In the county of the Marsians he speaks of the temple Tanfane, Tanfank, so called from the sign of the jewel. See plate I. The last of these towns was Fastabergt in Aimland, Temple Fast, destroyed, according to Occus Scarlensis, in 806. If we find among the Frisians a belief in a godhead and ideas of religion entirely different from the mythology of other nations, we are the more surprised to find in some points the closest connection with the Greek and Roman mythology. And even with the origin of two deities of the highest rank, Minerva and Neptune. Minerva, Athene, was originally a Bergmagd, priestess of Freya, at the town Walhalagara, Middelburg, or Domburg, in Walcheren. And this Minerva is at the same time the mysterious enigmatical goddess of whose worship scarcely any traces remain beyond the votive stones at Domburg, in Walcheren, Nihilinia, of whom no mythology knows anything more than the name, which etymology has used for all sorts of fantastical derivations. The other, Neptune, called by the Etrurians Nethunis, the god of the Mediterranean Sea, appears here to have been, when living, a Friesland Viking or sea king, whose home was Aldurga, Audorp, not far from Alkmaar. His name was Tunis, called familiarly by his followers Neef Tunis, or cousin Tunis, who had chosen the Mediterranean as the destination of his expeditions, and must have been deified by the Tyrians at the time when the Phoenician navigators began to extend their voyages so remarkably, sailing to Friesland in order to obtain British tin, northern iron, and amber from the Baltic. About 2,000 years before Christ. Besides these two we meet with a third mythological person, Minos, the lawgiver of Crete, who likewise appears to have been a Friesland sea king, Minno, born at Lindord, between Wieringen and Crail, who imparted to the Cretans an Asagabok. He is that Minos who, with his brother Rhadamanthus and Aeacus, presided as judges over the fates of the ghosts in Hades, and must not be confounded with the later Minos, the contemporary of Aegeus and Theseus, who appears in the Athenian fables. The reader may perhaps be inclined to laugh at these statements, and apply to me the words that I myself have lately used, fantastic and improbable. Indeed at first I could not believe my own eyes. And yet after further consideration I arrived at the discovery of extraordinary conformities which render the case much less improbable than the birth of Minerva from the head of Jupiter by a blow from the axe of Hephaestus, for instance. In the Greek mythology all the gods and goddesses have a youthful period. Pallas alone has no youth. She is not otherwise known than adult. Minerva appears in Attica as high priestess from a foreign country, a country unknown to the Greeks. Pallas is a virgin goddess, Minerva is a Bergmagd. The fair, blue-eyed Pallas, differing thus in type from the rest of the gods and goddesses, evidently belonged to Freya's people. The character for wisdom and the emblematical attributes, especially the owl, are the same for both. Pallas gives to the new town her own name, Athenae, which has no meaning in Greek. Minerva gives to the town built by her the name Athene, which has an important meaning in Fries, namely, that they came there as friends, Athen. Minerva came to Attica about 1,600 years before Christ, the period at which the Grecian mythology was beginning to be formed. Minerva landed with the fleet of John at the head of a colony in Attica. In later times we find her on the Roman votive stones in Walcheren, under the name of Nihilinia, worshipped as a goddess of navigation, and Pallas is worshipped by the Athenians as the protecting goddess of shipbuilding and navigation. Time is the carrier who must eternally turn the wheel, and carry the sun along his course through the firmament from winter to winter, thus forming the year, every turn of the wheel being a day. In midwinter the Djolfiest is celebrated on Freya's day. Then cakes are baked in the form of the sun's wheel, because with the Jol Freya formed the letters when she wrote her Texas. The Djolfiest is therefore also in honor of Freya as inventor of writing. Just as this Djolfiest has been changed by Christianity into Christmas throughout Denmark and Germany, and into St. Nicholas' Day in Holland. So, certainly, our St. Nicholas dolls, the lover and his sweetheart, are a memorial of Freya, and the street Nicholas letters a memorial of Freya's invention of letters formed from the wheel. I cannot analyze the whole contents of this writing, and must content myself with the remarks that I have made. They will give an idea of the richness and importance of the contents. If some of it is fabulous, even as fabulous it must have an interest for us, since so little of the traditions of our forefathers remains to us. An internal evidence of the antiquity of these writings may be found in the fact that the name Batavians had not yet been used. The inhabitants of the whole country as far as the Scheldt are Frias people, Frieslanders. The Batavians are not a separate people. The name Batavi is of Roman origin. The Romans gave it to the inhabitants of the banks of the Vaal, which river bears the name Patibus in the Tabula Pentingeriana. The name Batavi does not appear earlier than Tacitus and Pliny, and is interpolated in Caesar's Bello Gallico, 4. 10. See my treatise on the course of the rivers through the countries of the Frisians and Batavians, p. 49, in De Vrije Fries, 4th volume 1st part, 1845. I will conclude with one more remark regarding the language. Those who have been able to take only a superficial view of the manuscript have been struck by the polish of the language, and its conformity with the present Friesland language and Dutch. In this they seem to find grounds for doubting the antiquity of the manuscript. But, I ask, is, then, the language of Homer much less polished than that of Plato or Demosthenes? And does not the greatest portion of Homer's vocabulary exist in the Greek of our day? It is true that language alters with time, and is continually subject to slight variations, owing to which language is found to be different at different epochs. This change in the language in this manuscript accordingly gives ground for important observations to philologists. It is not only that of the 8 writers who have successively worked at the book, each is recognizable by slight peculiarities in style, language, and spelling. But more particularly between the 2 parts of the book, between which an interval of more than 2 centuries occurs, a striking difference of the language is visible, which shows what a slowly progressive regulation it has undergone in that period of time. As the result of these considerations, I arrive at the conclusion that I cannot find any reason to doubt the authenticity of these writings. They cannot be forgeries. In the first place, the copy of 1256 cannot be. Who could at that time have forged anything of that kind? Certainly no one. Still less any one at an earlier date. At a later date a forgery is equally impossible, for the simple reason that no one was acquainted with the language. Except Grimm, Richthofen, and Hettema, no one can be named sufficiently versed in that branch of philology, or who had studied the language so as to be able to write in it. And if any one could have done so, there would have been no more extensive vocabulary at his service than that which the East Frisian laws afford. Therefore, in the centuries lately elapsed, the preparation of this writing was quite impossible. Whoever doubts this, let him begin by showing where, when, by whom, and with what object such a forgery could be committed, and let him show in modern times the fellow of this paper, this writing, and this language. Moreover, that the manuscript of 1256 is not original, but is a copy, is proved by the numerous faults in the writing, as well as by some explanations of words which already in the time of the copyist had become obsolete and little known, as, for instance, in page 82, 114, to Thera Fleet Jefta Bedrum. Page 151, 204, Bargum Jefta Tonum Fawn the Best of Jar. A still stronger proof is that between pages 157 and 158 one or more pages are missing, which cannot have been lost out of this manuscript, because the pages 157 and 158 are on the front and the back of the same leaf. Page 157 finishes thus: 3 months afterwards Adele sent messengers to all the friends that he had gained, and requested them to send him intelligent people in the month of May. When we turn over the leaf, the other side begins: his wife, he said, who had been maid of Texland, had got a copy of it. There is no connection between these two. There is wanting, at least, the arrival of the invited, and an account of what passed at their meeting. It is clear, therefore, that the copyist must have turned over 2 pages of the original instead of 1. There certainly existed then an earlier manuscript, and that was doubtless written by Lico Ora Linda in the year 803. We may thus accept that we possess in this manuscript, of which the first part was composed in the 6th century before our era, the oldest production, after Homer and Hesiod, of European literature. And here we find in our fatherland a very ancient people in possession of development, civilization, industry, navigation, commerce, literature, and pure elevated ideas of religion, whose existence we had never even conjectured. Hitherto we have believed that the historical records of our people reach no farther back than the arrival of Friso, the presumptive founder of the Frisians. Whereas here we become aware that these records mount up to more than 2,000 years before Christ, surpassing the antiquity of Hellas and equaling that of Israel. This paper was read at a meeting of the Frisian Society, February 1871. Compare G. Meerman, Admonitio de Charti Nostralis Origin. Vad. Letter OF. 1762, p. 630. J. H. de Stapler, paper in the Netherlands. Middelburg, 1869. p. 4. Minerva was called Nihilenia because her counsels were New York and hell, that is, new and clear. In Paul's epitome of S. Pomponius Festus, de verborum signification, we find Minerva dicta quat bene monit. See Preller, Roman Mythology, page 258. Comparative sample of the old Frisian laws, and the language of the manuscript. Dio for me need is, Weerso en Kwendijong is Finsen endi fighter nor Wr Heg, Jefta, Sud, Wr Berg. So mot die motor her kins earway seta endi sella endi her Kwendi lisa endi da lives by helpa. Dio oder need is, Jefta Jerry die or wordat, endi d heta hunger Wr dat land fert, endi dat Kwendi hunger steer will, so mot dio motor her kins earway seta endi sella endi capia her burn ky endi ey endi coern derma de kin de lives meet help. Dio tread need is, als dat kind is al stockniken, Jefta huslas, endi dan d Tywestra neville endi calda winter own comtsa fert alermanic own sin hof endi own sin hus endi and warren gatten. Endi de wilda deer seeket dien holla bame endi der burgahlai, alder hit sien leaf own beholda may. So waynet endi scryt dat unieriga kind endi wist dan sin nakina lai endi sin huslays, endi sin fader dear him rita should, to iens dine hunger endi winter neville called. Dat high so deep endi dim mida fjouwer nalen is onder eek endi onder de eerde bisloten endi bijtakt, so mot dio motor her kins earway seta endi sella dat hio de bijhield have endi biwar also lang so hit onjerik is. Dat hit on forced na on hunger nate for fair. Angem print. 1466. Fjo forma ned is, Sawersa en barn jvng is fensen en federad orthward vredi heg jefta sudward vr the burga, saach ju mam jarabarn zerva to satand and to seljanda and drabarn to lesane and thes lives to byhelpane. Fjo author ned is, Jeff the Jera Jura Worthat and T heat hanger Wr that land farth and that baans Jera will, Samotith Ju mam Jarabarn Zerva Seta and Selja and Capja Hiri Barn Ky and Skep and Karen the Mitha man that Barn Thes lives be help. Fju tread ned is, Sawersa that Barn is Stocknake Jefta Huslas and then T Justra Neville and Calda Winter Ankth, Sa Farth Allera Manalik and Sin Hof and in Sin Hus and in Warren Gata. And that wild quick psycheth din Ola Bam and their burga hly there it sin lif and behold a may. Sa weneth and Krytat that Jerich Barn and wist then sin Nikita Letha and sin Huslas sa and sin Tatha him Hrita scold Togenst the hanger and the Calda Winter Neville. That high sa Jap and dim Mithjur Nilam Vendera eek and Vender the Eartha Besletten and Bidaban is, Samotith Ju mam Jara Barn Zerva Seta and Selja Veen that Ju the Byhield have and the Waringa al sa long sa hit Jerich sy. Tilth Ju T-Horn Frostna and Hanger Navt Fmkma any may. Translated by J. G. O. Adela. Och my son. You must preserve these books with body and soul. They contain the history of all our people, as well as of our forefathers. Last year I saved them in the flood, as well as you and your mother, but they got wet, and therefore began to perish. In order not to lose them, I copied them on foreign paper. In case you inherit them, you must copy them likewise, and your children must do so too, so that they may never be lost. Written at Lourdes, in the 3449th year after Atlant was submerged, that is, according to the Christian reckoning, the year 1256. Hitto, surnamed over de Linda. Watch. Beloved successors, for the sake of our dear forefathers, and of our dear liberty, I entreat you 1,000 times never let the eye of a monk look on these writings. They are very insinuating, but they destroy in an underhand manner all that relates to us Frisians. In order to gain rich benefices, they conspire with foreign kings, who know that we are their greatest enemies, because we dare to speak to their people of liberty, rights, and the duties of princes. Therefore they seek to destroy all that we derive from our forefathers, and all that is left of our old customs. Ah, my beloved ones! I have visited their courts. If Wralda permits it, and we do not shew ourselves strong to resist, they will altogether exterminate us. Lico, surnamed over de Linda. Written at Ludwart. Anno Domini 803. The Book of Adela's Followers. 30 years after the day on which the Volksmotor was murdered by the commander Maggie, was a time of great distress. All the states that lie on the other side of the Weser had been wrested from us, and had fallen under the power of Maggie, and it looked as if his power was to become supreme over the whole land. To avert this misfortune a general assembly of the people was summoned, which was attended by all the men who stood in good repute with the Magdan, priestesses. Then at the end of 3 days the whole council was in confusion, and in the same position as when they came together. Thereupon Adela demanded to be heard, and said, "You all know that I was 3 years Burgmagd. You know also that I was chosen for Volksmotor, and that I refused to be Volksmotor because I wished to marry Apol, but what you do not know is, that I have watched everything that has happened, as if I had really been your Volksmotor. I have constantly traveled about, observing what was going on. By that means I have become acquainted with many things that others do not know. You said yesterday that our relatives on the other side of the Weser were dull and cowardly. But I may tell you that the Maggie has not won a single village from them by force of arms, but only by detestable deceit, and still more by the rapacity of their dukes and nobles. Freya has said we must not admit amongst us any but free people. But what have they done? They have imitated our enemies, and instead of killing their prisoners, or letting them go free, they have despised the counsel of Freya, and have made slaves of them. Because they have acted thus, Freya cared no longer to watch over them. They robbed others of their freedom, and therefore lost their own. This is well known to you, but I will tell you how they came to sink so low. The Finn women had children. These grew up with our free children. They played and gambled together in the fields, and were also together by the hearth. There they learned with pleasure the loose ways of the Finns, because they were bad and new. And thus they became denationalized in spite of the efforts of their parents. When the children grew up, and saw that the children of the Finns handled no weapons, and scarcely worked, they took a distaste for work, and became proud. The principal men and their cleverest sons made up to the wanton daughters of the Finns, and their own daughters, led astray by this bad example, allowed themselves to be beguiled by the handsome young Finns in derision of their depraved fathers. When the Maggie found this out, he took the handsomest of his Finns and Magyars, and promised them red cows with golden horns, to let themselves be taken prisoners by our people in order to spread his doctrines. His people did even more. Children disappeared, were taken away to the uplands, and after they had been brought up in his pernicious doctrines, were sent back. When these pretended prisoners had learned our language, they persuaded the dukes and nobles that they should become subject to the Maggie, that then their sons would succeed to them without having to be elected. Those who by their good deeds had gained a piece of land in front of their house, they promised on their side should receive in addition a piece behind, those who had got a piece before and behind, should have a rondeel, complete circuit. And those who had a rondeel should have a whole freehold. If the seniors were true to Freya, then they changed their course, and turned to the degenerate sons. Yesterday there were among you those who would have called the whole people together, to compel the eastern states to return to their duty. According to my humble opinion, they would have made a great mistake. Suppose that there was a very serious epidemic among the cattle, would you run the risk of sending your own healthy cattle among the sick ones? Certainly not. Every one must see that doing that would turn out very badly for the whole of the cattle. Who, then, would be so imprudent as to send their children among a people wholly depraved? If I were to give you any advice, it would be to choose a new folksmotor. I know that you are in a difficulty about it, because out of the 13 Burgmagden that we still have remaining, 8 are candidates for the dignity, but I should pay no attention to that. Tunsha, the Burgmagd of Mediasplik, who is not a candidate, is a person of knowledge and sound sense, and quite as attached to our people and our customs as all the rest together. I should farther recommend that you should visit all the citadels, and write down all the laws of Freya's texts, as well as all the histories, and all that is written on the walls, in order that it may not be destroyed with the citadels. It stands written that every folksmotor and every Burgmagd shall have assistants and messengers, 21 maidens and 7 apprentices. If I might add more, I would recommend that all the respectable girls in the towns should be taught. For I say positively, and time will show it, that if you wish to remain true children of Freya, never to be vanquished by fraud or arms, you must take care to bring up your daughters as true Freya's daughters. You must teach the children how great our country has been, what great men our forefathers were, how great we still are, if we compare ourselves to others. You must tell them of the sea heroes, of their mighty deeds and distant voyages. All these stories must be told by the fireside and in the field, wherever it may be, in times of joy or sorrow. And if you wish to impress it on the brains and the hearts of your sons, you must let it flow through the lips of your wives and your daughters. Adela's advice was followed. These are the gravetmen under whose direction this book is composed. Apol, Adela's husband, 3 times a sea king, gravetman of Ostflyland and Lindorden. The towns Ludgarda, Lindehem, and Stavia are under his care. The Saxman Storo, Sisha's husband, gravetman over the Hoogfennen and Wouden. 9 times he was chosen as Duke or Heerman, commander. The towns Buda and Managardaforda are under his care. Abello, Jaltia's husband. Gravetman over the Zuiderflylanden. He was 3 times Heerman. The towns Aken, Liedberg, and Katzberg are under his care. Enoch, Diuk's husband, gravetman over Westflyland and Texel. He was chosen 9 times for sea king. Warburg, Mediasplik, Forana, and Friasberg are under his care. Fop, Dunra's husband, gravetman over the 7 islands. He was 5 times sea king. The town Walhalagara is under his care. This was inscribed upon the walls of Friasberg in Texland, as well as at Stavia and Mediasplik. It was Freya's day, and 7 times 7 years had elapsed since Festa was appointed folksmotor by the desire of Freya. The citadel of Mediasplik was ready, and a Burgmagd was chosen. Festa was about to light her new lamp, and when she had done so in the presence of all the people, Freya called from her watch-star, so that every one could hear it, Festa, take your style and write the things, that I may not speak. Festa did as she was bid, and thus we became Freya's children, and our earliest history began. This is our earliest history. Wralda, who alone is eternal and good, made the beginning. Then commenced time. Time wrought all things, even the earth. The earth bore grass, herbs, and trees, all useful and all noxious animals. All that is good and useful she brought forth by day, and all that is bad and injurious by night. After the 12th Julfeast she brought forth 3 maidens. Lida out of fierce heat. Finda out of strong heat. Freya out of moderate heat. When the last came into existence, Wralda breathed his spirit upon her in order that men might be bound to him. As soon as they were full grown they took pleasure and delight in the visions of Wralda. Hatred found its way among them. They each bore 12 sons and 12 daughters, at every Jule time a couple. Thence come all mankind. Lida was black, with hair curled like a lamb's, her eyes shone like stars, and shot out glances like those of a bird of prey. Lida was acute. She could hear a snake glide, and could smell a fish in the water. Lida was strong and nimble. She could bend a large tree, yet when she walked she did not bruise a flower stalk. Lida was violent. Her voice was loud, and when she screamed in anger every creature quailed. Wonderful Lida. She had no regard for laws, her actions were governed by her passions. To help the weak she would kill the strong, and when she had done it she would weep by their bodies. Poor Lida. She turned grey by her mad behavior, and at last she died heartbroken by the wickedness of her children. Foolish children. They accused each other of their mother's death. They howled and fought like wolves, and while they did this the birds devoured the corpse. Who can refrain from tears at such a recital? Finda was yellow, and her hair was like the mane of a horse. She could not bend a tree, but where Lida killed one lion she killed 10. Finda was seductive. Her voice was sweeter than any bird's. Her eyes were alluring and enticing, but whoever looked upon them became her slave. Finda was unreasonable. She wrote thousands of laws, but she never obeyed one. She despised the frankness of the good, and gave herself up to flatterers. That was her misfortune. Her head was too full, but her heart was too vain. She loved nobody but herself, and she wished that all should love her. False Finda. Honey sweet were her words, but those who trusted them found sorrow at hand. Selfish Finda. She wished to rule everybody, and her sons were like her. They made their sisters serve them, and they slew each other for the mastery. Treacherous Finda. One wrong word would irritate her, and the cruelest deeds did not affect her. If she saw a lizard swallow a spider, she shuddered. But if she saw her children kill a Frisian, her bosom swelled with pleasure. Unfortunate Finda. She died in the bloom of her age, and the mode of her death is unknown. Hypocritical children. Her corpse was buried under a costly stone, pompous inscriptions were written on it, and loud lamentations were heard at it, but in private not a tear was shed. Despicable people. The laws that Finda established were written on golden tables, but the object for which they were made was never attained. The good laws were abolished, and selfishness instituted bad ones in their place. O Finda! Then the earth overflowed with blood, and your children were mown down like grass. Yes, Finda. Those were the fruits of your vanity. Look down from your watchstar and weep. Freya was white like the snow at sunrise, and the blue of her eyes vied with the rainbow. Beautiful Freya. Like the rays of the sun shone the locks of her hair, which were as fine as spiders' webs. Clever Freya. When she opened her lips the birds ceased to sing and the leaves to quiver. Powerful Freya. At the glance of her eye the lion lay down at her feet and the adder withheld his poison. Pure Freya. Her food was honey, and her beverage was dew gathered from the cups of the flowers. Sensible Freya. The first lesson that she taught her children was self-control, and the second was the love of virtue. And when they were grown she taught them the value of liberty, for she said, without liberty all other virtues serve to make you slaves, and to disgrace your origin. Generous Freya. She never allowed metal to be dug from the earth for her own benefit, but when she did it it was for the general use. Most happy Freya. Like the starry host in the firmament, her children clustered around her. Wise Freya. When she had seen her children reach the 7th generation, she summoned them all to Flyland, and there gave them her texts, saying, let this be your guide, and it can never go ill with you. Exalted Freya. When she had thus spoken the earth shook like the sea of Wralda. The ground of Flyland sunk beneath her feet, the air was dimmed by tears, and when they looked for their mother she was already risen to her watching star. Then at length thunder burst from the clouds, and the lightning wrote upon the firmament, watch. Far-seeing Freya. The land from which she had risen was now a stream, and except her texts all that was in it was overwhelmed. Obedient children. When they came to themselves again, they made this high mound and built this citadel upon it, and on the walls they wrote the text, and that every one should be able to find it. They called the land about it Texland. Therefore it shall remain as long as the earth shall be the earth. Freya's text. Prosperity awaits the free. At last they shall see me again. Through him only can I recognize as free who is neither a slave to another nor to himself. This is my counsel. 1. When in dire distress, and when mental and physical energy avail nothing, then have recourse to the spirit of Wralda. But do not appeal to him before you have tried all other means, for I tell you beforehand, and time will prove its truth, that those who give way to discouragement sink under their burdens. 2. To Wralda's spirit only shall you bend the knee in gratitude, thricefold, for what you have received, for what you do receive, and for the hope of aid in time of need. 3. You have seen how speedily I have come to your assistance. Do likewise to your neighbor, but wait not for his entreaties. The suffering would curse you, my maidens would erase your name from the book, and I would regard you as a stranger. 4. Let not your neighbor express his thanks to you on bended knee, which is only due to Wralda's spirit. Envy would assail you, wisdom would ridicule you, and my maidens would accuse you of irreverence. 5. 4 things are given for your enjoyment, air, water, land, and fire, but Wralda is the sole possessor of them. Therefore my counsel to you is, choose upright men who will fairly divide the labor and the fruits, so that no man shall be exempt from work or from the duty of defense. 6. If ever it should happen that one of your people should sell his freedom, he is not of you, he is a bastard. I counsel you to expel him and his mother from the land. Repeat this to your children morning, noon, and night, till they think of it in their dreams. 7. If any man shall deprive another, even his debtor, of his liberty, let him be to you as a vile slave. And I advise you to burn his body and that of his mother in an open place, and bury them 50 feet below the ground, so that no grass shall grow upon them. It would poison your cattle. 8. Meddle not with the people of Lida, nor of Finda, because Wralda would help them, and any injury that you inflicted on them would recoil upon your own heads. 9. If it should happen that they come to you for advice or assistance, then it behoves you to help them, but if they should rob you, then fall upon them with fire and sword. 10. If any of them should seek a daughter of yours to wife, and she is willing, explain to her folly, but if she will follow her lover, let her go in peace. 11. If your son wishes for a daughter of theirs, do the same as to your daughter. But let not either one or the other ever return among you, for they would introduce foreign morals and customs, and if these were accepted by you, I could no longer watch over you. 12. Upon my servant Fasta I have placed all my hopes. Therefore you must choose her for Iramutter. Follow my advice, then she will hereafter remain my servant as well as all the sacred maidens who succeed her. Then shall the lamp which I have lighted for you never be extinguished. Its brightness shall always illuminate your intellect, and you shall always remain as free from foreign domination as your fresh river water is distinct from the salt sea. This has Fasta spoken. All the regulations which have existed a century, that is, 100 years, may by the advice of the Iramutter, with the consent of the community, be inscribed upon the walls of the citadel, and when inscribed on the walls they become laws. And it is our duty to respect them all. If by force or necessity any regulations should be imposed upon us at variance with our laws and customs, we must submit, but should we be released, we must always return to our own again. That is Freya's will, and must be that of all her children. Fasta said. Anything that any man commences, whatever it may be, on the day appointed for Freya's worship shall eternally fail, for time has proved that she was right. And it is become a law that no man shall, except from absolute necessity, keep that day otherwise than as a joyful feast. These are the laws established for the government of the citadels. 1. Whenever a citadel is built, the lamp belonging to it must be lighted at the original lamp in Texland, and that can only be done by the mother. 2. Every mother shall appoint her own maidens. She may even choose those who are mothers in other towns. 3. The mother of Texland may appoint her own successor, but should she die without having done so, the election shall take place at a general assembly of the whole nation. 4. The mother of Texland may have 21 maidens and 7 assistants, so that there may always be 7 to attend the lamp day and night. She may have the same number of maidens who are mothers in other towns. 5. If a maiden wishes to marry, she must announce it to the mother, and immediately resign her office, before her passion shall have polluted the light. 6. For the service of the mother and of each of the burgh maidens there shall be appointed 21 townsmen, 7 civilians of mature years, 7 warriors of mature years, and 7 seamen of mature years. 7. Out of the 7 3 shall retire every year, and shall not be replaced by members of their own family nearer than the 4th degree. 8. Each may have 300 young townsmen as defenders. 9. For this service they must study Freya's texts and the laws. From the sages they must learn wisdom, from the warriors the art of war, and from the sea kings the skill required for distant voyages. 10. Every year 100 of the defenders shall return to their homes, and those that may have been wounded shall remain in the citadels. 11. At the election of the defenders no burgher or grevitman, or other person of distinction, shall vote, but only the people. 12. The mother at Texland shall have 3 times 7 active messengers, and 3 times 12 speedy horses. In the other citadels each maiden shall have 3 messengers and 7 horses. 13. Every citadel shall have 50 agriculturists chosen by the people, but only those may be chosen who are not strong enough to go to war or to go to sea. 14. Every citadel must provide for its own sustenance, and must maintain its own defenses, and look after its share of the general contributions. 15. If a man is chosen to fill any office and refuses to serve, he can never become a burgher, nor have any vote. And if he is already a burgher, he shall cease to be so. 16. If any man wishes to consult the mother or a burgmaid, he must apply to the secretary, who will take him to the burgmaster. He will then be examined by a surgeon to see if he is in good health. If he is passed, he shall lay aside his arms, and 7 warriors shall present him to the mother. 17. If the affair concerns only one district, he must bring forward not less than 3 witnesses. But if it affects the whole of Friesland, he must have 21 additional witnesses, in order to guard against any deceptions. 18. Under all circumstances the mother must take care that her children, that is, Freya's people, shall remain as temperate as possible. This is her most important duty, and it is the duty of all of us to help her in performing it. 19. If she is called upon to decide any judicial question between a grevitman and a community, she must incline towards the side of the community in order to maintain peace, and because it is better that one man should suffer than many. 20. If any one comes to the mother for advice, and she is prepared to give it, she must do it immediately. If she does not know what to advise, he must remain waiting 7 days. And if she then is unable to advise, he must go away without complaining, for it is better to have no advice at all than bad advice. 21. If a mother shall have given bad advice out of ill will, she must be killed or driven out of the land, deprived of everything. 22. If her burgthiren are accomplices, they are to be treated in a similar manner. 23. If her guilt is doubtful or only suspected, it must be considered and debated, if necessary, for 21 weeks. If half the votes are against her, she must be declared innocent. If 2/3 are against her, she must wait a whole year. If the votes are then the same, she must be considered guilty, but may not be put to death. 24. If any of the 1/3 who have voted for her wish to go away with her, they may depart with all their live and dead stock, and shall not be the less considered, since the majority may be wrong as well as the minority. Universal Law. 1. All freeborn men are equal, wherefore they must all have equal rights on sea and land, and on all that Wralda has given. 2. Every man may seek the wife of his choice, and every woman may bestow her hand on him whom she loves. 3. When a man takes a wife, a house and yard must be given to him. If there is none, one must be built for him. 4. If he has taken a wife in another village, and wishes to remain, they must give him a house there, and likewise the free use of the common. 5. To every man must be given a piece of land behind his house. No man shall have land in front of his house, still less an enclosure, unless he has performed some public service. In such a case it may be given, and the youngest son may inherit it, but after him it returns to the community. 6. Every village shall possess a common for the general good, and the chief of the village shall take care that it is kept in good order, so that posterity shall find it uninjured. 7. Every village shall have a marketplace. All the rest of the land shall be for tillage and forest. No one shall fell trees without the consent of the community, or without the knowledge of the forester, for the forests are general property, and no man can appropriate them. 8. The market charges shall not exceed 1/12 of the value of the goods either to natives or strangers. The portion taken for the charges shall not be sold before the other goods. 9. All the market receipts must be divided yearly into 100 parts 3 days before the jewel day. 10. The grevetman and his council shall take 20 parts, the keeper of the market 10, and his assistants 5. The folksmoter 1, the midwife 4, the village 10, and the poor and infirm shall have 50 parts. 11. There shall be no usurers in the market. If any should come, it will be the duty of the maidens to make it known through the whole land, in order that such people may not be chosen for any office, because they are hard-hearted. For the sake of money they would betray everybody, the people, the mother, their nearest relations, and even their own selves. 12. If any man should attempt to sell diseased cattle or damaged goods for sound, the market keeper shall expel him, and the maidens shall proclaim him through the country. In early times almost all the Finns lived together in their native land, which was called Aldland, and is now submerged. They were thus far away, and we had no wars. When they were driven hitherwards, and appeared as robbers, then arose the necessity of defending ourselves, and we had armies, kings, and wars. For all this there were established regulations, and out of the regulations came fixed laws. Here follow the laws which were thus established. 1. Every Frisian must resist the assailants with such weapons as he can procure, invent, and use. 2. When a boy is 12 years old he must devote 1 day in 7 to learning how to use his weapons. 3. As soon as he is perfect in the use of them they are to be given to him, and he is to be admitted as a warrior. 4. After serving as a warrior 3 years, he may become a citizen, and may have a vote in the election of the headman. 5. When he has been 7 years a voter he then may have a vote for the chief or king, and may be himself elected. 6. Every year he must be re-elected. 7. Except the king, all other officials are re-eligible who act according to Freya's laws. 8. No king may be in office more than 3 years, in order that the office may not be permanent. 9. After an interval of 7 years he may be elected again. 10. If the king is killed by the enemy, his nearest relative may be a candidate to succeed him. 11. If he dies a natural death, or if his period of service has expired, he shall not be succeeded by any blood relation nearer than the 4th degree. 12. Those who fight with arms are not men of counsel, therefore no king must bear arms. His wisdom must be his weapon, and the love of his warriors his shield. These are the rights of the mothers and the kings. 1. If war breaks out, the mother sends her messengers to the king, who sends messengers to the grevetman to call the citizens to arms. 2. The grevetman call all the citizens together and decide how many men shall be sent. 3. All the resolutions must immediately be sent to the mother by messengers and witnesses. 4. The mother considers all the resolutions and decides upon them, and with this the king as well as the people must be satisfied. 5. When in the field, the king consults only his superior officers, but 3 citizens of the mother must be present, without any voice. These citizens must send daily reports to the mother, that they may be sure nothing is done contrary to the counsels of Freya. 6. If the king wishes to do anything which his council opposes, he may not persist in it. 7. If an enemy appears unexpectedly, then the king's orders must be obeyed. 8. If the king is not present, the next to him takes command, and so on in succession according to rank. 9. If there is no leader present, one must be chosen. 10. If there is no time to choose, anyone may come forward who feels himself capable of leading. 11. If a king has conquered a dangerous enemy, his successors may take his name after their own. The king may, if he wishes, choose an open piece of ground for a house and ground. The ground shall be enclosed, and may be so large that there shall be 700 steps to the boundary in all directions from the house. 12. His youngest son may inherit this, and that son's youngest son after him, then it shall return to the community. Here are the rules established for the security of all Frisians. 1. Whenever new laws are made or new regulations established, they must be for the common good, and not for individual advantage. 2. Whenever in time of war either ships or houses are destroyed, either by the enemy or as a matter of precaution, a general levy shall be assessed on the people to make it good again. So that no one may neglect the general welfare to preserve his own interest. 3. At the conclusion of a war, if any men are so severely wounded as to be unable to work, they shall be maintained at the public expense, and shall have the best seats at festivals, in order that the young may learn to honor them. 4. If there are widows and orphans, they shall likewise be maintained at the public expense, and the sons may inscribe the names of their fathers on their shields for the honor of their families. 5. If any who have been taken prisoners should return, they must be kept separate from the camp, because they may have obtained their liberty by making treacherous promises. And thus they may avoid keeping their promises without forfeiting their honor. 6. If any enemies be taken prisoners, they must be sent to the interior of the country, that they may learn our free customs. 7. If they are afterward set free, it must be done with kindness by the maidens, in order that we may make them comrades and friends, instead of haters and enemies. From Minnow's Writings. If anyone should be so wicked as to commit robbery, murder, arson, rape, or any other crime, upon a neighboring state, and our people wish to inflict punishment, the culprit shall be put to death in the presence of the offended. In order that no war may arise, and the innocent suffer for the guilty. If the offended will spare his life and forego their revenge, it may be permitted. If the culprit should be a king, grevitman, or other person in authority, we must make good his fault, but he must be punished. If he bears on his shield the honorable name of his forefathers, his kinsmen shall no longer wear it, in order that every man may look after the conduct of his relatives. Laws for the Navigators. Navigator is the title of those who make foreign voyages. 1. All Freya's sons have equal rights, and every stalwart youth may offer himself as a navigator to the older man, who may not refuse him as long as there is any vacancy. 2. The navigators may choose their own masters. 3. The traders must be chosen and named by the community to which they belong, and the navigators have no voice in their election. 4. If during a voyage it is found that the king is bad or incompetent, another may be put in his place, and on the return home he may make his complaint to the older man. 5. If the fleet returns with profits, the sailors may divide 1/3 among themselves in the following manner: the king 12 portions, the admiral 7, the boatswains each 2 portions, the captains 3, and the rest of the crew each 1 part. The youngest boys each 1/3 of a portion, the second boys half a portion each, and the eldest boys 2/3 of a portion each. 6. If any have been disabled, they must be maintained at the public expense, and honored in the same way as the soldiers. 7. If any have died on the voyage, their nearest relatives inherit their portion. 8. Their widows and orphans must be maintained at the public expense, and if they were killed in a sea fight, their sons may bear the names of their fathers on their shields. 9. If a topsailman is lost, his heirs shall receive a whole portion. 10. If he was betrothed, his bride may claim 7 portions in order to erect a monument to her bridegroom, but then she must remain a widow all her life. 11. If the community is fitting out a fleet, the purveyors must provide the best provisions for the voyage, and for the women and children. 12. If a sailor is worn out and poor, and has no house or patrimony, one must be given him. If he does not wish for a house, his friends may take him home, and the community must bear the expense, unless his friends decline to receive it. Useful extracts from the writings left by Minno. Minno was an ancient sea king. He was a seer and a philosopher, and he gave laws to the Cretans. He was born at Lindord, and after all his wanderings he had the happiness to die at Lindehem. If our neighbors have a piece of land or water which it would be advantageous for us to possess, it is proper that we should offer to buy it. If they refuse to sell it, we must let them keep it. This is Freya's text, and it would be unjust to act contrary to it. If any of our neighbors quarrel and fight about any matter except land, and they request us to arbitrate, our best course will be to decline. But if they insist upon it, it must be done honorably and justly. If anyone comes and says, "I am at war, you must help me." Or another comes and says, "My son is an infant and incompetent, and I am old, so I wish you to be his guardian, and to take charge of my property until he is of age." It is proper to refuse in order that we may not come into disputes about matters foreign to our free customs. Whenever a foreign trader comes to the open markets at Wieringen and Almenland, if he cheats, he must immediately be fined, and it must be published by the maidens throughout the whole country. If he should come back, no one must deal with him. He must return as he came. Whenever traders are chosen to go to trading stations, or to sail with the fleets, they must be well known and of good reputation with the maidens. If, however, a bad man should by chance be chosen and should try to cheat, the others are bound to remove him. If he should have committed a cheat, it must be made good, and the culprit must be banished from the land in order that our name may be everywhere held in honor. If we should be ill-treated in a foreign market, whether distant or near, we must immediately attack them, for though we desire to be at peace, we must not let our neighbors underrate us or think that we are afraid. In my youth I often grumbled at the strictness of the laws, but afterwards I learned to thank Freya for her texts and our forefathers for the laws which they established upon it. Wralda or Alvidar has given me many years, and I have traveled over many lands and seas, and after all that I have seen, I am convinced that we alone are chosen by Alvidar to have laws. Lyda's people can neither make laws nor obey them, they are too stupid and uncivilized. Many are like Finda. They are clever enough, but they are too rapacious, haughty, false, immoral, and bloodthirsty. The toad blows himself out, but he can only crawl. The frog cries, "Work, work," but he can do nothing but hop and make himself ridiculous. The raven cries, "Spare, spare," but he steals and wastes everything that he gets into his beak. Finda's people are just like these. They say a great deal about making good laws, and every one wishes to make regulations against misconduct, but does not wish to submit to them himself. Whoever is the most crafty crows over the others, and tries to make them submit to him, till another comes who drives him off his perch. The word Eva is too sacred for common use, therefore men have learned to say Evan. Eva means that sentiment which is implanted in the breast of every man in order that he may know what is right and what is wrong, and by which he is able to judge his own deeds and those of others. That is, if he has been well and properly brought up. Eva has also another meaning, that is, tranquil, smooth, like water that is not stirred by a breath of wind. If the water is disturbed it becomes troubled, uneven, but it always has a tendency to return to its tranquil condition. That is its nature, just as the inclination towards justice and freedom exists in Freya's children. We derive this disposition from the spirit of our father Wralda, which speaks strongly in Freya's children, and will eternally remain so. Eternity is another symbol of Wralda, who remains always just and unchangeable. Eternal and unalterable are the signs wisdom and rectitude, which must be sought after by all pious people, and must be possessed by all judges. If, Therefore, it is desired to make laws and regulations which shall be permanent, they must be equal for all men. The judges must pronounce their decisions according to these laws. If any crime is committed respecting which no law has been made, a general assembly of the people shall be called, where judgment shall be pronounced in accordance with the inspiration of Wralda's spirit. If we act thus, our judgment will never fail to be right. If instead of doing right, men will commit wrong, there will arise quarrels and differences among people and states. Thence arise civil wars, and everything is thrown into confusion and destroyed, and, O foolish people! While you are injuring each other, the spiteful Finda's people with their false priests come and attack your ports, ravish your daughters, corrupt your morals, and at last throw the bonds of slavery over every freeman's neck. From Minno's Writings. When Nihilenia, whose real name was Minerva, was well established, and the Crecolanders loved her as well as our own people did, there came some princes and priests to her citadel and asked Minerva, where her possessions lay. Helenia answered, I carry my possessions in my own bosom. What I have inherited is the love of wisdom, justice, and freedom. If I lose these I shall become as the least of your slaves, now I give advice for nothing, but then I should sell it. The gentlemen went away laughing and saying, Your humble servants, wise Helenia. But they missed their object, for the people took up this name as a name of honor. When they saw that their shot had missed they began to calumniate her, and to say that she had bewitched the people, but our people and the good Crecolanders understood at once that it was calumny. She was once asked, If you are not a witch, what is the use of the eggs that you always carry with you? Minerva answered, These eggs are the symbols of Freya's counsels, in which our future and that of the whole human race lies concealed. Time will hatch them, and we must watch that no harm happens to them. The priest said, Well answered, but what is the use of the dog on your right hand? Helenia replied, Does not the shepherd have a sheepdog to keep his flock together? What the dog is to the shepherd I am in Freya's service. I must watch over Freya's flocks. We understand that very well, said the priests. But tell us what means the owl that always sits upon your head, is that light-shunning animal a sign of your clear vision? No, answered Helenia. He reminds me that there are people on earth who, like him, have their homes in churches and holes, who go about in the twilight, not, like him, to deliver us from mice and other plagues, but to invent tricks to steal away the knowledge of other people, in order to take advantage of them, to make slaves of them, and to suck their blood like leeches. Another time they came with a whole troop of people, when the plague was in the country, and said, We are all making offerings to the gods that they may take away the plague. Will you not help to turn away their anger, or have you yourself brought the plague into the land with all your arts? No, said Minerva, I know no gods that do evil, therefore I cannot ask them to do better. I only know one good spirit, that is Wralda's, and as he is good he never does evil. Where, then, does evil come from? Asked the priests. All the evil comes from you, and from the stupidity of the people who let themselves be deceived by you. If, then, your God is so exceedingly good, why does he not turn away the bad? Asked the priests. Helenia answered, Freya has placed us here, and the carrier, that is, time, must do the rest. For all calamities there is counsel and remedy to be found, but Wralda wills that we should search it out ourselves, in order that we may become strong and wise. If we will not do that, he leaves us to our own devices, in order that we may experience the results of wise or foolish conduct. Then a prince said, I should think it best to submit. Very possibly, answered Helenia. For then men would be like sheep, and you and the priests would take care of them, shearing them and leading them to the shambles. This is what our God does not desire, he desires that we should help one another, but that all should be free and wise. That is also our desire, and therefore our people choose their princes, counts, counselors, chiefs, and masters among the wisest of the good men, in order that every man shall do his best to be wise and good. Thus doing, we learn ourselves and teach the people that being wise and acting wisely can alone lead to holiness. That seems very good judgment, said the priests. But if you mean that the plague is caused by our stupidity, then Nihilenia will perhaps be so good as to bestow upon us a little of that new light of which she is so proud." "Yes," said Helenia, "but ravens and other birds of prey feed only on dead carrion, whereas the plague feeds not only on carrion but on bad laws and customs and wicked passions. If you wish the plague to depart from you and not return, you must put away your bad passions and become pure within and without." "We admit that the advice is good," said the priests, "but how shall we induce all the people under our rule to agree to it?" Then Helenia stood up and said, "The sparrows follow the sower, and the people their good princes, therefore it becomes you to begin by rendering yourselves pure, so that you may look within and without, and not be ashamed of your own conduct. Now, instead of purifying the people, you have invented foul festivals, in which they have so long reveled that they wallow like swine in the mire to atone for your evil passions." The people began to mock and to jeer, so that she did not dare to pursue the subject, and one would have thought that they would have called all the people together to drive us out of the land. But no, in place of abusing her they went all about from the heathenish Krekeland to the Alps, proclaiming that it had pleased the Almighty God to send his clever daughter Minerva, surnamed Nihilenia, over the sea in a cloud to give people good counsel, and that all who listened to her should become rich and happy, and in the end governors of all the kingdoms of the earth. They erected statues to her on all their altars, they announced and sold to the simple people advice that she had never given, and related miracles that she had never performed. They cunningly made themselves masters of our laws and customs, and by craft and subtlety were able to explain and spread them around. They appointed priestesses under their own care, who were apparently under the protection of Festa, our first Ihre Mutter, to watch over the holy lamp. But that lamp they lit themselves, and instead of imbuing the priestesses with wisdom, and then sending them to watch the sick and educate the young, they made them stupid and ignorant, and never allowed them to come out. They were employed as advisers, but the advice which seemed to come from them was but the repetition of the behests of the priests. When Nihilenia died, we wished to choose another mother, and some of us wished to go to Texland to look for her. But the priests, who were all-powerful among their own people, would not permit it, and accused us before the people of being unholy. From the writings of Minno. When I came away from Athenia with my followers, we arrived at an island named by my crew Creta, because of the cries that the inhabitants raised on our arrival. When they really saw that we did not come to make war, they were quiet, so that at last I was able to buy a harbor in exchange for a boat and some iron implements, and a piece of land. When we had been settled there a short time, and they discovered that we had no slaves, they were very much astonished, and when I explained to them that we had laws which made everybody equal, they wished to have the same. But they had hardly established them before the whole land was in confusion. The priests and the princes declared that we had excited their subjects to rebellion, and the people appealed to us for aid and protection. When the princes saw that they were about to lose their kingdom, they gave freedom to their people, and came to me to establish a code of laws. The people, however, got no freedom, and the princes remained masters, acting according to their own pleasure. When this storm had passed, they began to sow divisions among us. They told my people that I had invoked their assistance to make myself permanent king. Once I found poison in my food. So when a ship from Flyland sailed past, I quietly took my departure. Leaving alone, then, my own adventures, I will conclude this history by saying that we must not have anything to do with Finda's people, wherever it may be, because they are full of false tricks. Fully as much to be feared as their sweet wine with deadly poison. Here ends Minno's writing. These are the three principles on which these laws are founded. 1. Everybody knows that he requires the necessaries of life, and if he cannot obtain them he does not know how to preserve his life. 2. All men have a natural desire to have children, and if it is not satisfied they are not aware what evil may spring from it. 3. Every man knows that he wishes to live free and undisturbed, and that others wish the same thing. To secure this, these laws and regulations are made. The people of Finda have also their rules and regulations, but these are not made according to what is just, only for the advantage of priests and princes, therefore their states are full of disputes and murder. 1. If any man falls into a state of destitution, his case must be brought before the count by the maidens, because a high-minded Frisian cannot bear to do that himself. 2. If any man becomes poor because he will not work, he must be sent out of the country, because the cowardly and lazy are troublesome and ill-disposed, therefore they ought to be got rid of. 3. Every young man ought to seek a bride and to be married at 25. 4. If a young man is not married at 25, he must be driven from his home, and the younger men must avoid him. If then he will not marry, he must be declared dead, and leave the country, so that he may not give offense. 5. If a man is impotent, he must openly declare that no one has anything to fear from him, then he may come or go where he likes. 6. If after that he commits any act of incontinence, then he must flee away. If he does not, he may be given over to the vengeance of those whom he has offended, and no one may aid him. 7. Anyone who commits a theft shall restore it threefold. For a second offense he shall be sent to the tin mines. The person robbed may forgive him if he pleases, but for a third offense no one shall protect him. These rules are made for angry people. 1. If a man in a passion or out of ill will breaks another's limb or puts out an eye or a tooth, he must pay whatever the injured man demands. If he cannot pay, he must suffer the same injury as he has done to the other. If he refuses this, he must appeal to the Burgmagd in order to be sent to work in the iron or tin mines until he has expiated his crime under the general law. 2. If a man is so wicked as to kill a Frisian, he must forfeit his own life. But if the Burgmagd can send him to the tin mines for his life before he is taken, she may do so. 3. If the prisoner can prove by proper witnesses that the death was accidental, he may go free. But if it happens a second time, he must go to the tin mines, in order to avoid any unseemly hatred or vengeance. These are the rules concerning bastards. 1. If any man sets fire to another's house, he is no Frisian, he is a bastard. If he is caught in the act, he must be thrown into the fire, and wherever he may flee, he shall never be secure from the avenging justice. 2. No true Frisian shall speak ill of the faults of his neighbors. If any man injures himself, but does no harm to others, he must be his own judge, but if he becomes so bad that he is dangerous to others, they must bring it before the count. But if instead of going to the count a man accuses another behind his back, he must be put on the pillory in the marketplace, and then sent out of the country, but not to the tin mines, because even there a backbiter is to be feared. 3. If any man should prove a traitor and show to our enemies the paths leading to our places of refuge, or creep into them by night, he must be the offspring of Finda, he must be burnt. The sailors must take his mother and all his relations to a desolate island, and there scatter his ashes, in order that no poisonous herbs may spring from them. The maidens must curse his name in all the states, in order that no child may be called by his name, and that his ancestors may repudiate him. War had come to an end, but famine came in its place. There were 3 men who each stole a sack of corn from different owners, but they were all caught. The first owner brought his thief to the judge, and the maidens said everywhere that he had done right. The second owner took the corn away from his thief and let him go in peace. The maidens said he has done well. The third owner went to the thief's house, and when he saw what misery was there, he went and brought a wagon-load of necessaries to relieve their distress. Freya's maidens came around him and wrote his deed in the eternal book, and wiped out all his sins. This was reported to the Iramudr, and she had it made known over the whole country. What is written hereunder is inscribed on the walls of Warburg. See Plate I. What appears at the top is the signs of the jewel, that is, the first symbol of Wralda, also of the origin or beginning from which time is derived. This is the croter, which must always go round with the jewel. According to this model Freya formed the set hand which she used to write her texts. When Fasta was Iramudr she made a running hand out of it. The Witkening, that is, the Sea King Godfried the Old, made separate numbers for the set hand and for the runic hand. It is therefore not too much that we celebrate it once a year. We may be eternally thankful to Wralda that he allowed his spirit to exercise such an influence over our forefathers. In her time Finda also invented a mode of writing, but that was so high-flown and full of flourishes that her descendants have soon lost the meaning of it. Afterwards they learned our writing, that is, the Finns, the Thyriers, and the Krekelanders, but they did not know that it was taken from the jewel, and must therefore always be written round like the sun. Furthermore, they wished that their writing should be illegible by other people, because they always had matters to conceal. In doing this they acted very unwisely, because their children could only with great difficulty read the writings of their predecessors, whereas our most ancient writings are as easy to read as those that were written yesterday. Here is a specimen of the set hand and of the running hand, as well as of the figures, in both. See Plate 2. This stands inscribed upon all citadels. Before the bad time came our country was the most beautiful in the world. The sun rose higher, and there was seldom frost. The trees and shrubs produced various fruits, which are now lost. In the fields we had not only barley, oats, and rye, but wheat which shone like gold, and which could be baked in the sun's rays. The years were not counted, for one was as happy as another. On one side we were bounded by Oera sea, on which no one but us might or could sail. On the other side we were hedged in by the broad Twiskland, Tuschenland, Dutchland, through which the Finda people dared not come on account of the thick forests and the wild beasts. Eastward our boundary went to the extremity of the East Sea, and westward to the Mediterranean Sea. So that besides the small rivers we had 12 large rivers given us by Oera to keep our land moist, and to show our seafaring men the way to his sea. The banks of these rivers were at one time entirely inhabited by our people, as well as the banks of the Rhine from one end to the other. Opposite Denmark and Jutland we had colonies and a Bergmagd. Thence we obtained copper and iron, as well as tar and pitch, and some other necessaries. Opposite to us we had Britain, formerly Westland, with her tin mines. Britain was the land of the exiles, who with the help of their Bergmagd had gone away to save their lives. But in order that they might not come back they were tattooed with AB on the forehead, the banished with a red dye, the other criminals with blue. Moreover, our sailors and merchants had many factories among the distant Krekelanders and in Lydia. In Lydia, Libya, the people are black. As our country was so great and extensive, we had many different names. Those who were settled to the east of Denmark were called Jutland, because often they did nothing else than look for amber, Jutland, on the shore. Those who lived in the islands were called Let Ten, because they lived an isolated life. All those who lived between Denmark and the Sandvow, now the Skelt, were called Sturleden, pilots, zeekampers, naval men, and Angelaren, fishermen. The Angelaren were men who fished in the sea, and were so named because they used lines and hooks instead of nets. From there to the nearest part of Krekeland the inhabitants were called Catamers, because they never went to sea but remained ashore. Those who were settled in the higher marches bounded by Twisklanden, Germany, were called Saxmannen, because they were always armed against the wild beasts and the savage Britons. Besides these we had the names Landzaden, natives of the land, Marzaden, natives of the fens, and Wood or Houtzaden, natives of the woods. How the bad time came! During the whole summer the sun had been hid behind the clouds, as if unwilling to look upon the earth. There was perpetual calm, and the damp mist hung like a wet sail over the houses and the marshes. The air was heavy and oppressive, and in men's hearts was neither joy nor cheerfulness. In the midst of this stillness the earth began to tremble as if she was dying. The mountains opened to vomit forth fire and flames. Some sank into the bosom of the earth, and in other places mountains rose out of the plain. Aldland, called by the seafaring people, Atland, disappeared, and the wild waves rose so high over hill and dale that everything was buried in the sea. Many people were swallowed up by the earth, and others who had escaped the fire perished in the water. It was not only in Finda's land that the earth vomited fire, but also in Twiskland, Germany. Whole forests were burned one after the other, and when the wind blew from that quarter our land was covered with ashes. Rivers changed their course, and at their mouths new islands were formed of sand and drift. During 3 years this continued, but at length it ceased, and forests became visible. Many countries were submerged, and in other places land rose above the sea, and the wood was destroyed through the half of Twiskland, Germany. Troops of Finda's people came and settled in the empty places. Our dispersed people were exterminated or made slaves. Then watchfulness was doubly impressed upon us, and time taught us that union is force. This is inscribed on the Woerbergt by the Aldegamute. The Woerbergt is not a maiden city, but the place where all the foreign articles brought by sailors were stored. It lies 3 hours south from Mediasplik. Thus is the preface. Hills, bow your heads, weep, ye streams and clouds. Yes. Skunland, Scandinavia, blushes, an enslaved people tramples on your garment, O Freya. This is the history. 101 years after the submersion of Aldland a people came out of the east. That people was driven by another. Behind us, in Twiskland, Germany, they fell into disputes, divided into 2 parties, and each went its own way. Of the one no account has come to us, but the other came in the back of our Skunland, which was thinly inhabited, particularly the upper part. Therefore they were able to take possession of it without contest, and as they did no other harm, we would not make war about it. Now that we have learned to know them, we will describe their customs, and after that how matters went between us. They were not wild people, like most of Finda's race, but, like the Egyptians, they have priests and also statues in their churches. The priests are the only rulers, they call themselves Magyars, and their headman Magi. He is high priest and king in one. The rest of the people are of no account, and in subjection to them. This people have not even a name. But we call them Finns, because although all the festivals are melancholy and bloody, they are so formal that we are inferior to them in that respect. But still they are not to be envied, because they are slaves to their priests, and still more to their creeds. They believe that evil spirits abound everywhere, and enter into men and beasts, but of Wralda's spirit they know nothing. They have weapons of stone, the Magyars of copper. The Magyars affirm that they can exorcise and recall the evil spirits, and this frightens the people, so that you never see a cheerful face. When they were well established, the Magyars sought our friendship, they praised our language and customs, our cattle and iron weapons, which they would willingly have exchanged for their gold and silver ornaments. And they always kept their people within their own boundaries, and that outwitted our watchfulness. 80 years afterwards, just at the time of the Jul feast, they overran our country like a snowstorm driven by the wind. All who could not flee away were killed. Freya was appealed to, but the Skunlanders, Scandinavians, had neglected her advice. Then all the forces were assembled, and 3 hours from Godesbergt they were withstood, but war continued. Kat or Katrine was the name of the priestess who was Bergmagd of Godesbergt. Kat was proud and haughty, and would neither seek counsel nor aid from the mother, but when the Bergthiren, citizens, knew this, they themselves sent messengers to Texland to the Iramutter. Minna, this was the name of the mother, summoned all the sailors and the young men from Ostflyland and Denmark. From this expedition the history of Woden sprang, which is inscribed on the citadels, and is here copied. At Aldergamud there lived an old sea king whose name was Sterik, and whose deeds were famous. This old fellow had 3 nephews. Woden, the eldest, lived at Lunkamakia, near the Emud, in Ostflyland, with his parents. He had once commanded troops. Tunis and Inca were naval warriors, and were just then staying with their father at Aldergamud. When the young warriors had assembled together, they chose Woden to be their leader or king, and the naval force chose Tunis for their sea king and Inca for their admiral. The navy then sailed to Denmark, where they took on board Woden and his valiant host. The wind was fair, so they arrived immediately in Skunland. When the northern brothers met together, Woden divided his powerful army into 3 bodies. Freya was their war cry, and they drove back the Finns and Magyars like children. When the Magi heard how his forces had been utterly defeated, he sent messengers with truncheon and crown, who said to Woden, O almighty king, we are guilty, but all that we have done was done from necessity. You think that we attacked your brothers out of ill will, but we were driven out by our enemies, who are still at our heels. We have often asked your Bergmagd for help, but she took no notice of us. The Magi says that if we kill half our numbers in fighting with each other, then the wild shepherds will come and kill all the rest. The Magi possesses great riches, but he has seen that Freya is much more powerful than all our spirits together. He will lay down his head in her lap. You are the most warlike king on the earth, and your people are of iron. Become our king, and we will all be your slaves. What glory it would be for you if you could drive back the savages. Our trumpets would resound with your praises, and the fame of your deeds would precede you everywhere. Woden was strong, fierce, and warlike, but he was not clear-sighted, therefore he was taken in their toils, and crowned by the Magi. Very many of the sailors and soldiers to whom this proceeding was displeasing went away secretly, taking Cat with them. But Cat, who did not wish to appear before either the mother or the general assembly, jumped overboard. Then a storm arose and drove the ships upon the banks of Denmark, with the total destruction of their crews. This strait was afterwards called the Kattegat. When Woden was crowned, he attacked the savages, who were all horsemen, and fell upon Woden's troops like a hailstorm, but like a whirlwind they were turned back, and did not dare to appear again. When Woden returned, Magi gave him his daughter to wife. Whereupon he was incensed with herbs. But they were magic herbs, and by degrees he became so audacious that he dared to disavow and ridicule the spirits of Freya and Wralda, while he bent his free head before the false and deceitful images. His reign lasted 7 years, and then he disappeared. The Magi said that he was taken up by their gods and still reigned over us, but our people laughed at what they said. When Woden had disappeared some time, disputes arose. We wished to choose another king, but the Magi would not permit it. He asserted that it was his right given him by his idols. But besides this dispute there was one between the Magyars and Finns, who would honor neither Freya nor Woden. But the Magi did just as he pleased, because his daughter had a son by Woden, and he would have it that this son was of high descent. While all were disputing and quarreling, he crowned the boy as king, and set up himself as guardian and counselor. Those who cared more for themselves than for justice let him work his own way, but the good men took their departure. Many Magyars fled back with their troops, and the sea people took ship, accompanied by a body of stalwart Finns as rowers. Next comes upon the stage the history of Neef Tunis and Neef Inca. All this is inscribed not only on the Warburg, but also on the Berg Stavia, which lies behind the port of Stavra. When Tunis wished to return home, he went first towards Denmark. But he might not land there, for so the mother had ordered, nor was he to land at Flyland nor anywhere about there. In this way he would have lost all his people by want and hardship, so he landed at night to steal and sailed on by day. Thus coasting along, he at length arrived at the colony of Kattek, Cadiz, so called because it was built with a stone quay. Here they bought all kinds of stores, but Tuncha the Bergmagd would not allow them to settle there. When they were ready they began to disagree. Tunis wished to sail through the straits to the Mediterranean Sea, and enter the service of the rich Egyptian king, as he had done before, but Inca said he had had enough of all those Findas people. Inca thought that perchance some high-lying part of Atland might remain as an island, where he and his people might live in peace. As the two cousins could not agree, Tunis planted a red flag on the shore, and Inca a blue flag. Every man could choose which he pleased, and to their astonishment the greater part of the Finns and Magyars followed Inca, who had objected to serve the kings of Finda's people. When they had counted the people and divided the ships accordingly, the fleet separated. We shall hear of Tunis afterwards, but nothing more of Inca. Neef Tunis coasted through the straits to the Mediterranean Sea. When Atland was submerged there was much suffering also on the shores of the Mediterranean, on which account many of Finda's people, Krekelanders, and people from Lyda's land, came to us. On the other hand, many of our people went to Lyda's land. The result of all this was that the Krekelanders far and wide were lost to the superintendence of the mother. Tunis had reckoned on this, and had therefore wished to find there a good haven from which he might go and serve under the rich princes. But as his fleet and his people had such a shattered appearance, the inhabitants on the coasts thought that they were pirates, and drove them away. At last they arrived at the Phoenician coast, 193 years after Atlant was submerged. Near the coast they found an island with 2 deep bays, so that there appeared to be 3 islands. In the middle one they established themselves, and afterwards built a city wall round the place. Then they wanted to give it a name, but disagreed about it. Some wanted to call it Friasburg, others Neeftunia. But the Magyars and Finns begged that it might be called Thyrisburg. Thyr was the name of one of their idols, and it was upon his feast day that they had landed there, and in return they offered to recognize Tunis as their perpetual king. Tunis let himself be persuaded, and the others would not make any quarrel about it. When they were well established, they sent some old seamen and Magyars on an expedition as far as the town of Sidon. But at first the inhabitants of the coast would have nothing to do with them, saying, "You are only foreign adventurers whom we do not respect." But when we sold them some of our iron weapons, everything went well. They also wished to buy our amber, and their inquiries about it were incessant. But Tunis, who was far-seeing, pretended that he had no more iron weapons or amber. Then merchants came and begged him to let them have 20 vessels, which they would freight with the finest goods, and they would provide as many people to row as he would require. 12 ships were then laden with wine, honey, tanned leather, and saddles and bridles mounted in gold, such as had never been seen before. Tunis sailed to the Flymere with all this treasure, which so enchanted the Grevitman of West Flyland that he induced Tunis to build a warehouse at the mouth of the Flymere. Afterwards this place was called Almanaland, and the market where they traded at Weiringen was called Tolatmarkt. The mother advised that they should sell everything except iron weapons, but no attention was paid to what she said. As the Thyriers had thus free play, they came from far and near to take away our goods, to the loss of our seafaring people. Therefore it was resolved in a general assembly to allow only 7 Therian ships and no more in a year. What the consequence of this was? In the northernmost part of the Mediterranean there lies an island close to the coast. They now came and asked to buy that, on which a general council was held. The mother's advice was asked, and she wished to see them at some distance, so she saw no harm in it, but as we afterwards saw what a mistake we had made, we called the island Massalia, Marseilles. Hereafter will be seen what reason we had. The Gaulen, as the missionary priests of Sidon were called, had observed that the land there was thinly peopled, and was far from the mother. In order to make a favorable impression, they had themselves called in our language followers of the truth. But they had better have been called abstainers from the truth, or, in short, Triuendan, as our seafaring people afterwards called them. When they were well established, their merchants exchanged their beautiful copper weapons and all sorts of jewels for our iron weapons and hides of wild beasts, which were abundant in our southern countries. But the Gaulans celebrated all sorts of vile and monstrous festivals, which the inhabitants of the coast promoted with their wanton women and sweet poisonous wine. If any of our people had so conducted himself that his life was in danger, the Gaulan afforded him a refuge, and sent him to Phoenicia, that is, Pomland. When he was settled there, they made him write to his family, friends, and connections that the country was so good and the people so happy that no one could form any idea of it. In Britain there were plenty of men, but few women. When the Gaulan knew this, they carried off girls everywhere and gave them to the Britons for nothing. So all these girls served their purpose to steal children from Wralda in order to give them to false gods. Now we will write about the war between the Berchtmagden Calta and Minerva. And how we thereby lost all our southern lands and Britain to the Gaulan. Near the southern mouth of the Rhine and the Scheldt there are 7 islands, named after Freya's 7 virgins of the week. In the middle of one island is the city of Walhalagara, Middelburg, and on the walls of this city the following history is inscribed. Above it are the words, read, learn, and watch. 563 years after the submersion of Atlant, that is, 1,600 years before Christ, a wise town priestess presided here, whose name was Minerva, called by the sailors Nihilenia. This name was well chosen, for her counsels were new and clear above all others. On the other side of the Scheldt, at Flyburgt, Sigrid presided. This maiden was full of tricks. Her face was beautiful, and her tongue was nimble. But the advice that she gave was always conveyed in mysterious terms. Therefore the mariners called her Kalta, and the landsmen thought it was a title. In the last will of the dead mother, Rosamund was named first, Minerva second, and Sigrid third in succession. Minerva did not mind that, but Sigrid was very much offended. Like a foreign princess, she wished to be honored, feared, and worshipped, but Minerva only desired to be loved. At last all the sailors, even from Denmark and Flymeer, did homage to her. This hurt Sigrid, because she wanted to excel Minerva. In order to give an impression of her great watchfulness, she had a cock put on her banner. So then Minerva went and put a sheepdog and an owl on her banner. The dog, she said, guards his master and his flock, and the owl watches that the mice shall not devastate the fields, but the cock in his lewdness and his pride is only fit to murder his nearest relations. When Kalta found that her scheme had failed she was still more vexed, so she secretly sent for the Magyars to teach her conjuring. When she had had enough of this she threw herself into the hands of the Gauls. But all her malpractices did not improve her position. When she saw that the sailors kept more and more aloof from her, she tried to win them back by fear. At the full moon, when the sea was stormy, she ran over the wild waves, calling to the sailors that they would all be lost if they did not worship her. Then she blinded their eyes, so that they mistook land for water and water for land, and in this way many a good ship was totally lost. At the first war feast, when all her countrymen were armed, she brought casks of beer, which she had drugged. When they were all drunk she mounted her war-horse, leaning her head upon her spear. Sunrise could not be more beautiful. When she saw that the eyes of all were fixed upon her, she opened her lips and said, "Sons and daughters of Freya, you know that in these last times we have suffered much loss and misery because the sailors no longer come to buy our paper. But you do not know what the reason of it is. I have long kept silence about it, but can do so no longer. Listen, then, my friends, that you may know on which side to show your teeth. On the other side of the Scheldt, where from time to time there come ships from all parts, they make now paper from pumpkin leaves, by which they save flax and outdo us. Now, as the making of paper was always our principal industry, the mother willed that people should learn it from us, but Minerva has bewitched all the people, yes, bewitched, my friends, as well as all our cattle that died lately. I must come out with it. If I were not Bergmagd, I should know what to do. I should burn the witch in her nest." As soon as she had uttered these words she sped away to her citadel. But the drunken people were so excited that they did not stop to weigh what they had heard. In mad haste they hurried over the sandfall, and as night came on they burst into the citadel. However, Kalta again missed her aim. For Minerva, her maidens, and her lamp were all saved by the alertness of the seamen. We now come to the history of John. John, Johan, Jan, are all the same name, though the pronunciation varies, as the seamen like to shorten everything to be able to make it easier to call. John, that is, Gibbon, was a sea king, born at Alberga, who sailed from the Flymeer with a fleet of 127 ships fitted out for a long voyage and laden with amber, tin, copper, cloth, linen, felt, otter skins, beaver and rabbit skins. He would also have taken paper from here, but when he saw how Kalta had destroyed the citadel he became so angry that he went off with all his people to Flyburgt, and out of revenge set fire to it. His admiral and some of his people saved the lamp and the maidens, but they could not catch Sigrid, or Kalta. She climbed up on the furthest battlement, and they thought she must be killed in the flames, but what happened? While all her people stood transfixed with horror, she appeared upon her steed more beautiful than ever, calling to them, to Kalta. Then the other Skelda people poured out towards her. When the seamen saw that, they shouted, "We are for Minerva," from which arose a war in which thousands were killed. At this time Rosamund the mother, who had done all in her power by gentle means to preserve peace, when she saw how bad it was, made short work of it. Immediately she sent messengers throughout all the districts to call a general levy, which brought together all the defenders of the country. The landsmen who were fighting were all caught, but John with his seamen took refuge on board his fleet, taking with him the 2 lamps, as well as Minerva and the maidens of both the citadels. Helprik, the chief, summoned him to appear. But while all the soldiers were on the other side of the Scheldt, John sailed back to the Flymeer, and then straight to our islands. His fighting men and many of our people took women and children on board, and when John saw that he and his people would be punished for their misdeeds, he secretly took his departure. He did well, for all our islanders, and the other Scheldt people who had been fighting were transported to Britain. This step was a mistake, for now came the beginning of the end. Calta, who, people said, could go as easily on the water as on the land, went to the mainland and on to Massalia, Marseilles. Then came the Gauls out of the Mediterranean Sea with their ships to Cadiz, and along all our coasts, and fell upon Britain, but they could not make any good footing there, because the government was powerful and the exiles were still Frisians. But now came Calta and said, "You were born free, and for small offences have been sent away, not for your own improvement, but to get tin by your labor. If you wish to be free again, and take my advice, and live under my care, come away. I will provide you with arms, and will watch over you." The news flew through the land like lightning, and before the carriers Will had made one revolution she was mistress of all the Thyriers in all our southern states as far as the Seine. She built herself a citadel on the high land to the north, and called it Kaltisburg. It still exists under the name of Karanak. From this castle she ruled as a true mother, against their will, not for her followers, but over them, who were thenceforth called Celts. The Gauls gradually obtained dominion over the whole of Britain, partly because they no longer had any citadel. Secondly, because they had there no Burgtmagden, and thirdly, because they had no real lamps. From all these causes the people could not learn anything. They were stupid and foolish, and having allowed the Gauls to rob them of their arms, they were led about like a bull with a ring in his nose. Now we shall write how it fared with John. It is inscribed at Texland. 10 years after John went away, there arrived 3 ships in the Flymeer. The people cried huzzah! What a blessing, and from their accounts the mother had this written. When John reached the Mediterranean Sea, the reports of the Gauls had preceded him, so that on the nearest Italian coast he was nowhere safe. Therefore he went with his fleet straight over to Libya. There the black men wanted to catch them and eat them. At last they came to Tyre, but Minerva said, "Keep clear, for here the air has been long poisoned by the priests." The king was a descendant of Tunis, as we were afterwards informed. But as the priests wished to have a king, who, according to their ideas, was of long descent, they deified Tunis, to the vexation of his followers. After they had passed Tyre, the Tyrians seized one of the rearmost ships, and as the ship was too far behind us, we could not take it back again, but John swore to be revenged for it. When night came, John bent his course towards the distant Krekelanden. At last they arrived at a country that looked very barren, but they found a harbor there. "Here," said Minerva, "we need not perhaps have any fear of princes or priests, as they always look out for rich fat lands." When they entered the harbor, there was not room for all the ships, and yet most of the people were too cowardly to go any further. Then John, who wished to get away, went with his spear and banner, calling to the young people, to know who would volunteer to share his adventures. Minerva did the same thing, but she wished to remain there. The greater part stopped with Minerva, but the young sailors went with John. John took the lamp of Calta and her maidens with him. Minerva retained her lamp and her own maidens. Between the near and the distant coasts of Italy John found some islands, which he thought desirable. Upon the largest he built a city in the wood between the mountains. From the smaller islands he made expeditions for vengeance on the Tyrians, and plundered their ships and their lands. Therefore these islands were called Insulae Piratarum, as well as Johannes Insulae. When Minerva had examined the country which is called by the inhabitants Attica, she saw that the people were all goatherds, and that they lived on meat, wild roots, herbs, and honey. They were clothed in skins, and had their dwellings on the slopes, Hellinga, of the hills, wherefore they were called Hellingers. At first they ran away, but when they found that we did not attack them, they came back and showed great friendship. Minerva asked if we might settle there peaceably. This was agreed to on the condition that we should help them to fight against their neighbors, who came continually to carry away their children and to rob their dwellings. Then we built a citadel at an hour's distance from the harbor. By the advice of Minerva it was called Athens, because, she said, those who come after us ought to know that we are not here by cunning or violence, but were received as friends, Atha. While we were building the citadel the principal personages came to see us, and when they saw that we had no slaves it did not please them, and they gave her to understand it, as they thought that she was a princess. But Minerva said, "How did you get your slaves?" They answered, "We bought some and took others in war." Minerva replied, "If nobody would buy slaves they would not steal your children, and you would have no wars about it. If you wish to remain our allies, you will free your slaves." The chiefs did not like this, and wanted to drive us away, but the most enlightened of the people came and helped us to build our citadel, which was built of stone. This is the history of John and of Minerva. When they had finished their story they asked respectfully for iron weapons, for, said they, our foes are powerful, but if we have good arms we can withstand them. When this had been agreed to, the people asked if Phrygia's customs would flourish in Athens and in other parts of Greece, Krekalandon. The mother answered, "If the distant Greeks belong to the direct descent of Phrygia, then they will flourish. But if they do not descend from Phrygia, then there will be a long contention about it, because the carrier must make 5,000 revolutions of his jewel before Finda's people will be ripe for liberty." This is about the Geatmen. When Hellenia or Minerva died, the priests pretended to be with us, and in order to make it appear so, they deified Hellenia. They refused to have any other mother chosen, saying that they feared there was no one among her maidens whom they could trust as they had trusted Minerva, surnamed Nihellenia. But we would not recognize Minerva as a goddess, because she herself had told us that no one could be perfectly good except the spirit of Wralda. Therefore we chose Geert Pyre's daughter for our mother. When the priests saw that they could not fry their herrings on our fire, have everything their own way, they left Athens, and said that we refused to acknowledge Minerva as a goddess out of envy, because she had shown so much affection to the natives. Thereupon they gave the people statues of her, declaring that they might ask of them whatever they liked, as long as they were obedient to her. By these kinds of tales the stupid people were estranged from us, and at last they attacked us. But as we had built our stone city wall with 2 horns down to the sea, they could not get at us. Then, lo and behold! An Egyptian high priest, bright of eye, clear of brain, and enlightened of mind, whose name was Cecrops, came to give them advice. When he saw that with his people he could not storm our wall, he sent messengers to Tyre. Thereupon there arrived 300 ships full of wild mountain soldiers, which sailed unexpectedly into our haven while we were defending the walls. When they had taken our harbor, the wild soldiers wanted to plunder the village and our ships. One had already ravished a girl, but Cecrops would not permit it. And the Tyrian sailors, who still had Frisian blood in their veins, said, "If you do that we will burn our ships, and you shall never see your mountains again." Cecrops, who had no inclination towards murder or devastation, sent messengers to Geert, requiring her to give up the citadel, offering her free exit with all her live and dead property, and her followers the same. The wisest of the citizens, seeing that they could not hold the citadel, advised Geert to accept at once, before Cecrops became furious and changed his mind. 3 months afterwards Geert departed with the best of Phrygia's sons, and 7 times 12 ships. Soon after they had left the harbor they fell in with at least 30 ships coming from Tyre with women and children. They were on their way to Athens, but when they heard how things stood there they went with Geert. The sea king of the Tyrians brought them all together through the strait which at that time ran into the Red Sea, now re-established as the Suez Canal. At last they landed at the Punjab, called in our language the 5 rivers, because 5 rivers flow together to the sea. Here they settled, and called it Geertmania. The king of Tyre afterwards, seeing that all his best sailors were gone, sent all his ships with his wild soldiers to catch them, dead or alive. When they arrived at the strait, both the sea and the earth trembled. The land was upheaved so that all the water ran out of the strait, and the muddy shores were raised up like a rampart. This happened on account of the virtues of the Geertmen, as every one can plainly understand. In the year 1005 after Atlant was submerged, this was inscribed on the eastern wall of Friesburg. After 12 years had elapsed without our seeing any Italians in Almanland, there came 3 ships, finer than any that we possessed or had ever seen. On the largest of them was a king of the Jonatian Islands whose name was Ulysses, the fame of whose wisdom was great. To him a priestess had prophesied that he should become the king of all Italy provided he could obtain a lamp that had been lighted at the lamp in Texland. For this purpose he had brought great treasures with him, above all, jewels for women more beautiful than had ever been seen before. They were from Troy, a town that the Greeks had taken. All these treasures he offered to the mother, but the mother would have nothing to do with them. At last, when he found that there was nothing to be got from her, he went to Walhalagara, Walcheren. There was established a Bergmagd whose name was Cot, but who was commonly called Callip, because her lower lip stuck out like a mast-head. Here he tarried for years, to the scandal of all that knew it. According to the report of the maidens, he obtained a lamp from her, but it did him no good, because when he got to sea his ship was lost, and he was taken up naked and destitute by another ship. There was left behind by this king a writer of pure Phrygian blood, born in the new harbour of Athens, who wrote for us what follows about Athens. From which may be seen how truly the mother Hellicht spoke when she said that the customs of Phrygia could never take firm hold in Athens. From the other Greeks you will have heard a great deal of bad about Cecrops, because he was not in good repute, but I dare affirm that he was an enlightened man. Very renowned both among the inhabitants and among us, for he was against oppression, unlike the other priests, and was virtuous, and knew how to value the wisdom of distant nations. Knowing that, he permitted us to live according to our own Audiobook. There was a story current that he was favorable to us because he was the son of a Frisian girl and an Egyptian priest. The reason of this was that he had blue eyes, and that many of our girls had been stolen and sold to Egypt. But he never confirmed this. However it may have been, certain it is that he showed us more friendship than all the other priests together. When he died, his successors soon began to tear up our charters, and gradually to enact so many unsuitable statutes that at long last nothing remained of liberty but the shadow and the name. Besides, they would not allow the laws to be written, so that the knowledge of them was hidden from us. Formerly all the cases in Athens were pleaded in our language, but afterwards in both languages, and at last in the native language only. At first the men of Athens only married women of our own race, but the young men as they grew up with the girls of the country took them to wife. The bastard children of this connection were the handsomest and cleverest in the world. But they were likewise the wickedest, wavering between the two parties, paying no regard to laws or customs except where they suited their own interests. As long as a ray of Phrygia's spirit existed, all the building materials were for common use, and no one might build a house larger or better than his neighbors. But when some degenerate townspeople got rich by sea voyages and by the silver that their slaves got in the silver countries, they went to live out on the hills or in the valleys. There, behind high enclosures of trees or walls, they built palaces with costly furniture, and in order to remain in good odor with the nasty priests, they placed their likenesses of false gods and unchaste statues. Sometimes the dirty priests and princes wished for the boys rather than the girls, and often led them astray from the paths of virtue by rich presents or by force. Because riches were more valued by this lost and degenerate race than virtue or honor, one sometimes saw boys dressed in splendid flowing robes, to the disgrace of their parents and maidens, and to the shame of their own sex. If our simple parents came to a general assembly at Athens and made complaints, a cry was raised, "Here, here! There is a sea monster going to speak." Such is Athens become, like a morass in a tropical country full of leeches, toads, and poisonous snakes, in which no man of decent habits can set his foot. This is inscribed in all our citadels. How our Denmark was lost to us 1602 years after the submersion of Atland. Through the mad wantonness of Woden, Maggie had become master of the east part of Scandinavia. They dare not come over the hills and over the sea. The mother would not prevent it. She said, I see no danger in their weapons, but much in taking the Scandinavians back again, because they are so degenerate and spoilt. The General Assembly were of the same opinion. Therefore it was left to him. A good 100 years ago Denmark began to trade. They gave their iron weapons in exchange for gold ornaments, as well as for copper and iron ore. The mother sent messengers to advise them to have nothing to do with this trade. There was danger to their morals in it, and if they lost their morals they would soon lose their liberty. But the Denmarkers paid no attention to her. They did not believe that they could lose their morals, therefore they would not listen to her. At last they were at a loss themselves for weapons and necessaries, and this difficulty was their punishment. Their bodies were brilliantly adorned, but their cupboards and their sheds were empty. Just 100 years after the first ship with provisions sailed from the coast, poverty and want made their appearance, hunger spread her wings all over the country, dissension marched proudly about the streets and into the houses. Charity found no place, and unity departed. The child asked its mother for food, she had no food to give, only jewels. The women applied to their husbands, the husbands appealed to the counts had nothing to give, or if they had, they hid it away. Now the jewels must be sold, but while the sailors were away for that purpose, the frost came and laid a plank upon the sea and the strait, the Sound. When the frost had made the bridge, vigilance ceased in the land, and treachery took its place. Instead of watching on the shores, they put their horses in their sledges and drove off to Scandinavia. Then the Scandinavians, who hungered after the land of their forefathers, came to Denmark. One bright night they all came. Now, they said, we have a right to the land of our fathers, and while they were fighting about it, the Finns came to the defenseless villages and ran away with the children. As they had no good weapons, they lost the battle, and with it their freedom, and Maggie became master. All this was the consequence of their not reading Freya's texts, and neglecting her counsels. There are some who think that they were betrayed by the counts, and that the maidens had long suspected it, but if any one attempted to speak about it, his mouth was shut by golden chains. We can express no opinion about it, we can only say to you, do not trust too much to the wisdom of your princes or of your maidens, but if you wish to keep things straight, everybody must watch over his own passions, as well as the general welfare. 2 years afterwards Maggie himself came with a fleet of light boats to steal the lamp from the mother of Texland. This wicked deed he accomplished one stormy winter night, while the wind roared and the hail rattled against the windows. The watchman on the tower hearing the noise, lighted his torch. As soon as the light from the tower fell upon the bastion, he saw that already armed men had got over the wall. He immediately gave the alarm, but it was too late. Before the guard was ready, there were 2,000 people battering the gate. The struggle did not last long. As the guard had not kept a good watch, they were overwhelmed. While the fight was going on, a rascally Finn stole into the chamber of the mother, and would have done her violence. She resisted him, and threw him down against the wall. When he got up, he ran his sword through her. If you will not have me, you shall have my sword. A Danish soldier came behind him and clave his head in two. There came from it a stream of black blood and a wreath of blue flame. The Maggie had the mother nursed on his own ship. As soon as she was well enough to speak clearly, the Maggie told her that she must sail with him, but that she should keep her lamp and her maidens, and should hold a station higher than she had ever done before. Moreover, he said that he should ask her, in presence of all his chief men, if he would become the ruler of all the country and people of Freya, that she must declare and affirm this, or he would let her die a painful death. Then, when he had gathered all his chiefs around her bed, he asked, in a loud voice, Frana, since you are a prophetess, shall I become ruler over all the lands and people of Freya? Frana did as if she took no notice of him. But at last she opened her lips and said, My eyes are dim, but the other light dawns upon my soul. Yes, I see it. Hear, Eartha, and rejoice with me. At the time of the submersion of Atland, the first spoke of the jewel stood at the top. After that it went down, and our freedom with it. When 2 spokes, or 2,000 years, shall have rolled down, the sons shall arise who have been bred of the fornication of the princes and priests with the people, and shall witness against their fathers. They shall all fall by murder, but what they have proclaimed shall endure, and shall bear fruit in the bosoms of able men, like good seed which is laid in thy lap. Yet 1,000 years shall the spoke descend, and sink deeper in darkness, and in the blood shed over you by the wickedness of the princes and priests. After that, the dawn shall begin to glow. When they perceive this, the false princes and priests will strive and wrestle against freedom, but freedom, love, and unity will take the people under their protection, and rise out of the vile pool. The light which at first only glimmered shall gradually become a flame. The blood of the bad shall flow over your surface, but you must not absorb it. At last the poisoned animals shall eat it, and die of it. All the stories that have been written in praise of the princes and priests shall be committed to the flames. Thenceforth your children shall live in peace. When she had finished speaking she sank down. The Magi, who had not understood her, shrieked out, I have asked you if I should become master of all the lands and people of Phrygia, and now you have been speaking to another. Franna raised herself up, stared at him, and said, Before 7 days have passed your soul shall haunt the tombs with the night birds, and your body shall be at the bottom of the sea. Very good, said the Magi, swelling with rage. Say that I am coming. Then he said to his executioners, Throw this woman overboard. This was the end of the last of the mothers. We do not ask for revenge. Time will provide that, but 1,000 times we will call with Phrygia, Watch. 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 How it fared afterwards with the Magi. After the murder of the mother, he brought the lamp and the maidens into his own ship, together with all the booty that he chose. Afterwards he went up the Flymere because he wished to take the maiden of Mediasplik or Stavern and install her as mother, but there they were on their guard. The seafaring men of Stavern and Elderga would gladly have gone to John, but the great fleet was out on a distant voyage, so they proceeded in their small fleet to Mediasplik, and kept themselves concealed in a sheltered place behind trees. The Magi approached Mediasplik in broad daylight, nevertheless, his men boldly stormed the citadel. But as they landed from the boats, our people sallied forth from the creek, and shot their arrows with balls of burning turpentine upon the fleet. They were so well aimed that many of the ships were instantly on fire. Those left to guard the ships shot at us, but they could not reach us. When at last a burning ship drifted towards the ship of the Magi, he ordered the man at the helm to sheer off, but this man was the Dane who had cleft the head of the fin. He said, You sent our Iramutter to the bottom of the sea to say that you were coming. In the bustle of the fight you might forget it, now I will take care that you keep your word. The Magi tried to push him off, but the sailor, a real Frisian and strong as an ox, clutched his head with both hands, and pitched him into the surging billows. Then he hoisted up his brown shield, and sailed straight to our fleet. Thus the maidens came unhurt to us, but the lamp was extinguished, and no one knew how that had happened. When those on the uninjured ships heard that the Magi was drowned, they sailed away, because their crews were Danes. When the fleet was far enough off, our sailors turned and shot their burning arrows at the Finns. When the Finns saw that, and found that they were betrayed, they fell into confusion, and lost all discipline and order. At this moment the garrison sallied forth from the citadel. Those who resisted were killed, and those who fled found their death in the marshes of the Kreilinger wood. Postscript. When the sailors were in the creek, there was a wag from Stavern among them, who said, Medea may well laugh if we rescue her from her citadel. Upon this, the maidens gave to the creek the name Medea Mylakia, Lake of Medea. The occurrences that happened after this everybody can remember. The maidens ought to relate it in their own way, and have it well inscribed. We consider that our task is fulfilled. Hail! The end of the book. The writings of Adelbrast and Apollonia. My name is Adelbrast, the son of Apol and Adela. I was elected by my people as Grevitman over the Lindorden. Therefore I will continue this book in the same way as my mother has spoken it. After the Magi was killed and Friesberg was restored, a mother had to be chosen. The mother had not named her successor, and her will was nowhere to be found. 7 months later a general assembly was called at Greniga, Groningen, because it was on the boundary of Saxamarken. My mother was chosen, but she would not be the mother. She had saved my father's life, in consequence of which they had fallen in love with each other, and she wished to marry. Many people wished my mother to alter her decision, but she said an ihre Mutter ought to be as pure in her conscience as she appears outwardly, and to have the same love for all her children. Now, as I love Apol better than anything else in the world, I cannot be such a mother. Thus spoke and reasoned Adela, but all the other maidens wished to be the mother. Each state was in favor of its own maiden, and would not yield. Therefore none was chosen, and the kingdom was without any restraint. From what follows you will understand Lugjert, the king who had lately died, had been chosen in the lifetime of the mother, and seemingly with the love and confidence of all the states. It was his turn to live at the great court of Dokkum, and in the lifetime of the mother great honor was done to him there, as there were more messengers and knights there than had ever been seen there before. But now he was lonely and forsaken, because every one was afraid that he would set himself above the law, and rule them like the slave kings. Every headman imagined that he did enough if he looked after his own state, and did not care for the others. With the Burgmagden it was still worse. Each of them depended upon her own judgment, and whenever a Grevitman did anything without her, she raised distrust between him and his people. If any case happened which concerned several states, and one maid had been consulted, the rest all exclaimed that she had spoken only in the interest of her own state. By such proceedings they brought disputes among the states, and so severed the bond of union that the people of one state were jealous of those of the rest, or at least considered them as strangers. The consequence of which was that the Gauls or Truanden, Druids, took possession of our lands as far as the Scheldt, and the Magi as far as the Wessera. How this happened my mother has explained, otherwise this book would not have been written, although I have lost all hope that it would be of any use. I do not write in the hope that I shall win back the land or preserve it, in my opinion that is impossible. I write only for the future generations, that they may all know in what way we were lost, and that each may learn that every crime brings its punishment. My name is Apollonia. 32 days after my mother's death my brother Adelbrast was found murdered on the wharf, his skull fractured and his limbs torn asunder. My father, who lay ill, died of fright. Then my younger brother, Apol, sailed from here to the west side of Skunland. There he built a citadel named Lindisberg, in order there to avenge our wrong. Wralda accorded him many years for that. He had 5 sons, who all caused fear to Magi, and brought fame to my brother. After the death of my mother and my brother, all the bravest of the land joined together and made a covenant, called the Adelbond. In order to preserve us from injury, they brought me and my youngest brother, Adelhert, to the Burgt, me to the maidens, and him to the warriors. When I was 30 years old I was chosen as Burgmagd, and my brother at 50 was chosen Grevitman. From mother's side my brother was the 6th, but from father's side the 3rd. By right, therefore, his descendants could not put over Alinda after their names, but they all wished to do it in honor of their mother. In addition to this, there was given to us also a copy of the Book of Adela's Followers. That gave me the most pleasure, because it came into the world by my mother's wisdom. In the Burgt I have found other writings also in praise of my mother. All this I will write afterwards. These are the writings left by Bruno, who was the writer of this Burgt. After the followers of Adela had made copies, each in his kingdom, of what was inscribed upon the walls of the Burgt, they resolved to choose a mother. For this purpose a general assembly was called at this farm. By the first advice of Adela, Tunja was recommended. That would have been arranged, only that my Burgmagd asked to speak. She had always supposed that she would be chosen mother, because she was at the Burgt from which mothers had generally been chosen. When she was allowed to speak, she opened her false lips and said, "You all seem to place great value on Adela's advice, but that shall not shut my mouth. Who is Adela, and whence comes it that you respect her so highly? She was what I am now, a burgmagd of this place. Is she, then, wiser and better than I and all the others? Or is she more conversant with our laws and customs? If that had been the case, she would have become mother when she was chosen. But instead of that, she preferred matrimony to a single life, watching over herself and her people. She is certainly very clear-sighted, but my eyes are far from being dim. I have observed that she is very much attached to her husband, which is very praiseworthy, but I see, likewise, that Tunca is Apol's niece. Further I say nothing. The principal people understood very well which way the wind blew with her. But among the people there arose disputes, and as most of the people came from here, they would not give the honor to Tunca. The conferences were ended, knives were drawn, and no mother was chosen. Shortly afterwards one of our messengers killed his comrade. As he had been a man of good character hitherto, my burgmagd had permission to help him over the frontier. But instead of helping him over to Twiskland, Germany, she fled with him herself to Oera, and then to the Magi. The Magi, who wished to please his sons of Freya, appointed her mother of Gothenburg, in Skånland. But she wished for more, and she told him that if he could get Adela out of the way he might become master of the whole of Freya's land. She said she hated Adela for having prevented her from being chosen mother. If he would promise her Texland, her messenger should serve as guide to his warriors. All this was confessed by her messenger. The second writing. 15 months after the last General Assembly, at the festival of the harvest month, everybody gave himself up to pleasure and merrymaking, and no one thought of anything but diversion. But Wr Alda wished to teach us that watchfulness should never be relaxed. In the midst of the festivities the fog came and enveloped every place in darkness. Cheerfulness melted away, but watchfulness did not take its place. The Coast Guard deserted their beacons, and no one was to be seen on any of the paths. When the fog rose, the sun scarcely appeared among the clouds. But the people all came out shouting with joy, and the young folks went about singing to their bagpipes, filling the air with their melody. But while every one was intoxicated with pleasure, treachery had landed with its horses and riders. As usual, darkness had favored the wicked, and they had slipped in through the paths of Linda's wood. Before Adela's door 12 girls led 12 lambs, and 12 boys led 12 calves. A young Saxon bestrode a wild bull which he had caught and tamed. They were decked with all kinds of flowers, and the girls' dresses were fringed with gold from the Rhine. When Adela came out of her house, a shower of flowers fell on her head. They all cheered loudly, and the fifes of the boys were heard over everything. Poor Adela! Poor people! How short will be your joy! When the procession was out of sight, a troop of Magyar soldiers rushed up to Adela's house. Her father and her husband were sitting on the steps. The door was open, and within stood Adelbrast her son. When he saw the danger of his parents, he took his bow from the wall and shot the leader of the pirates, who staggered and fell on the grass. The second and third met a similar fate. In the meantime his parents had seized their weapons, and went slowly to John's house. They would soon have been taken, but Adela came. She had learned in the Burg to use all kinds of weapons. She was 7 feet high, and her sword was the same length. She waved it 3 times over her head, and each time a knight bit the earth. Reinforcements came, and the pirates were made prisoners, but too late, an arrow had penetrated her bosom. The treacherous Maggie had poisoned it, and she died of it. The Elegy of the Burgmagd. Yes, departed friend, thousands are arrived, and more are coming. They wish to hear the wisdom of Adela. Truly, she was a princess, for she had always been the leader. O sorrow, what good can you do? Her garments of linen and wool she spun and wove herself. How could she add to her beauty? Not with pearls, for her teeth were more white. Not with gold, for her tresses were more brilliant, not with precious stones, for her eyes, though soft as those of a lamb, were so lustrous that you could scarcely look into them. But why do I talk of beauty? Freya was certainly not more beautiful. Yes, my friends, Freya, who possessed 7 perfections, of which each of her daughters inherited 1, or at most 3. But even if she had been ugly, she would still have been dear to us. Is she warlike? Listen, my friend. Adela was the only daughter of our Grevitman. She stood 7 feet high. Her wisdom exceeded her stature, and her courage was equal to both together. Here is an instance. There was once a turf ground on fire. 3 children got upon yonder gravestone. There was a furious wind. The people were all shouting, and the mother was helpless. Then came Adela. What are you all standing still here for? She cried. Try to help them, and Wralda will give you strength. Then she ran to the cryalwood and got some elder branches, of which she made a bridge. The others then came to assist her, and the children were saved. The children bring flowers to the place every year. There came once 3 Phoenician sailors, who began to ill-treat the children, when Adela, having heard their screams, beat the scoundrels till they were insensible, and then, to prove to them what miserable wretches they were, she tied them all 3 to a spindle. The foreign lords came to look after their people, and when they saw how ridiculously they had been treated they were very angry, till they were told what had happened. Upon that they bowed themselves before Adela, and kissed the hem of her garment. But come, distant living friend. The birds of the forest fled before the numerous visitors. Come, friend, and you shall hear her wisdom. By the gravestone of which mention has already been made her body is buried. Upon the stone the following words are inscribed. Tread softly, for here lies Adela. The old legend which is written on the outside wall of the city tower is not written in the book of Adela's followers. Why this has been neglected I do not know, but this book is my own, so I will put it in out of regard to my relations. The oldest doctrine. Hail to all the well-intentioned children of Freya. Through them the earth shall become holy. Learn and announce to the people Wralda is the ancient of ancients, for he created all things. Wralda is all in all, for he is eternal and everlasting. Wralda is omnipresent but invisible, and therefore is called a spirit. All that we can see of him are the created beings who come to life through him and go again, because from Wralda all things proceed and return to him. Wralda is the beginning and the end. Wralda is the only almighty being, because from him all other strength comes, and returns to him. Therefore he alone is the creator, and nothing exists without him. Wralda established eternal principles, upon which the laws of creation were founded, and no good laws could stand on any other foundation. But although everything is derived from Wralda, the wickedness of men does not come from him. Wickedness comes from heaviness, carelessness, and stupidity, therefore they may well be injurious to men, but never to Wralda. Wralda is wisdom, and the laws that he has made are the books from which we learn, nor is any wisdom to be found or gathered but in them. Men may see a great deal, but Wralda sees everything. Men can learn a great deal, but Wralda knows everything. Men can discover much, but to Wralda everything is open. Mankind are male and female, but Wralda created both. Mankind love and hate, but Wralda alone is just. Therefore Wralda is good, and there is no good without him. In the progress of time all creation alters and changes, but goodness alone is unalterable, and since Wralda is good, he cannot change. As he endures, he alone exists. Everything else is show. The second part of the oldest doctrine. Among Finda's people there are false teachers, who, by their over-inventiveness, have become so wicked that they make themselves and their adherents believe that they are the best part of Wralda. That their spirit is the best part of Wralda's spirit, and that Wralda can only think by the help of their brains. That every creature is a part of Wralda's eternal being, that they have stolen from us, but their false reasoning and ungovernable pride have brought them on the road to ruin. If their spirit was Wralda's spirit, then Wralda would be very stupid, instead of being sensible and wise, for their spirit labors to create beautiful statues, which they afterwards worship. Finda's people are a wicked people, for although they presumptuously pretend among themselves that they are gods, they proclaim the unconsecrated false gods. And declare everywhere that these idols created the world and all that therein is, greedy idols, full of envy and anger, who desire to be served and honored by the people, and who exact bloody sacrifices and rich offerings. But these presumptuous and false men, who call themselves God's servants and priests, receive and collect everything in the name of the idols that have no real existence, for their own benefit. They do all this with an easy conscience, as they think themselves gods not answerable to any one. If there are some who discover their tricks and expose them, they hand them over to the executioners to be burnt for their calumnies, with solemn ceremonies in honor of the false gods, but really in order to save themselves. In order that our children may be protected against their idolatrous doctrine, the duty of the maidens is to make them learn by heart the following: Wralda existed before all things, and will endure after all things. Wralda is also eternal and everlasting, therefore nothing exists without him. From Wralda's life sprang time and all living things, and his life takes away time and every other thing. These things must be made clear and manifest in every way, so that they can be made clear and comprehensible to all. When we have learned thus much, then we say further, in what regards our existence, we are a part of Wralda's everlasting being, like the existence of all created beings. But as regards our form, our qualities, our spirit, and all our thoughts, these do not belong to the being. All these are passing things which appear through Wralda's life, and which appear through his wisdom, and not otherwise. But whereas his life is continually progressing, nothing can remain stationary, therefore all created things change their locality, their form, and their thoughts. So neither the earth nor any other created object can say, I am, but rather, I was. So no man can say, I think, but rather, I thought. The boy is greater and different from the child, he has different desires, inclinations, and thoughts. The man and father feels and thinks differently from the boy, the old man just the same. Everybody knows that. Besides, everybody knows and must acknowledge that he is now changing, that he changes every minute even while he says, I am, and that his thoughts change even while he says, I think. Instead, then, of imitating Finda's wicked people, and saying, I am the best part of Wralda, and through us alone he can think, we proclaim everywhere where it is necessary, we, Freya's children, exist through Wralda's life, in the beginning mean and base, but always advancing towards perfection without ever attaining the excellence of Wralda himself. Our spirit is not Wralda's spirit, it is merely a shadow of it. When Wralda created us, he lent us his wisdom, brains, organs, memory, and many other good qualities. By this means we are able to contemplate his creatures and his laws. By this means we can learn and can speak of them always, and only for our own benefit. If Wralda had given us no organs, we should have known nothing, and been more irrational than a piece of seaweed driven up and down by the ebb and flood. This is written on parchment, scribfilt. Speech and answer to other maidens as an example. An unsociable, avaricious man came to complain to Trust, who was the maid of Stavia. He said a thunderstorm had destroyed his house. He had prayed to Wralda, but Wralda had given him no help. Are you a true Frisian? Trust asked. From father and forefathers, replied the man. Then she said, I will sow something in your conscience, in confidence that it will take root, grow, and bear fruit. She continued, when Freya was born, our mother stood naked and bare, unprotected from the rays of the sun. She could ask no one, and there was no one who could give her any help. Then Wralda wrought in her conscience inclination and love, anxiety and fright. She looked round her, and her inclination chose the best. She sought a hiding place under the sheltering lime trees, but the rain came, and the difficulty was that she got wet. She had seen how the water ran down the pendant leaves. So she made a roof of leaves fastened with sticks, but the wind blew the rain under it. She observed that the stem would afford protection. She then built a wall of sods, first on one side, and then all round. The wind grew stronger and blew away the roof, but she made no complaint of Wralda. She made a roof of rushes, and put stones upon it. Having found how hard it is to toil alone, she showed her children how and why she had done it. They acted and thought as she did. This is the way in which we became possessed of houses and porches, a street, and lime trees to protect us from the rays of the sun. At last we have built a citadel, and all the rest. If your house is not strong enough, then you must try and make another. My house was strong enough, he said, but the flood and the wind destroyed it. Where did your house stand? Troost asked. On the bank of the Rhine, he answered. Did it not stand on a knoll? Troost asked. No, said the man, my house stood alone on the bank. I built it alone, but I could not alone make a hillock. I knew it, Troost answered, the maidens told me. All your life you have avoided your neighbors, fearing that you might have to give or do something for them, but one cannot get on in the world in that way, for Wralda, who is kind, turns away from the niggardly. Fasta has advised us, and it is engraved in stone over all our doors. If you are selfish, distrustful towards your neighbors, teach your neighbors, help your neighbors, and they will return the same to you. If this advice is not good enough for you, I can give you no better. The man blushed for shame, and slunk away. Now I will write myself, first about my citadel, and then about what I have been able to see. My city lies near the north end of the Ludgard. The tower has 6 sides, and is 90 feet high, flat-roofed, with a small house upon it out of which they look at the stars. On either side of the tower is a house 300 feet long, and 21 feet broad, and 21 feet high, besides the roof, which is round. All this is built of hard-baked bricks, and outside there is nothing else. The citadel is surrounded by a dike, with a moat 36 feet broad and 21 feet deep. If one looks down from the tower, he sees the form of the jewel. In the ground among the houses on the south side all kinds of native and foreign herbs grow, of which the maidens must study the qualities. Among the houses on the north side there are only fields. The 3 houses on the north are full of corn and other necessaries, the 2 houses on the south are for the maidens to live in and keep school. The most southern house is the dwelling of the Bergmagd. In the tower hangs the lamp. The walls of the tower are decorated with precious stones. On the south wall the text is inscribed. On the right side of this are the formulae, and on the other side the laws, the other things are found upon the 3 other sides. Against the dike, near the house of the Bergmagd, stand the oven and the mill, worked by 4 oxen. Outside the citadel wall is the place where the Bergthiren and the soldiers live. The fortification outside is an hour long, not a seaman's hour, but an hour of the sun, of which 24 go to a day. Inside it is a plain 5 feet below the top. On it are 300 crossbows covered with wood and leather. Besides the houses of the inhabitants, there are along the inside of the dike 36 refuge houses for the people who live in the neighborhood. The field serves for a camp and for a meadow. On the south side of the outer fortification is the Ludgard, enclosed by the great wood of lime trees. Its shape is 3-cornered, with the widest part outside, so that the sun may shine in it, for there are a great number of foreign trees and flowers brought by the seafarers. All the other citadels are the same shape as ours, only not so large. But the largest of all is that of Texland. The tower of the Friaberg is so high that it rends the sky, and all the rest is in proportion to the tower. In our citadel this is the arrangement, 7 young maidens attend to the lamp. Each watch is 3 hours. In the rest of their time they do housework, learn, and sleep. When they have watched for 7 years, they are free, then they may go among the people, to look after their morals and to give advice. When they have been 3 years maidens, they may sometimes accompany the older ones. The writer must teach the girls to read, to write, and to reckon. The elders, or griva, must teach them justice and duty, morals, botany, and medicine, history, traditions, and singing, besides all that may be necessary for them to give advice. The Burgmagd must teach them how to set to work when they go among the people. Before a Burgmagd can take office, she must travel through the country a whole year. 3 grey-headed Bergthiren and 3 old maidens must go with her. This was the way that I did. My journey was along the Rhine, on this side up, and on the other side down. The higher I went, the poorer the people seemed to be. Everywhere about the Rhine the people dug holes, and the sand that was got out was poured with water over fleeces to get the gold, but the girls did not wear golden crowns of it. Formerly they were more numerous, but since we lost Skunland they have gone up to the mountains. There they dig ore and make iron. Above the Rhine among the mountains I have seen Marsiten. The Marsiten are people who live on the lakes. Their houses are built upon piles, for protection from the wild beasts and wicked people. There are wolves, bears, and horrible lions. Then come the Swiss, the nearest to the frontiers of the distant Italians, the followers of Kalta and the savage Twisker, all greedy for robbery and booty. The Marsiten gain their livelihood by fishing and hunting. The skins are sewn together by the women, and prepared with birch bark. The small skins are as soft as a woman's skin. The Burgmagd at Freiburg, told us that they were good, simple people. But if I had not heard her speak of them first, I should have thought that they were not Freia's people, they looked so impudent. Their wool and herbs are bought by the Rhine people, and taken to foreign countries by the ship captains. Along the other side of the Rhine it was just the same as at Leidesburcht, Leiden. There was a great river or lake, and upon this lake also there were people living upon piles. But they were not Freia's people. They were black and brown men who had been employed as rowers to bring home the men who had been making foreign voyages, and they had to stay there till the fleet went back. At last we came to Aldurga. At the head of the south harbour lies the Warburg, built of stone, in which all kinds of clothes, weapons, shells, and horns are kept, which were brought by the sea people from distant lands. A quarter of an hour's distance from there is Aldurga, a great river surrounded by houses, sheds, and gardens, all richly decorated. In the river lay a great fleet ready, with banners of all sorts of colors. On Freia's day the shields were hung on board likewise. Some shone like the sun. The shields of the Sea King and the Admiral were bordered with gold. From the river a canal was dug going past the citadel Frunnen, with a narrow outlet to the sea. This was the egress of the fleet, the fly was the ingress. On both sides of the river are fine houses built, painted in bright colors. The gardens are all surrounded by green hedges. I saw their women wearing felt tunics, as if it were riding felt. Just as at Stavren, the girls wore golden crowns on their heads, and rings on their arms and ankles. To the south of Furana lies Alkmarum. Alkmarum is a lake or river in which there is an island. On this island the black and brown people must remain, the same as at Leidesburgt. The Burgmagd of Furana told me that the Bergthiren go every day to teach them what real freedom is, and how it behoves men to live in order to obtain the blessing of Wralda's spirit. If there was any one who was willing to listen and could comprehend, he was kept there till he was fully taught. That was done in order to instruct the distant people, and to make friends everywhere. I had been before in the Sachsenmarken, at the Manigardeford Castle, Munster. There I saw more poverty than I could discover wealth here. She answered, so whenever at the Sachsenmarken a young man courts a young girl, the girls ask, can you keep your house free from the banished Twisklanders? Have you ever killed any of them? How many cattle have you already caught, and how many bear and wolfskins have you brought to market? And from this it comes that the Saxons have left the cultivation of the soil to the women, that not 1 in 100 can read or write. From this it comes, too, that no one has a motto on his shield, but only a misshapen form of some animal that he has killed. And lastly, from this comes also that they are very warlike, but sometimes as stupid as the beasts that they catch, and as poor as the Twisclanders with whom they go to war. The earth and the sea were made for Freya's people. All our rivers run into the sea. The Lyda's people and the Finda's people will exterminate each other, and we must people the empty countries. In movement and sailing is our prosperity. If you wish the Highlanders to share our riches and wisdom, I will give you a piece of advice. Let the girls, when they are asked to marry, before they say yes, ask their lovers, what parts of the world have you traveled in? What can you tell your children about distant lands and distant people? If they do this, then the young warriors will come to us, they will become wiser and richer, and we shall have no occasion to deal with those nasty people. The youngest of the maids who were with me came from the Saxonmarken. When we came back she asked leave to go home. Afterward she became Bergmag there, and that is the reason why in these days so many of our sailors are Saxons. End of Apollonia's book. Felt, very thin and compressed, with a smooth surface. The writings of Fretheric and Wiljo. My name is Fretheric, surnamed Oera, which means over the linden. In Uljudwardia I was chosen as Aska. Uljudwardia is a new village within the fortification of the Uljujarda, of which the name has fallen into disrepute. In my time much has happened. I had written a good deal about it, but afterwards much more was related to me. I will write an account of both one and the other after this book, to the honor of the good people and to the disgrace of the bad. In my youth I heard complaints on all sides. The bad time was coming, the bad time did come, Freya had forsaken us. She withheld from us all her watchmaidens, because monstrous idolatrous images had been found within our landmarks. I burnt with curiosity to see those images. In our neighborhood a little old woman tottered in and out of the houses, always calling out about the bad times. I came to her, she stroked my chin, then I became bold, and asked her if she would show me the bad times and the images. She laughed good-naturedly, and took me to the citadel. An old man asked me if I could read and write. No, I said. Then you must first go and learn, he replied, otherwise it may not be shown to you. I went daily to the writer and learnt. 8 years afterwards I heard that our Bergmagd had been unchaste, and that some of the Bergthiren had committed treason with the Magi, and many people took their part. Everywhere disputes arose. There were children rebelling against their parents, good people were secretly murdered. The little old woman who had brought everything to light was found dead in a ditch. My father, who was a judge, would have her avenged. He was murdered in the night in his own house. 3 years after that the Magi was master without any resistance. The Sax men had remained religious and upright. All the good people fled to them. My mother died of it. Now I did like the others. The Magi prided himself upon his cunning, but Eartha made him know that she would not tolerate any Magi or idol on the holy bosom that had borne Freya. As a wild horse tosses his mane after he has thrown his rider, so Eartha shook her forests and her mountains. Rivers flowed over the land, the sea raged. Mountains spouted fire to the clouds, and what they vomited forth the clouds flung upon the earth. At the beginning of the Arnmend, harvest month, the earth bowed towards the north, and sank down lower and lower. In the Welvenmend, winter month, the low lands of Friesland were buried under the sea. The woods in which the images were torn up and scattered by the wind. The following year the frost came in the Hardmend, Laumend, January, and laid Friesland concealed under a sheet of ice. In Selamand, Sprakelmand, February, there were storms of wind from the north, driving mountains of ice and stones. When the spring tides came the earth raised herself up, the ice melted, with the ebb the forests with the images drifted out to sea. In the Win, or Minmand, Bloemand, May, every one who dared went home. I came with a maiden to the citadel Ludgard. How sad it looked there. The forests of the Lindorden were almost all gone. Where Ludgard used to be was sea. The waves swept over the fortifications. Ice had destroyed the tower, and the houses lay heaped over each other. On the slope of the dike I found a stone on which the writer had inscribed his name. That was a sign to me. The same thing had happened to other citadels as to ours. In the upper lands they had been destroyed by the earth, in the lower lands by the water. Friesberg, at Texland, was the only one found uninjured, but all the land to the north was sunk under the sea, and has never been recovered. At the mouth of the Flymeer, as we were told, 30 salt swamps were found, consisting of the forest and the ground that had been swept away. At West Flyland there were 50. The canal which had run across the land from Aldurga was filled up with sand and destroyed. The seafaring people and other travelers who were at home had saved themselves, their goods, and their relations upon their ships. But the black people at Leidesburg and Alkmaar had done the same, and as they went south they saved many girls, and as no one came to claim them, they took them for their wives. The people who came back all lived within the lines of the citadel, as outside there was nothing but mud and marsh. The old houses were all smashed together. People bought cattle and sheep from the upper lands, and in the great houses where formerly the maidens were established cloth and felt were made for a livelihood. This happened 1888 years after the submersion of Atland. For 282 years we had not had an Iramutter, and now, when everything seemed lost, they set about choosing one. The lot fell upon Gosa, surnamed Makanta. She was Bergmagd at Friesberg, in Texland. She had a clear head and strong sense, and was very good, and as her citadel was the only one that had been spared, every one saw in that her call. 10 years after that the seafarers came from Forana and Leidesburg. They wished to drive the black men, with their wives and children, out of the country. They wished to obtain the opinion of the mother upon the subject. She asked them, "Can you send them all back to their country? If so, then lose no time, or they will find no relatives alive." "No," they said. Gosa replied, "They have eaten your bread and salt, they have placed themselves entirely under your protection. You must consult your own hearts. But I will give you one piece of advice. Keep them till you are able to send them back, but keep them outside your citadels. Watch over their morals, and educate them as if they were Freya's sons. Their women are the strongest here. Their blood will disappear like smoke, till at last nothing but Freya's blood will remain in their descendants." So they remained here. Now, I should wish that my descendants should observe in how far Gosa spoke the truth. When our country began to recover, there came troops of poor Saxon men and women to the neighborhoods of Stavern and Aldurga, to search for gold and other treasures in the swampy lands. But the sea people would not permit it, so they went and settled in the empty village of the West Flyland in order to preserve their lives. Now I will relate how the Gertman and many followers of Helenia came back. 2 years after Gosa had become the mother, 303 BC, there arrived a fleet at Flymeer. The people shouted, "Hohenstein, what a blessing!" They sailed to Stavern, where they shouted again. Their flags were hoisted, and at night they shot lighted arrows into the air. At daylight some of them rowed into the harbor in a boat, shouting again, "Hohenstein." When they landed a young fellow jumped upon the rampart. In his hand he held a shield on which bread and salt were laid. After him came a grey-headed man, who said, "We come from the distant Greek land to preserve our customs. Now we wish you to be kind enough to give us as much land as will enable us to live." He told a long story, which I will hereafter relate more fully. The old man did not know what to do. They sent messengers all round, also to me. I went, and said, "Now that we have a mother it behoves us to ask her advice." I went with them myself. The mother, who already knew it all, said, "Let them come, they will help us to keep our lands, but do not let them remain in one place, that they may not become too powerful over us." We did as she said, which was quite to their liking. Friso remained with his people at Stavern, which they made again into a port as well as they could. Wichert went with his people eastwards to the Amud. Some of the descendants of John who imagined that they sprang from the Aldurga people went there. A small number, who fancied that their forefathers had come from the 7 islands, went there and set themselves down within the enclosure of the citadel of Walhalagra. Lugert, the admiral of Wichert, was my comrade, and afterwards my friend. Out of his diary I have taken the following history. After we had been settled 12 times 100 and twice 12 years in the 5 waters, Punjab, whilst our naval warriors were navigating all the seas they could find, came Alexander the king, with a powerful army descending the river towards our villages. No one could withstand him, but we sea people, who lived by the sea, put all our possessions on board ships and took our departure. When Alexander heard that such a large fleet had escaped him, he became furious, and swore that he would burn all the villages if we did not come back. Wichert was ill in bed. When Alexander heard that, he waited till he was better. After that he came to him, speaking very kindly, but he deceived, as he had done before. Wichert answered, "O greatest of kings, we sailors go everywhere. We have heard of your great deeds, therefore we are full of respect for your arms, and still more for your wisdom, but we who are free-born Freya's children, we may not become your slaves. And even if I would, the others would sooner die, for so it is commanded in our laws." Alexander said, "I do not desire to take your land or make slaves of your people, I only wish to hire your services. That I will swear by both our gods, so that no one may be dissatisfied." When Alexander shared bread and salt with him, Wichert had chosen the wisest part. He let his son fetch the ships. When they were all come back, Alexander hired them all. By means of them he wished to transport his people to the holy Ganges, which he had not been able to reach. Then he chose among all his people and soldiers those who were accustomed to the sea. Wichert had fallen sick again, therefore I went alone with Nearchus, sent by the king. The voyage came to an end without any advantage, because the Joniars and the Phoenicians were always quarreling, so that Nearchus himself could not keep them in order. In the meantime, the king had not sat still. He had let his soldiers cut down trees and make planks, with which, with the help of our carpenters, he had built ships. Now he would himself become a sea king, and sail with his whole army up the Ganges. But the soldiers who came from the mountainous countries were afraid of the sea. When they heard that they must sail, they set fire to the timber yards, and so our whole village was laid in ashes. At first we thought that this had been done by Alexander's orders, and we were all ready to cast ourselves into the sea, but Alexander was furious, and wished his own people to kill the soldiers. However, Nearchus, who was not only his chief officer, but also his friend, advised him not to do so. So he pretended to believe that it had happened by accident, and said no more about it. He wished now to return, but before going he made an inquiry who really were the guilty ones. As soon as he ascertained it, he had them all disarmed, and made them build a new village. His own people he kept under arms to overawe the others, and to build a citadel. We were to take the women and children with us. When we arrived at the mouth of the Euphrates, we might either choose a place to settle there or come back. Our pay would be guaranteed to us the same in either case. Upon the new ships which had been saved from the fire he embarked the Joniars and the Greeks. He himself went with the rest of his people along the coast, through the barren wilderness. That is, through the land that Eartha had heaved up out of the sea when she had raised up the strait as soon as our forefathers had passed into the Red Sea. When we arrived at New Germania is the port that we had made in order to take in water, we met Alexander with his army. Nearchus went ashore, and stayed 3 days. Then we proceeded further on. When we came to the Euphrates, Nearchus went ashore with the soldiers and a large body of people, but he soon returned, and said, "The king requests you, for his sake, to go a voyage up the Red Sea. After that each shall receive as much gold as he can carry." When we arrived there, he showed us where the strait had formerly been. There he spent 31 days, always looking steadily towards the desert. At last there arrived a great troop of people, bringing with them 200 elephants, 1,000 camels, a quantity of timber, ropes, and all kinds of implements necessary to drag our fleet to the Mediterranean Sea. This astounded us, and seemed most extraordinary, but Nearchus told us that his king wished to show to the other kings that he was more powerful than any kings of Tyre had ever been. We were only to assist, and that surely could do us no harm. We were obliged to yield, and Nearchus knew so well how to regulate everything, that before 3 months had elapsed our ships lay in the Mediterranean Sea. When Alexander ascertained how his project had succeeded, he became so audacious that he wished to dig out the dried-up strait in defiance of Eartha. But Wralda deserted his soul, so that he destroyed himself by wine and rashness before he could begin it. After his death his kingdom was divided among his princes. They were each to have preserved a share for his sons, but that was not their intention. Each wished to keep his own share, and to get more. Then war arose, and we could not return. Nearchus wished us to settle on the coast of Phoenicia, but that no one would do. We said we would rather risk the attempt to return to Friesland. Then he brought us to the new port of Athens, where all the true children of Phrygia had formerly gone. We went, soldiers with our goods and weapons. Among the many princes Nearchus had a friend named Antigonus. These two had only one object in view, as they told us, to help the royal race, and to restore freedom to all the Greek lands. Antigonus had, among many others, one son named Demetrius, afterwards called the city winner. He went once to the town of Salamis, and after he had been some time fighting there, he had an engagement with the fleet of Ptolemy. Ptolemy was the name of the prince who reigned over Egypt. Demetrius won the battle, not by his own soldiers, but because we helped him. We had done this out of friendship for Nearchus, because we knew that he was of bastard birth by his white skin, blue eyes, and fair hair. Afterwards, Demetrius attacked Rhodes, and we transported thither his soldiers and provisions. When we made our last voyage to Rhodes, the war was finished. Demetrius had sailed to Athens. When we came into the harbor, the whole village was in deep mourning. Phryso, who was king over the fleet, had a son and a daughter so remarkably fair, as if they had just come out of Friesland, and more beautiful than any one could picture to himself. The fame of this went all over Greece, and came to the ears of Demetrius. Demetrius was vile and immoral, and thought he could do as he pleased. He carried off the daughter. The mother did not dare await the return of her joy. The sailors' wives call their husbands joy or Zothart, sweetheart. The men call their wives troost, comfort, and fro, that is, vreugde, delight, and frolic, that is the same as vroegd. As she dared not wait for her husband's return, she went with her son to Demetrius, and implored him to send back her daughter, but when Demetrius saw the son he had him taken to his palace, and did to him as he had done to his sister. He sent a bag of gold to the mother, which she flung into the sea. When she came home she was out of her mind, and ran about the streets calling out, "Have you seen my children? Woe is me! Let me find a place to hide in, for my husband will kill me because I have lost his children." When Demetrius heard that Phryso had come home, he sent messengers to him to say that he had taken his children to raise them to high rank, and to reward him for his services. But Phryso was proud and passionate, and sent a messenger with a letter to his children, in which he recommended them to accept the will of Demetrius, as he wished to promote their happiness. But the messenger had another letter with poison, which he ordered them to take, but, said he, your bodies have been defiled against your will. That you are not to blame for, but if your souls are not pure, you will never come into Valhalla. Your spirits will haunt the earth in darkness. Like the bats and owls, you will hide yourselves in the daytime in holes, and in the night will come and shriek and cry about our graves, while Phrygia must turn her head away from you. The children did as their father had commanded. The messenger had their bodies thrown into the sea, and it was reported that they had fled. Now Phryso wished to go with all his people to Phrygia's land, where he had been formerly, but most of them would not go. So Phryso set fire to the village and all the royal storehouses, then no one could remain there, and all were glad to be out of it. We left everything behind us except wives and children, but we had an ample stock of provisions and warlike implements. Phryso was not yet satisfied. When we came to the old harbor, he went off with his stout soldiers and threw fire into all the ships that he could reach with his arrows. 6 days later we saw the war fleet of Demetrius coming down upon us. Phryso ordered us to keep back the small ships in a broad line, and to put the large ships with the women and children in front. Further, He ordered us to take the crossbows that were in the forepart and fix them on the sterns of the ships, because, said he, we must fight a retreating battle. No man must presume to pursue a single enemy, that is my order. While we were busy about this, all at once the wind came ahead, to the great alarm of the cowards and the women, because we had no slaves except those who had voluntarily followed us. Therefore we could not escape the enemy by rowing. But Oera knew well why he did this, and Friso, who understood it, immediately had the fire arrows placed on the crossbows. At the same time he gave the order that no one should shoot before he did, and that we should all aim at the center ship. If we succeeded in this, he said, the others would all go to its assistance, and then everybody might shoot as he best was able. When we were at a cable and a half distance from them the Phoenicians began to shoot, but Friso did not reply till the first arrow fell 6 fathoms from his ship. Then he fired, and the rest followed. It was like a shower of fire. And as our arrows went with the wind, they all remained alight and reached the third line. Everybody shouted and cheered, but the screams of our opponents were so loud that our hearts shrank. When Friso thought that it was sufficient he called us off, and we sped away, but after 2 days' slow sailing another fleet of 30 ships came in sight and gained upon us. Friso cleared for action again, but the others sent forward a small rowing boat with messengers, who asked permission to sail with us, as they were Joniers. They had been compelled by Demetrius to go to the old haven. There they had heard of the battle, and girding on their stout swords, had followed us. Friso, who had sailed a good deal with the Joniers, said yes, but Wichert, our king, said no. The Joniers, said he, are worshippers of heathen gods. I myself have heard them call upon them. That comes from their intercourse with the real Greeks, Friso said. I have often done it myself, and yet I am as pious a Frias man as any of you. Friso was the man to take us to Friesland, therefore the Joniers went with us. It seems that this was pleasing to Oera, for before 3 months were past we coasted along Britain, and 3 days later we could shout huzzah. This writing has been given to me about Northland and Skånland, Scandinavia. When our land was submerged I was in Skånland. It was very bad there. There were great lakes which rose from the earth like bubbles, then burst asunder, and from the rents flowed a stuff like red-hot iron. The tops of high mountains fell and destroyed whole forests and villages. I myself saw one mountain torn from another and fall straight down. When I afterwards went to see the place there was a lake there. When the earth was composed there came a Duke of Lindisberg with his people, and one maiden who cried everywhere, Maggie is the cause of all the misery that we have suffered. They continued their progress, and their hosts increased. The Maggie fled, and his corpse was found where he had killed himself. Then the Finns were driven to one place where they might live. There were some of mixed blood who were allowed to stay, but most of them went with the Finns. The Duke was chosen as king. The temples which had remained whole were destroyed. Since that time the good Northmen come often to Texland for the advice of the mother, still we cannot consider them real Frisians. In Denmark it has certainly happened as with us. The sea people, who call themselves famous sea warriors, went on board their ships, and afterwards went back again. Hail! Whenever the carrier has completed a period, then posterity shall understand that the faults and misdeeds that the Brahmanen have brought with them belonged to their forefathers. Therefore I will watch, and will describe as much of their manners as I have seen. The Gertmannen I can readily pass by. I have not had much to do with them, but as far as I have seen they have mostly retained their language and customs. I cannot say that of the others. Those who descend from the Greeks speak a bad language, and have not much to boast of in their manners. Many have brown eyes and hair. They are envious and impudent, and cowardly from superstition. When they speak, they put the words first that ought to come last. For old they at, for salt, sat, and for man, ma, too many to mention. They also use abbreviations of names, which have no meaning. The Joniers speak better, but they drop the h, and put it where it ought not to be. When they make a statue of a dead person they believe that the spirit of the departed enters into it. Therefore they have hidden their statues of Phrygia, Fasta, Medea, Thyania, Hellenia, and many others. When a child is born, all the relatives come together and pray to Phrygia to send her servants to bless the child. When they have prayed, they must neither move nor speak. If the child begins to cry, and continues some time, it is a bad sign, and they suspect that the mother has committed adultery. I have seen very bad things come from that. If the child sleeps, that is a good sign, Phrygia's servants are come. If it laughs in its sleep, the servants have promised it happiness. Moreover, they believe in bad spirits, witches, sorcerers, dwarfs, and elves, as if they descended from the Finns. Herewith I will finish, and I think I have written more than any of my forefathers. Fretheric. Fretheric, my husband, lived to the age of 63. Since 108 years he is the first of his race who died a peaceable death. All the others died by violence, because they all fought with their own people, and with foreigners for right and duty. My name is Wiljo. I am the maiden who came home with him from Saxenmarken. In the course of conversation it came out that we were both of Adela's race, thus our affection commenced, and we became man and wife. He left me with 5 children, 2 sons and 3 daughters. Conried was my eldest son, Hachgana my second. My eldest daughter is called Adela, my second Frölich, and the youngest Nacht. When I went to Saxenmarken I preserved 3 books, the Book of Songs, the Book of Narratives, and the Hellenia book. I write this in order that people may not think they were by Apollonia. I have had a good deal of annoyance about this, and therefore now wish to have the honor of it. I also did more. When Gosa Makanta died, whose goodness and clear-sightedness have become a proverb, I went alone to Texland to copy the writings that she had left. And when the last will of Frana was found, and the writings left by Adela or Hellenia, I did that again. These are the writings of Hellenia. I have put them first because they are the oldest. Hail to all true Frisians. In the olden times, the Slavonic race knew nothing of liberty. They were brought under the yoke like oxen. They were driven into the bowels of the earth to dig metals, and had to build houses of stone as dwelling places for princes and priests. Of all that they did nothing came to themselves, everything must serve to enrich and make more powerful the priests and the princes, and to satisfy them. Under this treatment they grew grey and old before their time, and died without any enjoyment. Although the earth produces abundantly for the good of all her children. But our runaways and exiles came through Twiskland to their boundaries, and our sailors came to their harbors. From them they heard of liberty, of justice, and laws, without which men cannot exist. This was all absorbed by the unhappy people like dew into an arid soil. When they fully understood this, the most courageous among them began to clank their chains, which grieved the princes. The princes are proud and warlike, there is therefore some virtue in their hearts. They consulted together and bestowed some of their superfluity, but the cowardly hypocritical priests could not suffer this. Among their false gods they had invented also wicked cruel monsters. Pestilence broke out in the country. And they said that the gods were angry with the domineering of the wicked. Then the boldest of the people were strangled in their chains. The earth drank their blood, and that blood produced corn and fruits that inspired with wisdom those who ate them. 1600 years ago, she writes, 593 BC, Atland was submerged. And at that time something happened which nobody had reckoned upon. In the heart of Findusland, upon a mountain, lies a plain called Kashmir, that is, extraordinary. There was a child born whose mother was the daughter of a king, and whose father was a high priest. In order to hide the shame they were obliged to renounce their own blood. Therefore it was taken out of the town to poor people. As the boy grew up, nothing was concealed from him, so he did all in his power to acquire wisdom. His intellect was so great that he understood everything that he saw or heard. The people regarded him with respect, and the priests were afraid of his questions. When he was of full age he went to his parents. They had to listen to some hard language. And to get rid of him they gave him a quantity of jewels, but they dared not openly acknowledge him. Overcome with sorrow at the false shame of his parents, he wandered about. While traveling he fell in with a Frisian sailor who was serving as a slave, and who taught him our manners and customs. He bought the freedom of the slave, and they remained friends till death. Wherever he went he taught the people not to tolerate rich men or priests, and that they must guard themselves against false shame, which everywhere did harm to love and charity. The earth, he said, bestowed her treasures on those who scratch her skin, so all are obliged to dig, and plough, and sow if they wish to reap, but no one is obliged to do anything for another unless it be out of goodwill. He taught that men should not seek in her bowels for gold, or silver, or precious stones, which occasion envy and destroy love. To embellish your wives and daughters, he said, the river offers her pure stream. No man is able to make everybody equally rich and happy, but it is the duty of all men to make each other as equally rich and as happy as possible. Men should not despise any knowledge. But justice is the greatest knowledge that time can teach, because she wards off offenses and promotes love. His first name was Jessos, but the priests, who hated him, called him Fo, that is, false, the people called him Krishna, that is, shepherd. And his Frisian friend called him Buddha, purse, because he had in his head a treasure of wisdom, and in his heart a treasure of love. At last he was obliged to flee from the wrath of the priests. But wherever he went his teaching had preceded him, whilst his enemies followed him like his shadow. When Jessos had thus travelled for 12 years he died, but his friends preserved his teaching, and spread it wherever they found listeners. What do you think the priests did then? That I must tell you, and you must give your best attention to it. Moreover, you must keep guard against their acts and their tricks with all the strength that Oera has given you. While the doctrine of Jessos was thus spreading over the earth, the false priests went to the land of his birth to make his death known. They said they were his friends, and they pretended to show great sorrow by tearing their clothes and shaving their heads. They went to live in caves in the mountains, but in them they had hid all their treasures, and they made in them images of Jessos. They gave these statues to simple people, and at last they said that Jessos was a god, that he had declared this himself to them, and that all those who followed his doctrine should enter his kingdom hereafter, where all was joy and happiness. Because they knew that he was opposed to the rich, they announced everywhere that poverty, suffering, and humility were the door by which to enter into his kingdom. And that those who had suffered the most on earth should enjoy the greatest happiness there. Although they knew that Jessos had taught that men should regulate and control their passions, they taught that men should stifle their passions, and that the perfection of humanity consisted in being as unfeeling as the cold stones. In order to make the people believe that they did as they preached, they pretended to outward poverty, and that they had overcome all sensual feelings, they took no wives. But if any young girl had made a false step, it was quickly forgiven. The weak, they said, were to be assisted, and to save their souls men must give largely to the church. Acting in this way, they had wives and children without households, and were rich without working. But the people grew poorer and more miserable than they had ever been before. This doctrine, which requires the priests to possess no further knowledge than to speak deceitfully, and to pretend to be pious while acting unjustly, spreads from east to west, and will come to our land also. But when the priests fancy that they have entirely extinguished the light of Freya and Jessos, then shall all classes of men rise up who have quietly preserved the truth among themselves, and have hidden it from the priests. They shall be of princely blood of priests, Slavonic, and Freya's blood. They will make their light visible, so that all men shall see the truth. They shall cry woe to the acts of the princes and the priests. The princes who love the truth and justice shall separate themselves from the priests, blood shall flow, but from it the people will gather new strength. Finda's folk shall contribute their industry to the common good, Linda's folk their strength, and we our wisdom. Then the false priests shall be swept away from the earth. Oera's spirit shall be invoked everywhere and always. The laws that Oera in the beginning instilled into our consciences shall alone be listened to. There shall be neither princes, nor masters, nor rulers, except those chosen by the general voice. Then Freya shall rejoice, and the earth will only bestow her gifts on those who work. All this shall begin 4,000 years after the submersion of Atlant, and 1,000 years later there shall exist no longer either priest or oppression. Della, surnamed Helenia, watch. Thus runs Frana's last will, all noble Frisians, Heil. In the name of Wralda, of Freya, and of freedom, I greet you. And pray you if I die before I have named a successor, then I recommend to you Tuncha, who is Bergmagd in the citadel of Mediasplik, till now she is the best. This Gosa has left behind her, hail to all men. I have named no Iramutter, because I know none, and because it is better for you to have no mother than to have one you cannot trust. One bad time is passed by, but there is still another coming. Bertha has not given it birth, and Wralda has not decreed it. It comes from the east, out of the bosom of the priests. It will breed so much mischief that Bertha will not be able to drink the blood of her slain children. It will spread darkness over the minds of men like storm clouds over the sunlight. Everywhere craft and deception shall contend with freedom and justice. Freedom and justice shall be overcome, and we with them. But this success will work out its own loss. Our descendants shall teach their people and their slaves the meaning of 3 words, they are universal love, freedom, and justice. At first they shall shine, then struggle with darkness, until every man's head and heart has become bright and clear. Then shall oppression be driven from the earth, like the thunderclouds by the storm wind, and all deceit will cease to have any more power. Gosa. The writing of Konrad. My forefathers have written this book in succession. I will do this, the more because there exists no longer in my state any citadel on which events are inscribed as used to be the case. My name is Konrad. My father's name was Frethric, my mother's name was Wiljo. After my father's death I was chosen as his successor. When I was 50 years old I was chosen for chief grevitman. My father has written how the Lindorden and Ludgarden were destroyed. Lindehem is still lost, the Lindorden partially, and the North Lindgarden are still concealed by the salt sea. The foaming sea washes the ramparts of the castle. As my father has mentioned, the people, being deprived of their harbor, went away and built houses inside the ramparts of the citadel, therefore that bastion is called Lindward. The sea people say Linward, but that is nonsense. In my youth there was a portion of land lying outside the rampart all mud and marsh, but Freya's people were neither tired or exhausted when they had a good object in view. By digging ditches, and making dams of the earth that came out of the ditches, we recovered a good space of land outside the rampart, which had the form of a hoof 3 poles eastward, 3 southwards, and 3 westwards. At present we are engaged in ramming piles into the ground to make a harbor to protect our rampart. When the work is finished we shall attract mariners. In my youth it looked very queer, but now there stands a row of houses. Leaks and deficiencies produced by poverty have been remedied by industry. From this men may learn that Wralda, our universal Father, protects all his creatures, if they preserve their courage and help each other. Now I will write about Friso. Friso, who was already powerful by his troops, was chosen chief grevitman of the districts round Stavern. He laughed at our mode of defending our land and our sea fights. Therefore he established a school where the boys might learn to fight in the Greek manner, but I believe that he did it to attach the young people to himself. I sent my brother there 10 years ago, because I thought, now that we have not got any mother, it behoves me to be doubly watchful, in order that he may not become our master. Gosa has given us no successors. I will not give any opinion about that. But there are still old suspicious people who think that she and Friso had an understanding about it. When Gosa died, the people from all parts wished to choose another mother. But Friso, who was busy establishing a kingdom for himself, did not desire to have any advice or messenger from Texland. When the messengers of the land Satan came to him, he said that Gosa had been far-seeing and wiser than all the counts together, and yet she had been unable to see any light or way out of this affair. Therefore she had not had the courage to choose a successor, and to choose a doubtful one she thought would be very bad, therefore she wrote in her last will, "It is better to have no mother than to have one on whom you cannot rely." Friso had seen a great deal. He had been brought up in the wars, and he had just learned and gathered as much of the tricks and cunning ways of the Gauls and the princes as he required, to lead the other counts wherever he wished. See here how he went to work about that. Friso had taken here another wife, a daughter of Wilfrid, who in his lifetime had been chief count of Stavren. By her he had 2 sons and 2 daughters. By his wish Cornelia, his youngest daughter, was married to my brother. Cornelia is not good Frisian, her name ought to be written Cornhelia. Wemode, his eldest daughter, he married to Koch. Koch, who went to school to him, is the son of Wichert, the king of the Geatmen. But Koch is likewise not good Frisian, and ought to be Coop. So they have learned more bad language than good manners. Now I must return to my story. After the great flood of which my father wrote an account, there came many Jutlanders and Letlanders out of the Baltic, or Bad Sea. They were driven down the Kattegat in their boats by the ice as far as the coast of Denmark, and there they remained. There was not a creature to be seen, so they took possession of the land, and named it after themselves, Jutland. Afterwards many of the Denmarkers returned from the higher lands, but they settled more to the south. And when the mariners returned who had not been lost, they all went together to Zealand. By this arrangement the Jutlanders retained the land to which Oeralda had conducted them. The Zealand skippers, who were not satisfied to live upon fish, and who hated the Gauls, took to robbing the Phoenician ships. In the southwest point of Scandinavia there lies Lindisberg, called Lindisnos, built by one Apol, as is written in the book. All the people who live on the coasts, and in the neighboring districts, had remained true Frisians. But by their desire for vengeance upon the Gauls, and the followers of Caltona, they joined the Zealanders. But that connection did not hold together, because the Zealanders had adopted many evil manners and customs of the wicked Magyars, in opposition to Freya's people. Afterwards, everybody went stealing on his own account. But when it suited them they held all together. At last the Zealanders began to be in want of good ships. Their shipbuilders had died, and their forests as well as their land had been washed out to sea. Now there arrived unexpectedly 3 ships, which anchored off the ringdike of our citadel. By the disruption of our land they had lost themselves, and had missed Flimond. The merchant who was with them wished to buy new ships from us, and for that purpose had brought all kinds of valuables, which they had stolen from the Celtic country and Phoenician ships. As we had no ships, I gave them active horses and 4 armed couriers to Friso, because at Stavra, along the Alberga, the best ships of war were built of hard oak which never rots. While these sea rovers remained with us, some of the Jutmen had gone to Texland, and thence to Friso. The Zealanders had stolen many of their strongest boys to row their ships, and many of their finest daughters to have children by. The great Jutlanders could not prevent it, as they were not properly armed. When they had related all their misfortunes, and a good deal of conversation had taken place, Friso asked them at last if they had no good harbors in their country. Oh, yes, they answered, a beautiful one, created by Oeralda. It is like a bottle, the neck narrow, but in the belly 1,000 large boats may lie, but we have no citadel and no defences to keep out the pirate ships. Then you should make them, said Friso. That is very good advice, said the Jutlanders, but we have no workmen and no building materials, we are all fishermen and trawlers. The others are drowned or fled to the higher lands. While they were talking in this way, my messengers arrived at the court with the Zealand gentlemen. Here you must observe how Friso understood deceiving everybody, to the satisfaction of both parties, and to the accomplishment of his own ends. To the Zealanders he promised that they should have yearly 50 ships of a fixed size for a fixed price, fitted with iron chains and crossbows, and full rigging as is necessary and useful for men of war. But that they should leave in peace the Jutlanders and all the people of Freya's race. But he wished to do more, he wanted to engage all our sea rovers to go with him upon his fighting expedition. When the Zealanders had gone, he loaded 40 old ships with weapons for wall defences, wood, bricks, carpenters, masons, and smiths, in order to build citadels. Widow, or Wit, his son, he sent to superintend. I have never been well informed of what happened, but this much is clear to me, that on each side of the harbor a strong citadel has been built, and garrisoned by people brought by Friso out of Saxenmarken. Widow courted Third and married her. Wilhelm, her father, was chief alderman of the Jutman, that is, chief brevetman or count. Wilhelm died shortly afterwards, and Widow was chosen in his place. What Friso did further. Of his first wife he still had 2 brothers-in-law, who were very daring. Hedo, that is, Heat, the youngest, he sent as messenger to Katabergt, which lies far in the Saxenmarken. Friso gave him to take 7 horses, besides his own, laden with precious things stolen by the sea rovers. With each horse there were 2 young sea rovers and 2 young horsemen, clad in rich garments, and with money in their purses. In the same way as he sent Hedo to Katabergt, he sent Bruno, that is, Brown, the other brother-in-law, to Managarda Ord. Managarda Ord was written Managarda Ford in the earlier part of this book, but that is wrong. All the riches that they took with them were given away, according to circumstances, to princes, princesses, and chosen young girls. When his young men went to the tavern to dance with the young people there, they ordered baskets of spice, gingerbread, and tons of the best beer. After these messengers he let his young people constantly go over to the Saxenmarken, always with money in their purses and presents to give away, and they spent money carelessly in the taverns. When the Saxon youths looked with envy at this they smiled, and said, "If you dare go and fight the common enemy you would be able to give much richer presents to your brides, and live much more princely." Both the brothers-in-law of Friso had married daughters of the chief princes, and afterwards the Saxon youths and girls came in whole troops to the Flymere. The burnt maidens and old maidens who still remembered their greatness did not hold with Friso's object, and therefore they said no good of him. But Friso, more cunning than they, let them chatter, but the younger maidens he led to his side with golden fingers. They said everywhere, "For a long time we have had no mother, but that comes from our being fit to take care of ourselves. At present it suits us best to have a king to win back our lands that we have lost through the imprudence of our mothers." Further they said, "Every child of Freya has permission to let his voice be heard before the choice of a prince is decided. But if it comes to that you choose a king, then also we will have our say. From all that we can see, W.R. Alda has appointed Friso for it, for he has brought him here in a wonderful way. Friso knows the tricks of the Gauls, whose language he speaks, he can therefore watch against their craftiness. Then there is something else to keep the eye upon. What count could be chosen as king without the others being jealous of him? All such nonsense the young maidens talked, but the old maidens, though few in number, tapped their advice out of another cask. They said always and to every one, "Friso does like the spiders. At night he spreads his webs in all directions, and in the day he catches in them all his unsuspecting friends. Friso says he cannot suffer any priests or foreign princes, but we say that he cannot suffer anybody but himself. Therefore he will not allow the citadel of Stavia to be rebuilt, therefore he will not have the mother again. Today Friso is your counselor, tomorrow he will be your king, in order to have full power over you." Among the people there now existed 2 parties. The old and the poor wished to have the mother again, but the young and the warlike wished for a father and a king. The first called themselves mother's sons, the others father's sons, but the mother's sons did not count for much, because there were many ships to build, there was a good time for all kinds of workmen. Moreover, the sea rovers brought all sorts of treasures, with which the maidens were pleased, the girls were pleased, and their relations and friends. When Friso had been nearly 40 years at Stavern he died. Owing to him many of the states had been joined together again, but that we were the better for it I am not prepared to certify. Of all the counts that preceded him there was none so renowned as Friso. For, as I said before, the young maidens spoke in his praise, while the old maidens did all in their power to make him hateful to everybody. Although the old women could not prevent his meddling, they made so much fuss that he died without becoming king. Now I will write about his son Adel. Friso, who had learned our history from the book of the Adelingen, had done everything in his power to win their friendship. His eldest son, whom he had by his wife Swethard, he named Adel. And although he strove with all his might to prevent the building or restoring any citadels, he sent Adel to the citadel of Texland in order to make himself better acquainted with our laws, language, and customs. When Adel was 20 years old, Friso brought him into his own school, and when he had fully educated him he sent him to travel through all the states. Adel was an amiable young man, and in his travels he made many friends, so the people called him a Theric, that is, rich in friends, which was very useful to him afterwards. For when his father died he took his place without a question of any other count being chosen. While Adel was studying at Texland there was a lovely maiden at the citadel. She came from Sachsenmarken, from the state of Suoberland, therefore she was called at Texland Suabine, although her name was Ifja. Adel fell in love with her, and she with him, but his father wished him to wait a little. Adel did as he wished, but as soon as he was dead, sent messengers to Berthold, her father, to ask her in marriage. Berthold was a prince of high-principled feelings. He had sent his daughter to Texland in the hope that she might be chosen Burgmagd in her country, but when he knew of their mutual affection he bestowed his blessing upon them. Ifja was a clever Frisian. As far as I have been able to learn, she always toiled and worked to bring the Frias people back under the same laws and customs. To bring the people to her side, she travelled with her husband through all Sachsenmarken, and also to Gertmania, as the Gertmen had named the country which they had obtained by means of Gosa. Thence they went to Denmark, and from Denmark by sea to Texland. From Texland they went to Westflyland, and so along the coast to Walhalagra. Thence they followed the Zuideren, the Val, till, with great apprehension, they arrived beyond the Rhine at the Marsitan of whom our Apollonia has written. When they had stayed there a little time, they returned to the lowlands. When they had been some time descending towards the lowlands, and had reached about the old citadel of Aachen, 4 of their servants were suddenly murdered and stripped. They had loitered a little behind. My brother, who was always on the alert, had forbidden them to do so, but they did not listen to him. The murderers that had committed this crime were Twisklanders, who had at that time audaciously crossed the Rhine to murder and to steal. The Twisklanders are banished and fugitive children of Freya, but their wives they have stolen from the Tartars. The Tartars are a brown tribe of Finda's people, who are thus named because they make war on everybody. They are all horsemen and robbers. This is what makes the Twisklanders so bloodthirsty. The Twisklanders who had done the wicked deed called themselves Phrygian or Franken. There were among them, my brother said, red, brown, and white men. The red and brown made their hair white with lime water, but as their faces remained brown, they were only the more ugly. In the same way as Apollonia, they visited Leidesburg and the Aldurga. Afterwards they made a tour of all the neighborhood of Stavra. They behaved with so much amiability, that everywhere the people wished to keep them. 3 months later, Adel sent messengers to all the friends that he had made, requesting them to send to him their wise men in the month of May. His wife, he said, who had been Magd of Texland, had received a copy of it. In Texland many writings are still found which are not copied in the book of the Adelingen. One of these writings had been placed by Gosa with her last will, which was to be opened by the oldest maiden, Albitha, as soon as Friso was dead. Here is the writing with Gosa's advice. When Wralda gave children to the mothers of mankind, he gave one language to every tongue and to all lips. This gift Wralda had bestowed upon men in order that by its means they might make known to each other what must be avoided and what must be followed to find salvation, and to hold salvation to all eternity. Wralda is wise and good, and all-foreseeing. As he knew that happiness and holiness would flee from the earth when wickedness could overcome virtue, he has attached to the language an equitable property. This property consists in this, that men can neither lie nor use deceitful words without stammering or blushing, by which means the innately bad are easily known. As thus our language opens the way to happiness and blessedness, and thus helps to guard against evil inclinations, it is rightly named the language of the gods, and all those by whom it is held in honor derive honor from it. But what has happened? As soon as among our half-brothers and sisters deceivers arose, who gave themselves out as servants of the good, it soon became otherwise. The deceitful priests and the malignant princes, who always clung together, wished to live according to their own inclinations, without regard to the laws of right. In their wickedness they went so far as to invent other languages, so that they might speak secretly in anybody's presence of their wicked and unworthy affairs without betraying themselves by stammering, and without showing a blush upon their countenances. But what has that produced? Just as the seed of good herbs which has been sown by good men in the open day springs up from the ground, so time brings to light the evil seed which has been sown by wicked men in secret and in darkness. The wanton girls and effeminate youths who consorted with the immoral priests and princes, taught the new language to their companions, and thus spread it among the people till God's language was clean forgotten. Would you know what came of all this? How that stammering and blushing no longer betrayed their evil doings, virtue passed away, wisdom and liberty followed, unity was lost, and quarreling took its place. Love flew away, and unchastity and envy met round their tables, and where previously justice reigned, now it is the sword. All are slaves, the subjects of their masters, envy, bad passions and covetousness. If they had only invented one language things might possibly have still gone on well, but they invented as many languages as there are states, so that one people can no more understand another people than a cow a dog, or a wolf a sheep. The mariners can bear witness to this. From all this it results that all the slave people look upon each other as strangers. And that as a punishment of their inconsiderateness and presumption, they must quarrel and fight till they are all destroyed. Here is my counsel. If you wish that you alone should inherit the earth, you must never allow any language but God's language to pass your lips, and take care that your own language remains free from outlandish sounds. If you wish that some of Lida's children and some of Finda's children remain, you must do the same. The language of the East Skunlanders has been perverted by the vile Magyars, and the language of the followers of Kaltana has been spoiled by the dirty Gauls. Now, we have been weak enough to admit among us the returned followers of Hellenia, but I anxiously fear that they will reward our weakness by debasing our pure language. Many things have happened to us, but among all the citadels that have been disturbed and destroyed in the bad time, Bertha has preserved Friasberg uninjured, and I may remark that Frias or God's language has always remained here untainted. Here in Texland, therefore, schools should be established, and from all the states that have kept to the old customs the young people should be sent here, and afterwards those whose education is complete can help those who remain at home. If foreigners come to buy ironwares from you, and want to talk and bargain, they must come back to God's language. If they learn God's language, then the words, to be free, and, to have justice, will come to them, and glimmer and glitter in their brains to a perfect light, and that flame will destroy all bad princes and hypocritical dirty priests. The native and foreign messengers were pleased with that writing, but no schools came from it. Then Adel established schools himself. Every year Adel and Ifja went to inspect the schools. If they found a friendly feeling existing between the natives and foreigners, they were extremely pleased. If there were any who had sworn friendship together, they assembled the people, and with great ceremony let them inscribe their names in a book which was called the Book of Friendship, and afterwards a festival was held. All these customs were kept up in order to bring together the separate branches of Freya's race. But the maidens who were opposed to Adel and Ifja said that they did it for no other reason than to make a name for themselves, and to bring all the other states under their subjection. Among my father's papers I found a letter from Ludgert the Gertman. Omitting some passages which only concern my father, I proceed to relate the rest. Punjab, that is 5 rivers, and by which we travel, is a river of extraordinary beauty, and is called 5 rivers, because 4 other streams flow into the sea by its mouth. Far away to the eastward is another large river, the holy or sacred Ganges. Between these 2 rivers is the land of the Hindus. Both rivers run from the high mountains to the plains. The mountains in which their sources lie are so high that they reach the heavens, Laya, and therefore these mountains are called Himalaya. Among the Hindus and others out of these countries there are people who meet together secretly. They believe that they are pure children of Finda, and that Finda was born in the Himalaya mountains, whence she went with her children to the lowlands. Some of them believe that she, with her children, floated down upon the foam of the Ganges, and that is the reason why the river is called the sacred Ganges. But the priests, who came from another country, traced out these people and had them burnt, so that they do not dare to declare openly their creed. In this country all the priests are fat and rich. In their churches there are all kinds of monstrous images, many of them of gold. To the west of the Punjab are the Iraniers, or Moros, Drangianan, the Gedrasan, Gedrasirs, or runaways, and the Urjetan, or forgotten. These names are given by the priests out of spite, because they fled from their customs and religion. On their arrival our forefathers likewise established themselves to the east of the Punjab, but on account of the priests they likewise went to the west. In that way we learn to know the Uren and other people. The Uren are not savages, but good people, who neither pray to nor tolerate images, neither will they suffer priests or churches, but as we adhere to the light of Fasta, so they everywhere maintain fire in their houses. Coming still further westward, we arrive at the Gedrasan. Regarding the Gedrasan, they have been mixed with other people, and speak a variety of languages. These people are really savage murderers, who always wander about the country on horseback hunting and robbing, and hire themselves as soldiers to the surrounding princes, at whose command they destroy whatever they can reach. The country between the Punjab and the Ganges is as flat as Friesland near the sea, and consists of forests and fields, fertile in every part, but this does not prevent the people from dying by thousands of hunger. The famines, however, must not be attributed to Wralda or Eartha, but to the princes and priests. The Hindus are timid and submissive before their princes, like hinds before wolves. Therefore the Uren and others have called them Hindus, which means hinds. But their timidity is frightfully abused. If strangers come to purchase corn, everything is turned into money, and this is not prevented by the priests, because they, being more crafty and rapacious than all the princes put together, know very well that all the money will come into their pockets. Besides what the people suffer from their princes, they suffer a great deal from poisonous and wild beasts. There are great elephants that sometimes go about in whole flocks and trample down cornfields and whole villages. There are great black and white cats which are called tigers. They are as large as calves, and they devour both men and beasts. Besides other creeping animals there are snakes from the size of a worm to the size of a tree. The largest can swallow a cow, but the smallest are the most deadly. They conceal themselves among the fruits and flowers, and surprise the people who come to gather them. Anyone who is bitten by them is sure to die, as Eartha has given no antidote to their poison, because the people have so given themselves up to idolatry. There are, besides, all sorts of lizards, tortoises, and crocodiles. All these reptiles, like the snakes, vary from the size of a worm to the trunk of a tree. According to their size and fierceness, they have names which I cannot recollect, but the largest are called alligators, because they eat as greedily the putrid cattle that float down the stream as they do living animals that they seize. On the west of the Punjab where we come from, and where I was born, the same fruits and crops grow as on the east side. Formerly there existed also the same crawling animals, but our forefathers burnt all the underwood, and so diligently hunted all the wild animals, that there are scarcely any left. To the extreme west of the Punjab there is found rich clay land as well as barren heaths, which seem endless, occasionally varied lovely spots on which the eye rests enchanted. Among the fruits there are many that I have not found here. Among the various kinds of corn some is as yellow as gold. There are also golden apples, of which some are as sweet as honey and others as sour as vinegar. In our country there are nuts as large as a child's head. They contain cheese and milk. When they are old oil is made from them. Of the husks ropes are made, and of the shells cups and other household utensils are made. I have found in the woods here bramble and holly berries. In my country we have trees bearing berries, as large as your lime trees, the berries of which are much sweeter and 3 times as large as your gooseberries. When the days are at the longest, and the sun is in the zenith, a man's body has no shadow. If you sail very far to the south and look to the east at midday, the sun shines on your left side as it does in other countries on the right side. With this I will finish. It will be easy for you, by means of what I have written, to distinguish between false accounts and true descriptions. Your Luigert. The writing of Bedan. My name is Bedan, son of Hutchgana. My uncle, not having married, left no children. I was elected in his place. Adel, the third king of that name, approved of the choice, provided I should acknowledge him as master. In addition to the entire inheritance of my uncle, he gave me some land which joined my inheritance, on condition that I would settle people there who should never his people. Therefore I will allow it a place here. Letter of Rika the Oud Magd, read at Stavron at the Jewel Feast. My greeting to all of you whose forefathers came here with Friso. According to what you say, you are not guilty of idolatry. I will not speak about that now, but will at once mention a failing which is very little better. You know, or you do not know, how many titles Wralda has. But you all know that he is named Universal Provider, because that everything comes and proceeds from him for the sustenance of his creatures. It is true that Eartha is named sometimes the feeder of all, because she brings forth all the fruits and grains on which men and beasts are fed, but she would not bear any fruit or grain unless Wralda gave her the power. Women who nourish their children at their breasts are called nurses, but if Wralda did not give them milk the children would find no advantage, so that, in short, Wralda really is the nourisher. That Eartha should be called the universal nourisher, and that a mother should be called a feeder, one can understand, figuratively speaking, but that a father should be called a feeder, because he is a father, goes against all reason. Now I know whence all this folly comes. Listen to me. It comes from our enemies, and if this is followed up you will become slaves, to the sorrow of Freya and to the punishment of your pride. I will tell you what happened to the slave people. From that you may take warning. The foreign kings, who follow their own will, place Wralda below the crown. From envy that Wralda is called the universal father, they wish also to be called fathers of the people. Now, everybody knows that kings do not regulate the productiveness of the earth, and that they have their sustenance by means of the people, but still they will persist in their arrogance. In order to attain their object they were not satisfied from the beginning with free gifts, but imposed a tax upon the people. With the tax thus raised they hired foreign soldiers, whom they retained about their courts. Afterwards they took as many wives as they pleased, and the smaller princes and gentry did the same. When, in consequence, quarrels and disputes arose in the households, and complaints were made about it, they said every man is the father, feeder, of his household, therefore he shall be master and judge over it. Thus arose arbitrariness, and as the men ruled over their households the kings would do over their people. When the kings had accomplished that, they should be called fathers of the people, they had statues of themselves made, and erected in the churches beside the statues of the idols. And those who would not bow down to them were either killed or put in chains. Your forefathers and the Twisklanders had intercourse with the kings, and learned these follies from them. But it is not only that some of your men have been guilty of stealing titles, I have also much to complain of against your wives. If there are men among you who wish to put themselves on a level with Wralda, there are also women who wish to consider themselves equals of Freya. Because they have borne children, they call themselves mothers. But they forget that Freya bore children without having intercourse with a man. Yes, they not only have desired to rob Freya and the Iramutters of their honorable title, with whom they cannot put themselves upon an equality, but they do the same with the honorable titles of their fellow creatures. There are women who allow themselves to be called ladies, although they know that that only belongs to the wives of princes. They also let their daughters be called Magdan, although they know that no young girls are so called unless they belong to a citadel. You all fancy that you are the better for this name stealing, but you forget that jealousy clings to it, and that every wrong sows the seed of its own rod. If you do not alter your course, in time it will grow so strong that you cannot see what will be the end. Your descendants will be flogged by it, and will not know whence the stripes come. But although you do not build citadels for the maidens and leave them to their fate, there will still remain some who will come out of woods and caves, and will prove to your descendants that you have by your disorderliness been the cause of it. Then you will be damned. Your ghosts will rise frightened out of their graves. They will call upon Wralda, Freya, and her maidens, but they shall receive no succor before the jewel shall enter upon a new circuit, and that will only be 3,000 years after this century. The end of Rika's letter. Therefore I will first write about Black Adel. Black Adel was the fourth king after Friso. In his youth he studied first at Texland, and then at Stavren, and afterwards travelled through all the states. When he was 24 years old his father had him elected a Siga Asker. As soon as he became Asker he always took the part of the poor. The rich, he said, do enough of wrong by means of their wealth, therefore we ought to take care that the poor look up to us. By arguments of this kind he became the friend of the poor and the terror of the rich. It was carried so far that his father looked up to him. When his father died he succeeded, and then he wished to retain his office as well, as the kings of the East used to do. The rich would not suffer this, so all the people rose up, and the rich were glad to get out of the assembly with whole skins. From that time there was no more talk of equality. He oppressed the rich and flattered the poor, by whose assistance he succeeded in all his wishes. King Asker, as he was always called, was 7 feet high, and his strength was as remarkable as his height. He had a clear intellect, so that he understood all that was talked about, but in his actions he did not display much wisdom. He had a handsome countenance and a smooth tongue, but his soul was blacker than his hair. When he had been king for a year, he obliged all the young men in the state to come once a year to the camp to have a sham fight. At first he had some trouble with it, but at last it became such a habit that old and young came from all sides to ask if they might take part in it. When he had brought it to this point, he established military schools. The rich complained that their children no longer learned to read and write. Asker paid no attention to it. But shortly afterwards, when a sham fight was held, he mounted a throne and spoke aloud, "The rich have come to complain to me that their boys do not learn to read and write." I answered nothing. But I will now declare my opinion, and let the General Assembly decide. While they all regarded him with curiosity, he said further, "According to my idea, we ought to leave reading and writing at present to the Magdan and wise people. I do not wish to speak ill of our forefathers, I will only say that in the times so vaunted by some, the Burg Magdan introduced disputes into our country, which the mothers were unable, either first or last, to put an end to. Worse still, while they talked and chattered about useless customs the Gauls came and seized all our beautiful southern country. Even at this very time our degenerate brothers and their soldiers have already come over the Scheldt. It therefore remains for us to choose whether we will carry a yoke or a sword. If we wish to be and to remain free, it behoves our young men to leave reading and writing alone for a time. And instead of playing games of swinging and wrestling, they must learn to play with sword and spear. When we are completely prepared, and the boys are big enough to carry helmet and shield and to use their weapons, then, with your help, I will attack the enemy. The Gauls may then record the defeat of their helpers and soldiers upon our fields with the blood that flows from their wounds. When we have once expelled the enemy, then we must follow it up till there are no more Gauls, slaves, or Tartars to be driven out of Freya's inheritance." "That is right," the majority shouted, and the rich did not dare to open their mouths. He must certainly have thought over this address and had it written out, for on the evening of the same day there were copies in at least 20 different hands, and they all sounded the same. Afterwards he ordered the ship people to make double prows, upon which steel crossbows could be fixed. Those who were backward in doing this were fined, and if they swore that they had no means, the rich men of the village were obliged to pay. Now we shall see what resulted from all this bustle. In the north part of Britain there exists a Scotch people, the most of them spring from Freya's blood, some of them are descended from the followers of Cultana, and, for the rest, from Britons and fugitives who gradually, in the course of time, took refuge there from the tin mines. Those who come from the tin mines have wives, either altogether foreign or of foreign descent. They are all under the dominion of the Gauls. Their arms are wooden bows and arrows pointed with stag's horn or flint. Their houses are of turf and straw, and some of them live in caves in the mountains. Sheep that they have stolen form their only wealth. Some of the descendants of Keltana's followers still have iron weapons, which they have inherited from their forefathers. In order to make myself well understood, I must let alone for a while my account of the Scotch people, and write something about the near Crekelanders, Italians. The Crekelanders formerly belonged to us only, but from time immemorial descendants of Lyda and Finda have established themselves there. Of these last there came in the end a whole troop from Troy. Troy is the name of a town that the far Crekelanders, Greeks, had taken and destroyed. When the Trojans had nestled themselves among the near Crekelanders, with time and industry they built a strong town with walls and citadels named Rome, that is, spacious. When this was done, the people by craft and force made themselves masters of the whole land. The people who live on the south side of the Mediterranean Sea, come for the most part from Phoenicia. The Phoenicians, Puniers or Carthaginians, are a bastard race of the blood of Phrygia, Finda, and Lyda. The Lyda people were there as slaves, but by the unchastity of the women these black people have degenerated the other people and dyed them brown. These people and the Romans are constantly struggling for the supremacy over the Mediterranean Sea. The Romans, moreover, live at enmity with the Phoenicians. And their priests, who wish to assume the sole government of the world, cannot bear the sight of the Gauls. First they took from the Phoenicians Marseilles, then all the countries lying to the south, the west, and the north, as well as the southern part of Britain, and they have always driven away the Phoenician priests, that is the Gauls, of whom thousands have sought refuge in North Britain. A short time ago the chief of the Gauls was established in the citadel, which is called Karnak, that is the corner, whence he issued his commands to the Gauls. All their gold was likewise collected there. Ciaran Herne, chosen corner, or Karnak, is a stone citadel which did belong to Calta. Therefore the maidens of the descendants of Keltana's followers wished to have the citadel again. Thus through the enmity of the maidens and the Gauls, hatred and quarreling spread ever the mountain country with fire and sword. Our sea people often came there to get wool, which they paid for with prepared hides and linen. Asker had often gone with them, and had secretly made friendship with the maidens and some princes, and bound himself to drive the Gauls out of Karnak. When he came back there again he gave to the princes and the fighting men iron helmets and steel bows. War had come with him, and soon blood was streaming down the slopes of the mountains. When Asker thought a favorable opportunity occurred, he went with 40 ships and took Karnak and the chief of the Gauls, with all his gold. The people with whom he fought against the soldiers of the Gauls, he had enticed out of the Saxonmarken by promises of much booty and plunder. Thus nothing was left to the Gauls. After that he took 2 islands for stations for his ships, from which he used later to sally forth and plunder all the Phoenician ships and towns that he could reach. When he returned he brought nearly 600 of the finest youths of the Scotch mountaineers with him. He said that they had been given him as hostages, that he might be sure that the parents would remain faithful to him, but this was untrue. He kept them as a bodyguard at his court, where they had daily lessons in riding and in the use of all kinds of arms. The Denmarkers, who proudly considered themselves sea warriors above all the other sea people, no sooner heard of the glorious deeds of Asker, than they became jealous of him to such a degree that they would bring war over the sea and over his lands. See here, then, how he was able to avoid a war. Among the ruins of the destroyed citadel of Stavia there was still established a clever Bergmagd, with a few maidens. Her name was Rientia, and she was famed for her wisdom. This maid offered her assistance to Asker, on condition that he should afterwards rebuild the citadel of Stavia. When he had bound himself to do this, Rientia went with 3 maidens to Holstein. She travelled by night, and by day she made speeches in all the markets and in all the assemblies. Wralda, she said, had told her by his thunder that all the Phrygia's people must become friends, and united as brothers and sisters, otherwise Finda's people would come and sweep them off the face of the earth. After the thunder Phrygia's 7 watch maidens appeared to her in a dream 7 nights in succession. They had said, disaster hovers over Phrygia's land with yoke and chains. Therefore all the people who have sprung from Freya's blood must do away with their surnames, and only call themselves Freya's children, or Freya's people. They must all rise up and drive Finda's people out of Freya's inheritance. If you will not do that, you will bring the slave chains round your necks, and the foreign chiefs will ill-treat your children and flog them till the blood streams into your graves. Then shall the spirits of your forefathers appear to you, and reproach your cowardice and thoughtlessness. The stupid people who, by the acts of the Magyars, were already so much accustomed to folly, believed all that she said, and the mothers clasped their children to their bosoms. When Riencha had brought the king of Holstein and the others to an agreement, she sent messengers to Asker, and went herself along the Baltic Sea. From there she went to the Litauers, face-hewers, so called because they always strike at their enemy's face. The Litauers are fugitives and banished people of our own race, who wander about in the Twisklanden. Their wives have been mostly stolen from the Tartars. The Tartars are a branch of Finda's race, and are thus named by the Twisklanders because they never will be at peace, but provoke people to fight. She proceeded on beyond the Saxenmarken, crossing through the other Twisklanders in order always to repeat the same thing. After 2 years had passed, she came along the Rhine home. Among the Twisklanders she gave herself out for a mother, and said that they might return as free and true people, but then they must go over the Rhine and drive the Gauls out of Freya's south lands. If they did that, then her king Asker would go over the Scheldt and win back the land. Among the Twisklanders many bad customs of the Tartars and Magyars have crept in, but likewise many of our laws have remained. Therefore they still have Magden, who teach the children and advise the old. In the beginning they were opposed to Riencha, but at last she was followed, obeyed, and praised by them where it was useful or necessary. Representation of a ship with forecastle and poop deck, preserved on an old seal of Stavern. As soon as Asker heard from Riencha's messengers how the Jutlanders were disposed, he immediately, on his side, sent messengers to the king of Huls. The ship in which the messengers went was laden with women's ornaments, and took also a golden shield on which Asker's portrait was artistically represented. These messengers were to ask the king's daughter, Frethegundsta, in marriage for Asker. Frethegundsta came a year after that to Stavern. Among her followers was a Magi, for the Jutlanders had been long ago corrupted. Soon after Asker had married Frethegundsta, a church was built at Stavern. In the church were placed monstrous images, bedecked with gold-woven dresses. It is also said that Asker, by night, and at unseasonable times, kneeled to them with Frethegundsta, but one thing is certain, the citadel of Stavia was never rebuilt. Riencha was already come back, and went angrily to Protlick the mother, at Texland, to complain. Protlick sent out messengers in all directions, who proclaimed that Asker is gone over to idolatry. Asker took no notice of this, but unexpectedly a fleet arrived from Huls. In the night the maidens were driven out of the citadel, and in the morning there was nothing to be seen of the citadel but a glowing heap of rubbish. Protlick and Riencha came to me for shelter. When I reflected upon it, I thought that it might prove bad for my state. Therefore, we hit upon a plan which might serve us all. This is the way we went to work. In the middle of the Krigelwood, to the east of Liadward, lies our place of refuge, which can only be reached by a concealed path. A long time ago I had established a garrison of young men who all hated Asker, and kept away all other people. Now it was come to such a pitch among us, that many women, and even men, talked about ghosts, white women, and gnomes, just like the Denmarkers. Asker had made use of all these follies for his own advantage, and we wished to do the same. One dark night I brought the Magden to the citadel, and afterwards they went with their serving maids dressed in white along the path, so that nobody dare go there any more. When Asker thought he had his hands free, he let the Magyars travel through his states under all kinds of names, and, except in my state, they were not turned away anywhere. After that Asker had become so connected with the Jutlanders and the Denmarkers, they all went roving together, but it produced no real good to them. They brought all sorts of foreign treasures home, and just for that reason the young men would learn no trades, nor work in the fields, so at last he was obliged to take slaves. But that was altogether contrary to Wralda's wish and to Freya's counsel. Therefore the punishment was sure to follow it. This is the way in which the punishment came. They had altogether taken a whole fleet that came out of the Mediterranean Sea. This fleet was laden with purple cloths and other valuables that came from Phoenicia. The weak people of the fleet were put ashore south of the Seine, but the strong people were kept to serve as slaves. The handsomest were retained ashore, and the ugly and black were kept on board ship as rowers. In the fly the plunder was divided, but, without their knowing it, they divided the punishment too. Of those who were placed in the foreign ships 6 died of colic. It was thought that the food and drink were poisoned, so it was all thrown overboard, but the colic remained all the same. Wherever the slaves or the goods came, there it came too. The Saxonmen took it over to their marches. The Jutlanders brought it to Skunland and along the coasts of the Baltic Sea, and with Asker's mariners it was taken to Britain. We and the people of Grenoble did not allow either the people or the goods to come over our boundaries, and therefore we remained free from it. How many people were carried off by this disease I cannot tell. But Prodlik, who heard it afterwards from the maidens, told me that Asker had helped out of his states 1,000 times more free men than he had brought dirty slaves in. When the pest had ceased, the Twisklanders who had become free came to the Rhine, but Asker would not put himself on an equality with the princes of that vile degenerate race. He would not suffer them to call themselves Freya's children, as Rientia had offered them, but he forgot then that he himself had black hair. Among the Twisklanders there were 2 tribes who did not call themselves Twisklanders. One came from the far southeast, and called themselves Alamannen. They had given themselves this name when they had no women among them, and were wandering as exiles in the forests. Later on they stole women from the slave people like the Litauers, but they kept their name. The other tribe, that wandered about in the neighborhood, called themselves Franks, not because they were free, but the name of their first king was Frank, who, by the help of the degenerate maidens, had himself made hereditary king over his people. The people nearest to him called themselves Tiath, his sons, that is, sons of the people. They had remained free, because they never would acknowledge any king, or prince, or master except those chosen by general consent in a general assembly. Asker had already learned from Rientia that the Twisklander princes were almost always at war with each other. He proposed to them that they should choose a duke from his people, because, as he said, he was afraid that they would quarrel among themselves for the supremacy. He said also that his princes could speak with the Gauls. This, he said, was also the opinion of the mother. Then the princes of the Twisklanders came together, and after 21 days they chose Auric as duke. Auric was Asker's nephew. He gave him 200 Scotch and 100 of the greatest Saxmannen to go with him as a bodyguard. The princes were to send 21 of their sons as hostages for their fidelity. Thus far all had gone according to his wishes. But when they were to go over the Rhine, the king of the Franks would not be under Auric's command. Thereupon all was confusion. Asker, who thought that all was going on well, landed with his ships on the other side of the Scheldt. But there they were already aware of his coming, and were on their guard. He had to flee as quickly as he had come, and was himself taken prisoner. The Gauls did not know whom they had taken, so he was afterwards exchanged for a noble Gaul whom Asker's people had taken with them. While all this was going on, the Magyars went about audaciously over the lands of our neighbors. Near Igmuda, where formerly the citadel Forana had stood, they built a church larger and richer than that which Asker had built at Stavron. They said afterwards that Asker had lost the battle against the Gauls, because the people did not believe that Woden could help them, and therefore they would not pray to him. They went about stealing young children, whom they kept and brought up in the mysteries of their abominable doctrines. Were there people who... Here the manuscript ends abruptly. Adela. Och min svn. Thissa boka moti myth lif and seal warja. Save befatteth skednais von versus ele folk ak von vsa ethlem. Validen habik tam utier flawed fred tolik myth t and thin remoter. The hja waren wet reden, der thrvch gvngan hja afterniai verdarva. Veen ja nav te verlijse heb ik ravp Rolandisk pampier schreven. Sa huersa Thursday se erv, mot hu seak reschrijven. Thin barn also tilt ju ja nimmerthway navt en ikvma. Schreven til juert. Nei atlans ken is that 3,400 and jugen and fjordigostje, that is nei kirsten renang that 1206 and 50gostje. Hitta tabinamath ora linda dot, whack. Uljawa ervnoma. VMB VSA Uljawa ethlas will n VMB VSA Uljawa fritums will, thus anwara sa bidik to jo. Okuljawa and let the agon enis papecap tach nimmerth over thissa skrifta any waja. Ja spreketh sweda worda, men ja torneth and marksum and alice what fawn versus frias treft. Vim rika prebend to winnend sa heleth ja myth the papa kenningar. Thissa wetath that why jara greatest viand ascend. Turf dam why jara lyoda to spreek thra vr frijdom, reject and forced and plicht. Thurvm bledeth ja alice verdeligja, what fawn vsa ethlum kvmt and what their jita rest fawn vsa alda sedum. Okuljawa ik have by tam e hove west. Will wr. Alda teeth gelda and willeth y versus naft sterik any mokja ja skylan versus algader verdeligja. Skreven tul judward. Act 103 nei kirsten bigrip. Liko tonomath ovira linda. 3,449-1,256 is 2,193 before Christ. That bach thera adela folstar. Thridich after a day that thja folksmater bracht was thrvch theme vrest magi stand et arg vm2. Alas data the erlitsa anda or side der usara, wherein fawn versus ofkirth and venderiti weld thes magi kiemen, and et stand to frazane, that weldig skoldwortha vredl land. Veen that vnluck to wherein had a man een mina act bilitsen, where gajarath wherein a lara manalik, der an en god rop stand by the famna. The nei that amar verlapen wherein as thrjv at melda, was al gored and a tys and al nsa by jarik feast. The to the lesta freya adela that word, andi keth. J ala wet et that ik thrjv ja birchfam weasen sy. Ak wet j that ik karen sy to motor, and ak, that ik nen motor nessa nav nilda, thurfdamik apal to min enga jerd. Thatch what j nav neat, that is, that ik alabert nisa nagvingen ha, even as ik en rent like folksmater weasen were. Ik have allen fawn and witherfaren to shand waterberde. Der thrvch send my fellow sika bar ruden, der ora nav neat. J hath jester seeth, that vsa siba and the ora sid their rusara njvt and laugh were. The ik may setsa to jv, that magi se nen ein ga of one and hate thrvch that welds sinra weapon, men blat thrvch argelstage and jita mar thrvch that jirich sa thera hertiga men thera ethelinga. Freya hate sate y any skolden nen freya ljvd by versus tolida, the what haven ja den. Ja haven vsa fjand nei falged, wanden stead fawn jarafen sinum to d and, jephthah fry to litain, haven ja fryas red minict and se to jaras lafonum maked. Turfdam ja sock deaden, mocked frya navt longer waka over jam, ja haven in as other as frydam binaman, and that is seek, that ja jara adjan valeren hall. Thatch that ella is jo selva akin. Menik will setsa to jo, ho ja nei gradum sa leg vrswell th send. Thera finum jara weeva krajon barn. Thissa waxton pa myth vsa frya barn. Altomet tvilden and jolden ja to samniv pa hem, jephthah ja wherein myth ekram by their herd. Der herden ja myth lustum nei the verdwalska finna sagum, thurfdam ja thjvd and nei wherein. Sa send ja ventfrighten thonksteen wald jarer aldrum. As the barn grat radon and sagan that the finare barn and weapnhan teramat, and blat worka most, the krajon ja aneth worka en grins and radon hard hatchfarand. The bassa and jara storstus num krupton by the lotteriga finna mangertum. En jara agentagatera thrvch that vel farbled fane way brocht, lutten jara selva begorda thrvch the skinesta finanapa, jara vel aldrum to spot. The veen magi that anda nos kryg, the nama the skinesta signer finna and magyara verlovend ra myth golden horna, sa ja ra thrvch versus folk fata deden, after dem sina lurv breda. Men sin ljuda deden mar, burn radon to sok makad, nei psalandum brocht, and sawersa hjav brocht waren and sina vla then radon hja to bek sendan. The skinslavona vsa tal moktik waren, the clividon hja the hertoga and ethelinga and board, and kethan, ja mostun din magi herik wortha, sa kundan jaras num falja tam, oni thrvch folk karen to redain. Thera ther veen goda dedum en fardel tuare hus kryan hadavelovaden ja fon sinant wegum jita en afterdel beej, hoka tam en far en afterdel kryan hadasiden ja en rondel tu, en tam en rondel hada en el stat. Wherein the ethla to hard frias, the wenden ja the stuen and hilden par verbasterus vnamen. Jesterdai wherein among jo tam alat folk to hoppa hropa wild vmb the ast-like stata wither to jara pliga to tvangand. Thach nei min in falda mining scold that phallicantukfma. Thank Inez there was weazen en hard levengsiact among ethja, and that other jita arg veed, scold jth and wel wagja vim jvw helenf ja to farand among jara syakf ja. Amar na. Sawersa aura manalik nw biama and bijecta emoti, that eth the mytha staple arg of kma scold, was scold then also drwst wisa vim sina barn to wagand among en folk that el and alveren is. Moktik jo red jeva, excold setsa to jo, j most befara le dingum jo en ni folksmater kyasa. Ikwit wel that j thermitha and a brvd sit, vt hoi that erfan the threadtine birch famna than why jita au have wel acti send their nei their era dinge, men that scoldic navt any melda. Tuncha their fam is birch mediasplik het namur nei tolf, tach is ja fall witskip and clarsian, and welsa hard peer folk and usa pliga stolf as all author at samni. Fourth scoldic rita j most nei the bergum ga, and of pskrywa ala ava frias tex, bijenka les skidniza, ja ella that to findas wife pa wagum, tilth ju ella naft verlaren niga, and mitha bergum also verden naft any worth. Der stat askerwan, thia motor and jowlik birch fam skill hava buta helpar and senda boden, yn and twintich famna and shugan lerfamkes. Moktik there what tidvand, the skolik skrywa, and also fellow ursuma tagatera vim to li rain, sa therv pa bergum wisa muge. Wandik segan tro and tid skilleth jekta, sawersa j after frias barn will namur to winand, or thrvch leston a thvch weapon, sa hagath j tinvdan that ju tagatera after fria weaver rud. Barn emotiman lear, ho grat versus land or weazen sy, hoc great maniska vsa ethla waren, ho grat y jita send, say versus dao ledsath beej ora, man emoti tala jam fon the wacharta and fon jara wachandla kadidam, ak rafara satakta. Althissa telinga hagath den to werthand beej their herd, pahem and where et wisa may, sa beej blyskip as beej terum. Men skill et standfast kma and dat brin and andat herda, then motan ala laringa overa weraj wera weeva and tagatera therein strama. Adela's red is falgath. Thit send the nama thera grevet mana, vender wham is walled thit bakarokten is. Apol, Adela's man, Thria is seekening weazen, nw is grevetman over ast flyland and over a linderda. The Burgulj Lindehem, and Stavja send vendor sin had. Their Saxman Storo, Sitja's man, grevetman over a Haga Fena and Valda. Njgun Wara is to her toga, that is to Herman, Karen. The Burgabvda and Managarda Forda send vendor sin had. Abello, Jalcha's man, grevetman over the Sudar Flylanda. Fewers is Herman Wiesen. The Berga Aiken, Levbirch and Katzbirch send vendor sin had. Enoch Dywek his man, grevetman over West Flyland and Texland. Njgun mel is to seekening Karen. Thiu Warabirch, Mediasplik, Farana and Ald Friasbirch send vendor sin hod. Fapa, man von Dunrose, Grevitman over the Shgan Alanda. Fifth mel is seekening Wiesen. Thju Birch wal Halagara is vendor sin hod. Thit stand pa the Wagam et Friasbirch to Texland Askerwen, that stet ak to Stavia and to Media's Blick. That was Freya his day and to their stand was et Verleden Shovgan Wara Shovganja, that Fasta was installed as Folksmater nei Freya's Jurda. Thju Birch Mediasplik was red and en fam was Karen. NW scold Fasta Thju Nea Fodik Stika, and that den was an Ajmorda fawn that folk, the Rop Freya fawn hero waxter, say that Oera Manalik that Hera mot, Fasta nim Thinra stift and rit the Tina ther Iker naft setsa any mot. Fasta Didi also ja Boden Worth. Sa send wi Freya's barn and vsa forma skednais kiemen. That is vsa forma skednais. Wr.alda tam alina god and ev is, mcade t. Anfang, dana kem tid rock da la tina ak chirtha. Chirtha bar da la garsa, cruden and boma, alat jara quick and alat arj quick. All what god and jar is, brocht jo by digum and all what quad and arg is, brocht juthes nactus forth. After it twilift jol first bard ja thur ja manjurda. Lida worth ut gliand. Finda worth ut heda n. Freya ut warm staff. The ja blat kiemen spiz wr. All the jam myth sina adama, till thju the maneska and him scold benden wisa. Reynes ja rip waren krajon ja fruchta and nocta and a drama wr. Aldas. Od trad tore bina, and nw bardon ek twilifskna and twilif tagathra ek jolta twen. Thereof send ale maneska kiemen. Lida was sword, krolherd also the lamra, lik stera blanken tra ogan, ja thes jurfugels blicker waren modik by tras. Scarp Lida. Anan Sanaka kvn ju krupahera, and horsa their fiska in verwetter were endentgong that hira nostera naft. Rad viewed Lida. En stor bam kvn ju bugja and sawersa ja run any brak nene blomstall vendor jara fyt. Weldage Lida. Hard was draw steam and cret ju ut grim sa run ek flux way. Wonderful Lida. Fawn ava nilda ju naft nida. Tra dita don thrvch tra toctus trat. Veen the tedra to helpain, dade ju the stora and horsa juti den hada graj ju by lick. Arm Lida. Ju worth grief ontivnwis by gelda and vpp at endi sturf ja von hertzer veem the barn ra quad. Fnwisa barn. Ja tic tegadon ekram, van mamare dad, ja grajadon lick wulva, Vjected an alsa and dewile ja that deaden eaten the fugilan that lick. Wa may sin terra wither to haldane. Finda. Was gel and hjr her sa the mana ener or, een thrnekv ja navt ni bugja, men where lida anan lavwa mocked to dejand, their dade ja wl jan. Valletta like Finda. Svet was tra stem and nanan fugil kvn shanga lick ju. Tra egon lochtun and lorden, men there ansak worth slav. Vnridalika Finda. Ju skref the zand ava, the juani fogda nen erfan vp. Ja verfiade the goda veem jara frimod, the enslickmanks jeff ju hjr selva hast way. That was here vnluck. Tra haved was to fvl, the hjr hurt to idle, ju any min nimmen sa ja selva and ju wild that ek ja liaf ha scold. Falsk Finda. Huning sweat waren tra worda, the hawk tam ja trijwade were vnluck nei by. Selves jokta Finda. Over ella wild ju welda, and tra svnum waren lick ju, fan jara sustrum letten ja araith janja and ekram slogan ja vmbet masterskip dad. Double herda Finda. Veem Scots worda worth juyair, and the args dita any roared ja naft. Sach ju en nindask en spin verslina, then worth ju ami hurt says, men sach ju tra barn en fries vermoord sa swol tra bosom fan nacht. Vnlook Finda. Justurf and oblonted von Hra leva, nt is Jita Jester ho juk fallen sy. Skinheliga barn. Vender Kestlik Stina Leiden Hja Tra Lik Del, mit Quabjana Skriftum Smukten Hja Tampa, Tograjan Veem Hereth to Warthand Men and Stillness Any Weneden Hja Nenen Eng Tar. Vrijphalic Folk. T Texter Finda Nei Let was in Golden Bleeder Wryt, Thatch the besta wherefore I Makad was, Wri Nammer to not. The Goda Ava Udon Utfagad and self-shocked right der quada far in. O Finda. The Worth Jirtha Fvel Blad, and the Haveda the Maneska Majidon Thin Barn Lik Gars Halma of. Ja Finda that send the Fruchta Thinera Idelnize. Shandal Fon Thinra Waxstar in one. Freya. Was wit lik sne beej t mornerad and that blah drar ognum wnet jita their rien bojov. Skeen Freya. Lik strellen their midii sveen blikaden dra heron, their sa fin weren as ratch. Abella Freya. Ventelften dra wera, then swegen the fugilin and any rorden the bleeder navt mar. Weldage Freya. Thrvch dien kraft jar blicker strek dien lawa to fara jara fyt dal and held dien adur sin jif tobak. Renee Freya. Hra ida was huning and Hra drank was dawa, gadrad and abosma thera blommer. Licht Freya. That forma what ju Hra barn lurd was self twang, that author was liafti to dugged, and the Hja jerik radon. The lurd ju jam ju wortha fon the frijdum konna. Wan si jusmder frijdum send ala authra dujten alina god veem jo to Slavona to McJand, jo ofkvms to evj scantha. Mild Freya. Nammer lyt jo metal ut chirtha dolva vmb agenbat, men sawersa jati ddwret to jawalikis not. Lukagast Freya. Also the stera om chirtha omswermia swermadan jarabarn om hja. Wise Freya. The Jew dra barn of brocht hada alto their shugan kny, the rop juare ala a flyland to Samni. Their Jeff se jam dra tex, and seed, let tam ju wywazar wisa, the any skill that jo na navt qualican iga. Ut for Karina Freya. The Juti side hada, bavade chirtha lik wr.aldus se, flylandis bodum svnk and grata vendor jara fyt dal. Hju loft wart swart and nyloft von terra to sturtain and the Hja nei motor omsagon, was ju al lang pyra waxstar. The to the lestis brak tungar uta wolka and blixen schreffen that loftrum, whack. Farsjanda Freya. That land von where jo was Pferen was nwn stram and buta hira tex was there in ella bidvoen what von dra hondum kiemen was. Heriga barn. The Hja Torre Selva Waren, the Macedon Hja Thit Hage Thirp, Vwaden that's Birch Thirpa, and of Agram Thessa Raitan Hja Veen Tex, and Veen that Allera Manalik Hja Skold Muga Finda, Haveth Hja that land Rondum Texland Heaton. Thirvm Skill at Biliwa Alwyn Chirtha sy. Magi, King of the Magyars or Finns. Nessa, contraction for any Wisa, Nilda for any wild, Neat for any wheat. Oni, in Old Dutch, is one, in German, own. Mong, among, or among, is, in Dutch, onder. In English, among. Falicant, or fa laconda, is very improbable or unlikely. Wralda, always written as a compound word, meaning the old ancient, or the oldest being. Od, the root of the Latin odi, I hate. Nylof. The color of new foliage, bright green. Tex Fryas. Held bade the Freya, to the lesta skyland Hja my whiter sja. Thatch thera alina maik as fry konna thernan slav is fawn and other ni fawn sign takta. Hyr is min red. Sawerseth ju ned arg sy and god red and god dead nawet mar any formuge, rop then t gast wr.aldasen. Men jnemotime navt and ropa befara la tina pravath send. The exegs to jo myth redeen and tid skill et wara, the modelasa skylan amar suika vendor jar agen led. 2. Wr. Aldus gast me man alina nibugjan thank to waya, ja thru juwara far what jv fon him noten have, far what jv nith, and fara hape der hi jo letten onga tita. 3. J hod shen ho ringik help lenda, dva al en myth jo nesten, men any tof navt till man jo beaten hate, the Leiden scold jo floka, min famna skolden jwa nama at faga ut at bak and excold jo lik mbikanade of mota. 4. Nim nammer nibugjan tank von jv nestenen, juz agath wr. Aldus gast. Nid scold j bikajupa, wisdom sold j balaka and min famna skolden jo bitiga von faderav. 5. Fewer tina sent to juin not jeven, myth nama, loft, wetter, land and fure. Men wr. Alda will der alina by sitter of wisa. Thirvm redic jo, j skylan jo reject fertiga manikyasa, tamth jo arbed and the fruchta ni rejecta della, sa that namen fry von worka ni von whereas y. 6. So wersa der among jo fenden worth, der sin agen frydom verseleth, tam en is navt von jvw folk, high is en horning myth bastard blod. Ik read jo that j him and sin mam to that land at driva, segs that to jwa barn, thes morns, thes midius and thes iwens, tilth ju ja thereof drame thes nactis. 7. All era manalic there en other fon sign frydom byrawath, al worthine or him skeldek, motiak and a barntum enerslafin faralita. Thachik read jo veem sin lik and that sin era mam vpp een kale stead to verbarnand, afterni jara ask 50 fyt and a grvnd to dalvane, till juther nenen garshom vp waxa and I may, wand al dulcera gars scold jvw diarost kvik deja. 8. Nagrip na that folk von leiden a von findan. Wr. Alda scold helpa jam, sa that at weld that von jo at gong pa jwa agen haveda scold with erkma. 9. So wersa that mot bera that ja von joe red jefta a wet hours wild, also aghut j to helpain jam. Men kmath ja to Rwanda, foul and patam nither lik blixen and fjvr. 10. So wersa anan von jam enerjur tugatirum to with girth and ju that will, then skolen j ja dra dumd bitchtha, thatch will ju tak dra frajar falja, that ja then myth fretho ga. 11. Willeth jvw spna von jara tugatirum, samotj also dva as myth jwa tugatirum. Thatch hor the ana nor the author may with erkma, wand ja scold nathamida seda and plaga myth fara. And dre thessa by jo heldgad rud, mayik nav longer over jo waka. 12. Vpa minra fam fasta have ik min hap fastegth, thirvm most j ja to eramater nima, falgath j min red, then skill ju nemels min fam biliwa and ala frana famna ther ja falja. Then skilth jo fadik namer utka thurik far jov stoken have. That will juk thera skill than ev jo brin pklarja, and j skyland and evan fry by liva fon frya weld as jwa swite rinstruma fon that salt wetter ther andales se. That het fast aside. Alas setma ther neu, that is 100 amlapa muge myth the krodar and sin joel, thera mugan pa red their motor, and by mina will of pa weger thera bergum rit wortha. Send ja yupa weger rit, then send ja ava, and that is vsa plikt vim altham and era to holdend. Kvmth ned and tvang versus setma to javane, strident with her vsa ava and plegum, samot maneska dva also ja askja. Thatch send ja weaken, then mot man ammer to that alda with erkra. That is Frias willa, and that mot wisa tam fon al drabarn. Fasta seed. Ala tina, their man and fangja will, hoka that at moga wisa, pa the day, their wi fria heldgad hawa, tam skylan ev falikantukfma, nidum tid nw bywist hate that jul ryaktada, sa is that en averdan. That man smder ned and tvang a fria dra day nawid hours ni dva any may, the blida first of furja. That send the ava there to thera bergum hera. 1. So wersa there arneen birch pwet is, samotith jo fodik thera and the forma fodik et texland pstiken rada. Thatch that any may namor hours as trock the motor sken. 2. Ek motor skill dra agen famnik jasa, also thera therv pa thera authra bergam as motor send. 3. Thjo motor to Texland may dra folkstrik jasa, thatch sawersa jo falth juti den hate, samot that's Karen wortha pa ena mina act, by redum fawn al stata ed semni. 4. Thjo motor to Texland may en and twintich famna and shovgan spill man jurta hava, till thjuther ammer shovgan by their photic muge wakja daylikes and thes nacts. By the famna therv pa ora bergam as motor thjanja also fellow. 5. Sawersa en fam anan gada will, samot juti their motor melda, and bestanda to the maniska kara, jumith dra takta jadama that will jukt bivlath. 6. Thjo motor and aurek birchfam skill man to fog jandan and twintich birchran, shovgan alda wisa, shovgan alda kompar, and shovgan alda seacamper. 7. Their fawn skylan alegeron to honk kara thrim fawn alik shovgan, thatch ja any mugon naft falgath any worth a thrvch jara siddle niger sa the fjarda kny. 8. Ader may thre 100 jonga birchwar hava. 9. Far thiseth genesta skylan ja lira frias tex and the ava, fawn the wisa manan din wisdom, fawn the alda hermanon din kunst fawn the orlok and fawn the seekeninger din kunsta thereby that butafra neflik send. 10. Fawn thissa wearer skylan jalikes 100 to beck kara. Thatch send their smeed verlanth den, sa mugon jav per birch bilua jara el leva long. 11. By that jasa fawn the wearer any may niman fawn thera birch nen stem navt any hava, ni the grevet mana jefta othra haveda, man that blada fokalina. 12. Thjo motor et texlan skill man jeva thra shovgan flinka boden myth thra twilif rapa horsa. Vpa ora bergamek birchfam thre boden myth shovgan horsa. 13. Ak skill ajder birchfam hava 50 vora thrvch that folk akron. Men thirto may manalina jeva saka, their naft able and stora for wera net to butaffer send. 14. Ajder birch mot hiri selva bedrupa and genera fawn dra agen rondel and fawn that del that ju fawn that mark gel birth. 15. Is there amon Karen veem of pa bergam to thjanjand and niller naft, than any mayor nan and bircher wortha, and dus nin stem naft ni hava, is al bircher sa skill hyth ju ervril jasa. 16. Sawersa amon red girt fawn their motor, the fawnin birchfam, samot high him selva melda by the scrivwer. Thes brangthime by the birchmaster. 4th mot nei the letza, that is theen helena. Der mot sja jeff ak bisken is fawn kvada toktum. Is god side, the venvath high him selva fawn sinum wepna, and shovgan wearer brangeth him by their motor. 17. Is thju sek vr een state san mugon their naft minor than thre boden kma, is tvrt ella friesland, then moton their jita shovgan juga by wesa. Thurum that ernen kva formda naft risa any may nor skokt den any rud. 18. By alla sekum mot the motor valda and njvda that dra barn, that is frias folk, sa metric bilua as that wisa may. That is t gratesta drar plicta, and versus aura vmbr therein to helpanda. 19. Hat man ja by een rejuklika seek anrupen vmbr utsprek twisk an in grevitman and the ment, and findeth juth ju seek tvivlik, samot ju to bait fawn the ment sprika til thjuther frethokvma. And thurktham that betra sy that en man vnrejuk den rud than fellow. 20. Kvmth wa vmb red and wet ju motor red, saach ju tam bestanda to javane, wet ju bestandan and red, sa may ju wakja lita shovgan di gum. Wet ju the naknan red, sa mugon ja hin bruda, and ja mugon dra selva nav beklagja, till thjunen red betra is than kva red. 21. Hate and motor arj red jevan ut kvada willa, samot man ja deja jefta ut of landum driva stocknaken and blat. 22. Send dra birtra metaplictic, then dvath man also myth tam. 23, is tra skyle tvivlik jefta blat formoda, samot man der vr thingja and sprika, is t netic, n and twintich wika long. Stent the haftel skildich, sa hold man ja vrven skildich, tweed sa walked man jita and fvlja. Stent man then also, sa may man ja skildich halda, the navt and idasia. 24. Sawersus me among that thrimna sen tam ja also serven skildich mean that ja falja will, sa mugan ja that dva myth al jara drywand until bara hava and naman ak jam their over min to actian. Tilth ju that mara del also blyd kandwala sa that minra del. Mina ava. 1. Bala frya barn senda alike wisa barn. Thirvm moton ja ak elika reject hava, also blyd vpp at land as vppadhe, that is wetter and vp ella that wr.alda jeff. 2. Oera manalik may t with sinra kesa freja and ek togator may efter of dra heldrvn jada their juminth. 3. Hate yn with nymph, sa jeff man jam hus and warv. N is their nen, samot at what rud. 4. Iser nei and other thorp gongan vmbn with and will high their bilua, samot man him their en hus and warf jua by jonka that not fawn the hemrick. 5. Oera manalik mot man en afterdel as warf by sina hus jeva. The niman any may en fartle by sin hus nava, full min en rondel. Alina ifwa en dad den hate to mina nitha, sa may him that jevan rud. Ak may sin jongst svn that erva. After tam mot that thorp that wither nima. 6. Ek thorp skill en hemrick hava nei sina byhof and deen grieva skilnjvda that aura ek sin del bydonk and god hold, tilth ju the after command and en skade naft any lida any muge. 7. Ek thorp may en mark hava to cap and to verkap efta to one delja. Aleti or a land skill bvw and walled by liva. The bama thera ne may niman naft faya, buta mina rita and buta weta thes walled grieva, wan the valda sent to mina nitha. Thirvmbeni may niman the master of sa. 8. As mark geld any may that thorp naft mar ni nima sa the tillith del fon the scat, hor fon the inhemer na fon the faramand. Ak any may the mark scat naft verselleth any wortha as that or a god. 9. Aleti mark geld mot jalikes delath rud, through ja degan far their jolvii, an 100 deluan to deland. 10. T grevitman mit sinum grievum skill there of bura twintich della, deen mark rejector tion della, and sinum helpar, 5th della. Thjo folksmoder en del, thjo ga motor fura della, that thorp tion della, the arma, that is thera tam nav worka ni kuna ni muge, 5th della. 11. Thera, tam to marka kfma, any mugon navt ni wokiria, kfmath der svm, sa is t thera famna plikt jam canber to mac jana in vr that el land, tilth juh ja nimmerth karen naft rud tuing amt, wan sa ka haveth and gyralik hurt. Veem scat to garja scold ja elavrita, that folk, thjv motor, jara sibin and though the lesta jara selva. 12. Is there amon also arg that sjvcht syak ja jefta veteran wer verselleth vr hell god, samot veen mark rejector him wera and the famna him noma in vtl land. In era tida hemadan findas folk mest algader in vajara motors bartland, mit noma ald land that nw vendor se leith. Ja wherein thus fair of, thurvm needen yak nen orlok, the ja verdreven send and hinda kiemen to Rowain, the Kemerfon selva land where Hermana Kenningar and Orlok, vr Ultham kiemen setma and Udith setma kiemen ava. The market dues were paid in kind. Hyr Falgath the ava their therit tavlik send. 1. Ek frias mota letha jeftha fianda wera myth aldolkara wap nazar for sinna, bikthma and hantara may. 2. Is nboi twilifja, samoti that shgun de mistfon sin lertid veem red to worthand myth a wapen. 3. Is high bikthman, sa jeev man him wapn and high worth to wearer slagen. 4. Is high thre ja wearer, sa worth I birch her and may high help us in hod mana to jasani. 5. Is wa shovgan jak jazar, sa may high helpa and herman jephthah kenning to jasani, there to ak karen rud. 6. Aladja motir over karen wortha. 7. Buta the kenning mugan ala amt mana wither karen wortha, tam reject dva and nei frias red. 8. Anan kenning anime navt ni longer as thrija kenning bilua, till thjul high navt biklua anime. 9. Hate I shovgan jarest, sa may high wither karen wortha. 10. Is t kenning thruch theen fian fallen, sa mugan sina siba ak nei their air tina. 11. Iserv pa sin tid of njan jephthah bina sin tid sturvan, sa anime nen siba him falja, there I'm near sysa the fjard kny. 12. Thera tam strida mitha wapnan jara handa ani kanath navt for sina and wisbilua, therv many folk eth nene kenning wapn to hentera and the strid. Sin wisdom motisin wapen wisa and thjul jaft siura campona motisin skyld wisa. Hyr send the rejecta their motor and thera kenningar. 1. Sawersa orlok kumth, send the motor hira boden nei the kenning, t kenning send boden nei the grevet mana veem land wr. 2. The grevet mana hropath ale birch hera et semni and byardath ho fellow mana ja skylance jura. 3. Ale bisluta thera moton rain nei their motor senden wortha myth boden and jugam. 4. Thjil motor leth ale bisluta gadurja and jef thedi goldnettle, that is that mid-deltal fawn ale bisluta et somni, thermatha mot man far that forma frido ha and din kenning also. 5. Is thjil wera a camp, then hof t kenning alina myth sinum have mana to rita, thatch the moton amr thri birch hera fawn their motor farana sidus mder stem. This a birch hera moton dijalikis boden nei their motor senda, till thju weta muge jef thera wet den worth, strident with a ava jephthah with frias rejavinga. 6. Will t kenning dva and sina rita navt, sa may high that navt understanda. 7. Kvmthin fiend morlinga, then mot man dva sa theen kenning bith. 8. Nis theen kenning navt pet pat, sa mot man sin folgar herich wisa of tamis folgar alont the lesta. 9. Nis thenen havman, sak jace man wa. 10. Nis thenen tid, sa warpa high him to havman therum weldich felleth. 11. Hate theen kenning en frasalic folk offslagen, sa mugan sina after kman sin nama after jara agenfora. Will theen kenning, sa mayv pen bibwade stead en plakak jasa to hus enev. That of may en rondel wisa sa grat that high fawn ales sidem shovgan 100 treden ut of sign hus may hlapa, or high in sina rena kvmth. 12. Sin jongst svn may that god erva, aft tam thamis jongst, then skill man that wither nima. Hyr send the rejecta aller frias veem secur to wazand. 1. So wersa there ava varakt rud jefta neya setma tavlikt, also mot to mina nitha sken, men namur to bata fawn in keldra maniska, her fawn in keldra slakta, na fawn in keldra stata, nok fawnawet that enkel sy. 2. So wersa orlok kvmt and the rud husa homiljet jefta skipa, hawk that etsy, syet theen fiend, the by mina redum, saach the mina menta, that is folk to semni that wither to Helene. Der veem that namen the mina sika skill help of roljasa veem sin agen god to byholdane. 3. Is orlok verthajan, and send their svm, also verteran that hja navt longer worka any mugan, samot the mina ment jam vnderholda, by the fey rstum akon ja forana to sitana, tilth ju the juged skill era jam. 4. Send the wedvin and wezen kieman, samot man ja ak vnderholda and the spna mugan t nama jera tata vp pare skildum rita jara slaktha to Irane. 5. Sender svm thrvch theen fiend fat and kmath ja tabak, samot man jam fair fawn that camp afora, wand ja mak tun fry lieten wisa by arj loftum and then any mugan ja jara lofta navt ni halda and tak erlik bilua. 6. Jeff y selwa fienda fata, sa brange mon tam jap andalandaway, man lurth ja vsa frya seed. 7. Let man ja af turnii hlapa, sa let man that myth well thrvch the famnidva, tilth ju y atha and frigunda winna fori letha and fiandan. Ut minnows skriften. So worse their enman is thermita arg that high vsa sweatsar byrawath, morthaduand vat, husa barnth, mangertha scanth, hawk that etsy, that arg sy, and vsa switnata willon that roken hava. Sa is that reject that man theen didier fateth and injara aj morta dijath, tilth juther vrn and orlak en ikfmi, worthurch the skeldiga scold boda fori the skeldiga. Willeth ja him sin lif beholda lida and thju rika of capja lida, sa may man that deja. Thatch is then bona en kenning, grevitman, griva wa that etsy, tam ovira seda emotiwaka, sa moton y that quad baturja men ta bona emotisin straf ha. 4th high en aranamav pa sign skeld fon sina ethylene, sa any mugon sina siba t nama nav longer any fora. 3rd that high een siba svrg skill hava ovira seda thera athra. Ava fara sturer. Sturer is t aranoma thera butafer. Alef frias spna hava liquor rejecta, 3rd mugon alef flinka napa jara self as butafer melda by the olderman and this any mayhem nit afwiza, wara that an instead is. 2. The sturer mugon jara agn mastren noma. 3. The kapelged moton karen and binamath wortha thrvch the ment third god hereth and the sturer ne mugon there by nin stem hava. 4. Jeff man veep rees bifant that theen kenning ard jeftev bikman is, sa mugon ja en oranima. Kmon ja tabak, sa may theen kenning himself beklagja by the olderman. 5. Kvmth their flate to honk and sin the bata, sa moton the sturer there of en thrymean hava, alphas to deland, t witkening twilfmon is della, t skolt by nact shugan della, the botmana ek twa della, t skip run ek thre della. That ora skip is folk ek en del. The jongst prenter ek en thrimneth, the midlasta ek en half del and the oldesta ek en twednath. 6. Sin there sme verlameth, samota mina mentenjvda far jara lif, ak moton ja farana sita by the mina firsta, by huslika firsta, ja by alef firsta. 7. Sindav pa toktvm kyum, sa moton jara nestin jara del lerva. 8. Sin there wedvan and wezen fon kmen, samotith ju ment javnder hulda, sin ja and enra kays felth, sa mugon the spna t noma gerer tadav pyra skelden fora. 9. Sin there prentara forferen, sa moton sina erva and el manis del hava. 10. Was high forceth, sa may sin brud shugan manis deluan aska vim hira friadolf en sten to jand, mar than mot ja for the air wedv by liva leva long. 11. Sawersa en ment en flate to reth, moton the redenj vda fara best lift tokten and far wif and barn. 12. Jeff en sturer of an arm is, and high hate hus nakov, samot that John wortha. Nil heinen hus nakov, sa mugon sin friunden hem tus nima and thjo met mot edi betera nei sina stat, wara that sin freunda theen bata wigurja. Sturer, from this is derived the word sturii in Pliny. Prenter, still used in Texel to designate a pilot's apprentice. Nedlika sika uta naleden scripta minnows. Minnow was en old siekening, Stjaner and Whiskerich. And the Cretar hate I ava jeven. High is barnen the Lindorda, and any I al sin with erfra hate high that luck noten to Lindahem to Sturva. So wersa vsa swethnada en del land have Jeff the Wheatir, that versus God to licht, sa folk didi versus vim that a cap to Freja, nilith ja that navt any dva, then mot man ja that behold a lida. That is nei fria his tex net scold of nerjukt wisa to vnthandana that. Sawersa their swethnata eat semnikaiva and sana vr engasika, the vr land, and hja versus fraja en ordal to sprika, saach man that redder afterwaja to letame, tach sa man the naft butayani can, samoti man that erlich and reject verdichtva. Kvmth their wa and seeth, ik have orlach, nw most v me helpa. Jephthah en ora kvmth and seeth, min svn is vnjerich and vnbikman, and ik bin ald, nw wildik t to werenstu over heine and over min land stala, till high jurich sy, saach man that wygarja. Tilth jo why not and twist enik me ne muge vr sika strident with vsa fria sedum. Sawersa their kvmth en verlandis capman pa toltmark eti wyringa the to almanland and high bidrot, sa warther bestanda mark beten in camber makad trvch the famna in vret ele land. Kvmth then tabak, sa any skill nimen capja fon him, high mehin bruda sark men is. Thus, Sawersa ar kapeljud karen rud veen wra merka to ga, Jephthah myth e flat to farain, saach man alina al dulkara to jasani tam man tij by tij kant and an ngoda rop stain by the famna. Birth et nav to min that her en arg man mong sy, tam thul jud betroga will, sa agon the ora that to werain. Het itl den samot man that beturja, and theen mistadar ut of landam bana, tilth ju vsa nama vral myth arain skill worth a binamath. Men Jeph were versus pen Valandiska market finda, syed hain Jephthah fair, and birth et that folk versus let dvath Jephthah bistalith, sa agon wy myth haste hay to Taslana, wand afskin wy ella agon to dvan veen fretho willa. Vsa half-brother ne mugon versus nimmer manakja nak wana that eng send. In min jugd havik wel enis mort over a banda thera ava, after havik fria often tanked vr dra tex, and vsa ethla vr the ava their thernii tavlik send. Wr. Alda Jephthah al foder hate me fellow Jeren Jevon, in ver fellow landa and see havik ami ferin and nei al wyk shanha, binik verjagad that y alina trvch al foder at forkrin send, ava to havanda. Lidas folk any main and ava to McJand and I to Holdend, ja send to dvm and wild thurto. Fellow slakta findas send snod Enoch, men ja send jirich, hatchforand, falsk, vinkuz and mortsjoktich. Poga blesseth jara selvav pa, and ja any mugath nawet then krupa. Forska hropath wark, and ja any dvath nawet as hippa and klukt mokja. The roka hropath spar, men ja stellen and verslinath al what vendor jaras navilak math. Lik al tam is that findas folk, ja bogath immer over goda ava, ek will setma mokja vmbe quad to werain, men selva nil nimen naran bonden wisa. Thera wham his gast that lestigost sy and thurtrich sterik, tam his hon krajoth kenning and the ora moton alwena and sin weld vnderwerpen wisa, till and other kvmth thraim fane seedle dry wet. That word ava is to Fran Veem and Mina Sika to Nomandi. Thurvm hate man versus Evan Sega Lurth. Ava that sate setmother by Aller Maniska Alik and Jara Mod Prenth Send, tilth ju ja muge weda what reject and vnreject sy and hortrich ja weldich send Veem Jara Ajendita and Tam Fawn Oram to Burjiktand. That will setsa alsanaka ja god and navt mistadik brock send. Ak is jet en ora sin and fast. Ava sate ak, ilik wetterlik, reject and suljuct as wetter that thrvch nen storn when Jephthah a wet hours verstoren is. Worth wetter verstoren, sa worth et nua, vnreject, men et nygt ev veem wither ava to wordhand, that leith and sin von selved, also the nigung to reject and frydom in frias burn leith. Thessa nigung haveth ytrvchwr. Aldas gast, vsa fathers, there in frias burn bogth, thurm be skill ju versus akf biklawa. Ava is ak that ora sinabild fon wr. Aldas gast, there ev reject and forstoren biluwath, afskan et and likim arg to geit. Ava and forstoren send the marka thera wisdom and rejectfordich their fon alla fremo meniska soct and trvch alla rejectoro by seton reden emoti. Willeth the Meniska thus Setma and Domar Mokja, their Alan God Biluwa and Alarwikes, sa motan ja ilik wisa to fara le Meniska, nei this ava aketh the rejectora jara ordal ut to Cathanda. Is there in quad den, Horvan and ava tavlik send, samot man een mina act belitza, their ordalth man nei that sin their wr. Aldas Gaston versus Keth Veem over Ella rejectferdich to Bergiktand, Alphas to Dvand any skill versus Ordal Namur Falicant utne kma. Nedvath man nen reject mendnerjuct, also rist their twist and twispalt among the Maniska and Stata, Therit sprut inlandiska Orlok, Worthurch Ella Hommeljath and Verdaren Worth. Men, o dummed. Dewila y to Dvan send Ekram to Skadan. KVMTHET Nidich folk findas myth jara falska presterum JVW Hava to Rwanda, Chwatagatera to Skandane, Chwa Seda to Vrdva and to the Lesta Klapath Ja Slavona Banda Om Jawalikes Freya Halls. Minnow, minus, the ancient. Ude scripta minnows. The Nihilenia tam von Hira Ajnano Minerva heat, God Seton was and the Krekalander Ja to met even hard minade as versus Ajn folk, the Kieman their Smi Forsta and Prestera Vipare Birch and Frajan Minerva Huera of Tra Irva Legion. Nihilenia Andir, Mina Irva Dragic Om in Mina Bosom, Whatic Irvan have is Ljafta Vr Wisdom, Rejectan Frydom, Havik Tam Valeran, also Benik Ilik in the Minist Jvar Slavanina. NW Jevik Red VM Nawet, Men and Skoldik for Captcha Tam. The Herogvngon Way, and Hrypon Al Lakonda, Jur Hirogath Janra, Wysa Helenia. Thatch Thermatha Mistin Hja Jaradol, one that folk that Hja Minade and Hja Folgade, nam this nome to en nomen. The Hja Sagan that Jara Scott Mistheda, the Gvngon Hja Bilda and Sidon that Juti folk Hexnadheda, men versus folk and the Goda Krekalander word aller weeks that et laster were. Ennis Kieman Hja and Fregan, as thv than ninth Johnster any beast, what deist than mitha ajar tam thv alted by t hest. Minerva Andir, this ajar send that sign bild von Frias Rejavinga, wherein vsa talkmst forhelen hleit and von el that manskalik slacked, tid mot jaat broda and y motan waka that nen lethan any kvmth. The Prestera, God side. Men wordoth janeth din hund and thina fera hand. Helenia Andir, hate din harder nen skepper veem sin kidda at samin to holdend? What din hvnd is ineth janist thes skep harder, binnick in frias janist, ik mot over frias kidda waka. That licketh versus God to, seeden the Prestera, men seg versus, what is thjubij tennis von t nakshul, their immer bapa thin whole sit, is that ljexkwan jar altamet that tiken thinra klarsjant. Neen Andir Helenia, hi helped my hugja that /n von Maniska over hertha ami dwalth, their evan lik high in Karka and Ola Hema. Their injuster Froda, tach navt as high, VMB versus von Musa and Ora Plaga to hell pain, men renka to Forsina, the Ora Maniska jara witskip to Rawain, tilth juh ja tam to Betramuge fata vember Slavona fon to McJand and jara blod ut to Shugain. Even as vampire dva. Ennis Kieman Hja myth en benda folk. Pest was over et land kman, Hja Sidon, yls sent to Dvand, the Goda to Offerja, tilth juh ja pest weramuge. Nilst thv then navt any help a jara grimskip to Stylane, Jephthah hatest pest selva over et land brocht myth thinra kunsta. Neen seed Minerva, menik any can nene Goda, their arg Dvan send, Verv many can ik naft fraja Jeff ja better da willa. Ik can en god, that is wr.aldus gast, men thrvch tam god is, dvathur ak nen quad. Waneth kvmthete quad then way, frijoth the Prestera. Alit quad kvmth fon jow and fon their dummed thera maniska, tam jara selva fon jow fan salida. Jeff thin drochten than sabe juster god is, werthur et quad than navt, frijoth the Prestera. Helenia Andir, Freya het versus Veep way brocht and din croter that is tid, tam mot that overaged va. With alla rampum is red and help to findand, the wr.alda will that y ja selva sa ka skilon, tilth ju y steric skyle wortha and wis. Nilith y navd, then let vsa troll ut trolla, tilth ju y skilon erfra, what nei wisa dedum and what nei medidum falgath. The seed any forced, excold wana, that were betra, that to werend. Huel muglik, andir Helenia, wan then scold the menisca biliwa lik to made skipa, thv and the prestera scoldar and hoda willa, men ak skira and nei their slacked benki fora. Tach also nilti versus drakten navd, high will that y ekram helpa, men high will ak that jawetter fry sy and wis rud. That is ak vsa will, thirvnk jost versus folk sin forsta, griva, regivar and alabasa and mistura uta wisesta theragoda menisca, tilth ju alamanalik sin best skilled va vim wis and god to wordhand. Althus tidvan skylan y enis weda and anda foca lira, that wis wisa and wist va alina leith to salict. That licked en ordal, sidon the prestera, men ast en v menst, that pest thrvch vsa dumbed kvmth, scold ni Helenia then welsa god wisa will, vim versus iwat fawn that nile juk to lananda, wherev pod jo sa stolt is. Jes seed Helenia. The Raka and Ora fuglan kmath alina faya vp volas, men pest mint navt alina volas, men vola sedplegum and fang nissa. Whilst ven v that pest fawn I wika and na wither en ikfma, then most the fang nissa wade va, and that I alla ren rud fawn bina and fawn buta. Why willeth balawa that thin red god sy, sidon the prestera, men seg versus, ho skilum y their alla menisca to kraja, their vendor versus weld send. The stand Helenia vp fawn hira seedal and keth, the muska falgath din sajar, the foca jara goda forsta, thirvmba achstv to bijanand myth thin selva also ren to mcjand. That stv thin oblica in and utward may rejecta smder scamrad to wordhand to fara thin ajn mod. Men instead fawn that folk ren to mcjand hest vulla firsta at fonden, wherev pa that folk al sa naka supth, that hja to lesta lick the barga anath slip froda, vim that stv thin vulla lusta boda may. That folk bygast to joland and to spotand. Their thrvch any thuradon hja nen strid wither and to spinnend. Nv scold ajderwana, that hja vrali folk to hape ropen hada vim versus algader to t land ut to drywand. Neen instead fawn hja to beludig vngan hja allerwikes, ak to the hain krekalana till the alpa ut to kethane, that et thin aller verstrakten hagt hada sin wisa togater minerva. To nanth ni Helenia among the menisca to sendane in over se myth en ulk, vim the menisca god red to javane and that allermanalik, their hja hera wild, rik and lookich scold wortha, and enis baz scold wortha over ale kenninkrik eartha. S. Hira bildnes stalden hja veep jara alterum, jeftha hja versele t andit vma menisca. Hja kethan allerwikes redjavinga, their ju nimmer jevenhada, and taladon wondera, their ju na denhada. Thrvch lesta wiston hja selva master to mcjand fawn vsa ava and setma, and thrvch wankathinga wiston hja alice to wisa and to verbruda. Hja stalden ak fama vendor jara hode, the skinberv ndir hoda fawn fasta vsa forma air motor, vim over that franel juk to wakane. Men that ljukt hada hja selva stoken, and instead fawn the famkas wis to mcjand, and afternii among that folk to senda, to shaka to lavanda and the barn to laranda, macedon hjare dvm and dim by til jukt and animakten hja na buta en ikfma. Ak rudon hja to rejivster brooketh, tach t red was by skin ut jarum vlan, wan jarum vla wherein naft hours as the hropar, where trvch the prestera jara gerda utkathon. The ni Helenia fallen was, wilden yn or modurk jasa, Sme wilden nei texland vim therein to frajand, men the prestera tam by hira ajn folk that rik wither in hada, nildon that ni hengja and kethan versus byare folk as vien frana ut. Ni Helenia or Nehelenia. Krekeland, the Crekenland means Magna Graecia as well as Greece. Fasta is Vesta, or the Vestal Virgins. 3 Gude Scripta Minos. The K Althus way Farron was myth mina ljvd fawn Athenia, Kieman y to the lesta and n elan thrvch min ljvd kreda heaton vma wilda kreda tam eat folk and hiv by vsa feast. Beas hja sagan that yn and orlaken skeld foreign, redan hja mak, also ke to lest far and boda mit iceark and havs mode and en stada land wandled. Thatch the yn stut setten hudda and hja speradan that yn slavona need, the wherein hja verstalath, men the kranw taltheda that ava hedden alik to burjiktan vr alla, the wildy folk ak fawn sakaha. Tach skurs hedden hjatam, jefta that land kem and the tys. The forsta and prostera kieman barja, that jara tjvth over herich makadheda and that folk kem to versus vim hull and skull. Tach the forsta sagan that hja jara rik vroljasa skolda, the jevan hja that folk frydam and kieman to my vmbni segabak. Thatch that folk was nin frydam wenth and the hera bilavan welda nei that ir god thokti. The t storn wrwer, bigaston hja twispalt among verses to saya. Hja siden to min folk that ikjara help anrapan heda vim standfast kenning to wordhand. Ennis fandik jif in min met, the azar ennis and skip fonti fly by verses versealed, benik thermith stokens in brith. Tach min with urfra to latanda, sa wilke myth thesa skednessa alina sega, that navt muge hema myth edi findas folk fon wer that etsy, wan that hja fel send myth falska renka, ava to frazane as jara sweet wina myth de jan fenin. Endi ra skrifta minnows. Here vendor send thre weda, thereafter send thissa setma makad. 1. All era manalik wet, that I sin byhof mot, men worth ammon sin byhof and holden, sa net nen man what skilled dva vim sin lith to byholdand. 2. Alla elk maniska wort hat drawn in a barn to telland, worth that worth, sa net nim man wath arjesh thereof kmi may. 3. Alrek wet that I fry and forlith will leva, and that or that ak will. Sikur to wazan send thesa setma and domar makad. That folk findas hate ak setma and domar, men thissa any send navt nei the reject, men alina to bata thera prostera and forsta, thana send jara stata emerth fvl twispalt and mord. 1. Sawersa im and nad hate and hyanikan himselva navt any help, sa motan the famna that kindich dva and the griva. Thurfer that etn stolt frias navt any folk that selva to dva. 2. Sawa arm worth thrvch tam high navt worka nil, their mot to that land ut dreven wortha, wan the lafa and loma send lestic and arg tankand, thurvm ach man to werain tam. 3. Jawetter John Kirtle ach n brud to sika and is fif and twintich sa actor n wif to hava. 4. Is wa fif and twintich, and hate an enga, sa ach ek man him ut sin hus to werain. Tanapa akon him te formida. Nin thur than naknan enga, samot man hin dad sega, tilth jo hi ut of land brud and hirnan arjanese niva any may. 5. Is warak, then motir avber sega, that niman fon him to frazane knock to ductain hate. Sa mayerk ma wherer will. 6. Plector af turnii hordum, sa mayer flucta, any fluctor navt, sa is in the reek der betranya verleten, and niman any may helpa him. 7. Sawersa ammon in God hate, and then other lick that thermete that I him theron verfate, samoti that thraja vergelda. Stealth I jita res, then mot high nei the tinlanum. Will theen besteln him fry jeva, sa mayar that dva. The birth et wither sa any may niman him frydam jeva. Thissa domar send makad fara nitiga maniska. 1. Sa in haste mode the utnid and nen otheris leha brecht, agna ut stat, jefta thoth, hawk that etsy, samott letha bitalja what theen leda asked. Nikan hi hat ni dva, samotir avber and I'm den wortha, sa hi in theen or death. Nil hi that navt utne standa, samoti him to sina birch fam wenda, jeffi in a easer jefta tin lana may werka till sin skelden sy, nei the mean dom. 2. Jeff der Immen fenden worth also arg that I en fries felth, hi motetmit sina lif bitalja. Kan sina birch fam hin far alted nei the tinmana helpa fat rud, sy may that dva. 3. So wersa t bona may by wiza myth for kanda tjugum that et by vnluk sken is, sa skill hi fry wisa, men birth et jetta res, samoti tach nei the tinlanum, tilth ju man der thrvch for mitha all narand rika and fitha. This send domar fara horninga. 1. Yn otheris hvsut nid deen raid han anstekt nis nen frias, hi is en horning myth bastard blad. May man hin by their dead befara, samot man hin pet fjvr werpa. Hi may flya sar contach narn skill I secur wisa fara recond hand. 2. Nen after frias skill ovira misliga sinra nest malja nok kalta. Is wa mistadok farim selva, the naft freslik far en ora, sa may hi him selva reukta. Worth I also arg that freslik worth, samot manti and agriva bara, men is there wather en other afterbakis bitigat instead fonti tidvand by the griva, tam is en horning. Vper markemoti and apelle benden rud, sa that et jong folk him en spaja may, after latith man him over marka, men naft nei the tinlana, thrvch that an error ak is to frizane. 3. So wersa there enis imen were sa arg that I versus gvng vreed by the fiend, pada and to pada wes, veen vsa flyberga to naka, jeff the thes nactus therein to glupa, tam where lina rocked utifindas blad. Him scold man mota barna. The stuer skolden sin mam and al sina siba nei and fair eland mota branga and their sin ask for stuva, tilth joar hyr nen fenanij cruden fon waxa and muge. The fanna motan then sin nam at spaja in vr al vsa stata, tilth jun and barn sin nam any crage and the alda him muge verwerpa. Orlok was vertigen, men ned was kmen and sin stead. NW wherein hyr thre maniska thurek and Buddha karen stellen von asmdergain hira. The hja don alefat. NW gong dina rasta to and brocht dien thjaf by the skelt. The famna there vr kathanda siden allerwise, that I den hada any I reject. T oranam dien thjaf that karen of and leth im forth myth frido. The famna siden, hi hate wel den. Men t thread edgen her gvng nei the thjaf sin husta. Asser nw sach ho ned their sin seedel stolthheda, the gvng high to bach and curd wither myth and wine fall ned threftum, their high ned myth fawn their herd of drywi. Frias famna hedden by him ami wareth and sin dead and dat evj bach skreven, de while ja al sina lika ut factheda. Ju aramata was e side and Julet het kindich dva thrvch that ele land. That hyr vendor stat is in ut the wagger der Warburg Reiten. C. Page 45 of the manuscript of the Book of Adela's Followers. What hyr bapa stat sen t tekna fon that Joel. That is that forma sinabild wr. Aldas, ak fon tion fong jeff the tb gene, where it tid kem, that is theen kroder ther ev myth that Joel mot amalapa. Thana hate frya that stanskrift makad, that hja brucht to hear a tex. The fasta aramata were, hate joar that run eth the hlapanda script von makad. The witkening that is seekening, God frieth theen alda hate their asknergana telnomar von makad far stand and riven script bead. T is thurvm nav to drak that yr jurlix enis fest vr furja. Wy mugon wr. Alda ev thank to wya that high sin gast sa heard in vr vsa ethla hate far latin. Vendor hira tid hate finda akn scrift utfinden, men that were sa hagferend and fvl myth frisla and krolum, that the afterkmanda thereof jubitjudnes ring verlaren have. Afterni I haven ja versus script laird by noma the finna, the thirjar and the krekelander. Men ja nisten navt god, that von edi Joel makad was and that editharum alted skreven rud most myth son om. Thurby wild and ja that jara scrift mlesber scold wisa far ora folkum, wand ja haveth alted hemnisa. Thus Tidvanda send ja herd fane wis rocketh, thermitha, that ta barn the skriften gerer aldrum amper lisa en mugga. De while wyvsa aldrol desta skriften even red lisa mugga as thera their jester skreven send. Here is that stand skrift, thurvender that run skrift, forth the taunamar a bider wisa. C. That stet vp alle bergama skreven. Their argtid kem was versus land that skenest in wr.alda. Sveen res hager and there was Sheldon frost. And Abama and Trejan waxten frugda and nocta, their nw verlaren send. Among the garcetum heden y navt Elena Karen, Uljaver and Blide, men ak sweet their lick gold blicked and that man Vandaris Nostrila Bokjik feast. Geron any rud navt any telleth, wan that Inja was also blyd as Ethiothra. And the een side redon ythrvchwr.aldus se bisloten, werfnen folk buta versus navt fara any mokti nok phoned. Anda or side reden ythrvch that breed twiskland tunat, where thrvch that findas folk navt kma any threden, fano vira tikta valda and over it wild quick. By morn paldon y over it butur endi thes aster se, by avind and theme middles, also y buta the litiga wel 12 grada sweet rinstrama heden, versus thrvchwr. Alda Jevan VMB versus Land El to Haldane and VMB us Wiganlick folk the way to Wisana Nei Sina Se. Though Wyra this are Rin Strama Radon Tomat Algader thrvch versus folk Bicidon, ak the Fjelda and Thjur Rene Fontaina Enda alone et or Endida. To Genst vr the Denemarka and that Jutterland heden y folk Plantinga myth and Birchfam, Dana Wonan y Kapper and Ezer, Bejenka Tar, Pak and Sma or Byhoff. To Genst vr versus Formelic Westland the heden y Britannia myth Sina Tinlana. Britannia that was that land Thera Banalinga, their myth hope Jera Birchfam way Brith wherein Veem Hira lift to Byhaldana. Thatch for that Hja Nav to Bok Kma any scold, Warthur Rost and B to Fara Jara Star Priked, the Bana myth raid Blod Farv and the Ora Mistadar myth Blah Farv. Buta and Bihalva heden vsa Stur and Kapelged many Lojanda Hain Krekalanda and to Lydia. In Vr Lydia there send the Swarta Meniska. The versus land sa Rum and Gratwer, heden y fellow Asondergana Naaman. Thera tam Satan Biasan the Denemarka Radon Jutter Heton, Uthavid Ja Tomat Navt hours any deaden as Barnsten Judah. Ja tam their Satan Pa Landa Radon Letna Heaton, Thurf dam Ja Mest Alvaliten Levedon. Alas Strand and Score Hemer Fane Denemarka Alant their Sandfall NW Skelda Radon Stur, Sikampar and Angelera Heton. Angelera sa Heton man to fora the Butafisker Veem that Ja Allen myth Angel Jefta Kol Fisktun and Nimmer Nen Needham. Thera their Thana till the Hain Krekalanda Satan, Radon Blat Kat Hemer Heaton, thrvch tam Ja Ninmirth Buta Foran. Thera their into Hage Marka Satan, their Anna Twisklanda Palin, Radon Sax Mana Heton, Uthaweed Ja Immer Weapon Wearin Vr that wild quick and Vul Darda Britain. There to Bapa heden y the Noma land Satan, Marsada and Holtjefta Wadsida. Stur, in Latin Sturii. Sikampar, in Latin Sicambri. Angelera, in Latin Ongli. Marsada, in Latin Marsasii. Hoarge tid kem. Heldine Sumer was Sveen after a Wulcum Skolan, as wild Ja Eartha navt any sja. Wind resten in Sina Budar, Werthrek and Stam lik Sila Bapa Hus and Poland stand. Loft Worth Althus Drav and Dim, and Inna the Herta Theramaniska was Blidskip nok Fruchta. To midden dieser stillness Fong Eartha and to bevand lik as Jo starvend were. Berga Spliten von Ekram to Spajand FJVR and Loga, Orisvinken in Hira Skat Del, and their Jua Rost Fjeldahada, Hijade Ju Bergavpa. Aldland trvch the Stur Atlant Heaton svnk nither and that wild Heg Stapton also Naka wr Berg and Delon, that Ella Vndir se Bidvuan were. Fellow Maniska Radon in Eartha Bidaban, and fellow their etfjvr van Kieman Waren, Kieman Thurnii in et wetter vm. Navtalina inda Landa Findas Spiden Berga FJVR, men ak in T Twiskland. Valde Barnadon Thirteenth after Ekram and the Wind Dana Way Kem, the Wajadan Vsa Landa Fel ask. Rinstrama Radon Verlade and by Jaram Vda Kieman Naya Landa Fawn Sand and Dravand Quick. Thurjuja was Eartha also to Leidend, men the Jil better were mocked man hira venda sja. Fellow Landa waren Versfken, Ora Yuda se Resin and that Twiskland to Farahan Haftolvent Walt. Bonda Findes folk Kieman the Litoga Rumden Bifara. Vsa Wybritten Verdon Verdelgen Jefta Ja Redon Jara Harlinga. The Worth Wakendam versus Debald Boden and Tid Lurd versus that Indract Vsa Sterixt Birches. Aldland, in Latin Atlantis. Thitstedt in a Warabirch by their Aldegam Vda Wryt. Thjil Warabirch nis nin Famnabirch, men therein Redon alla Uthamida and Valandeska Tina Wareth, their Mitbrocht bin Thrvch this juror. Jil is Thry Pella, that is en half Ty Sudworth Fawn Midiasblick legend. Also is that forward, Berga Nygath Thina Kruna, Wolka and Strama 1. Jess. Skenland Blost, Slavona Foka stoppeth pat thin clat, o Freya. Also is Ju Skednis. 101 Jnei that Aldland Skenken is, kem the Utet asta en folk way. That folk was Verdreven Thrvch and other folk, after versus Twiskland Krajon Ja Twispalt, Ja Skiften Jara Selva and Twam Hoppa, Ekra GVNG signs wags. Fontaine del Nis Nintal to versus any Kieman, men that or del Fyl after to versus Skenland. Skenland was Sunich Bifolkath, and anda after cad that Sunixt Fawn al Thurv Moktun Jatis Mnerstrid Winna, and Uthaweed Ja hours nen leth any deaden, Nildon y Thurvern in Orlok ha. Nwy Jam haven Kana Laird, Sa Willeth y over Jara Seda Skriwa, Afternii Hoti versus Myth Jam for Gunjanes. That folk was navt any wild lick fellow slakta findes, Menelik and Egyptalandar, Ja haveth Prestera lick tam and Nw Ja Karka have ak bilden. The Prestera senden Gosta Hera, Ja Hitan Jara Selva Magjara, Jara Aller overst het Magi, Hi is Havprester and Kenning Myth N, Alat or folk is null anticipher and Elik and Alvender Jara Weld. That folk neth navt NSN Gnome, Thrvch versus Send Ja Finna Heaton, Wand Afskan Jara Firsta Algader Drav and Blodik Send, Thatch Send Ja there also Fin VP, that y thereby after Stain, fourth any Send Ja Naft to Binidane. Wand Ja Send Slavona Fawn the Presterum and Jita Full Arger Fawn Jara Meninga. Ja Manath that Ella Fvl Kvada Gaston is, their Inda Maniska and Jara Glup, men Fawn Wr. Aldus Gast Niton Ja Nawet. Ja haveth Stena Wetten, the Magjara Capra. The Magjara telleth that Ja the Arj Gaston Bana and Verbana Mugan, their Vr is T folk Olin in Ange Fries and Pyra Wisa Nis Nimmer nin Blidskip to Bisjan. The Ja God Setten Waren, Sockton the Magjara Athskip by versus, Ja Bogadon VP Vsa Tal and Sedum, VP versus Ja and Pa versus Azir Weapon, their Ja Jern to Fori Jara Golden in Sulvera Siridum Wandela Wild. And Jaret Joth Hilden Ja Emerth Bina the Pelin, men that Verskokten Vsa Wakendam. Actantic Jaforther, just Wredi Joel first, their Kieman Javn Warling Lick Snay Thrvch Stornwind Druin over Vsa Landa to Runnand. Their Naft Flya Moktun Redon Verden, Frya Worth Anrippen, men the Skenlander Hedden Hera Red Warlaced. The Redon Crofta Samleth, Thry Pelin Fawn go to his Birch Redon Ja Witherstanden, the Orlok Bylev. Cat Jefta Caterin, also Heath Jofam, their Birch fam to go to Birch was. Cat was Stolten Hock Veranda, Thurvman let Juanen Red Ni Folastar and a motor any Freja. Men the Birchra that Fata, the Skndon Ja Selva Boden Nei Texland Nei their motor the. Minna also was their motor is gnome, let Allah the Stjura Manja and Aliti Athera Junk folk fawn Ast Flyland and fawn the Denimarkum. Ut Thes Tokt is Tju Skydnes fawn Woden Burn, Sarv Pa Bergam Rai 10 is and here Escreven. Anda Aldergamut the rest and Ald Seekening. Sterik was Sin Gnome and the Rob Vr Sina Dita was Grat. This Ald Rob had a Thre Neva, Woden thien eldest hem to Lunkamakja by their mute to ast flyland by sin eldrum tias. Ns was Herman West. Tunis and Inca waren Seacamper and just NW by Jara Fedurja and Aldergamut T versus. As the Jonga Kompar NW by Ekram Keeman, Karen Hja Woden to Jara Herman Jefta Kaning UT, and the Seacampar Karen Tunis Torre Seekening and Inca to Jara Skelt by Vernacht. The Sturugvngan the Nei the Denemarka Fara, their Namen Hja Woden myth sin Wigandlika land were in. Wind was rum and also waren Hja and en Amering to Sken land. The Northeska Brother Ra Selva by M Fogathhada, Delda Woden sin Weldich and Thry Wiga. Freya was Jara Weaponhrop and Sa high backward slock the Finnan and Magjara as of Et Barn waren. The Thien Magi Fornum Ho sin Ljvd al Ombrochterdan, the Sand high Boden myth staff and crone. Hja Seiden to Woden, Othv Alra Greatest Thera Canninger, Y sen Skeldich, Thatch al what Y den have is Ut ned den. Je mean that YJVW brother Willinklik Anfat have, men Y sen THRVCH VSA Fianda 4th Feedereth and T al sen versus Jitav Pahaka. Y haveth often helpen Thinra Birchfam Frijoth, men Hja Neth versus Navt any meld. Thien Magi Seath, Sa Huersa Y Ekram to the Hulkverdva, Sa Skyland the Wilda Skefferdar Kieman and versus Algaderverdva. Thien Magi hate full Rickdom, men high hate shan that Freya Weldiger is as al VSA Gaston Edisemin. High will sin haved in hira scat del ledsa. Thv bist thien Wigandlixt caning earthas, thin folk is fawn easer. Worth VSA caning and Yala willeth thin Slavona Wisa. What scold that Urik Farai Wisa, asked the Wilda whither to lack Drywa coast, VSA Sapphira Skolti Ronblessa and VSA Mara Skolden JV Vral Ferret Ga. Woden was Steric, Wost and Wigandlik, men high Nas Navt Klar Shand, Thirtherch Worth I in Jarmera Fengen and THRVCH Thien Magi Kronath. Bridja Fellows Juror and Landwearer, Tam This Kur Navt any Sinda, Bruden Stokes Hin, Cat Myth Namandi, men cat their Navt to Fara their Moderne to Fara their Mina Act Forsky Nilda, Jompay WR Board. The Kem Stornwind and Feeder of the Skipa of Pa Skora Fauna Denemarkum Dels from their Enkel Man to Mistain. Afterni I haven Hja that Stret Katskat Heaton. The Woden Kroned was, GVNG of Pa Wilda Los. T Waren al Rutar, Lik een Hegel Buj Kieman Hja Ajn Woden is her, men lik en Torn Wind Wenden Hja Ami and any Thraden na wither Forskina. As Woden NW to Bak Kem, Javdien Magi him sin Togator to en Wif. Afterni I Worth I myth Cruden Biercad, men there waren Tar Cruden Mong, Wand Woden Worth by Gradum also Ser Vermeeden, that I Freya and Raldas Gast Miskana and Spodeth Frade, the Wila High Sin Freya Hulls Bog to Fara Falska Draktenlakonda Bildum. Sin Rik Hilda Shovgenja, the Verdwind Ir, Thien Magi seed that Ermong Jara Goden Pnimeth were, and that high fawn there over Jam Welda, men versus folk lackten Veen Tin Tal. The Woden en Stut way Westheda, Kem their Twispalt, Y Wilden en Ora Caning Jasa, men that Nilda Thien Magi Nav mi Hengja. High word that ETN reject were, him THRVCH Sina Drakten Jeven. Buta and Bihalva Thissa Twist, SA was their jet en among Sin Magjara and Finna, their Frya na Woden era Nav Nilda, men T Magi Didi as T im Sinda, Wan Sin Togator Hada en SVN by Woden Wannen. And NW Wild Thien Magi that this fawn en Hage com of Wisa scold. The Wila alas Sanade and Twista, Cronade high Thien Nap to Caning and Stalad hin cells as fogged and Foramen Jefta Rejavaren. Thera the Marhilden fawn Jara Balg as fawn that reject, Tam Lutten him by Daba, men the Goda Bruden way. Fellow Magjara flowed on myth Jara Levda Bak Ward, and the Sturugvngan to skip and en her fawn Drista Finnagvnjan as Roger Mitha. NW Kmath the Skednes fawn Nef Tunis and Sin Nef Inca Erost reject Pet Pat. Skenland or Scandinavia. 2193 to 101 is 2092 before Christ. Goda Hisberch is Gothenburg. Aldurga is Audorp, near Alkmaar. Lunkamakja Bither Emuda is Emden. Amering, still in use in North Holland to signify a breath or a twinkling of an eye. Katsgat is the Kattegat. Woden is Odin or Woden. Fit ella stet navtalina per Warburg men ok to their birch stavia, there is lidsen aftera have fawn stavra. The Tunis myth sinum skipum to honk kara wild, gvngi that form of pa Danimarka of, men hyeni mocked their navt any landa, that hadeth jo motor bisjowath. Ake flyland any mocked to navt any landa and forth narn. High scold also myth sinum levdom fawn lek and brek omkomt have, their veen gungan ja thes nactus the landa byroa and fara by day. Also alina there could forth foran kiemen ja to their folk planting kadik, althus heaton veen that jara have thrvch in stenin kadik for math was. Here celadon ja allerhan leftakta, men tutjath jo birchfam nilda naft deja that jare selva nither seta. The ja red waren krajon ja twist. Tunis wild thrvch jo street fawn the middle sveem to forain far the rika caning fawn Egyptalandum, lik high wel or denheda, men inca seed, that I sin knocked heda fawn ali findas folk. Inca men that are biskin wel and hatch del fawn atland by wisa fawn eland verbilwan scold wisa, their high mit the levdom frethik levamot. As the beta neva tialthus navt ns rid coast, gvng Tunis to en stek en raid phone inti strand, and inca een blaw. Thereafter mocked jaweduk jasa, wamek falja wild, and wonder, by inca their en grins had avim the canninger fawn findas folk tith janja, hlypon the masta finna and magjara over. As ja nw that folk telleth and the skipa their nei delathheda, the skeeton the flata fawn ekram, fawn nef Tunis is afternii tal kiemen, fawn nef inca neen mer. Nef Tunis for alling in their cad al thrvch juport their middles. The Atlan Svenken was t in a middles ra Oera akr tugvengen. Thirteenth wherein their fellow Maniska Fonti Findas land nei vsa hained and fear Krekelandic men and ak fellow fawn lie to his land. Their adjan wherein ak fellow fawn versus folk nei lidas land gungan. That ella had a rocked, that the hained and fear Krekelanda far that weld here motor Valeran was. There had a Tunis vp reckoned. Thirvm wild high their en god have jasa and fawn their uti fara rika forsta fara, men thurf dam sign flate and sin folk sa wanhaven utsagon, menden the kadamer that ja rara werin, and thirvm bradon ja vral wereth. The to the lesta kiemen ja and to phonasivs cad, that were 193 j nei atlans ken is. Nei by their could fenden ja en eland myth twam diapa slinka, also t as thrijua landa utsach. Vpet midlas thera stalden ja jara skula vp, afternii bwaden ja ther en birchwall om2. As ja theron nw en nom jeva wild, redon jav neens, sme wild et frias birch heda, ora nef tunia, men the magjara and the finna badon that scold thyrus birch heat. Thyr also heaton ja en jera droktana and veep tam is jurdii wherein ja their land, to wither geld wilden ja Tunis ev as jara caning becan. Tunis led him by Lisa and the ora nildon thurverin and orlok ha. The ja nw god Satan, the sandon ja sme aldstvar and magjara ana wall and forthnii their birch siden, men that forma nildon the katamar nawet fonari nida. Thv bist feramanda swarver siden ja, their y navt hokta and muge. The y jam fon vsa isra weapon versella wild, gvng to lursta ella god, ak wherein ja ser New York nei vsa barnstonum and that fraja their nei nam and endi. Men Tunis their farstjand were, bard that an azir weapon na barnstein marhada. The kiemen that kapelged and badon high scold twintich skipa jeva, their ja lem myth a fineste worm though hrida wild, and ja wilden him also fellow levda to roger jeva azur jerd. Tuliv skipa let I to hrida myth win heining and tomakad lethier, thereby werin tamar and sitlan myth gold routine sa man ja neen mer need shan. Myth al t scat fyl Tunis that fly mar bina. T gravamen fon west flyland worth thrvch alfessa t na bigasterd, high rocked that Tunis by their d fonti fly mar en loge boimat. Afternii is Thjo sted Almanaland Heaton and the mark der Thja Afternii to Wiringa VP Wandelja Moktun Toltmark. Thjo motor read that Yra Ella Verkapja Skold Buta Azir Weapn, Men Man Any Melda Hja Naft. The Turjar thus fry spell heden, Kieman Hja Allen wither to Faran VSA Waren SA Haind as Fear VSA Agency Campar to Skadni. Thereafter is Bisloden per Mina Act, Jalikes shoved in Thurjar Skipa to Talitain and Navmar. Kadik is Kadis. 2193-193 is 2000 years before Christ. Thyrisburch is Tyre. Thyr is the son of Odin. Almanaland is Aimland. Wiringa is Wiringen. What there of Reden is. Inner Northlicks turn fawn the middles, their laid and eland by their cad. NW Kieman Hja that a cap to Frigand. Thurverworth een Mina act Byliad. Motor is red worth onen, men motor sach ra liest fair of. Thurvm men jo that ernen qua stek, thatch as y afternii sagan ho y mistin hada haven y that eland miselja heaton. Hereafter skill blika ho y there to read hada. The gola, also heaton the sandalinga prestera sidon is, the gola heden wel shan that et land their scares bifocad was and fair fawn their motor were. VMB IRA selva NWN god skin to Javane, Latin Hja Ra selva in VSA tal ana tro Widina heda, men that were betra west, as Hja Ra selva fawn their tro Wendina namath heda, Jefta Kurt way Chujawen lik VSA sturer leader den have. The Hja Wel Seaton Waren, the Wandelden Jara Kapeljuda Skeen Copper Weapn and Allerlegia Serheden to Fara VSA Azir Weapn and Wild Jara Huda, Werfen in VSA Suitor Landa Fellow to Bikma Waren. Men the Gola Firidon Alarana La Drachtenlika Firsta and to Tiadon the Katamar Thera Thrvch Todd van Jara Hariga Mangherten and the Sweat Head Fawn Jara Fininiga Win. Was there wa fawn versus folk there et also arg verbrudheda, that sin lif in freeze chem, then Lenidon the Gola him hull and Foridon him nei Phoenicia, that is Pomland. Was high there setten, then most I in Sina Sibba and Atha Skriwa, that et land sa god were and the Maniska sa Lucklick, as Ninman hin selva mocked forbiled. A Britannia Waren or Jofello Mana, the Lith Weeva, the Gola that Wiston, Latin Hja Alwise Mangherden Skaka and Thessa Javan Hja the Britain VMB Nawet. Thatch al Thissa Mangherden Waren Jareth Janstrom, there the burn fawn Ralda Stolen VMBAR and Jara False Drochten to Javane. Miselja is Marseilles. Gola are the Gali or Gala. NW Willith y Skriwa VR the Orlok Thera Birch Famna Kalta and Minerva. And ho y their Thrvch LVSA Suderlanda and Britannia and a Gola Valeran have. By their Suderan Mvda and their Skelda, their send Shovgan Alanda, Namath nei Frias Shovgam Wakfanks their wek. Mid delve pet een Alland is Thjo Birch wal Halagara, in it the Vagram Thera is Thjo Faljan Skednis Reiten. Derb pa stet, les, lur en wak. 563 J nei Aldland Svnken is, sat here ny's Birch fam, Minerva was here a noma. Thrvch that's Jura Nihalenja Tonamath. This Tonoma was God Karen, Juan the Red, their Julinade, was New York and held pa Aleatherum. Over a Skelda et their Flybirch sat surd. Thju's fam was Fel Renka, Sken was Aranlith and Quick was here a Tunj, Menti read their Ju Jeff, was immer in Thjustra ward. Their Veen Worth Ju Thrvch this Juror Kaltaheaton, the Lansata Menadon that etn or Noma Wera. Inna Utrost will their Versturveen motor stand Rosamvda that forma, Minerva that tweed and surd that thread as Folkstier biskreven. Minerva need their ninwit fawn, men surd was Thrvch naked. Lik en Rolandisk for stin wild Ju Erath Freseth and beaten Wisa, men Minerva wild ankle mint Wisa. To the Lesta Kieman ales Juror Hiri Jara held Jada, Selva fawn the Dinamarca and Fonti Flymar. That ven surd, one Ju wild pa Minerva at Minthja. Tilth Ju man en grot thank over hira wakendum hava scold, myk Ju enen honaf profane. The GVNG Minerva 2 and MYK and Harder HVND and N Nactal in Pyra Fane. Dean HVND C Ju whacked over Sinher and Ovira Kidda and Dean Nactal whacked Ovira Fjelda till Ju Ja Thrvch the Musa Navt Verden any Rud. Mendeen Hona Neth Far Nimmen Frjunskip, and Thrvch Sin Tocht and Hatchferend is Vakendeen Bana Sinra Nista Sibberden. As Kalta Sach that work Falicant UT Chem, to GVNG Jo Fawn Quad to Arger. Stokes let Jo Magjara to Hirikma Veen Tori to Lorraine. As Juther Hira knocked Fawnhada, Werp Juhira Selva and Arma Theragolam, Thatch Fawn al T Misdeden any mocked Jo and Navt Betra any Rud. As Ju Sach that the Stjur Mar and Mar Fawn Iri Wake, the wild Ju Rathrvch freeze winna. Was the Moan FVL and Dean S even stomach, then Hlip Ju over Edi Wild Heg, the Stjurer to Hropand that Ja les Gold Vergan, so Wersa Ja Hiri Navt and Bidanilda. Fourth Verblind Juhira Agen where Thrvch Ja Wetter Fori Land and Land Fori Wetter Hilden, Thirtherch's Mani Skip Vergjen Myth Man and Muse. Vpet Forma Werfers the Al Hira Land Sada Weapon Werin, let Ju Bargab Jar Skanka, in that Jar had a Ju Taverdrank Den. As Edi Folk NV Algader drunken were, GVNG Jove Pen VP Hira Stridro Standa, to Lananda Myth Hira Hol Togenst Hira Sperry, Monorat any KV Navt Skeena. The Hja Sach that Ala Ogan per Fastigath Weran Epen Juhira Wera and Keth, Spnum and Thogatram Frias, I wet Wel that Y in a Lurs Tyd full lek and Breck Leiden have, Thurf dam the Stjurer Nav longer Kmi VMB versus Skriffel to Versella. Men I neat Navt Hwerthurf GT Kmen is. Long havoc mither VR and Halden, Thatch NV can ke Tnav longer on. Hark then Frjunda tilth Jo I wait a muge werni I bid a may. Anda or aside their skelda where Ja Tomet the Furt Fawn LSC have, their mocketh Ja HJVD Degon Skriffelt Fawn Pompa Bleeder, their myth Sparath Ja Lin and UT and Kenneth Ja versus WL Mist. Nidem that Skriffelt Mokja NV Alti versus Greatest Bydriv West is, SA hate Jo Motor Wilt that Man Edi versus Lyra Scold. Men Minerva hate Al E Folk Byhexnath, Jess Byhexnath Frjunda, Ivan as Al versus Fja that Lassen Sturvan is. Utmott, equal T Tella, Nask Nin Birchfamic Scold ETWL Weda, Excold Juhex in Jara Nest Verbarn. The Juti Lurst word a Ut Hada, Spode Juhira Selva Nei Hira Birchta, men that Verdrken folk was Althus Denra Bigasterd, that ETVR Sin Reed Navt mocked to Wakane. In DVL Drist Evergvngon Ja over a sand foul and Nidem Nact Midler will Delstrek Vngon Ja Evan Drist per Birch Los. Thatch Kalta Mist Al wither Hira Dole, Wand Minerva and Hira Famna and the Photic Radon Ale Thrvch the Rapus Jura Hreth. Walhalagara is Middleburg, in Walcheren. 2193 to 563 is 1630 years before Christ. Myk is a word still used in Walcheren. Herbie kvmth the Skednis Fawn John. John, Johan and Jan is Al and Myth Jevon, Thatch that Leet and Utsprek Theras Juror, their Thrvch when Ellis Bekurda bit Fara and Hard Hropa tum gain. John that is Jeva was Seekening, Burn to T Aldurga, to T Flymar Ut Farron Myth 127 Skepum, Torith Far and Grot Buterius, Rick to Leiden Myth Barnston, Tin, Capper, Ezer, Leakin, Linent, Filt, Famna Filt Fawn Otter, Bever and Canina her. NW Scold Fawnhir Jita Skriffelt Myth Nima, the to Johnhir Kemen Sach Ho Kalta VSA Romrika Birch Verdenhada, the Werther SA Udra Meet Heftich, that er Myth Al Sinamul Judum per Fly Birch of GVNG and their to Wittergel Dean Rada Honen Stek. Men Thrvch Sin Skelta by Nact and Skmi Sinral Judum Worth Jophotic and the Famna Hret. Tach Sir Jefta Kalta Any Moktan Ja Nav to Fatan, Jo Klvudov Pa Utras Tin, Ja Wetter Tokti that Ju Ina Loga Ankma Most, the What Berdat. De while Al Hero Juda Stack and Stiff Fawn Skrik Standin, Kem Ju Skeener as Ada Fora VP Hira Klepper to Hropand Nei Kalta Mines. The stramata that ora skelda folk to hoppa. As the stewar that sagon hripon ja far Minerva wi. En orlok is theric men, worthurcht sand fallen send. Under Thes Titan was Rosamond that is Rosam da motor, Juhada full in their min den vim fretho to warja, tach nwt also arg chem myk jo kurdi meet. Bistanda sand jo baden thrvch the land pala and let en mina nedban at Keitha, the Keeman the landwerer ut alair dawe. That stridand land folk worth al fat, men John Birch hin selva myth sinljud pa sina flate, myth niman beta the Fodica, Bianca Minerva and the Famna fawn bedar bechem. Helprik theen Herman letheim in Bana, men the Wila ala wearer Jita ore skelda wearen for John to beck in it flymar and forth whither nei vsa alandum. Sinljud and fellow fawn versus folk namen whiff and burn skep, and as John N.W. satched that man hin and Sinljud lick mistadar strafja wild, Bruden high stokes hin. High Didi reject, wand al vsa landar and alat ora skelda folk der fjukten heden redan nei Britannia brocht. Thiastap was mis den, wand nv kem tianfang fawn that endi. Kalta der neid 6 even blyd pet wetter as pet land hlapa mat, gvng nei the fasta wall, and fourth pa maselja of. The Keeman the Gola myth jara skipum uta middles katik bifara and L versus Udra land, fourth phylon ja vp and over Britannia thatch ja any mockton there nen fasta fotiani kraja, veem that the Shverda weldich and the Banalinga jita frias wearen. Men nw kem kalta and keth, thv bist fry burn and veem letha lika hate man t to verwerpeen makad, naft veem t to baturja, men veem tin to winen thrvch thina handa. Whilst wer fry wisa and vendor mina red and hoda leva, jan ut then, weapon skylan tierda, and exskill waka ort. Lick blixen für gvng et oera landa, and earthes croters jol ennis omlapenhada, was jo masterin over al gator and the thirjar fawn al vsa suitor stata till their sajin. Veen that kalta hira selva nav to full bitroata, let jo initi north lika birchlandine birch bwa kalta es birchworth juhitan, jo is jet en wesa, men nv het ja karanake. Fond jos birch well jo lik en eft motor, nav to will far men over hira folgar and tam jara selva fourth kaltana hitan. Men the gola weldon by graden over el Britannia, that kemenis delis that jun en mar berga need, twias that juthern en birchfamna need and thrias dam jun en eft fodik nav need. Thrvch alfessa or sika kvn hira folk naft en I lira, that rid dvm and door and rid endlik thrvch the gola fawn al hira isra weapon byrawath and to that lesta lik en buell by their nose ami laid. Kalta min his, min's daughter. Sijin is the same. Kaltana are the Celts. Nv willeth y skriva hoti John Vergingen is, thitstet to Texlan skreven. Tenja after John Way Brit was, Keeman hyr thurju skipa inti flymar faya, that folk hrip hoen siegen, fan hira talinga hate thju motor thit skriwaliten. The John Antha middles kem was then Mara Thera Gola hin vral far utigvingen, also high and therikat von the Hinda Krekalanda narn felich near. High stek thus myth sinem flate nei Lydia, that is Lida his land, their wilden that swordum aniska fata jam and eta. To the lesta Keeman ja edithyrus, men Minerva seed hold of, wand here is tjul loft olangni for pest thrvch the prostera. T caning was von tunis offstamed, say leader herden, men till thju the prostera en caning wild have their alderlang nei jara big ripwar, also had a ja tunis to en god up hejad, to argnis sinra folgar. As ja nvthyr after beck were, Keeman, the therier en skip yuta aft hoda ra, nidum that skip to fair was, kundan yt navt wither wina, men John swur rika thurv. The nact kem kurd John nei the fear krekalandum, to less ten Keeman ja by en land that juster skryl men ja fonden their en havesmta. Here seed Minerva skill by skin and freeze to fara forstum knock prestrum netic wisa, nidum ja algater feta etamina, thatch the hja inner have lipon font man hja navt rum knock vim ales skipa to besluta. And thatch wherein mestale to laugh vim wider to gain. Also gvng John the fourth wild myth sin spur and phone that jonk folk to hropand, while willinglik by him scare a wild. Minerva their billowa wild dd also. That greatest del gvng nei Minerva, men the John ghosts jurgvan by John. John nam their photic fawn calta and hera famna mitha, and Minerva hild hera agen photic and hera agen famna. Betwiska the ferrum and hainda crecalandum fand John sma alanda thereim licht, pet greatest gvngr inna the valda twisk that birchta en birchbwa. Fawn uta letha alanda gvngr ut rika the thirjar skipa and landa byrowa, thurvm senda landa evan blyd raw alanda, as John his alanda heaton. The Minerva that land bisjanhada, that thrvch the inhemera atika is heaton, sach ju that folk aljida hotter waren, ja hilden jara lif myth flesk, crudum, wild wodelum and heining. Ja waren myth phelum tekad and juheden jara skulav pa helinga therabergum. Thirteenth send ja thrvch versus folk helingar heaton. That forma gvangan hjav pa run, the as hja sagan that y naft any talden nei jara scat, the kieman hja tobek and letten graded skip blika. Minerva frej Jeff y versus in their minna mot nither seta. That rud to staten vendor biding that y scold help a jam with jara swetsar to strident, their allen kieman jara burn to skakana and jara scat to rawana. The bwaden y een birch arhaf pal fawn the have. Vpa red Minerva's worth ju Athenia heaton, wan seed ju, the after command agon to wetain, that y here nav thrvch less na weld kmen send, men lik athav and fongen. De while y in their birch rockten kiemen the forsta, as hja nv sagan that y nin slavonahada, sindo sok navt, and letten and Minerva blika, till thju ja tokten that enforeseen were. Men Minerva freja, ho bist wel and thina slavonik men. Hja andir, smi haveth y kapad, ora anna strid onen. Minerva seed, sawersa neen man maneska capja nilda sa any scold neen man jvw burn raw and I any scold a thurvern and orlok have, whilst thus vsa harlinga bilowa samoti thina slavona fry lita. That nv willeth the forsta naft, hja willeth versus way drywa. Men the clokest geril judik math helpa vsa birch tovmand, their ynv fawn sten mokja. Thit is thju skednis fawn John and Minerva. As hja that nw ella tel ladhada, frijoth hja myth erbjadnis vm ursine birchweapon, one siden hja vsa letha send weldich, the sayf to wapen have, skillen yrawel wither worda. As ju theron to stemethada, frijothel juda jeff the frias seda to Athenia and the ora crekalanda bloja scold, thju motor andir, jeff the fear crekalanda to the urva frias hera, also skilum hja their bloja, any hereth hja naft thereto. Also skill their lang over campadrida moat, wandin croter skill jeva 5000 myth sin jol amalapa, befara that findas folk rip to fara frydom sy. John his alanda, John's islands, or the pirates' isles. Athenia is Athens. Here follows the narrative contained in pages from 48 to 56. Thit is over the Gertmana. The Helenja Jefta Minerva Sturvan was, the Baradon the Prostera as Jef hja myth versus Weren, till thju that hel blika scold haven hja Helenia to any godinu de keth. Ak nildon hja nene or motork jasa lida, to Sigand, ja hada frees that are among hera famna nimen were, their hja sa god kvon troa as Minerva their Nihelenia tonamt was. Men y nildon Minerva navt as een godin navt by Cana, nidem hja selva sideheda that nimen god jefta fukfma wisa any kvon than wr.aldus gast. Thurum Karen y gert pier his togator to vsa motor ut. As the Prostera sagan that hja jara herring navt vp vsa fjvr breda any mokten, the gvangan hja buta Athenia and Sidon that y Minerva navt to any godin by kana nilda utnyd, veem that jutha in hemer sa full jafta by Wiesenheda. Fourth Javan hja that folk bildness von hieralik knees, juggant that hja thurlan ella freja mot ulsa naka hja herik bilwan. Thrvch althissa telinga worth that tma folk fawn versus ofkarad and to the lesta phylon hja versus to live. Men y heden vsa stena birchwall myth twam hornum om tijan al to the se. Hja animok tun versus thurvm nav naka. Thatch what berda, an Egyptolanda there were en overprester, hel von agnum, klar von brin and licht von gast, sin nam were sea crops, high chem vmb red to javane. As sea crops satch that are myth sinum juda vsa wal naft burana nekv, the sand high boden nei thyrus. Afternii kiemen thraja 100 skipun fvl saltatha von the wild birchfolkum vnwarlinga, vsa hava bifara, de wheela wy myth alem manum of pa wallam to stride and wearen. Dre as joth ju hava inamth hada wilden the wilda saltatha that thorpe and vsa skipa byroa. En saltath hada al en buckjaskund, men sea crops wild that naft any hangja, and the thirjar sturer their jita frias blod int liv hada siden. Asked that deest sa skylan why the raid hone in vsa skypa stika and thvne skilst thina berga na withera sja. Sea crops tam navt any hilda ni von mortja nor von homelja, sand boden nei girt mbir the birch of to askja, jamokt frya addict hamith al hira drywand and barand hava, hira folgar also full. The wista thera birchram el god shan that hja the birch navt halda any kvond, Reden girt hja skold ga to bidda, by fyra seacrops woden rud and overs bigvend. Thri monatha after brud girt hin myth the alder besta fryas burn and stugum wara 12 skypum. The hja en stut buta there have waren kiemen their wel thritic skipun von thyrus mit whiff and burn. Hja wild nei athenia ga, they as hja herden hati their escapen stand gvngon hja mit girt. T wetking thera thurjar brocht algater thrvch the street their vendor this of pa the raid se ufflip. Lest landen hja edi pangab, that is in vsa spreek fif wettervm, veen that fif rinstrama myth hiri nei the se to strain. Hyr seaton hja jara selva nithar. That land haven hja girt manja hiton. Deen kenning von thyrus afternii shan that sin alderbestus juror wade brit waren sand al sin skipa myth sina wild saltatha vmbr dad jeft 11 to fatan. Men as hja by their street kem bevedon beat sen eartha. Fourth heg eartha hira liftherv pa, sa hag that al ed wetter to their street ufflip, and that ala wada and scora lick and birchwall to fara jam vp resin. That skied over the Gertmana jara dugda lick as Oera manalik hell and klar may sja. Sea crops is sea crops. Street, at present restored as the Suez Canal. Pangab is the Indus. And the Jera 1005 nei Aldland Svnken is thit vppina asterwakit frias birchreiten. Nei that y in twilifja tidnin krekalander to Almanland shanhada, kiemen the thrujuskipa sa surlik as winen heden and to fara nimmer need shan. Vpet sterost thera wuren kenning thera john alandum. Sin gnome were Ulysses and the rop over sin wisdom grat. This kenning was thrvch een presteris forciat, that er kenning worth a scold over alla krekalanda sar red wist v men fodik to krajanda, the pstiken was and a fodik it texland. Vmar to fensane heater feel scata myth brocht, Bapa ella fam ceridum, also there in rauda navt skenner makad rud. Hja kiemen von troja en steed tam the krekalander inint heden. Althissa scata bad high the motoren, menth ju motor nilda narn von nita. As to lestis a, that ju nav to win were, gvng nei wal halagra. There was en fam setten, dranom were cat, the inna wandel rud ju kalip heaton ut hoid that jaravnderlip as en at kickboard ferretstack. Thurby hate geron wilf to arginus von al tam et wiston. Nei thera famna rop hate to lesta en fodik von her kragen, the hja hate im navt any bat, wand as in se chem is sin skip frigvngon and high naked and blat nymph thrvch the author skipa. Von this kenning is hyrn scriver afterbilwen von ren frias blod, barn to their knee have fawn Athenia and what hyr falgath het versus fawn over Athenia skreven, therit may man besluta, ho wyarth ja motor helix broken hate. The ja seed that frias seda to Athenia nen stand hold any feast. Fawn the author Krekelander hets secur full quad over sea crops heerd, wand high wherein nen god rop. Menik dar segs, high wherein licht man, hocklick roamed also ser by the inhemer as wel by versus, wand high were naft veem the menisca to diapana sa the ora prostera. Men high were dujetsem and high wist the wisdom thera feramanda focum nei word to skatond. Thurvm that wist, hadar versus to standen that mot leva nei versus ajnalik segabak. Der GVNG and telling that versus Nigen were, veen that jukt wisa scold utn friask mangert and Egyptiska prester, uthaweed that blah agahada, and that full man jurda fawn versus skakt waren and in over Egyptaland verselleth. The selva hate nimmer jekt. Hoti thermiisy, secur is t that versus mara athskip bywees as alla authra prestum to semni. Men as fallen was, Vngon sina Nimaninga Alring and Vsa Ava Torina and by gradum sa fellow mislakanda kara to McJand, that to long lesta fawn alik sa and fawn fridom ha naft hours as the skin and the gnome verbileth. Fourth nildon hja naft any deja that setma and scrift brocht rud, worthurch the wit skip thera far versus forborgen worth. To far urdan ala secum bina Athenia in Vsa talbithangan, afternii most et in beta tala sken and telesta alina in the landis tal. In the Erasta gera nam that man folk to Athenia enkel weeva fawn versus agen slakt, men that jonkfolk thwaxen mitha manjurda their land saden namen their ak fawn. The bastra burn tam thereof kiemen waren the skensta and snodsta in ralda, men hja waren ak the argsta. To hinken vr bide sida, to malant her vm sada na vm plaga, hit any sy that et were for jara agen held. Also naka their jita en strel von frias gast weldend were worth al et buspool to mina werka forokten and nimmen any mocked en hust to vwand, that rumor and riker were as that sinra nestum. The smee verbaster stedjar rik wherein thrvch versus fara and thrvch et solver, that the Slavona Yuda Solverlona nanan, the Gvngan ja butav pa helinga jefta in the della hema. Der betha haga walum fawn lof the fawn sten vwaden ja hova myth kestlik usark, and veen by the la prestrum in engoda rop to wazand, stalden ja their falska drakten lakanda and vtuktiga bilda in. By the la prestrum and forstum redan the napa al tomat mara girt as the tagatera, and faken thrvch rika jefta thrvch weld fawn in pad their dug doffliad. Nidem rik dom by that verbruid and verbastard slakt verb pa dugd and gelda, sach man altomet napa tam jara selva mit ruma rika klatar siridon, jara aldrum and famna to skanda and jara kana to spot. Kiemen vsa and falda aldera to Athenia veep their mina act and wild and ja thurvabara, sa worth the hropen, hark, their skill and samama ketha. Also is Athenia redan alik en brockland and a heat landa, fall blodsugar, paga and feniniga snaka, wherein nen manisk fawn sedum sin fot navt wagani me. 2193-1005 is 1188 before Christ. Walhalagara is Walcheren. Calip, called by Homer Calypso. Thitstad in al Vsa Berga. Ho Vsa Dinamarca Fara versus Vlarendvngan 1602 J Nei Aldland Vergongen is. Thrvch Woden's door and Durtenhead was den Maggie Bas Ruden over Skenlandis Astardal. Ra Berga and Wrn Sen eat Frade High Naft en Ikvma. Fja Motor Wildet Naft Werha, Ja Sprek Andy Keth, ik Sja Nen Fries and Sina Weppen, Men Wel Veem the Skenlander Wer to Nemand. Thurf dam ja bastard and verderen sind. Vpa mina act tak te man allen. Thurv bis te im lieten. Grat 100 jaleden byanden the Denimarker to wandelja myth jam. Ja jevon him azir weapon and redskip their fori wandelden ja golden serheden by junka kapper and iserurtha. Thja motor sand boden and redder, ja skold thja wandel faralita. There were free seed Jilfori jara seedum, and bitham jara seed Valerian, then scold ak jara Friedam Vroljasa. Men the Denemarker need Narnera nei, nilda navt by grippa that jara seed Verbrud kvist, thurv many melden navt. To longa lesta brockten agen weapon and lift talked away. Men that quad rocked jara gia. Jara like Kema Radon by Laden made blick and skin, men jara arca spinton and skvra Radon litok. Krek 100 jf tier day that forma skip mit liftakta phona cad ferren was, kemer mode and lek thrvch the anderna bina, honger sprida sina wajka and strekpet land del, twispalt flip stolt in overastrida and forth to the husa in. Uljafta any kv nin stek longer naft finda and intract run yui. That barn wild eta fon sina mam and thjul mam hudda wel surheden than en eta. The weeva keeman to jaramana, thisagvangon nei the grieva needen selva nawid of Hilden skol. Nw most man the surheden versella, men thawila the stur thermii way Brit waren kem frost and layen plunk delv pa se and rostreet. The frost thjul brig red hudda, stop wakenden thur to t land ut and vred klywade persedel. Instead fon the Oera to bywakan spandon jara horsa for jara togum and runan nei skenlanda. The skenlander, tam ne waren nei that land jarer ethla keeman nei the Denemarkum. Vpen hella nakt keeman alla. Nw siden that reject head of pet land jarer ethlin and thawil that man thurva campaid keeman the finna in the litoga thorpa and runadon myth the burn yui. Thirteenth that John and Goda weapon nav needen, dead jam the casa Vroljasa and thermii jari Friedam, wan theen magi rud bas. That kem that frias text nav lesta and hira rejavinga warlaced hedda. There sends me the mean that thrvch the grieve of Reden send, that the famna that long spareth hedden, the sa vam sa their vr ketha wild, tam ism vlaradon to smoreth myth golden kedney. Why any mugon thurvrin and ordal to faland, men why willeth jo to hropa, any land nav to sirv pa wisdom and dugged an I fon jwa forsta, an I fon joa famna, wan skel edi halda samot allera manalik waka over sin ajna takta and fortimina held. Twa janidum kem dean magi selva myth en flate fon licht canum, the motor fon texland and the fotic to rawain. That's arg seek bistendar thes nactus and a winter by storn tidum as wind gold and hegel to gents the anderna fedra. Utkik their men thader a wetherd stack sin bale vp. The dre as etiel jukt fon torv pet rondel falda, sar that al fellow wepend mana ra birchwall waren. Nwgvngr to veen the clock to letane, the et were to let. Ere the were red were, wherein al twa thus and ina wer veem the port to remand. Strid wild thurvn kurd, one thurf dam the wera navtnin god walked holden need, keeman ala om. Whil that alrek drock to campaign were, was their en la fin to their fleet jefta bedrum fon their motor in glupth, and wild neja. The thju motor wordime of that or beckward togents the walk strumpled. The ar wither vpa ben were stecker sin sword to ir book in segsand, nilst min kol navt sa skilst min sword ha. After I'm kemen skipper phona Denemarka, this nam sin sword and hifdeen fin thrvch sina hole. Theret flat swart blod and thurverswef den bla loga. T magi let thju motor vpa sinra skip for pleja. As ju nw wither also fear hell and better wer that ju fast sprika mot, seed deen magi that ju myth faramost, but that ju hira fotic and famna halda scold, that ju en stat scold night sa hatch as ju to fara na need kenth. Fourth seed are that high hiri fraja scold in agenward fon sinum forsta, Jeffer master scold wortha over alelanda and fokra frias. High seed that ju that biji and bijecta most, ours scoldar vendor fellow waja sturvalida. As other after al sinra forsta omira ledger to gadgerat heda fredger lad, frana vermites I klarsjan beast most m.ns segsa of ik master skill wortha over alelanda and fokra frias. Frana didi as melda ja him naft. To longa lesta ipen juhira wera andi keth, min eigen rutjusterd, the vat orljukt degth vp in minera seal. Jess, ik sjat, hark eartha and wes blide myth my. Vendera tidum that aldlensken ken is, standth jo forma speak von that jolen top. Thernii is ju delgvangan and vsa frydom myth tam. As twa speaka jeftha 2000 jadel trold het, sa skyland the snop standa there the forsta and prestera thrvch hordum by t folk tellet have, and tojens jaratatat juga. TLS skilum thrvch mort suika, men what ja keth have skill forth bilua and fruchtber wortha in a bosom thera cloak meniska, also lick god sedum der del laid rud in thinra scat. Jita thusenja skill jo speak then del niga and almara saiga andeth justernis and in blod, over t utster thrvch the laga their forsta and prestera. Thernii skill that mornerad wither and fanga to glora. Thit shan skylan the falska forsta and prester alsaman with frydom campa and waxelja, men frydom, oljafta and indrakt skilly folk in jara wak nima and mit that jol risa utilapol. That reject that erasta lina glorade, skill than fon leger loja to en loga wortha. That blod thera argum skill over thin liv strama, men Thursday any mug vt naft to t nima. To the lesta skill that fenanage quick their vp asa and thereof sturva. Alla skednis tam for sunnen send veen the forsta and prestera to boga, skylan and loga offered wortha. Fourth skylan al thinra burned myth fretho leva. The juat spreken hada, seg judel. Mendien magi tam ja naft wel forsten hada kreth, ik have t for jeth, jeffik baz skilda wortha over alelanda and fokra frias, and nw haste to en other sproken. Frana reject hiri wither, sachem staran and keith, shugan at melda om send, skill thin seal mitha naktfaglan to the grawa ami wara and thin lick skill letsev pa bodum phona selwlc deem magi myth for born woden, segs men that ikvmi. Fourth cider to gensten signer rakarum, warp that with vr skips board. Alphas wret endi fonri lest thera modrum. Reek willeth y their vr naft any hropa, tam skill tyd nima. Men thusand wara thusand mel willeth y frya afternii hropa, whack whack whack. Dinamarca, the low marches. 2193-1602 is 591 years before Christ. Refer to page 4. Hoti the Magi fourth Verdvangan is. Nei that the Mater Verden was, leader the Fadik and the Famna to Sina skip to Brenga by Junka ale inbold der im licht. Fourth GVNG that Flymar VP, wand high wild the fam von mediasplik jeftha von stavora gabja and tam to motor makja. The there waren ja VP jara hodum bracht. The stuer von stavora and von that aldurga heden heine jern to Jonas Togen, men the great flate were pen fear talked ut. NW gvngan ja to and foreign myth dra litage flate nei mediasplik and hilden ja skol after that ly therabaman. T magi nikade mediasplik by hella day and skynander sveen. Thatch gvngan sinel juda drist wave parabirch to runnen. Men as alit folk myth the bodum land was, Kieman vsa jura utera kreka way and skaten jarapila myth tarbarnton balum vp sinra flate. Ja waren also wel reject that fellow sinra skipun bestanda anna brand waren. Tam pa skipun wakten, skaten ak nei versus the, thatch that any rojade nawet. As to lesta en skip al barnand neit skip thes magi dryf, bifiler sin skipper high skoldo fade, mendien skipper that were theen Denimarker there theen fin feelet heda, andir. Thv hest vse aramater nei the bodum phona se svenden to meldanda thatst muskold, thit skost thrvch that drokt wel vergeta. Nw will ik njud thatst thin word ject. T magi wild I'm offora, mendien skipper, en aft frias and steric lick en jocox, clipade beta sinem honda om sin hole and hif heine vr board into that well and heg. Fourth heeser sin brun skyled and top and for reject to reject an nei vsa flate. Thirthinth kiemen the famna van forlet to versus, men the fodik was at Kvingan and nimmen wist hoti kiemen was. The hjav pa van fordien skipa herodon, that theen magi verdreven ken was, brud ja hin, wan the stuur thera mest Denemarker waren. Nei that the flate fair Enoch Ui were, wenden vsa stuur and skatten jara barnpula pa the finna del. The finna thus sagan, ho ja vreden waren, Flip Auric Thrvch Vr Ectrum and their near longer and enhericht en I bod. To these stand run the word Ju ut tier birch. Tam navt any fuljuct, worth afmacad, and their fuljuct fend sin endi into the polum von et Kreilinger wald. Nyschrift. The Stuer and de Kreka legion was their en spotter von ut stavoramank, their seed, Midia me lokja, sayhyr ut draw birch rita. Thirvm haven the famnath Jul Kreka Midia me lokja heaton. The Bertnissa their afternii sked send, me aura manalik hugja. The famna hagon tam nei jara wisa to tella and wl beskri walida. Thirvm rekenjoth y hermatha vsa arbed fulbracht. Held. Endi fawn t bach. Medemi lakis, lake of Medea's laughter. The skrifta fawn Adelbrast and Apollonia. Min nam is Adelbrast svn fawn Apol and fawn Adela. Thrvch min folk ben ik karen to grevitmen ovira linderda. Thirv will ik thit bach forfalja vp also denner wisa as mine mem sproken hate. Nei that theen Maggie felt was en Friesbirch vp stelbracht, moster en motor karen wortha. Byra leva needs ju motor hira folkstra nav namth. Hira lursta will was sock and narn to find. Shugan monatha after worth en mina act Bilitsen and wel to Greniga ut seek that Anna Saxonamarca Palth. Min mem worth karen, men ju nilda nen motor wisa. Ju had a hate lif minar tat hred, thirthruch heden ja ekram liaf kragen and nw wilden ja ak gadeth wortha. Felon wilden min mem fawn bislat off brenga. Men min mem seed, en aramater act also ren in ra mod to wasana as ja buta blicked and even mild far al jara burn. Nidamic apal nw liaf have bapa ella in ralda, sane kanik sane motor nav nessa. Sa sprek and kethadella, men the Oera birch famna wild and algator motor wisa. Alrek stat thong fori sinera agent fam and nilda naft fira. Thirthich nis or nene karen and hate rik thus bandlas. Hyr after mugget begripa. Uljudgert, tam kenning their hemis dega fallen is, was by their motor is leva karen blickber trvch alestatha myth liafta and trjvw. Hate were sin torn vim pin eth great hof to dokhem to himanda, and by their motor is leva wrdim their great by reason, wandi t were immer sa full myth boden and ritterum fawn hained and fear as ma to fora non eid shan. Tach nwwer ensum and veliten, wand alrek were ange that are him master scold mokja bapa hate rejuct in welda elik the Slavona kenningar. Elk forced wanda forth that Enoch Didi as wakade over sin agen stat. And tn jeff nawet ta antha afra. Myth era birch famna gvnjet jita arger to. Alrek thisra bagadev pyra agen wisdom and sawersa the grevet mana awet deden buta jam, sa rockton ja mistrivwa betwiska tam and sinamul judum. Skedder en seek their felon statha trough and hada man ju red ener fam in onen. Sa kethan ala authora that jus broken hada to fear fawn dra agen stat. Thrvch althus denera renka brockton ja twicepalt in ovira statha and terenden ja that ban sedin fawn an, that folk fawn the en stat nithik worth pet folk fawn en Oera stat and ferret aldermanesta lik ferrimand biscoade. Thjufir thera is west that the gola jephtha troida versus al et land of Wonenhaven al ont thera skelda and t magi al to their usara. Hoar thurbi tugvingen is, hate min mem ventleth, hours nas thit bach nav skreven en den, avskanik ale hape verlaren have the et skill helpa the bata. Ikani skryw thus navt in a wan, that ik thurthurch that land skill win a jephtha byhaldane, that is minra actant and valik, ik skryw alina far et after kman slacked, tilth ju ja algader wada muge vp dina wisa wy valerand venge. And the aura manalik hyr ut lira may that elk quad sin gaja telleth. My hate man apolonja heaton. Twia thritic daga nei mam hira dad hate man adelbrost min brother versligen fondant pa wharf, sin hod split and sina lithni ut en hreeten. Min tat their syak leda is fon skrik versterven. The is apol min jungier brother fon hyrnei their west side fon skenland feren. Their hate en birch abuwad, lindis birch heaton, veen dana to rakana versus leth. Alda hateim there to fellow Jera Leonard. Hi hate fifths gnawanen. Altham brengeth deen Maggie skrik and min brother Goma. After mam and brother is dad send the fromesta von uta landum to ekram kman, ja haven en ban sloten adelband heaton. Tilth ju versus nen leth with urfra any scold, haveth ja my adelhurt min jungst brother per birch brocht, my by the famna and min brother by the wearer. The ecthritic jo were hate man my to birch fam Karen, and the min brother fiftish were, worth Karen to Grevitman. Fon mam his side were min brother theen sext, men fon tat his side theen thride. Any I reject mok tun sign afterkman thusnen over a linda after jara noman naft any fora, men aura manalik will det hava to fon mina mam. There to bapa hate man versus ak and offscrift jevan fon that bok thera adela folastar. The mitha benik that blidest, one thrvch min mam draw wisdom chem et in ralda. In that's birch havik jita or a script offendin, the naft in t bok any stan, ak love sprika over min mam, altham willik after skriva. Thit send the naletten scripta brunos, their scrywer weason is to deezer birch. After that the adela folastar ella hudda lita overscriva elk in sin rik, what wryt was in pa wagarum therabergum, bislatin ja en motor to jasani. Thirdo worth en mina act biliad vp thisrahem. After the for me red adelas worth tuncha bifolen. Ak scolded slacked have. Thatch nw freya min bergfam that word, juhada emirth wenich west that ju motor scold wortha, utr seek that ju hyr per birch sat, wana mest alem modrum karen waren. The ju that word gund was, epen juhira falxa wera andi keth, ils skint ard to heftain an adelas red, that any skill thirvnd min mvla naft any sluta nesnora. Watach is adela and wana kvmt eed way thatster sock hage love to swikth. Likik judega is ju to fara hyr birch fam west. The is ju their veem wiser jefta betra as ik and ala othra, jefta is ju mar stellit, sa said and plegum. Where that et foul, sa scold ju wel motor reden wisa, the ju thirdo karen is, men neen ju wild redder enen basta hamith all joy and nocta their anabondan send, instead fawn ensum over jam and folk to wakane. Ju is el klarsjand, god, men min any send fair fawn verthjuster to wezane. Ik have shan that ju hira friedelferd minth, nw god, that is lovelik, menik have forther shan that tunja apol is nift is. Wider will ik naft any setsa. The forsta big ripen el god, where ju hly sakti, men among folk kem twicepalt, and nidem hate marital fon hyr way kem, while t tunja thiu naft any guna. Redenrud stop, the Saxon tagen yuta skadni, men there any worth nene motor karen. Kurt after hudda anen sira baden sin makar falleth. Till judega hudda der fraud weason, thurvm hudda min birchfam or lovi vmb im buta the landpula to helpain. Thatch instead fawn im to helpain nei that twiskland, also fuljuk ju selva myth im over ursara and fourth nei the magi. T magi tam sina frias na hagja wild stalled iri as motor to Gotebirch edi skenland, men ju wild mar, ju sideim that sawersa high adela of pruma coast, high master scold wortha over el frias land. Ju wer en fi and fawn adel seed ju, wan thrvch draw renka nas jun and motor den. Sawersa high here texland for sprika wild, sa scold draw boda sina witcher to yywiserth janja. Althissa sika hate draw boda selva bilyat. Greniga is Groningen. Dokum is Dokum. Lindisperch, on Cape Lindanes, Norway. Det Othera skrift. Fiction mona the nei der lurst act wre for junskip Jeff the Winmanath. Allermanalik Jeff to an Mary Fruin Bly, and nimmen need digger than to a kane sina nacht. Thatch wr. Alda wild versus Wysa, that wakendem naft vergamlath rud any may. To midden fani fest verja kem Neville to Holland vsa ruda in thick justernize. Nacht rund way, the wakendem nilda naft any kara. The Strandwalker waren von jara ned fura hlapen and pa the topidum nas nennen to bisha. The Neville Ui Tach, locked speen thrvch the reta thera woolcom vp eartha. Alrek kem wither ut to jugand and to joland, that junk folk tach stjongand mitha gerbum and this overfooled luft myth sina liaflika adam. Men thawila ther Alrek in Nacht Bahada, was vred land myth horsum and ritterum. Lik ala arga waren ja helpen thrvch justerness, and hin glupath thrvch linda waldis pada. To fara adelas dur tagen twilif mangerden myth twilif lamps and twilif napa myth twilif hoklinga, and junga saxman bird en wild buffelder selva fensen hudda and tamid. Myth allerlegia blama waren ja sirad, and the linen tonekna thera mangerden waren omberad myth gold utir rene. The adela to hira hus utiv pet select kem, fall en blomrain delve pyra hole, aladjugate herd and the tothorn thera napum golden bapa ella ut armadella, arm folk, ho kurt skill for hirbija. The thju long scare ut shocked were kemmer en hloth magjara ritterum linerjuk to rinnen vp adelas hem. Hira tat and gade waren jita pa stoppenbank setten. Thju dur stond epen and der binna stand adelbrost hiraspno. As sach ho sina eldra in fries waren, gript her sign boj von walk way and scat nei the forsta thera rewarm, this swicht and troldev pet gars del, overntwade and thride was ena lik lot biskeren. In twiska heden sina eldra jara weapon fat, and tagen vndiger to Jonas. The rora skolden jam ring fensen ha, men adela kem, pier birch heda ja la weapon to hentera larid, shugan earthfet were julong and hira girt sa fellow, thrija swikt ja tam or dra hole and azur del kem wer en ritter garsvalich. Fallastar kiemen ami hern their lone way. The rewar redon falleth and fensen. Thatch to let, en pil heda dra bosom treft. Vredalika magi. In fenin was sin pint dipth and thereof is justurvan. Gerbum. See, Niebuhr, Travels, Volume 1, page 174. The bagpipe is called by the Egyptians Sumra el Kurb. Their birchfams lov. Jes Faramand Aith, Thuzan send Alcuman and Jet Mara send VP way. Wel, Ja willeth Adela's wisdom hera. Sikur is Jo Verstein, Wan Jo is Immerth Ja forced west. O wak wordo scold Joth Janja. Hira hemeth is linen, Hira toneka wool, that hjv selva spawn and wavade. Wormii scold ja drasken haga. Navt myth parlam, wand dra tusker send witter, navt myth gold, wand dra her is blickender. Navt myth stina, wel send dra agon soft as lamps agon, thatch to lick sa glander that man their scromlick in sjne may. Men what cultic fawn sken. Freya were wis navt skeener. Ja aith, Freya their shugan skenhid hudda, werfen dra tagatera men een elk haxens thria erven have. Men al were ju ledlik, thatch scold ju versus jura wisa. Jeff ju wigandlik sy. Hark aith, Adela is that eng burn sar grevitman. Shugan jurthvet is ju hatch, jita greater than htra likim is htra wisht and htra mod is lik bead to semin. Lochther, there were Ennis en Fenbrand, through burn waren VP Jens Grafston sprongen. Wind bloss fell. Alrek Kreda and Thju mam were redalas. Der kvmt Adela, ho steitst and temeth tropt Ju, tragd help to Lunanda and wr. Alda skilled Jo krefta jeva. Der hipt ja neit kryelwad, gript elsentrigen, tragd en breg to McJand, NW Helpath ak the Authora and the burn sent red. Gelijks kiemen de burn hyr blama ledse. Der kiemen thre phonishar skipeljuda der ja revela wild, men adela kem, juheda jara whop, rop, herod, in swim sleeth ju the letha and tilth juch ja selva jecta scold, that jav mworth like man awaren, bint ju alsman and en spinrock fest. The Faramanda hera kiemen jareth jud askja. The ja sagan ho Scots ja misten waren, kem torn vp, thatchman telade hoti bird was. What ja forth deaden, ja bugden to fara adela and keston thju slyp hyrar toneka. Kvm Faramand aith, the walled fuglen fuljuktath to fara the fellow forsikar. Kvm aith sa meist jara wishtera. By the Grafston where fawn in the Lovespreek meld worth, is mam hera lik bygraven. Vpyra Grafston hate man thissa worda hreiten. Any hlapnavt to hastic wan hyr late adela. Thjil formula there is hreiten and nutera walk their birch tor, nis navt wither a skreven in that bok thera adela folastar. Wervm that leeten is netic navt to skrywand. The thit bok is min ajn, thurvm willik ja there in a seta to will minra megam. Teneka, a high petticoat reaching up to the neck. Formlura. Ale god minanda frias burn sy held. 1 thrvch tam skill eid selic worth a vp chertha. Lur and keth to the folkum. Wr.alda is that alderal desta jeftha overall desta, one that scop a latino. Wr.alda is ella in ella, one that is ev in nendlik. Wr.alda is overall einwardich, men narn to bisha, thurvm worth that wisa gast heaton. Al what y fon him sja muge send the skepsala their thrvch sin levak me and wither henny ga, wand in it wr.alda kmath a latina and kareth a latino. Fon ut rauda kvmth t anfang and etiendi, aura tina geeth in impa. Wr. Alda is that een elamoktij wisa, wand ala or mocked is fon him lenet and kareth to him wither. In utwr.alda kmath ala krefta and ala krefta kareth to him wither. Thurvm is high alina thaith skepend wisa and their nis nawet eskapen butahim. Wr.alda leda evj setma that is ava in ali skepen, and their ne sendnen god setma jeftha ja motan thernii tavlit wisa. Men afskan ella in wr. Alda sy, the bosht thera maniska nis navt fon him. Bosht kvmth thrvch longed vndigert and damned. Thurvm can ju wel the maniska skada, wr.alda nimmer. Wr. Alda is ju wished, and the ava their ju tavlikt hate, send the boka where it wy lira muge, and their nis nene wished to findandna to garjan buta tam. The maniska mugan fellow tina sja, men wr.alda shath a latino. The maniska mugan fellow tina lira, men wr.alda wet a latino. The maniska mugan fellow tina vensluda, men to fara wr.alda is ella epend. The maniska send manalik and berlik, men wr.alda skept bead. The maniska mineth and hatath, the wr. Alda is alina rejuktferdich. Thurvm is wr.alda alin god, and their any send nene goda butahim. Myth that Joel wandalath and wixlat alada skepn, men god is alina vnferanderlik. Thruch that wr.alda god is, also any may high ak navt forendurja. And thrvch that biluwath, thurvm is high alina wisa and aleti or a skin. That authera del fonra formler. Among findas folk send wanwisa, their thrvch jara overfinding greicht also arg send, that jara selva wis mokja and the anuida bejuga, that that best del send fon wr.alda, that jara gast that best del is fon wr.aldas gast and that wr. Alda alina may thankja thrvch help jaris brin. That ader skepsel en del is fon wr.aldas nendlik wisa, that haven ja fon versus gabad. Men jara folks redden and jara tamlays hatchferen hate arave pen dwalwy brocht. Were jara gast wr. Aldas Gast, sa skold wr. Alda l dvm Wisa in Steed von Licht and Wisconsin Juan Jara Gast slavt him selva immer of vim skeen bilda to McJand, der y afternii anbid. Men findes folk is en arg folk, wand afsken the wanwisa thera Jara selva wis mokja that hja drakten send, sa haven hja to fara the nuiwida falksa drakneskapen, to Cathanda allerwijks, that thissa drakten wr. Alda eskapen have, myth al what therein is, gyriga drakn fvlnyd and torn, tam arath and thjanath willeth wisa thrvch the meniska, their blod and offer willa and scat askja. Men t1 wisa falksa mana, tam jara selva god is skalka jef the prestera noma lida, bureth and samnath and gethath aldam to fara drakn there navt any send, bet selva to beiteldand. Aldam bidrawath ja myth en rum emad, Thurfdam ja jara selva drakten wane, there en nieman andert skeldich any send. Send der smeet tam jara renka froda and bar mokja, also redan ja thrvch jara rakra fat and vmbira laster verbarnat, ella myth fellow statska plegum, jara falksa drakten to en air. Men in trvth alina vim that ja ra naft skada any scold. Tilth ju vsa burn nw weapon muge wisa tojans jara draktenlika lir, also hagon the famna jam von buta to Loranda what hyr skill falja. Wr. Alda was alatina, and nei alatina skill wisa. Wr. Alda is also ev and hi is nendlik, thurvman is der nawit butahim. Thrvch utwr. Aldas leva worth tid and alatina burn, and sin leva nymph tid and alatina way. Thissa sika moton klar and bar makad rada by ale wisa, sa that jati and athrobith juda and by wisa muge. Is tsa far onen, sa seeth man forther, what thus vsa amafang treft, also send wy and del fon wr. Aldas nendlik wisa, also the amafang fon al etia skepen, thatch what anga vsa dante, vsa ein skipa, vsa gast and al vsa bethankinga. Thissa any hera navt to that wisa. Thit ella send fuljuktiga tina tam thrvchwr. Aldas leva forskina, thatch their thrvch sin wished sedan and navt hours navt any forskina. Men thrift dam sin leva steeds forthga, also any may their nawit pa sin stead navt bilua. Thurvm forwixlath ala skepen tina fon stead, fon dante and ak fon thanquiza. Thurv many may eartha selva, nang skepsel ni setsa, ik ben, men wyelik was. Ak any main and meniska naft any setsa ik thank, men blat, ik thokti. T nap is greater and hours as though our burn were. High hate or a jerten, tokta and thanquiza. T man en tat is and thank hours as though our nap were. Evan the alda fon di gum. That wet allera manalik. So wersa allera manalik nw wet injecta mot, that high alone wixlath, samot high ak bijecta, that jawetter ageblik wixlath, ak thawila our side, ik ben, and that sina thank bilda wixel, the while our side, ik thank. Instead that wy the arga findes althas worthlik afternii snaka and kalta, ik ben, jeff the wl, ik ben that best del wr. Aldas, ja thrvch versus alina mayar thankja, sa willeth wy ketha wral and allerwijks wer et nedlik sy, wy frias burn send for skinsla thrvch wr. Aldas leva. By t anfang min and blat, thatch immer warthand and nakonda to fuk menlicht, svnder asa god to rada as wr. Alda selva. Vsa gast nis nav wr. Aldas gast. Hi is derfen alina nf skinsel. The wr. Alda versus skop, hate versus in thrvch sign wished brinsen tuga, hugia and fellow goda ein skipa lened. Hermii mugon wy sina ava bitracta. Thereof mugon wy lira and thurva mugon wy rita, ella and alina to versus ein held. Huda wr. Alda versus Nene Sinajevan, Sane skold wy narn of Nita and wy skold Jita Redalasser as en sequel wisa, their fourth driven worth thrvch ebi and thrvch flawed. Cf Hegel A.H.L. Thit stat vp skrivfilt skreven. Tal en andword ora famna to en verbild. En vensels jurich man kem to berand by trast their fam were to stavia. High seed van wiederhudde sin hus way brocht. High hudde to wr.alde bieden, men wr.alde netim nene help lened. Bist en aft fries, frage trast. Von elder t elder, andir theen man. Then seed ju will icka wet in thin mod saya in betrua, that edi kaima groja and fruchte jeva may. Fourth sprek ju andi keth. The frye burn was, stand versus motor naked and blat, van bijhad to gens the streelum der sveen. Neen man mocked ju fraja and there were neen man der ja help mocked lena. The GVNGWR.alda to en rocked in htra mod nigung and liavda angost and skrik. Ju sach rondum, dra nigung cast that best and ju sakti skuld vendera warrand linda. Men rain kem and t onlest were that ju wet rud. Thatch ju hada shen ho that wetter to the helanda bladar of drupt. NW McCade ju en rof myth helanda sidem, VP stoka McCade ju tam. Men stornwind kem and bloss rain the vendor. NW hada ja shan that stam hly jeff, after gong ja to en McCade en wak fawn plaga and sodom, that forma and een sida and fourth and alles sida. Storn wind kem to beck jita woodender as to fora and blost jurof yui. Men jueni berade navt over wr. Alda nev to genst wr.alda. Men ja McCade en Reitenrof and leda sten other pa. Biffenden havanda ho ser that dvath vmb alina to taband, also bithju juhira burn ho and wervmb ju also had a den. Thissa rockten and talkten to semin. A sedenera wise sen wy and husa kiemen myth stoppen bankum, en slekt and warrand linda with the snestrelum. To the lesta haven ja en birch macad and fourth ala offra. Nis thin hus thus naft stirk knock west, also moti attractive mbet or better to McJand. Min hus were stirk enoch, cider, men that hage wetter hate etvp berad and stornwind hate et or den. Where stand thin hus then, frage trast. Alingen there Rene, endir theen man. Na stand et then naft pen null jeff the thirp, frage trast. Neen cider, min hus stand ensem by the overa, alina have ik et buwad, menik any mocked their alina nen thirp to macon. Ik wist wl, seed trast, the famna have eti my meld. Thv hest al thin leva en gruel had in the menisca, ut freeze thats to wet jeva jeff the dva most to fara jam. Thatch the mitha any may man navt fair any kfma. 1 wr. Alda their mild is, careth him phona gyriga. Fasta het versus reden and buppa the durafan ala bergam is t in sten ut riten, bist ard batsjoktig seed fasta, byhad than junesta, bithjad than junesta, help than juwe nesta, sa skyland ja t with erdva. Is I thina red naft god knock, ik net far t nin betera. Scamrad worth then man and high drupt stokes hin. NW will ik selva skriwa erost fawn over min birch and then over what ik have muge shan. Min birch laid into north endi their ludgarda. Thju tor hate sex sida. Thrya thridich fet is ju hatch. Flat fawn bapa. En lithe husk thirvpa, wana man the stara bisjath. An aider sid there tor stat en hus, long thrya hundred, bread thrya shugan fet, elika hatch behalvath ju raf, the rondlik is. Altham fawn her back in sten, and fawn buta eni send nen in othra. Om the birch is en hringdik, therum en graft diap thrya shugan fet, wid thrya twilit fet. Siath wa fawnera tordel, sa siath hyth ju dante fawn ed joel. Vpa grvnd twisk the sudlika husa there, send aller legia cruda fawn hained and fair, thereof moton the famna the creftalira. Twisk the Nordlika Husa is Alina Feel. The Thridjo Nordlika Husa send Fall Karen and other Byhoff. Twa Sudar send to Fara the Fonkus Veem to Skola and to Hema. That sudlacost hus is their birchfam his hem. In a tor hangt jofotic. The wagger their tor send myth kestlik estina smukat. In pa their sutterwalk is theen tex written. And the fear side thera finth man jo formula, anna winsteer side the ava. The ora sika finth man pa ora thrid jaw. Tojens the dick by t hus their fam stet jo own and jo malmak thrvch fewer buffla croden. Buta vsa birchwall is t hem, their pa the birchra and a wearer him. Jo ringdik thera is en stan grat, nens juror, mens nastand, werfen twia twilif penet meldik ma. In per binicide phona dick is en flat, fifth fet ndera krun. Their pa send fry 100 cranboga, todek myth wod in lethier. Behalva the husa thera and hemer send their bina alingni the dick jita thria twilif nedusa to fara the hemer. That feelth janeth to camp and to weed. Anna sudside fawn the butens tringdik is Thjul Ludgard Ontanad thrvch that great Lindewald. Tra Dante is Thurjuhernich, that breed buta, till Thjo Sveen there in Asaye may. One there send fellow Furlandeska Thrija and Blamen thrvch the Stjura myth brocht. Also Thjo Dante sar birch is, send ale authora, thatch versus is Thjo great test, menti fawn texland is the aldergreatst. Thjo tor fawn friasbirch is also hatch that jo the wolka torrent, nei their tor is al et authora. By versus pa birch ist also de lad. Shugan yonga famna waketh by their fodik. Ader wak thrja standa. In ha or tid moton ja huswork dva, lira and sleepa. Send ja shugan ja wakanda weason, also send ja fry then mugan ja among the maniska ga, vpra said to litain and read to javane. Is wa thurju ja fam west, sa may ju alto met myth the alda famna myth ga. T skrywer mot the famkas lira lisa, skrywa and rekenja. The Grisa Jefta Griva Moton Lira Jam Rejuktan Plikt, Sedkunda, Krudkunda, Helkunda, Skednessa, Talinga and Sanga, by Junka Aller Lija Tina their Jam Nedlik send Veem Red to Jeva. Thjo Birchfam Mot Lira Jam Ho Ja Thermith to work Ga Mota by the Maniska. Air and Birchfam Dra Stead Inimt, Mot Ju Thrvch that land Fara Nfvlja. Thre Griva Birchra and Thrja Alda Famna Gon Myth Hiri Mitha. Also is Tak Mign Min Fart is a lingen there Rene West, Thjuskat upward, a lingen there or side offward. Ho Hagerik upcome, to armor licked me the Maniska. Wrl in a Rene Hada man at Steka Makat. That son that there ein kem, Rud Myth Wetter Wr Skapfachta Gatten Veem Gold to Winnend. Men the Manjurda any drogon the nene golden crone fawn. Ere wherein the mar west, men sont y skenland mist, send ja nei the bergig vngan. There delveth ja I sururtha, there ja easer of mokja. Bapa there Rene twisk that birchta, there havik marsada shan. The marsada that send maniska there inth pa mara hema. Jara husa send vp palambuwad. That is vret wild quick and a bows maniska. There send wulva, bara and swart grislakalawa. And ja send the sweatsart Jefta palangar fonda hained krekalander, thera kalta folgar and the vwildra twisker, alad jirich nei rav and butt. The marsada helpath jara selva myth fiska and jaga. The huda urdat thrvch the weeva tomakad and berayat myth scores fawn burkum. The letha huda soft lick fanafilt. Thjo birchfam et friasbirch seed versus that ja god and fold maniska werin. Thatch hedik ja or naft spreken heerd, excold manath have that ja and frias were, men wilda, sarwst sagan ja ut dra fakta and kruda udan thrvch the renhamar vwandalath and thrvch the stjur butabrocht. Alingen there Rene wer et allen, till Lidisbirch. There was n great flyt. In pa thisra flyt wherein ak maniska, there husa vp palahada. Men that nanen frias folk, men that wherein swart and bruna maniska, there thjaneth hada to roger veem the butafer to honk to helpain. Ja mos tun der billiwa tilth ju flate wither way bruda. To the lursta kiemen y to t aldurga. By t sutter havahave stet ju warabirch, en stennis, therein send allerlegia sculpa, hulka, wepnen clather warad, von fear landum, thrvch this juror myth brocht. En fjardel dana is t aldurga. En great flyt omberad myth lothum, husa and gardum ella ricklick sherad. In per flyt lay en great flate red, myth fanen fawn allerlegia farwa. Edi frias de hungen the skilda alma the borda to. Smi blickten lixfna. The skilda the wit king and thera skolta by the nactum waren myth gold vmborad. A befta their flyt was en graft graven, to hlapanda dana alingen their birch farana and fourth myth and enga mutta in se. To fara their flate were thit the utkving and edifly the ingving. A bead sida their graft send skeen husa myth helblikanda farwa malad. The garden send mit alted green hagva montanad. Ik have their weeva sion, their filten tonekna drogon as t skriffelt were. Lik to stavra wherein the mangerden myth golden chronum pyra holum and myth hringum om arma and fet sherad. Sudward fawn farana laid alkmarum. Alkmarum is en mer jefta flyt, therein laid en eland, pa that eland moton the swart and bruna maniska wila evan as to lida his birch. Thjo birchfam fawn farana seedmai, that the birchra deistic tuareg vngon vmbra to laranda, what aft friedom sy, and ho the maniska and their min agon to lavain vim siegen to winnen fawn wr. Aldus gast. Was there wa the hera wild and begripa mot, sa warther holden, alant fvl larid were. That rud den vim the ferramand foca wis to macan, and vim vral atha to winnen. Hedik and a Saxonamarca to their birch Manigarda Forda west. Thatch their hedik mar scamelhead shan, as khyr rickdom spurred. Ju andir, sa hursother and de Saxonamarca en frijark math en manger to buy frijand, also frijoth the mangernder, canst thin hus fry where atogenst the banane twisklander, hast knock nene fallid. Ho fellow bufel hast Alfonsen and ho fellow bara and wulva huda hast alvpa their mark brocht. Dana ist kmen that sax manath ju bu anda weeva vliten have. That fawn hundred to semin nen een lisa may neskriwa any can. Dana ist kmen, that nimmen nen sprekvpa sin skyled neth, men blat en mislakan dante fawn en diar, that er fallid hate. En andlik, Dana ist kmen, that hja ser wichanlik yurden send, men to met evan dvm send as quick, that hja fansa, and evan as the twisklander, where myth hja orloch. To fara frias folk is eartha and se escapan. Al vsa rinstrama runneth pa se2. That lidas folk and that findas folk skill ekram verdelja, and wy moton the lithoga landa by folka. Inti fawn and ami fara laid versus held. Whilst nw that the Bopalander del have an vsa rickdom and wisdom, sa skillik tn red jeva. Let et the mangerden to when rajara frajar to frajand, jaja sexa, where hast al in rauda amephron, wad canst thin burn tella ra feralanda and ra feramanda foca. Dvath ja alsa, sa skylan the wichanlika napa to versus kma. Ja skylan wiser wartha and ricker and wyani skylan and byhoff longer nav naven that lothjud. The jongs their famna fawn thera there by me werin, kem yuta Saxonamarca way. As ynw to honk kiemen, hate ju or lovi frajad vim nei dra hus to gain. Afternii is juther birchfam reden, and dana is tikmen that judega sa fellow saxmana by this jura fair. Endi fawn that Apollonia bach. Lions in Europe, see Herodotus, 7. 125. Swetzar are Swiss. Freiesbirch is Freiburg. Leidesbirch is Leiden, the city. Flyt, Jeff the Mare, is a lake or sea. Forana is Vrunen. Engamuda is Egmond. Diodorus Siculus, v. 27, on the Gauls. Manigarda Forda is Munster. The Skrifta von Fretherick and Wiljo. Min Nam is Fretherick to Namath Ora Linda, that will segsa over the linda. Tuljudwarja binik to aska Karen. Uljudwarja is en New York Thorpe, binna veen ringdik fawn der Birchuljajarda, werfen the noma and vnerk menes. Vender mina tida is full baird. Full hedik der vr skreven, men afternii send me ak fellow tina meld. Fawn en other willik en skednies after thit bok skrywa, begoda maniska to en the arga to near. In min jugd herdik gredward alam, argtid kem, argtid was kman, frya head versus letten, dra wakfangs hada jua befta holden, wan drakten lakonda bilda wherein binna vsa land pulafenden. Ik brand fawn nysgyr veem t bilda to bisjan. In vsa bert strompele en old famka to the husa yuda in, immer to kathanda vr argtid. Ik jurd ja ling side. Ju strik me ami kin to. Nwwrd ik drist and frage Jeff ju me arg tid and the builder rees wisa wild. Ju lacked godlik and brocht me per birch. En grieve man frage my Jeffik al lisa and skrywa kv. Nasidik. Then most erost to ga and lira, sider hours any meti jou and naft wisen rud. Distik gvngik by the skrywer lira. Act ja letter herdik, vsa birchfam had a hordem bidreven and sme birchra heden vred plagued myth the magi, and fellow maniska wherein vp jara side. Vral kem twispalt. Der wherein burn, der stand in a gen jara eldrum. In a gluppa redon the froda maniska morth. That old famka, der ella bar macade, worth dad fenden in en group. Min tat, the rejector were, wild ja reeken ha. Nactus worth in sin hus vermorth. Thujuja letter wer theen magi bas nerstrid. The saxmana waren from and fraud bilowen. Nei tam fuljukten alle god maniska. Min mam bist verviti. Nw dedic lik the authra. T magi bogadev pa sinra snotted. Men eartha scold thana, that hjan and magi naaf goda to lida any mokti to their helga skada, where it jo frya berade. Evan sa that wild or sina mana sked, nei that sina ritter jersfalich makat hate, evan sa skad eartha dra valda and berga. Rinstrama redon ovira fjelde spread. Se kokade. Berga spidon nei the woolcom, and wad ja spyth huda, swikten the wolka wither vp churtha. By ti anfang their arnamaneth negade churtha northward, juseg del, ol leger and leger. Anna wolfemanath leiden the Denemarka von Fryas land vendereni se bidaben. The valda their bilda in Waren, redon fivath and their windom spell. That after kem frost in a hertemanath and laid old Fryas land vender en plank skull. In Selamanath kem stornwind ut eat northaway, myth farand berga fawn ise and steenum. The spring kem, hyf churthach dra selva vp. Ise smolt way. Ebi kem and the valda myth bildum dreven any ise. Inner winna Jephthah minimanath gvng ader thurver wither hem fara. Ik kem myth en fam to their birchuljajarda. Ho drove sach etut. The valda theralindorda wherein mestway. There the judged westhuda, was a sea. Sin heg federa theen hringdik. Ise huda the tor way brocht and the husa leda in thrvch ekrum. Anna held fauna dick fondik en sten. Vsa scriver header sin namen riden, that were my en bacon. Sati myth vsa birchkunjan was t myth mitha oragvangan. Inna hega landa wherein ja thrvch churtha, inna dina landa thrvch wetter verden. Alina Friasbirch to Texland Worth Netherad Fenden. Men al et land that northward laid huda, were vender se. Nakenis t naft bapa brocht. And that's ket fonti flymer wherein nei meld rudtrictic salta maruk men, and standen thrvch the valda, the myth grvnd and alverdreven wherein. To West Flyland fiftish. T graft their fonti aldurga thwares to het land thurchlapenhuda, was Versondath and Verden. The Stuer en or Farand folk, there to honk wherein, hada jara selva myth maga and sibov pyra skipum hret. Men that swart folk von Leidesburch and Alekmarum hada Allen den. The will the swarta sudward drive on, heden ja fellow mangern hret, and nidem nimmen en kem to aska tam, hilden ja tam to jara weeva. The meniska there to beck kiemen, vngan ale bina the hringdika thera bergam hema, dam their buta al slyp in Brockland were. The gamla husa rud bayan klust. Fona bopalandum capade man ky and skep, and inna the great husa there to fara the famna setenhuda, rud nw leakin and filt makad, veem thes levens willa. That sked 1888 nei that Atlantsken was. In 282 Janeden y nen aramater navt hat, and nw ella tomit valeren skinned, gvng man ing jasa. That hlot fald vp gosa to namath makanta. Ju were birchfam et friasbirch to Texland. Hel fon hod and klar fon sin, el god, and dam hira birchalina spared was, sach alric therit hira hropang. Jan gelatir kiemen the stjurer fon forana and fon lidas birch. Ja wilden the swarta maniska myth whiff and burn to that land that driva. Thur wilden ja their motor is read by winna. Men gosa frage, canstan and or to beck fora nei dralandum, then axt spod to McJand, hours any skylan ja jara maga navt wither any finda. Na seed ja. The seed gosa, ja haven thin salt pravad and thin brad eaten. Jara lif and leva haven ja vendor jow hod stalad. I most jow agen herda bisika. Menik will tn red jeva. Hold jam allen jow waldich beast vmra wither honk to fora. Men hold jam by jow bergam their buta. Whack over jara said and lur jam as jeff ja frias na were. Dra weeva send hyr the sterixta. As rec skill jara blod verfuljukta, till the lesta navt hours as frias blod in jara afterkman skill biliwa. Sa send ja hyr bilwan. NW Winstick WEL that Mina afterkman their VP letta, ho fair gosa word sprek. The VSA landa wither to big Anna WER, kiemen their bonda irma sax mana and weeva nei the verdum fon stavra and that aldurga, veen golden and ora shart to seekane fon ut the wasage bodim. Thatch the stjur nildon hja navt to lida. The Glingon hja the Lithoga Thorpa by Hema to West Flyland, vmra lift to Byhaldane. 2193-1888 is 305 before Christ. Since 587 before Christ. See pages 110 and 112. NW will excrewa ho the Gertmana and fellow Helenja Folgar Tobek Kieman. TWA nei that gosa motor rud, Kemeren flate to that flymara in falla. That folk hropt ho.n. scene. Ja for until stavra, the hropton ja jita res. The phona waren and top and thes nak skaten ja barnpula and aloft. The dared were rojadan sme myth and snake to their hava in. Ja hropton wither ho.n. Scene. The ja landa hipten John Kirtle wall VP. In Sina handa hedien skyled, thurf was brad and salt laid. After dam kem en griva, high seed y kmath phona fear krekalandum way, VMB VSA said to Wargend, NW Winstath yi scold also mild wisa versus also full land to Javane that y thurf muge hema. High teledien ele skednes thurik after betra scriva will. The griva nisten navt what to dvand, ja sandon boden allerwikes, ak to my. Ik gvng to en seed, nwyn motor have agon y draw red to frajand. Ik selva gvng mitha. Thja motor, there ella wist, seed, let jokfme, sa mugon ja versus land helpa beholda, men let jam naft vp een stead ni by liva, till thju ja naft waldich any rud over versus y deden as ju sideheda. That were lnei dra hay. Friso rest myth senil judum to stavra, that ja wither to een sestid mcade, sa god jamot. Wichert gvng myth sinum judum astward nei there immued. Sme thera John Jar, their men that ja font al durga folk sproten were, gunjin their hin. En lyth del their wanda that jara ethla fawn the shugan alanda way kiemen, gungan hin and setten jara selva binna the hringdik fawn their birch wall halagra del. Uljudgert deen skolt by nakti fawn wichert worth min eighth afternii min frjund. Fawn ut sin diebach havik juskebnies there here after skill falja. Nei that y12 mel 112 ja by the 5th wetram setten hada, the wheela vsa sekamparale si biferen hada there to fin dane, kem Alexander tam kenning myth and weldicher fawn bapa alingen their stram vsa thorpa befara. Nimmen any mocked him wither worda. Thatch weiss juror there by the se Satan, why skept versus myth al vsa tilbra hava in and bruda hinna. The Alexander vernam that him any great flate van Pharaoh was, worth or woodenlik, to swerend high scold alle thorpa and loga offerja jeff y naft to beck manilda. Wichert laid a syak to bed. The Alexander that vernam hate or walked alont or better were. Afternii kem to him ser kindlik snikand, thatch high threject lik higher den hada. Wichert andir thereafter, o aldergreats thera kenningar. Weiss jurk math allerwijks, why haven fawn jow great deduin heerd. Thurvum send yfvl urbitanese to fara joa weapn, the jet mar vr thina witskip. Men y offer wy send fryburn fryas burn. Wy any mugon nene slafona navt any rud. Jeffik wild, the Oera scold redder sturva willa, wand alsa is thrvch vsa ava bifolen. Alexander seed, will thin land navt any mokja to min but, na thin folk to mina slafona. Will blat that's te myth janja skolst vmb lon. Thurva will sweara by versus badar godam, that nimmen vr my rogja skill. The Alexander afternii brad and saltmyth in delayed, hate wichert that wist del casen. High let the skipa hala thrvch sin sveen. The tla tobek waren, hate Alexander tla heerd. The mitha wild high sin folk nei the helga ganga fara, their high to land navt heda muge naka. Nwgvng 2 and cas altham ut sin folk and ut sina saltatha their weneth waren vvrnese to farain. Wichert was wither syak reden, thurvm gvng ik alina mitha and nirchis von thes keningis wega. T talkt hlipsmder fardel to enendi, uthavid the jonjar emerthen venman waren with the faunusjar, also nirchis their selva nen baz over biliwiani kv. In Twiska had a tam kenning navt style nest. Hi had a sina saltatha bama capja lida and to planka mokja. Thrvch help sar timbrolja heater there of skipa makat. Nw wilder selva seekening wortha, and myth el sin herth jug gongaft fera. Thatch the saltatha there fawn that bergland kiemen, werenong to faras e. As hja herodon that hja myth most, stacken hja the timberlotha ein brand. Their thrvch rud versus ele thorpe anda aska laid. That forma wanda wy that Alexander that bifalen hudda and jawetter stand red vmbse to jasani. Men Alexander were woden, high wild the saltatha thrvch sin agn fokumbrensalida. Men nirchis tam navtalina sin erost forced men ak sin frjund were, read him hours to dvand. Nw berad as one der lavad that mluk et den hada. The high enithfraid sin talked naft for fada. Nw wilder to beck kara, thatcher high that didi, let high that forma by sika war skeldich waren. Dryer that wist let althumsmder weapon bilua, vmb and New York Thorpe to McJand. Fawn sin agn folk let weapon veem the Oera to Tama, and veem een birch to Bwand. Wy mos tun with and burn myth nima. Kieman y enda mutta their Euphrat, sa mok tun y their en stead kiasa jeftha omkara, versus lon scold versus evan blyd to delathrud. And the Naya skipa, they're the brond ventthma waren, letter jonyer and krekalander ga. High selva gvng myth sin Oera foka lingen their cad thrvch the Dora wastina, that is thrvch et land that eartha fade hada udse, the juth street after vsa ethela feed as ja inna raid se kieman. The wy to New York Gertmanja Kiemen, New York Gertmanja is en hava der y selva makadhada, veen der to waturja, metten y Alexander myth sinher. Nirchus gvng wal vp and bade thurja dega. The gvng et witherforth. The y by their Euphrat Kiemen, gvng nirchus myth sina saltatha and fellow fawn sin folk wal vp. The high kem ring wither. High seed, t kenning let jow bidda, I skill jet en lith talked to sinra wild van, ala didi endifona raid se. Thurni I skilled jawder sa full gold kraja as urbera may. The y their kiemen, letter versus wysa huerth jo street or westheda. Der nei later n and thritic dega, allen ut shand vra wosteen. Though the lesta kemmer en hloth meniska myth foran twa 100 elephanta send kemlin tolden myth woden balkum, rapum and allerlegia arc veem vsa flate nei the middles to tyanda. That besod versus, and licked versus ball to, men nirchus teld versus, sin kenning wild the offer kenningar tana that I well diger were, sa the kenningar fawn thyrus or wiesenheda. Why skolden men myth helpa, sikur skold versus that nen skada naft dva. Why most tun wel suika, and nirchus wist ella sa pront to burjuk that why in a middlesleda or thruja monatha for by werin. The Alexander for nam hoti myth sinra onwarp oftman was, warther sa vermeten that the drage street at diapa wild eartha to end spot. Men wr. Alda let sign seal loss, thurven verdrunk in a win and in sina overmodicht, or that beginnic feast. After sin dad rid that rik de lad thrvch sina forsta. Ja skold alrek en del to fara sina spnum warja, thatch ja werend menis. Elk wild sin del beholda and selva formara. The kem orlok and yanik feast navt ami kara. Nirchus wild nw, y skold versus del seta and fanasai his cad, men that nilda nimmen navt en idva. Y seed, redder willeth y waga nei friesland to Ghana. The Brockter versus nei their nia hava fawn Athenia, where Allah aft frias burn formels in tine werin. Fourth gungan y saltathalif takta and weapon fara. Among the fellow forsta hada nirchus en frujund myth nom Antigonus. This streeten bead vmb en dole, sa ja siden as fallistar to fara t kenning like slacked and fourth v malek rekalanda jara alda freedom wither to Javane. Antigonus hada among fellow otherum en svn, t heat Demetrius, after Tonamad dean steed a winner. This gvng enis per steed salamis of. Nei that their en stut may streeten hada most myth their flate strida fond Tholemius. Tholemius, also heat dean forced their welda over Egyptaland. Demetrius wn their keys, the nav thrvch sina saltatha, men thrvch dam wy him helpen hada. Thit hada y den thrvch athskip to fara nirchus, wand y him far bastard blod becon thrvch sin friska hud and blah agon myth with her. After nei gvng Demetrius los vp hrodus their hin brockton y sina saltatha and liftokta wr. The y the lest rees to hrodus kiemen, was orlok vertien. Demetrius was nei Athenia ferin. The versus kenning that understand, leder versus Tobek. The y anda have kiemen, were led Thorpe in row bidaben. Friso their kenning wer over a flate, heda n svn and n togator tus, sabe juster freeze, as Jeff ja pa ut friesland way kmen werin, and sa wonderskin as nimmen mocked hugja. Thjv rop thurva gvng vvr alek rekalanda and kem in the era fon Demetrius. Demetrius were vvl and nsedlik, and high thogged that I'm ella fri stvnde. High let thjo togator aberskakja. Thjo motor enith vraid dra joy navt wakja, joy namat the sturer weeva hira mana, that is blideskip, ak segsath ja sweathert. The sturer heton dra weeva trast, and fro jefta fro that is fro ak frolic, that is a licken fro. Thurf dam jo dra man navt wakja thuraid, gvng jo myth dra speen nei Demetrius and bad, high scold ja dra togator wither jeva. Men as Demetrius Hera Svnsa, letter tam nei sinra ho fora, and Didi Allen myth him, as er myth tam his suster den hada. Anda motor sand high en Buddha gold, thatch ju sturt et in se. As ju thus kem, worth ju wansanich, allerwikes run ju vrostreet, nast min kindar naft shan, o wak, let me to jau skol sika, wand min joy will me deja for the k sina kindar way brocktav. The Demetrius fornam, that friso to honkwer, sandayan baja to him segsand, that high sina burn to him nomen hada ymra to fora to en hage stat vim to lanja him to fara sineth genesta. Men friso their stolt and herdfaktich were, sandan baja myth and breve nei sinum burnda, there in monde high jam, ja scold Demetrius to willa wisa, vermithis tam jaraluk jerd. Thatch theme baja hada jita en ora breve myth fenin, thermii bifalur ja scold that anima, wan sidern willinglik is thin lif bivlat, that any skilled jow naft to reckon I rud. Thatch sawersa jow seal bivlath sa any skilled jow nimmerth to valhalla any kma, jow seal skilled and over eartha amawara, smder a that ljukt sja to mugand, lick the flaramusa and nakshala skillst valra distic in fina ola skola. Thes naktis kma, then vp vsa grava graja and hula, the wheela friatra haft fawn jow off wenda emoti. The burn didi likare bifulan worth. Demetrius let ra lika in se werpa and to the maniska rud side, that hja fuljukt weran. Nw wild friso myth olaman nei friesland fara, der I westheda, men the mest nilda that navt enidva. Nw gvng friso to en scat that thorp myth a kenning lika ferret skurum and abrand. Jud any kvni thrade neenman any biliwa, and alla weran blide, that hja buta were, behalva whiff and burn heden y ella befta leeten, thatch y weran to leeten myth liftoktum and orloktuk. Friso need knock nin fretho. The y by the alda have kiemen genjer myth sina dristel judum to and scat and warlinga the brand in a skipa, der I myth sina pilum begana kv. After sex de gum sagan y the orlokflate fawn Demetrius vp versus to kma. Friso biful versus, y most ton the lithst skipa afterhade in een breed line, the stora myth whiff and burn ferret. Fourth bad or y skolden the cranboga fawn for nima and anda af testwen fastigja, one side y akon alf juch tant tifjuktane. Nimen any mayhem formeta vmbn in keldera fian to forfaljand, also cider is min bislut. The wyla y thermatha ald van weran, kem wind versus pa kop, to thera lafa and thera weeva skrik, thurf dam y nene slavona nav need as thera the verses by adjan willa falgan were. Y animok tun hja thus nav thruch roha ni venkma. Men ralda wist wel, wervamer sa didi, and friso the et fata, let the barnpula ring in a cranboga lidsa. To lick badder that nimen skiata animat, or high skaden hada. Fourth cider that y alla nei that midlost skip skiata most, is that dole god byrakt cider, sa skyland the ora him to helpain kma and then mot auric skiata sar alderbestame. As ynw half ketting fon ra of were, bygestin the phonisier to skiata. Men friso en andir navt by fara the rost pill del fold a sex fadima fon sin skip. Nw scatter. The ora falgade, that licked en furen and thrift dam vsa pila myth wind megvngan, bilavan hja alan brand, and nikade selva the thrid lage. All era manalik jiradon and jugade. Men the kreta sar with her legum weran sa heard, that ed versus that hurt bind pen worth. As friso men that et to coast, let her off hold and y spode hin. Thatch nei that ytwa dega fourth pilot hada, kem their en or flate and shocked, fawn thridich skipon, their versus steedies in one. Friso let versus with a red mokja. Men the authora sandon en licht snaka fvl roger for it, the boden thera badon ut alera noma jeff ja myth faramat. Ja werin jonyer, thrvch Demetrius werin ja waldantlik nei their alda have skicat. Their heden hja fon their keys Herod and nw heden hja that stolta sword and jan, and werin versus falgat. Friso their full mitha Jonjar Fahrenheit seedja, men wichert vsa kenning seed in e. The Jonjar sendef godeth Janger sider, exselva have Herod, hoch ja t and hropt. Friso seed that kmath thrvch the wandel myth the after krekelander. That havik vaken selva den. Thatch ben ik also had frias as the finst fawn jow. Friso were theen man the verses to Friesland wisa most. Thus gvngan the Jonjar myth. Ak lichtit neiwr.aldus hey, wander thrja monathi om hlapen waren, vngan y alingen Britannia, and thrja dega liter maktun y ho.en seen hropa. 303 before Christ. Barnpilla, de Philarica, Livy, 21. 8. Alexander at the Indus, 327 before Christ. 327 plus 1224 is 1551 before Christ. 305 before Christ. Joy en Trast. At Scheveningen you still hear Joy en Truz. Joy is the French joy. Thit script is Mij our Nordland Jeftha Skenland Jeven. Vndera tida that versus land del seg, were ik to Skenland. Der gvng edi also to. There waren great mara, there fawn the bodim lik en blees vt seta, then splitten ja vtn. Uda reda kem staff as tigliand ezer were. There waren berga there the krana of Swicht. Thes trolden nether and Brockton Valda and Thorpe away. Ik self sa that en berk fawn the Oera of Torrent Rud. Linerjuk seg del. As ik afternischen gvng, was there en merk men. The eartha betterad was, Kemmer en hertoga von Lindisberch way, mit sin folk en fam, thjo fam kiethalam, dien maggie is skeldich alef let that y leiden have. Ja tagen immer forth and that her worth al greater. Dien maggie flucht hin, man fan sin lik, hi hada sin self verden. The redan the finna verdreven eni en rested, the maktun ja leva. Der waren von bastard blowed. Thissa maktun bilowa, thatch fellow gvngan myth the finna may. T her toga worth to kenning karen. The karka there el by leven waren rud verden. Sant cometh that goad northaljud vaken to Texland vmb their motor is red. The y any mugath jam for nene rejecta frias marani hauled. Inna Dinamarca ist secure as by versus gvngan. The stuer, tam jara self der stoltelica sikampar hitan, send pyra skipa gvngan, and afternii sind ja to beck gvngan. Held. Horsa theen croter en tid forth croten hate, then skyland the after commanda wana that the lika and brika, there the brachmana myth brocht have, agen were in jara ethla. Der vr will ik waka and thus sa full vr jara plaga skriva as ik shan ha. Vr the gertmana can ik red hin stappa. Ik nav navt full mitra omigvnchen. The sa farik shen ha send ja that mast by tal and said bilwan. That any may ik navt segsa fawn the authra. Der fawn. A krekalanda wake me, send quad their tal and pyra said any may man el navt boga. Fellow haveth bruna agon in her. Ja send nidik and drist and on thrvch over billowicht. Horsa ja sprika, sa nameth ja the word of farv pa their lurst kmamasta. A gen ald sigath ja ad, a gen salt sad, ma fori man, sel fori skill, sodi fori scold, to full vmb to nomandi. Ak foreth ja mestvad valisk and bikert noma, wherein man nen sin and hefta and may. The Jonyer spreketh betra, thatch ja swygath th and wheri nav nessa mot, worth yutketh. Horsa imen en byld maketh after enen verstven in that licht, sa lawath ja, that theen gast thes versturveen therein fareth. Thurver haveth ja la bilda verbergen von Freya, Fasta, Midia, Janja, Helenja and fellow authora. Worth therein burn sa kmath the sibba e desemni in bidathan Freya that jujara famkus may kmalida that burn to senend. Haven ja beaten sa any may nimmen him rora ni heralida. Kvmt edi burn to grajand and halt thid nstvnden, also is that en quad teken en man is en formoda, that thjo mam hordem den hate. Thurverhavik al arj tina shan. Kvmt et burn to slapand, sa is that en teken, that the fonkus vret men send. Lacked et in a slep, sa haven the fonkus that burn luck to sate. Olan lawath ja and boza gasta, hexna, kala, aldermanks and elfin, as Jeff ja fon the finaway kiemen. Hermatha willik enda and nw menik the k mar skreven ha, as en minra ethla. Fretheric. Fretheric min gad is 63 jurden. Sod 108 je is hythine erost fon sin folk, their fredsam sturven is, alla authora send vendera sliga swikt, thurva that alla campade with adjun and ferraman vmb rejuct and plikt. Min nam is wiljo, ik bin the fam the mythim phona saxonamarca to honk for. Thrvch tal and omegang kem etut, that y alla beat fauna della his folk werin, the kemel jafta and afternii send y man and wifreden. Hi hate me fyf burn leeton, tu suna and thrijutagatera. Konard also het min forma, hachgana min authora, mine aldes togator hate della, thjo authora frolik and the jongeste nacht. The knei the saxonamarca 4, havik thirju boka hret. That bak thera sanga, thera talinga, and that helenja bak. Excriv thit tilth ju man nav thanka ne may that ja fon apalanja send, ik have their full let vr had and will thus akath ju ha. Ak havik mar den, the gosimakanta fallen is, wames godded and klarsjant to en sprekword is reden, the benik alina nei texland vingen veem the skrifta vr to scrivane, their jo after leeden hate. And though the lurst will fonden is fon frana and the naletten skrifta fauna della jefta helenja, havik that jetaris den. Thit send the skrifta helenjas. Ixet jam farv pa veem that ja the eldesta send. Alla after frias held. In era tita nisten the Slavona foker nawet fon fryhead. Lik oxa radon ja vender et juk brocht. In earthas wandradon ja jogat veem metal to delvane and uta herd bergam mostun ja husa hawa to forst and prestrums hem. Byal what ja deden, their nas nawet to fara jara selva, men ella most janja veem the forsta and prestera jita riker and weldiger to mokjane jara selva to sedin. Vender thes arbedradon ja grev and strammer ja jurich werin, and sturvensvnder en octa afskan eartha tam overflodlik fel jeff to bata al jara burn. Men vsa Britna Keeman and vsa Banalinga thrvch the Twisklanda vr in jara marka fara and vsa Stura Keeman in jara havna. Fon jam herodon ja kalta vr elika fridom and rejuct in overa ava, where buta niman ami ani may. Altham rudvpsugan thrvch the drova maniska lik dawa thrvch the dora fjelda. As ju fvl werin by Jonan the alderdrista maniska to clipane myth jara kedni, also t the forsta we didi. The forst sen stolt and wichandlik, thurvmb is their ak knock dugged in jara herda, ja byrdon ed semin and javana wet fon jara overflowdaliked. Men the lafa skin frana pres terra animaktun that navt any lida, among jara for sin godem heden ja ak rangradata drak neskapen. Pest kem inavra landa. Nw Siden ja, the drakna sen tornik overa overhericht thera boza. The Rudan the alderdrista maniska myth jara kedni wergad. Eartha hate jara blod drunken, myth that blod fod jul fruchta and nocta, and ala tam there of eaten Rudan wis. 16 wara 100 jaleden is atlan svenken, and to thera tidum berade thera wat wherv pa nimen rekn need. Inti hert fon findas land pet birchta laid en del, there is Kethin Casimir, that is Sheltsam. There worth en burn, sin mam worth jo togator enis kenning and sin tat wuran havprester. Vmb skam to vnkma mos ten ja jara gen blod vnkma. Thurvm worth buta their steed brocht by arma maniska. In Twiska was tm navt forhelad in iradan, there veen dead ella veem wisdom to getain and garain. Sin forsten were sa grat that ella forstand what sa and hirade. That folk scout him mit urbadanese and the prestera wr don on vr sina frega. The ar jurich rud genger nei sinum aldrum. Ja mostun herda tina hera, vmb quit to worthane javan ja him verflod von kestlik estinum, men ja enith vraden him navt aber by cana as jara agen blad. Myth drovanese in verdelven over a fox scam sinra aldrum gvngira medwala. Al forth farand meet high en frias juror there as slavth janade, von tam lurdi vsa said in plegum. High paid him fry, and to their dad sent ja frigunda bilwan. Alam whereer forth hin tach, lurdi and the ljuda that ja nene rika and a prestera tolida mos tun, that ja jara selva hod mos tun agen fox scam, their allerwikes kvad and the ljavda. Eartha sider skanketh jara jeva nei meta men jara hud klawa, that man therein ach to delvane to arraign and to sejane, sa man thereof skira will. Thatch side a nimmen hovet fit to dvan fori en an othra hit nesy, that et by mean will jeff util javad sked. High lurd that nimmen in jara wand mot frota vim gold her silver nekestlik estina, where nid and klywath and ljavda fawn fuljuth. Vim jau mangurda and weeva to sharain, cider, javath jara rin strama enoch. Nimmen cider is weldich alem aniska metric and elika luck to jan. The that it aura maniska plikt vim the maniska also metric to mokjane and sa fellow knocked to jan, as to banaka is. Nene witskip sidani may man manakcha, thatch elika della is the greatest witskip, their tid versus lira may. Thirvm that hjv arginese von eartha wereth and ljavda feth. Sin for me nam were Jesus, thatch the prestera thereim seralic heton him fo that is folks, that folk heat him chris en that is herder, and sin fryask for jund heda him buda. Vim that high in sin habit en scat von wisdom hada and in sin hurt en scat von ljavda. To the lursta mosta flukta vr the rika thera prestera, men vral wherer kem was sign lear him ferikvingen and vral wherer gvng folgaden him sina letha lik sign skade nei. The jes versus also twileth ja om ferenhada, sturver, men sina frigunda waradon sign lear in kethen whereti aaron fend. What menst nw that the prestera deaden, that motiic jo melda, ak moti their seralic act vp jan, fourth moti over jara bidriv and renka waka myth ale craftum, the ralda in jo laid hate. Thowila Jesus lear vr eartha 4, vngon the folks prestera neit land sin roberta sin dad avbra, ja siden that ja fon sinum frigundum werin, ja beradon great roa, toranan jara clather to flardum and to skaran jara ola kal. Inna ola thera bergad vngon ja hema, thatch therein heden ja jara scat brocht, there bina macedon ja bilden after Jesus, thessa bilden javan ja antha narg thang candle juda, to longa lursta siden ja that Jesus and drochten were. That I that selva and jam bilden hada, and that alather and him and in sina lira lawa wild, nimals in sin kenninkrik me scold, wherefro is and not descend. Vermites ja wisten that Jesus agen the rika to fjelde tegen hada, sa kethen ja allerwikes, that armod ha and infald sath judur were vim in sin rik to kmain, that thera their hyrvp eartha that mast leiden hada. Nimals the masta nocta hava scold. Thowila ja wisten that Jesus larid hada that man sina takta welda and bisjura most, sa lurden ja that man alas sina takta deja most, and that the fukmin thera maniska therein bestand that evan forstoren rud sa that called a sten. Veen that folk nw wist to mcjan that ja also deaden, also beradon ja armod over astrida and vmb forth to by wizane that ja al jara takta dad hada, namen ja nene waiwa. Thatch sawersa en togator en mistap hada, sa worth ja that ring forgen, the raka siden ja most man helpa and vim sin agen seal to by haldane most man full and a chirk jan. Thus todvan hada ja with and burnsmner hushelden and radon ja riksmner werka, men that folk worth full armor and mara landic as a to fara. That's lear whereby the prestera nen or witskip hova as droklik rita, frana skin and vnrjukta plaga, Bredhiri selva utifanti asta titi westa and skill akvr vsa landikvma. Men asta prestera skylan wana, that hja alatljakt von frya and von Jesus lirvdevath hava, sa skilum there in alev verda meniska pstanda, tam word in stillness among ekram wareth and tafara the prestera forborgen have. Thissa skylan wisa ut forsta blad, von presterum blad, von slavonum blad, and von fryas blad. Tam skylan jara fodicum and that ljukt buta brina, sa that allera manalic word may shan, ja skylan we hropa over adida thera prestera and forsta. The forsta the word minna and rejukt tam skylan von the prestera wika, blad skill strama, men therit skilly folk nigh croft agara. Findas folk skill sina finding right to mina nitha wenda, that lidas folk sina crofta and yvsa wisdom. The skylan the falxa prestera way fagath wortha von eartha. Ralda his gast skill alam and alarwikes wrath and by ropa wortha. The ava the ralda by tianfang in versus mod leda, skylan alina herod wortha, there any skylan nene oramastura, nok forsta, nabasa navnesa, as thera there by mina will Karen send. Then skill frya jugja and eartha skill hira jeva alina skenka and the workin manisk. Altham skill and fanga fewer thus anja nei atlan skenken is and thus anja leader skill their longren and prester net tvang vp eartha sa. Della tonomath helenja, whack. Sa luda franas utrost will. Alla welly fryas held. And the gnome raldas, von frya, and their fryhead greta ik joe, and bid joe, sawersa ik fya mot urik and folgster namathheda, sa bifolik joe tunja their birch fam is to their birch mediasplik, till jud de gum is ja the besta. That hate gosa nei leeden. Alla maniska held. Ik nav nene aramater binamad thrift damik nene mist, and et is joe better nene motor to havanda as een where vpi joe naft for lita and may. Argtid is for by Farron, men their kvmt and other. Eartha hate ja naft any barad and ralda hate ja naft any skirin. Juk kvmt ut asta uta bosma thera prestera way. Sa fellow led skill jo broda, that eartha t blod algadver naft drinka any can fon hira verslajana burnham. Justernus skill ju in overn gas thera maniska sprida, lik tonger is wolka overet sneljukt. Alam and alarwike skill lest and drockten bidrif with fryhead kampa and rejukt. Rejukt and fryhead skylan suika and y myth tam. Men thes winst skill jara verlias rokta. Fon thurja worda skylan vsa afterkmand and jarl juda and slavona the bithjutnus lira. Ja send minal javda, fryhead and rejukt. That forma skylan ja glora, afternii with justernus campa al ont ed heln klar in jawlikes hurt and holly worth. Then skill tvang fon eartha fagid wortha, lik tongar swulka thrvch stornwind, and aled rockten bidriv any skill there agen nawet naft any formuga. Gosa. 2193-1600 is 593 years before Christ. Casimir is Kashmir. Jesus, not to be confounded with Jesus any more than Krishna, with Christ. That script von Konard. Min ethla haven in after thit bok skreven. Thitwilik bapa eladva, veen that are in min staten and birch over is, wherein the Bertnisa vp skreven rudlik to fara. Min nome is Konard, min tat his nome was Frethric, min mem his nome Wiljo. After tat his dad Benik to Sina Folgar Karen, and the K fiftish Jatalda Kas men mij to verst Grevitman. Min tat hate Skreven ho the Linder da and the Judgerden Verdilgen send. Lindehem is Jita way, the Linder da far en del, the North Lickle Judgerden send thrvch theen salta se by Delvin. That Bruzend heg slicked in the Hringdik their birch. Lick tat melth hate, sa send the Havalasa Maniska to Gvnjan and Haven husks Vwad Bina the Hringdik thera birch. Thirvb is that Rondel nw levdward heaton. The Stuer Sagath ljvwrd, men that is Wanspreek. By Mina jugd was t or land, that Buta the Hringdik laid, al pole and brock. Men fryas folk is digger and flittish, jar don mod na word, thurf dam jara dole to the bestaleda. Thrvch slata to Delvane and Kadika to Mokjane fawn the grvnd the uta slata kem, also haven y wither en god hem buta the hringdik, der thju dante het fawn en hof, thre pella astworth, thre pella sudworth and thre pella westworth meeten. Jud die gum send y to dvande pella to hijand, vmb een have to winnend and myth and vmbvsa hringdik to biskermand. Jeff ed work red sy, sa skylan weist juror udlvka. By min jug standity hyr juster om2, men jud send the husks al husa there in regia stan. And lek and brek the myth mode here in glupt waren, send thrvch flit a buta dreven. Fawn here ut may allera manalik lira, that wr. Alda vsa al foder, al sina skepsila fot, mitz that hja mod hold and manlik otherum helpa will. Nv will ik vr friso skriva. Friso there al weldich were thrvch sinwiljud, worth ak to verst grieve karen thrvch stavrans amalander. High spot myth vsa wisa von land wer and sikampa, thurvm hater en skol stift where in the napuf jukta lira nei krekalander wisa. Then ik lav that den hate vmb that jonkfolken sin snore to bindane. Ik have min brother there ak hin skikt, the snvth jan jaleden. One toktik nvy nene motor longer navnave, veem the enen agenda or to by skirmand, achik dubbell to wakane that high versus nen master any worth. Gosa neth versus nene folkster nometh, their vr nilik nen ortal any fella, men their senjita alda arg thinken meniska, their mean that juti their vr myth friso enis redaneas. The gosa fallen was, the wild and the jud fawn ala da een other motork jasa. Men friso there to dvand were vmbn rik to fara himselva to mokjane, friso any gerdnen red na bodo fawn texland. As the boden thera land sadum to him kiemen, sprek I andi keth. Gosa sider was first jand west and wiser as alleg riva et somni and thatch need jun and ljukt na klard in thjus seek any fenden, thurvm need junene mod han vmb een folkstier to chasani, and vmb een folkstier to chasani that vivlik were. There hate ju bald in shan, thurvm hate ju in jara utrost will skreven, that is jau betra nene motor to havanda as een where vppi jo selva naft for lida any may. Friso had a full shan, by orlok was brocht, and fawn the hrenkum and lestum theragolum and forstum heater krek sa full laird and geth, as ernetic had a veem the ora griva to wyant where high jam wild. Shan here hoar thermith tigvingen is. Friso had a here any other with nymph, thju togator fawn wilfried, by sin leave was verst griva to stavern west. Thereby heater twen spnawanen and twa tagatera. Thrvch sin biliad is Cornelja sin jongst togator myth min brother mant. Cornelja is wan frias and mot Cornhelja skreven rud. Wemod sin aldest hate en kavch bonden. Kavch there ak by him to skol gvng is tsvnv fawn wichert deengert manakaning. Men kavch is ak wan frias and mot cap wisa. Men kvad tail haven hja mar mythbrocht as god seda. Nwmotik myth mine skednes a befta kera. After great flawed where vr min tat skreven hate, wherein fellow judder and letna myth ebi yuda balda jefta kvad se ford. By cat is gat dreven hja in jara kana myth ice pa the Denimarka fast and the vp send hja sidden bilwan. Der naren narn and meniska and t shocked. Thurvm haven hja that land int, nei jara gnome haven hja that land judderland heaton. Afternii kiemen wel fellow Denimarker to beck fawn the Haga landum, men thissa setten jara selva sudliker del. And as the stuer to beck kiemen der naftvrgingen naft naren, gvng t ena myth the authora nei that se jefta landum. Thrvch this skicking mockten the judder that land halda, wherevpa wr. Alda ra wijadhada. The cylinder stuer tam jara selva myth blate fisk naft helpen and nara nilda, and der en arj grins hada and the gola, tam gngon dana the faunasjar skipa byroa. And the sudwester hern faun skenland, there laid Lindis birch tonomath lindisnos, thrvch vsa a Paul stift, also in thit bok biskeren stat. Alla Katamar and Amalander Dana waren eft frias by Levin, men thrvch the lust der reek agen the golem and agen the Kaltana Folgarg vngan ja mitha Selander Samad van, men that Samad va neth nen stek navt any holden. One the Selander had a fellow mislike a plaga and when he'd over na men fawn the vla magjurum, frias folk to en spot. Fourth gvng ek to fara himself a raw, thatch Jeff et to passe kem then stand in ja manlik otherum trivlik by. Thatch to the lesta bejondan that Selander breck to Krajanda and go to Skipa. Jara skipmaker waren Amthman and Jara Valda waren myth grvnd and Alfontiland of Faged. NW Kieman the Vnwarlingen thry Skipa by the Ringdik von Vsa Birch Mara. Thrvch that in Brika Vesra Landum waren ja verdveiled and the Flimta misferen. T. Capman the Mythgungen was, Wild Fawn versus Nya Skipa ha, Thirdo Hedden ja Mythbrocht Allerlegia Kestlik Oera, der ja Rod Hedden Fawn the Kaltanar Landum and Fawn the Faunisjar Skipum. Nidum wi Selva Nene Skipa Navdenid, Jeffik Jam Flinka Horsa and Fewer Wepend Rinbadan Myth Nei Friso. One to Stavren and Alingen that Aldurga the Radon the Besta were Skipa make Fawn herd Ekin Wod the Nimmerth nen Rodan any kvmth. Thawila the Seakampar by my bide, wherein Sme Jutter Nei Texland Ferrin Dana wherein Ja Nei Friso Wiesen. The Selander Hedden fellow Fawn Jara Storest Napum Rod, T Mos Tun Pa Jara Benka Roha, and Fawn Jara Storest Todora VMB there by Burn to Tijanda. The Stora Jutter any Mockton et Naft to Werain, Thurf Dam Ja Nene God Wep Nav Need. The Ja Jara Leth Telad Hudda and Thurver fellow Wardon Wixlad Werin, Frage Friso to the Lesta Jeff Ja Nene God Havin Jara Ga Nav Enid. O Jess, Andrin Ja, een Besta N, een Thrvchwr. Alda Skipen. Jo is net krek lik Jaub Jarkrukter, Hira Halls Isang, they in Hirabal Kenneth Welf Sanda Great Kana Litsa, men y Navith Nina Birch na Birchweapon, Veen the Roskipa the UT to Haldane. Then Mos ten Jau GVNST Mokja Seed Friso. God Reden Andrin the Jutter, men y Enavith Nene Ambactiseljud na Vwork, y Allah send Fisker and Jutter. The Oera send Verdurvken Jefta Nei the Haga Landum Fuljukt. Midlar Wyla Ja thus Kauta, Kieman Mina Boden Mitha Selander Hera et Sina Hove. Here most NW Letta Ho Friso Ale to Baidob Wist to Noct Fawn Beat Parcha and to Bait Fawn Sin Agendol. The Selander Cider to, Ja Skolden Jalikes Fiftek Skipa have, Nei Fasta Medum and Nei Fasta Geldum, to Hreg Myth Azir Kedneen Cranbogum and Myth Felt Juch also far where Skipa Hof and Nedlik Sy, men the Jutter Skolden Ja than Myth Freeth Lida. And all ye folk that to Friasburn heerd. Ja high wild mar dva, high wild al vsa Sekampar utnida that Ja Skold Myth Jukta and Raw. The Selander way Brit Werin, the letter Fjordich Alda Skipa to Lodja Myth Birchweapon, Wod, Herbekan Sten, Timbrljud, Mertselera and Smida Vim their Myth Berga to Bwand. Widow, that is wit sin svn, sand high myth vmb to Shenand. What there al far fallen is, en is my navten I meld, men sa full is me bar ruden, and bide side of their halves md is een with birchbjud, therein is folk laid that friso Yuda Saxonamark attach. Widow hates Jukthert bifrajad and to sin with nomen. Wilhelm also heat here a tat, high was vrest alderman thera jutter, that is verst grevetman jeff de grieve. Wilhelm is curd after Sturven and widow is in sin stead Corin. Balda jeff de Kvade se is the Baltic. Jutterland is Jutland. Zealand is the Danish islands. See page 124. Faunisjar are Punics or Carthaginians. Ho friso for Therdidi. Faun sin erasta with heater twen Svyaringa beholda, der ser clock werin. Hedo, that is heat, dien jongst skikter as senda boda nei kataberch that Jap in a Saxonamarka laid. Hi heda faun friso myth kragen shugan horsa buta sin ajn, to leiden myth kestlika sikam, thrvch the Sikampar rod. By Jawetter or Waren Twen Jonga Sikampar and Twen Jonga Hurtar Myth Rika Kladaram Klath and Geld in Hyera Budar. Ebenezer Hedo Nei Kataberch Skikter Bruno, that is Brun, Dien Othras Jering Nei Managarda Urda is far in Thit Bok Managarda Forda Skreven, men that is Misten. Alla Erik Doma the Ja Myth Heda Urdan Nei Stand Way Skanked in the Forsta and Forseen and in the Ut for Kern Mangerton. Kiemen the sign Napa of Pa there made Veem their myth et Jonkfolk to Donsjane, Sa Letten Jokvra myth Krudkok Kma and Bargam Jeff the Tonum Fawn the best of Jar. After Thissa Boden letter immer Jonkfolk over the Saxon Armarka Fara, der alle Geld in a Budarheda and alle Meda Jeff the Skankaja myth Brockton, and Pa there made Teradon Ja alone Kmerlik way. Jeff TNV Berda that the Saxana Napa der Nidik Nei Utsagon. Then Lackton Ja Godlik and Sidon, asked Frath Dien Mina Fian to by campaign, sa canst thin braid jet full Riker Meda Jan and jet forstlik Terra. Al Beta Sviringa von Friso send Bostigjad myth Togatirum Therarum Rixta Forstum, and Avkernii Kiemen the Saxoner Napa and Mangerton by El Kedem Nei that fly Mar Del. The Birch Famna and the Alda Famna der Jita von Jar Graft Wist, Nigadon Navt Vrnei Frisos Bedriv, Thurv Beni Kethan Ja Nin God von him. Men Friso Snotter as Ja Letare Snaka. Men the Jonga Famna spawned a myth Golden Fingram and Sina Sek. Ja Sidon Alam Wy Navath Longer Nin Motor Mar, men that KVMTH Dana that with Jarek send. JVD past versus any caning, tilth Jul YVSA Landa wither winna. There the Mader of Valerian have thrvch jar of Ndigert. Fourth Kethan Hija, Aurek Friasburn is Friedam Jevon, Sin Stem Hera to Litain by Farap or Bisloden Worth by Teek Jasa Enra Forst, Men Ast also Wid Kma Mot that I Jo wither any caning Jasa, Sa will ik ak min mean sex. Neil what excoja may, Sa is friso there to thrvchwr. Alda Karen. Wand high hate im Wunderlichir hin wead. Friso wet the Hrenka Thera Golem, wham his tail high sprecht, high can thus a gen jara lestum waka. Then is there Jita a wet to skojand, hoc grieva scold man to caning jasasmder that the Oera der nidik vr waren. Aldulcera talum worth thrvch the Jonga fam kethan, men the old fama afskan fay and tau, tapadon jara red ut en othrobarg. Ja Kethan Allerwikes and to Alamanalik, Friso Kethan Ja Advath Sa the Spinat Van, Thes Nactus Sponthi Neta Nei Ales Sidem and Thes Ds Verskok Thai der Sina of Naftertuklika Frigunda in. Friso seat that er Nene Prestera na Papa Forsta Lide any May, Menik Seg, High any May Niman Lida as himselva. Thurv Nil High Navt any Deja that Ju Birch Stavia with her VP Hijath Worth. Thurv will high nene motor wr ha. Judd is friso jow red javar, men morn will high jow caning wortha, tilth jul high over jo alair jukta may. In a bosom thes folk is anstanden nwtwa pertija. The alda and arma wilden wither een motor ha, men that jonkfolk, that fvel stredlust were wild any tat jeff the caning ha. The Rasta Hitan Jara Selva motor hiskna and the Othra Hitan Jara Selva tat hiskna, men the motor hiskna any rud naft ni meld, one thrift dam the fellow skipa make rud, was there overflawed to fara skipmaker, smida, silmakar. Repmaker and to fara la ora embactiseljud. There to bapa brockton the Sikampar allerlegia surhita myth. There fawn hedden the weeva knocked, the famna knocked, the mangered knocked, and thereof hedden al jara megam knocked and al jara frigundum anatham. The friso by Fjordich ch et staveren hushalden hada sturfer. Thrvch sin by gelda hada our fellow stata wither to manlik otherum brocht, thatch jeff wither thrvch better rud thvr ik navt by jecta. Fawn ale grieva there befara him wherein en as their nimen sa byfamed lik friso west. The sa as k seed, the Yonga famna Kethan Sina love, the Wheela the Alda famna Ella Dedden VMBIM to Ak Jane and Hatlik to Mock Jane by Alemaniska. NW Animaktun the Alda famna him the Mitha WL Navtani Stora in Sina by Jeldinga, men ja haven myth jarabara thatch also full utrajuk that sturven is under that caning were. See page 11. 263 before Christ. NW will excrewa vr adel sin svnv. Friso der vsa skidneys laird hada ut bak thera adalinga, hada ella den vim jara frujunskip to winnend. Sin erast svnv der high here one by swethert sin with, hate by standa adel heaton. An afskin high campaign myth alles sin weld, veen nene berga to forstelain na wither vp to vwand, thatch sand high adel nei their birch et texlan tilth jo high digger by digger kvd worth amata, myth ella what to vsa ava, tail and sedum hureth. The adel twintich jatalda let friso him to sin agen skolkvma, and as their utlard was, letter him thrvch over alles state afara. Adel was any minlika skok, by sin fara hate fellow athawanan. Dana is teakmen that folk him atheric heaton hate, a wet him afternii sawel to passe kem, wanda sin tat fallen was, bylev in sin stedsender that viaritik jasa ener athra grieva sprika kem. Thawila adel to texland in a leer were, was their tefta nl jaw fam in probirch. Ju kem fan ut the Saxonamarkham way, fan ut statha there is kethan svobeland their thrvch worth ju to texland svobin heaton, afskin dra nom if ja were. Adel hada jal jaff krajan and ju hada adel jaff, men sin tat bedim high skold jet wakja. Adel was herich, men also ring sin tat fallen was and high setten, sand high bestanda boden nei bertholda hira tat hin, azur sign totter to wif havamat. Bertholda wjaren forst fonden forbaster said, hi hada ifja nei texland ina leer svenden inner hape that ja enis to birchfam kier rud skold in sign agen land. Thatch hi hada jara better jert kana laird, thurvm gvngr tu and jeff jam sina siegen. Ifja wrni canti frias. Far sa fierik ja have kana laird, hate ju alone rocked and rot tilth ju friasburn wither kma mot vendera selva ava and venderin in ban. Veen the maniska of pa hira sid to krajanda, was ju myth hira frigidel fawn of hira tat thrvch alles Saxonamarca ferin and fourth nei Gertmanja. Gertmanja also hedden the Gertmana jara stat heaton, der ja thrvch gosa hira by Jildinga krajan heda. Danagvinjan ja nei the Dinamarca. Fawn the Dinamarca gvangan ja skip nei Texland. Fawn Texland gvangan ja nei Westflyland and sa Alingen the senei Walhalagra hin. Fawn Walhalagra bruden ja Alingen thera suder renum al ont ja myth grata fries bapa their rene by the Marsada Kieman werfen vsa Appalanja skreven hate. Though ja their en stat west heda, gvangan ja wither nei the delta. As ja nw entid long nei the delta afferen waren al ont ja inastrek fawn their alda birch aiken kiemen, sind of morlinga fur skalka morth and naked jutklat. Ja waren en lith after en kmen. Min brother their vral by was heda ja often verbieden, thatch ja need navt any heerd. The bonner there that den heda waren twisklander their jadega drist way o vira hrina kma to Morda and to Rwanda. The Twislander that sind Banain and way Britain Friasburn, men jara weeva haveth ja fawn the Tartarum rawet. The Tartara is en brun findus folk, althus heaton thrift dam ja le foca to strida a tarta. Ja send al hurtar and rewar. Their fawn send the Twisklander also blod thor stick reden. The Twisklander tam jo argnize den hada, hetan jara selva fria jeftha franca. There waren seed min brother Rada Bruna and Witamong. There the rad Jephthah brun waren byton jara here myth shockweeder wit. Nidem jara onthlida their brun by wer, also redon ja thesto ledliker their thrvch. Evan as Appalanja biskajaden ja afternii lidisperch and etl durga. Dana tagen ju in over stavrans rud by jarl judarand. Also minlik heden ja jara selva anstald that the maniska ra allerwikes held a wild. Thri monatha forther sand adel boden nei ala atham der high by one hada and let tam bida, ja skolden ina mina monath lichtel juda to him senda. Sin wif side their fam west hada to Texland, hada dana en overskrift kragen. To Texland war that jeta fellow script offenden, their navt intibok thera adalinga verskreven send. Von thissa scriptum hada gosa en by hira utrost will laid, their thrvch the aldest fam albeth avber mact wortha most, also ringen friso fallen was. Hanconius, page 8. Suabina. See page 150. Delta, still in use in North Holland for swampy land. Aiken, Aiken. Diodorus Siculus, v. 28. Here the copyist, Hiddo Oralinda, has turned over a leaf too much, and has thus omitted 2 pages. Wire is that script myth gosas read. The Ralda burn Jeff and the mater afon that manusclick slacked, the later een tale in aller tonga and vp aller lippa. Thjus meta hudda Ralda and the maniska jevan, till thju ja manlik author thermith mot camber mokja, what man formide mot and what man bejaja mot vim salide to Findane and salide to Haldane in al evgt. Ralda is wis and god and al farstjand. Nidam nw wist, that luck and salide von eartha flya mot, Jeff Bosch dugged bedroga may, also hate and thju tal een rejuktfurtage agendumlikt fast bonden. Thjus agendumlikt is there in legend, that man the myth nen legion sedge, na bydroglica worda sprika any may smder stem leth nox smder scamrad, thrvch vam man the boza fawn hurt bestanda vercana may. Nidam vsa tale thus to luck and to salide wejath, and thus myth whacked agen the boza nigonga, thurvm is ju myth ale reject god is tale heaton, and ale the jena wam ja and air halda havet their gom fawn. The what is birth. Also ring their mong vsa half susterum and half brotherum bidragarvt kiemen, tam jara selva fori god is scalcamuchavan, also ring is that hours reden. The bydroglica prestera and the rangrareja forsta their immer semen heladon, wilden nei wilker leva and buta god is ava dvan. In jarets jadisht send ja to gvnjin and haven author tala forsanen, till thjuh ja hemlik mot sprika in agen wartha fawn alrek otherum. Vr alev boza tina and vr alev worthlika tina smner that stemleth jam vrita mocked nox scamrad jara gelit verdurva. Men what is therit burn? Evan blyd as t said thera gota crutum fawn vendor any grvndut ventkampf, that av besieged is thrvch godol juda by hella day, even blyd brength tyd the skadlika kruda and tiuljukt, their sieged send thrvch boza juda in t forborn and byth justerness. The Lotariga mangerton and the manlika napa their myth of la presterum and forstum horidon vlkaden the naya tala and jarabola, their wissa send ja forth kmen among the folkrum, till thjuh ja god is tale glad verjetten have. Whilst nw weda what there of verden is? Nv stemleth nigelit jara boza takta nav longer marv reden, nv is dugged fawn ut jara midden weeken, wisdom is folgt and frydom is mythkvnjen, indrakt is sock racked and twispalt hate sin stead in amen. Uljavta is fuljukt and hordum sith myth nyd and tefel, and there urjuktferdiched weld, wealth nv that sword. Alas sen slavona reden, thol juda fawn jara hera, fawn nyd, boza lusta and bigerlikt. Hudda John mar een tail forsanen, muglik was t than jet en lith godgvnjen. Men ja haven also fellow tala at fonden as their state ascend. Thirteenth may that een folk that or folk even min forsten as thjuk kv thin hvnd and t wolf that skep. Thit mugat this juror bitjuga. Thatch dana is tnv wake men, that ales lavona folker manlik othra lik ora maniska biskoja and that ja to straf jarav ndigert and fawn jara vermetenhead, manlik othra also long byerloj and bicampa moton till thju alev verdilgad send. Hyr is nv min red. Bis thv also jurich that Thursday eartha alina erva whilst, also ax thv nimmer mer nan or tail over thina wera ni kfma to litain as god is tail, and then ax thv tin jodane, till thju thin agent tail fry fawn uthamida klinka biliweth. Whilst thv that smee fawn lidas burn and fawn findas burn resta, said vath stv evan also. Thju tail thera ast skenlander is thrvch the lamag jara verbrad, thjo tail thera kaltana folgar is thrvch that smugridge gol verdurvan. NV send y also mild west veem the wither kmand Helena folgar wither in versus midden to Namandi, menik skram and ben serlik ange, that hja versus mild sa vergelda skyland myth verbrudding vesra rene tail. Full haven y witherfaren, men fan ala bergam, der thrvch arg tyd vromleth send and verdiligat, hate eartha friasburch van forleth byhalden, ak maik there by melda that frias jeff the god is tail here evan van forleth byhalden is. Hyr to Texlan most man thus skola stifta, fan alestatum der et mitha alda sedum halda, most et junk folk hyr hin den rud, after dam mochten thera utlerd where the Oera helpa there to honk forbade. Willeth the Oera foker iser wherein fan t sella end thur vermith t sprika and t na, sa motan ja to goddesdale wither kara. Lerith ja god is tail sa skyland the word of fry sa and reject ha to jara inkma, in jara brain skelet then begina to glamand and to gloron tilth jo ella to any loga worth. This a loga skill ala balda forsta vertera and leskin frana and smugriga prestera. The hained and feraman sendabadan hedden knocked fawn vr that scrift, thatch there any keeman nene scola. The stifta del selva scola, after him deaden the Oera forsta lick high. Jerlikis gvngana del and ifja the scola scoja. Fandin hja then among the Inhemer and Yuthamar Seliga their ekram frjunskip baradon, sa letten bead great blidskip blika. Hedden sme Seliga ekram frjunskip sworn, also letten hja aura manalik to manlik orum kfma, myth great stat letten hja then jara noma in en bok skriva, thrvch jam that bok thera frjunskip heaton, after dam worth first halden. Al thissa plaga rud den veem the asmnergana twiga fawn frya stam wither et samin to snorain. Men the famna the adel and ifja nidik werin, siden that jati nyworth or vr deaden as vmb en god rop, and vmb by gradum to weldana in over enis other man his stat. By min tat sinra scriptum have ik enan bref fun den, skreven thrvch ljudger thien gertman, behalvus mlika sika the min tatalina gelda, Jeffik hyr that authora to that besta. Pangub, that is fyf watera and where nefen y wekme, is any runstream fawn av smderlika skent, and fifth watera heaton vmb that fewer or runstrema thrvch sign mvnd in se floja. Elfir astworth is not any great runstream the helage jeftha frana gong ga heaton. Twisk thisum runstream is t London thera hindos. Beta runstrema runneth fawn the Haga Bergam nei the delta del. The Berga wana se del stream sind also hatched that se to the Himalaja. Thurvm wortheti birchta Himalaja birchta heaton. Vendor the Hindos and Othra uta londum sind welkul juda mank therin stillness by malcorum kma. Say gelavath that even forbaster burn findas sind. Say gelavath that finda fawn utt Himalaja birchta burn is, vana se myth jara burn nei the delta jeftha lake togan is. Welka vendor tam gelavath that se myth draw burn pet scum the helage gonga del gongjen is. Thurvm skold t runstream helage gonga heda. Mar the prestera the utn or London wek kmaletten til juda vepspera and verbarna. Thurv many thurveth se far jara sek nit openlik utni kma. In that London sind all presterat jock and rick. In jara churka word hat oler legia drochtenlika bilden fenden, their vendor sind fellow golden mank. By westa pangab there sind the yra jeftha ranga, the gedrosten jeftha Britain, and the orjedden jeftha verjetten. Ol thesa noma sinda ar thrvch the nidage prestera jevan, Thurkdam ja fawn ar fuljukt, vmb seda and jelov. By jarak vist heden vsa ethla jara selva ak and the astlika our fawn pangab del set, men vmb thera prestera will sind se ak nei the wester our feren. Thurthurch haven y the yura and the authora kenalurth. The yura any sind nene yura mar goda minska the nina bilden to lida knock on bida, ak willeth se nina churka knock prestar doga, and Evan als yt franel jukt fawn fasta folda, Evan sa holden se allerwex fur in jarahusa vp. Kvmth mon efter el westlik, also kvmth mon by the gedrosten. Van the Gedrosten. Thesa sind myth ora folkrum beesterd en spreketh al afsmderlijke tala. Thesa minska sind werentlik Urabaner, der ammer myth jara horsa vp over a fjelde dwala, der ammer jagja en raa en der jara selva als saltatha for hira and the amamand forsta, there will wham se alice nither hawa what se by Rika Muge. That London twisk pangab and their gonga is like flat as Friesland and the se, afwixlath myth fjeldum and waldum, fruchtbar and alledelam, mar that mock nit verletta that thereby wila thesanda by thesanda thrvch hunger biswijk. Thesa hongernied mock thurv nit and wr. Alda knock and eartha whiten nit wortha, maralina and the forsta and prestera. The Hindos sind Ivan blowed and forford from Jara forstum, als the hind from the Wolva sind. Thurvm haven the Yura and Ora ra Hindos heaten, that hind bitjoth. Mar von Jara blotted worth af grislika misbruck macht. Kmat der Faramand kapeljud vmb Karen to Kapjandi, also worth Alice to Geldum macht. Thrvch the prestera ni worth et nit worth, wan thesa knock snotter and juriger als ala forsta to Samin, whitath el god, that al et geld endlik in Jara budar kvmth. Buta and Bihalva that thul juda their full von Jara forsta lida, motan ja ak knock full fond that feninige and wild quick lida. There send store elefante thereby ele kedem hlapa, thereby wila ele fjelde karen vertrap and ele thorpa. There sind bont and swart kata, tigram heaten, their sa grat als great kalvar sind, their minsk and jar verslin. Buta fellow ora rigum sind their snaka von af the great ener worm al to the great ener bam. The greatest Kenneth and ele kv verslina, mar the lithst sind knock fresliker als tam. Say holden jara selva twisk blom and fructa skul vmb the minska to begonna tam there of plokja will. Is mon their von biden, samotimon starva, wanda gen jara fenin hate eartha nina kruta jevan, alsanaka the minska jara selva haven skildich makten afgadi. Fourth sin their oler legia slacked von hachdiska nindiska and adiska, ol thesa diska sind Ivan als the snaka von of any worm till any bamstain grat, nei that ja grat ja freslik sind jara noma, berik ala nit noma and I ken. The alda gratesta adiska sind el gatter heaten, thurf dam se Ivan grusik bit and that rot quick, that myth a strama von bapa nei the delta dryweth as in that lavanda quick, that se begana muge. And the west side von pangab, wana y wek kmi and huerik burn ben, their blowjath and waxath the selva fructa and nocta as in the west side. To far urdon ak the selva riga fonden, mar vsa ethla haven elecro waldo verbarneth and elsanaka after et wild quick jagged, that their fey mar resta. Kvmth man el westlik von pangab, then finth man nefen fedi edda ak dora gestlanda their nenlik skina, behuila ofwixlath mithl jaflika strika, wherein that ag verbonden biliwet. Vender the fructa von min land sind fellow slakta mank, der ik hyr nit fenden have. Vender allerlegia karen is ak golden mank, ak golgiel apel, werfen welke sa sweat as huning sind, and welke sa rang as ek. By versus wort hat nocta fonden lik bernhaveda sa grat, there sit sais and melik in, wort hat se aldsa mact man der olja von the basta mact man ta and von the kernum mact man chelka and or jared. Hyr ina valda have ik krupp and stak beja shan. By versus sind bebama als jau lindabama, werfen the beja full sweeter and thrower a greater as stak beja sind. Horsa the dagav pa sin olderlongst sind and thju sveen von top skint, then skint se linerjukt pa jau hol del. Is man then myth sin skip el fair sudlik feren, and man thes midius myth sin gellet neit aston kiered, sa skint sveen agen thine winstier side lik se hours agen thine fear side dvath. Hermatha willik enda, mar after min skrywi skill ett likt nogfaya, vmb the legion aftiga telches to muge skiftain von the wara telinga. Jowl judgert. See page 164. That script von Beeden. My Nam is Beeden, Hachgana his SVN. Konerd min is nimmer bostigjath and also burnlas sterven. My hate man in sin stead koren. Adel theen thread caning fond jus nom hate jo keys godkirth, mightsik him as mina master by kenna wild. Buta that felt of minra hater me nele plek grvnd jeven that an mina erva paladi, vendor forward that ik thurft scold meniska stala ther senol juda nimmerth scold. Thurvm willik that here any stead for June. Here there are wanting in the manuscript 20 pages, perhaps more, in which Beedon has written about the king, Adel III, called Ubbo by the writers of our chronicles. Bref von Rikath jo Oldfam, psiad to Stavren by T. Jalfirst. Jyle wam his ethla myth friso hier kiemen, min urbidness to Jo. Also jy mean, send jy van skeldich en afgadi. Der nilik JVD navt vr sprika, men JVD will ik jove pen brek wysa, that fe betres y. JY wetath jeff the JY netath navt, ho rauda thus an glornoma hate, thatch that wetath JY ale that high worth alfter heaton, utier seek that Alice in ut him worth and waxed to feeding sinra skepsula. T is wer, that eartha worth by wila ak alfetster heaton, thurft dam ju ale frucht and nocta birth, hormatha manisk and jara selva feed. Thatch any scold ju nene frucht nanoct navt any bera, bidem rauda ja nene krefta any jeff. Ak weeva ther jara burn mama lida and jara brasta, wort hat fedstra heaton. The any jeff rauda ther nen melik in, sa any scolden the burn ther nene bait by finda. Sa that by slot fon renong rauda alina fader byliwet. That eartha by wila worth alfedster heaton, and een mam fedster, can jita thrvch any wendy, men that any man him let fader heat veem that er tatus y, that strid with a gen ale rednum. The ik wet waneth juz dwesht way kvmth. Hark hyr, se kvmth von vsa letha, and sawersa t falgath worth, sa skylan jy thurthurch slavona wortha to smirt von frya and jow hagmed to dot any straff. Ik skill jo melda hoti by the slavona folker to gunjanes, thereafter may jy lira. The papa canninger tam nei wilker leva, steketh rauda nei their crone, utnyd that rauda alfter het, sa wilden ja feedrum thera folker heta. Nw wet allera manalik that any kenning navt over any wax dom any wealth, and that im sin feeding thrvch that folk brocht worth, men thatch wilden ja fulherja by jara formatent. Tilth ju ja tore dol kma also haven ja that forma navt fulden westmith the frya jefta, men haven ja that folk een tins played. Fori theen scat, tam thereof kem, herodon ja vlandiska saltatha, tam ja in om jara hova leiden. Fourth namen ja also fellow weeva, as are a lust, and the lithiga forsta and hera deden alen. As twist and weisbalt afternii in a hushelden glupt and their vr klokta kiemen, the haven ja side, jahweder man is theen fader fawn sin hushelden, thurvm skiller their ak baz and rejector over wisa. The kem wilker and evan as tam mitha manum in over the hushelden weld, gvng mit the canninger in over jara stat and folkert van. The canninger et also wid brocht heden, that ja federum thera folker heat, the gngon ja tu en letten bilden after jara dant mokja. This a bilden letten ja inna the churka stala nest the bilden thera drochten en t jena tam der navt far bugja nilda, worth ombrock jefta and kedni den. Jau ethla and the twisklander haven mitha papa forsta a megvingen, dana haven joth juz dwesht laird. The naftalina that sme jower man jara selva skeldich mokja and glornoma ra, akmotiak my vr fellow jower weeva beklagja. Word hat by Jo man fenden, tam myth rauda and en lin will, their word hat by Jo weeva fenden, their et may frya will. Veem that ja burn baird have, letteth ja jara selva modar heta. The ja vergeteth, that frya burn bairdes mder gengong enis man. Ja navtalina that ja frya and the aramodar von jara glorica noma byroa will, wherein ja naft naka ne muge, jad vath alan mitha glornoma von jara nesta. There send weeva their jara selva letteth frava heta, apskin ja wheat that juz noma lina to forsta weeva hereth. Ak leteth ja jara tagatera famna hata, tanks ja wheat, that nene mangered also hata any may, wara ju to een birch hearth. Jy ala awaneth that jy thruch that nam raw betra worth, thatch jy vergeteth that nyd therein clywet and that elk quad sign tucktrode sijath. Careth jy navt any wither, sa skill tid their wax dom and jeva, also steric that man eat end either of navt bisha any may. Jow after manda skylan their myth federath wortha, ja any skylan navt any begripa wanted t slega wake me. Men afskin jy the famna nene birch view and in lot verliet, thatch skylan the bilua, ja skylan fawn ut wald and holumkma, ja skylan jow afterkman by wisa that jy the willans skildek and send. Then skill man jo verdima, jow skina skylan verfirth fawn uta grievum risa, ja skylan wr. Alda, ja skylan frya and jara famna and ropa, the nimmen skiller wet and betra and muge, by fair that joel in op en or hlaffering treth, men that skill arist bera as thre thusen jo verlapen send after thisiu. Endi fawn rika's breath. Thurvm willik that forma vr swarta del scriva. Swarta del wortheen fjord kenning after friso. By sin juged hater to Texland laird, afternii hater to Stavern laird, and fourth hater thrvch over alles data farren. The that fewer and twintich jawur, hate sin tat make that to a siga asker karen is. There enmol asker were, asti high alted intifardal thera arma. The rika, seder, pleegeth enoch vnerjukta tina thrvch middel fon jara geld, thurvm agon y tinjvdane that the arma nei versus ami shan. Thrvch thes and ora redden wri theme for jun thera arma and thera rika skrik. Also argis teak men that sin tat him nei the agam sach. The sin tat fallen was, and hive patam his seedal klywed, the wilder evan god sin amt beholda, lik as the kenningar fonti asta pleegeth. The rika nildon that navt any deja, men nw hlip alat ora folk to hape, and the rika wearin blide that ja helhud is fawn their act offman. Fawn to any hirade man nimmer mara over elika rejuct patarja. High dumb the rika and high strict the arma, mithwam his help high ales sikam askti, thur bistek vp heda. Kenning asker liquor immer heaton worth, were by shugan earthfet long, sa grat sin tol wr, wherein ak sina krefta. High heda en hel forsten, sa that alice forstand, where that spreken worth, thatch in sin van any mocked man nene wisdom spera. By en sken onlight heder een glade tanj, men jita swarter as sinher is sign seal fenden. The that en ja kenning were, ned sect high alen napa fawn sin stat, ja skolden jerlikis bet camp kma and their skin orlok mokja. Inti erast hedar their spul myth, men to the lursta worth etsa menerlik, that ald and john ut alerdum way kiemen to frjan jeff ja mot myth dva. The high t also fear brocht heda, letter werskala stifta. The rika kiemen to Bahrain and Sidon, that jara burn nw and lisa and nok scriva naft any li raid. Asker any melda t naft, men as their kurt after wither skinorlok holden worth, gvngir of pen, stall standa, and ketha hlad. The rika sin to mike men to barana, that jara napan and lisa and nok scriva nok lira, ik n.av their nawet vp seeth, thatch here will ik mine menong setsa, and in the mina act bethinga lida. The alrek nw nicejurik nei him sach, cider forther, nei min big rip mot man jud that lisa and scriva the famna and alda licta valida. Ik enaelnen quad sprika vr vsa ethla, ik will alina sega, vndera tida werp thrvch sme sa herd bogath worth, having the birch famna twicepalt inavir vsa landa brocht, and the modera fur and any kunden twicepalt navt wither to t land ut any driva. Jita arger, thawila ja kalta and peterade vr natalasa plaga, send the goluk men in haven al vsa skina sudarlanda roth. Hemis dega send ja myth vsa verbruda brotherum and jara saltathum al over a skelduk men, versus rest thus to jasani twiskiti bera fawn juk jeff sword. Willeth y fry bilua, also agon the napa that Lisa and scriva ferrandis after to litain and instead that hja and pa made a whip and swick spiel, moton hja myth sword and spur spila. Send y in ala della offend and the napa store enoch vmb helmet and skyled to berain and the weapon to hunterain, then skillick my myth jow help of pa theme fjand werpa. The gola myeth then the nitherliga von jara helpar and saltatham of pa vsa fjeldum scriva mythiti blad, that ut jara undum drijupf. Haven y theen fiend en mel far versus ut dreven, also moton y thermith forthgungal, alwendern and gola neslavona nok tartara mara von frias of to verdrivain send. Theas rejuct, Krypon the Masta and the Rika eneth vraden jaramvla navdeepen enidval. Thjus tosbreek head secur to fara versanen and verskriva leten, wand esewendis von their selver day wherein the offscriptum thera well in twintich honda and tiala wherein enish ludend. Afternii bifiler the skip mana, ja skolden double farstween mock jalita, wherein man een stellen cranboga mocked fastigja. Thera thereafter y bilev worth bibit, kvn imen sweara that her nene midal nav need, also mostan the Rika fon sin gat batalja. Jud skill man shen huerv pa al that ba he uthlipen is. Anti north endi fon Britannia that fvl myth haga bergam is, there sit en Scots folk, vreti marital ut frias blod sproten, vra een helt send ja ut coltena folger, vreti orat del ut Britain and Banane. Thereby gradum myth tyd fon uta tinlonum der hinna fuljuct. The uta tinlona kiemen, haveth algader verlandiska weeva jephtha fon verlandis tuck. Tla send venderiti weld theragolum, jara weapon send woden boga and sprida myth pintum fon herthus hornum ak fon flintum. Jara husa send fon sodom and stre and sme hemath inna ola thera bergum. Skipon der ja rod have, is jara eng scat. Mong the afterkmanda thera kultana folger haveth sme jita isra weapon, der ja fon jara ethla mervin have. Veem nw god forsten to werthand, motiak min telling vr that Scots folk restalita, and uit fon the hainde krekalanda scriva. The hainde krekalanda haven versus to fara alina to hereth, men sunfenhuglika tidum haven ra their ak afterkmanda fon lida and fon finda nitherset, fon the lursta kiemen to the lursta nele hate fon trohi. Trohi also hate een steed heaton, their edi folk fon the fear krekalanda inamth and vromelt hate. The Trojana to the hainde krekalanda meneseld weren, the haven hja their myth tid and flit een sturk sted myth walla and bergum viewed, Rome, that is rum, heaton. The that den was, hate that folk himselva thrvch lest and weld fon that ele land master maked. That folk that and a sudside their middles hemth, is far itimara del fon Phoenicia wake men. The phonies jar send en bastard folk, ja send fon frias blod and fon findas blod and fon lida his blod. That folk fon lida send their as Slavona, men thrvch the vntukt their wiva haven thissa swart meniska alit ora folk bastard and brun verfarvit. Thit folk and tam fon Rome campath olin vmbet masterskip fon the middles. Fourth leveth tam fon Roma and fjanskip with the phonishar, and jara prestera their et rik alina welda will wr eartha, any mugon the gola navt any shan. That forma haven hja the phonies jar mis selja ofnaman, dana alelanda, their sudward, westward and northward lidsa, aka Sutterdel fon Britannia, and Allerwikes haven hja the phonishar prestera, that hate the gola verjageth. Dana sin thus anda gola nei North Britannia Brit. Kurt Validen was there the vrest thera golem setenth pa their birch, there is Kethan Karanak that is hern, waneth high sin by fila jeff and ala oragola. Ak was there al jara gold to gator brocht. Karen hern jeff the Karanak is een stenen birch, there in kalta herd. Thurvm wilden the famna fon the afterkman thera kaltana folgar the birch wither ha. Also was thrvch the fienskip thera famna and thera golem faith and twist in over that birchland kmen myth morth and brond. Vsa jur kiemen their faken wilhalja, that hja selade fori tobrate hudum en lin. Asker was often myth west, and stillness header myth the famna and myth sme forstum at skip sloten, and himselva verbonden viem the gola to verjagain ut karanak. Azur thernii wither kem Jeff high the forsta and wigondliksta mana azir helma and stila boga. Orlok was mythkmen and Kurt after Flogidon Strama blod by the Helinga Therabergum del. The asker men that cans him talakti, GVNGR myth fuwardich skipum hin and nam karanak and veen vrest thera golem myth al sign gold. That folk wormeth high with the saltathum thera golem camptheda, heda uta saxonamarcum lvkt myth loft fawn great herarave and but. Thus worth the gola nuit leeten. Afternii namur twa alanda to Burk far sinum skipum, and waneth high leader ut vmb alef phonishar skipa and stida to byrawain der high begana kv. The Urtobek kem brockti tomet 600 thera storest napum fawn that Scots birchfolk myth. High seed that hja him to borgum jevan werin, tilth ju high secur wisa mot that the eldrahim scold tro bilua, mentuas jock, high hild ra as lifwir etisina hova. Der hja alleradistic les krajon inti rida and in hontra fawn allerlegia weapon. The Denimarker tam jara selva sunt long bapa ala oris juror stolt like seekampar heat, heden sa ring navt fawn asker sina glorica dedum navt any heerd, Jeff jar don nidic their vr, thermete. That hja wild orlok brensa over any se and over sina landa. Shen hyr, ho high orlok for mythamot. Twisk the buffala their vromeld birch stavja was jita een snod birchfam myths me famna setten. Hjanom was reinja and their gvngn great rop fawn hero wished ut. Hjus fam bad and asker hra help vendor bithing, that asker scold the birch stavja wither vebwa leet. Azur him there to verbonden hada, gvng reinja myth trim famna nei halls, Nactus GVNG Ju Risa and Thes Ds Keith Juv Pa Ale Markham and Bina Ale Mitem. Ralda C Juhada Ja Thrvch Thonger Tohropa Lida that Alat Frias folk Mostun Frigenda Wertha, Lik Sistar and Brother Tomd, Hours Scold Findas folk Kma and Ra Ale Fawn Eartha Verdeligja. Nei Thonger Waren Frias Shovgan Wakfanks Ja and a Drain for Skinnen, Shovgan Nakta after Echo Rum. Ja hada seeth bapa frias landum swab bert ramp myth juk and kedni ami. Thurvm motan ale foker the ut frias sproten send jara tanoma way werpa and jara selva alina frias burn jeftha folk hada. Fourth motan alevt standa and findas folk fawn frias of driva. Nilith ja that navt enidva, also skylan ja slavona benda vim jara halsa kraja, also skyland the Vlandaska hera jara burn misbruka and fritra lida, tilth ju that blod sigath in a jar grieva. Then skyland the skina jar ethla jo kma wekja and jo bekivja vr jo left and ndigert. That tmi folk, that thrvch todvan theramigyara al an sa full dwesht wenth was, lavadon alice what ju seed and the mama klimden jara burn agen jara brastaan. The reinja theen kenning fawn hulls and ale othra maniska to indract verachtheda, san ju boden nei asker and tag selva alingen theen baldas e. Dana gvng jo by the hlitha war, althus heaton veem that hja jara fianda immer nei that onlight hall. The hlitha war send brickn and banning fawn versus agent folk that inna the twisklanda sit and ami dwerelt. Jara wiva haven hja mest algader fawn the tartara rod. The Tartara send en del fawn findas slacked and althus thrvch the twisklander heaton veem that hja nimmerthnen fretho will, men the maniska alti ut tarta to stridand. Fourth gvng jo after a saxnamarka twers thrvch the ora twisklanda hin, allerwikes that selva ut kitha. Nei twam ja om werin, kem ju alingen their rene to honk. By the twisklander had a jujara selva as motor utjen and side that hja mokten as fry and franka maniska witherkfma, men than mos ten hja over the reneg vinga and the gola folgar ut frias sutterlandum jagja. As hja that didi, sa skold dra kenning asker over a skeldig vinga and there that land off winna. By the twisklander send fellow joda plaga fawn the tartarum and magjara binaglupt, men ak full send their fawn vsa sedum bilewin. Their thrvch haveth ja jita famna there the burn lira and the alda red jeva. Bit anfang werin ja reinjanidic, men to the Lesta Worth Ju Thrvch Jam Falgath and Janjath and Allerwikes Bogath, where et Nettie and Nedlick were. Also ringen Asker von Riencha dra Boden for Nam ho the Jutter Nygath Waren, Sand High Bestanda Boden von Sinant Wiegam Nei the Caning von Hulls. That skip, Wormith the Boden Gngan, was fel Leiden myth famna Ceridum and thereby Wern Golden Skyled, Horvpa Asker his Dante Kunstalik was Utbild. Thissa Boden Mos ten Freja Jeff Asker Thes Caning his Totter Frethagunsta to sin with Havmot. Frethagunsta kem en Geleder to Staveren, by Jara Folgar were ak Enan Maggie, wan the Jutter Waren sunt long verbrad. Kurt after that Asker myth Frethagunsta Bostigjath was, Worther to Staveren een Shirk Vwad, Inath Jus Shirk Redond Joda Drochten Lycanda Bilden Stolth myth Gold Trvch Rockton Clather. Ak is Bywarath that Asker their Nactus and Titus myth Frethagunsta far nither bugade. Men sa full is secure, Thjo Birch Stavia any Worth Navt wither Pebwed. Rienja was al Tebek Kmen, and GVNG Nidik Nei Prontlik Thjo Motor et Texlan Barja. Prontlik GVNG 2 and Sand Allerwikes Boden the Rutkathon, Asker is Verjevan and Afgadi. Asker Didi as Merk it Navt, Men Morlingen kem their een Flate ut Hulls. Nactus Redon the famna utr Birch Drywen, and Ogden's KVN man von their Birch Alina een Glandra Hape Shan. Prontlik and Rienja Kieman to my VMB school. The Ichther Afternii VRNEI Tokti, like it my two, that it quadlik far min stat by Dejik feast. Thurvm haven y to semni een lest versonnen, their versus alla bada most. Shen hyr ho y to gvnjin send. Mid del inti krillwald bias 10 levward leith vsa fly jeff the Oera, their man alina thrvch dwolpada may naka. In path juz birch hedik sunt long jonga walker stalled, their alla een grins and Asker hada, and alla ora maniska daneth holden. NV wast by versus ak al sawid kman, that fellow wiva and ak mana al paterade vr spoka, with wiva and oldermanx, lick the Denimarker. Asker hada al thisadwashi to sin bada anwenth and that wilden ynvak to vsa badadva. Byaneth juster nact broktik the famna nei their birch and dana gongen hia myth jara famna in thrvch the thwol pada spaka in witta clather huld, sa that their afternii nin manisk marak myaneth raid. The Asker men that are Thursday Honda rum hada, let I the Magjara vendor Allerlegia anoma thrvch over Sina stata fara and Buta greniga and Buta mina stat any redon ja narn naft any wereth. Nei that Asker also myth the Jutter and the Ora Denimarker for Bonden was, Vngon hja el semina ra, thatch that neth nene god fruchta baird. Hja brockton Allerlegia Valandiska scata to honk. Men just their thrvch nildon that jong folk nen ambak lira, knock pa the fjeldum navt any werka, sa that high to the lursta wel Slavona nima most. Men thit was el alla gen rauda his will and the gen frias red. Thurvm kv straff navt after wega any bilua. Shen hyr ho straff kmen is. Enis heden hja to semin een ele flatewanen, jukem von uta middles. Thjus flate was to leaden myth papera clather and ora kostelikt, their alla von a Phoenicia kiemen. That rocka folk their flate worth by suda their sajin and wall set, men that stora folk worth holden. That most ra as Slavona Theanja. The Skenestradon holden vim of pet land to Bilawain and the Ledliksta and Swartstradonen board holden vim pa the Benka to Rojand. Anti fly worth the bottle de lath, mens under jara wada worth ak jara straff de lath. Fawn the Maniska therv pa the Valandiska skipum stalt wherein sex thrvch buckben felth. Man tokti that eta and drinka verjeven were, thurvm worth alice overboard jomph. Men buckben rest and Allerwikes, where Slavona Jeff the god kem ak buckben bina. The Sax mana brockton ju over Jaramarka, myth the Jutter for ju nei Skenland and Alingen there could fawn the Balda se, myth Asker his juror for ju nei Britannia. Y and tam fawn greniga any letten nin god ne meniska over vsa pala navt any kfma, and thurvm bile one y fawn the buckben fry. Ho fellow maniska buckban wyrapt hate, netic nav to scrywane, men prontlik their etf turnii fawn the Oera famna herd, hate my meld, that asker the sanmo mara fria maniska ut sina statum hopen hate, as Vlaslavona in Brocht. The pest far god Wyken was, the Kieman the Friday Reden Twisklander nei their Rene, men asker nilda myth the forstum fawn that vla verbastard folk navt an een line navt any standa. Hi nilda navt any deja, that ja skolden jara selva frias burn heda, lik rienja biboden heda, men hi vrije thurbi that I selva swart hera heda. Among the Twisklander waren their twa folker, their jara selva nene Twisklander hitan. That een folk kem el fair ut sud aston way, ja hitan jara selva alamana. Thissa noma heden ja jara selva jeven, the ja jitas viva inna the valda as banane omdwereld. Leader haven ja faniti slavona folk weeva raveth, even sa the hlithawar, men ja haven jara nom byhalden. That Oera folk, that mara hain omdwereld, hitan jara selva franca, navt veem that ja fry waren, men frank also hada din erast kaning heaton, tam him selva myth hope fawn the verbruta famna to ervlik kaning over sin folk makat hada. The folker tam and him paladon, hitan jara selva thjoth his fna, that is folk his fna, ja waren fria maniska bilwan, nidem ja nimmer enan kaning na forced knock master by kana nilda. As theen genj tam by mina willa was karen pa their mina act. Asker hada al fawn riencha fornamen, that the Twisklander forsta mest alti in fienskip and feitha waren. Nw staldai jam to fara, ja skold enan hertoga fawn sin folk jasa veem that erong were side that ja skold mit manlik otherum skolden twista over et masterskip. Ak side kunden sina forsta myth a golem sprika. That side were ak motor his mean. The Kieman the forsta thera Twislander to Ekram and nei threja shugan at melda karen ja Auric tore hertoga ut. Auric were asker his neva, hi jeff him 100 Scots and 100 thera starasta saxmana myth to lifra. The forsta mostun threja shuvgan fawn jaris fnum nei stavren senda to board jeratro. To nv was alice nei winskvungen, men the man ovire Rene fara skold, Nildondine kaning thera franca naft vender alrikis by fila naft any standa. Thirtherchlip Alice and the Tys. Asker there meant that Alice god gvng, land myth sina skipa anna the or side their skelda, men there was man long fawn sin kvist tul jukt and pa sin had. Ja mos tun also ring fuljukta as jak men waren, and asker rud selva fath. The gola nistan naft waf ja fensen hada, and also worth high afternii utwixlath fori enen hage gol, there asker his folk myth foreth hada. Thawila that et alice berade, hypon the magjara jita drister as to fara over vsa bura ra landa hina. By egmta where to fara the birch farana stan hada, letten jain chirka bwa jita greater and rikar as asker to stavren den hada. Afternii siden ja that asker thjuk kays valeran hada with the gola, Thurf dam folk nav lawa nav nilda, that woden jam helpa kvist, and that ja him thurvm nav and bida nilda. Fourth gungan ja to and skakten jonga burn tam ja by ra hilden and brockton in the hemnissa fawn jara verbrudalir. Wherein the maniska tam. Here the writing of Beeden ends. In the manuscript 2 successive pages are missing according to the paging, but no doubt there are more wanting. The abrupt opening of what follows shows that the beginning of the following writing has been lost, and, in consequence, also the notification of the name of the writer, who may have been a son or a grandson of Beeden. Foncier are Carthaginians. Halls is Holstein. Table of Contents. Colophon. Availability. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the included with this ebook or online at. This ebook is produced by the online distributed proofreading team at. Scans of this work are available online at the Internet Archive, copy. Since none of the available scans of the English edition include the complete set of illustrations, these have been taken from the Dutch original. The new front cover has been designed by the transcriber from in the original book, and is placed into the public domain. Related WorldCat catalog page. Encoding. Since the Bold Frisian text of this work is identical with the Dutch edition, this has been taken from the already in Project Gutenberg. The Dutch footnotes to this text have been omitted. The few remaining fragments in Dutch that appear in this edition have been translated to English. The letter A has been used to represent the letter A with a small e above. As soon as it is sufficiently supported, the original letter can be restored. A. Revision History. September 28, 2012 started. External references. This Project Gutenberg ebook contains external references. These links may not work for you. Corrections. The following corrections have been applied to the text. Page. Source. Correction. Civilization. Civilization. Though. Through. Ill will. Ill will. Not in source. Heil. Hail. Thursday Sond. Fuzend. Or Zonder. Deleted. Not in source. W.Ralda. Wr.Alda. May. May. Sikampar. Sikampar. Denemarkum. Denemarkum. Atland. Atland. Afternii. Afternii. Wieringa. Wieringa. Waren. Waren. Fonti. Fonti. Kaltana. Kaltana. Krekalanda. Krekalanda. Birchfam. Birchfam. Fellow. Fellow.